When the Doctor Has a Plug Chapter 1 to Chapter 77. When he woke up, Xianxia felt that God had played a joke on him. The night shift in the emergency department was always frightening. After the night shift, Xianxia could finally rest. He wanted to go home and sleep, but he was so tired that he could not open his eyes, so he fell asleep in the on-call room. Xianxia, wake up. There's a patient in the emergency department. Help change the dressing. Even with his eyes closed, Xianxia knew that the slightly deep voice belonged to his superior physician, Chen Bingxing. The past 2 years in the emergency department had given Xianxia the ability to answer in a daze even when he was asleep. No, I'm too sleepy. Sleep a little longer. However, as soon as Xianxia finished speaking, a voice that seemed to come from the depths of his soul suddenly sounded. Ding! NPC Superior Physician Chen Bingxing's mission: change the dressing and debridement of the emergency patient. Mission completion reward: 1, 20 renminbi. 2. Experience in changing the dressing plus 20. 3. Experience plus 20. Xianxia suddenly woke up. He quickly sat up from the bed and looked at Chen Bingxing with a terrified expression. Boss, what did you just say? Chen Bingxing was stunned. There's a trauma patient in the outpatient clinic. Go and debridement quickly. I have a surgery soon. It's too late. Suddenly, the voice continued to sound. Ding. NPC Superior Physician Chen Bingxing's mission: change the dressing and debridement of the emergency patient. Mission completion reward: 1, 20 renminbi. 2. Experience in changing the dressing plus 20. 3. Experience plus 20. Do you accept? Yes. No. The voice was still there. F***ck, what's wrong with me? Have I become retarded from working overtime? No way. There was no lack of big shots in the medical field who died suddenly. From the medical monks preparing for exams to the big shots who were in high positions and often went abroad to publish academic papers and attend academic conferences, there were cases where they did not have enough rest and died suddenly from time to time. Was he hallucinating from working overtime, seeing the voice that kept echoing in his mind? Yes? No? Xianxia suddenly realized that things were serious. This was no longer a matter of changing his medicine or working overtime. The seriousness of the situation was related to his future sustainable development and threatened the effective implementation of the Healthy China strategy. Thinking of this, Xianxia hurriedly got up and washed his face with cold water several times. Unfortunately, the cold water didn't make the voice in his head disappear. Instead, it made him calm down. I'm going for surgery. Hurry up and change your dressing. Also, take over my shift. Ding. Senior NPC Physician Chen Bingxing's mission: be on duty for Chen Bingxing during his surgery. Mission completion reward: 1, 100 renminbi. 2. Chen Bingxing's favorability plus 2. 3. Experience plus 30. Chen Bingxing left after saying that. He even left a mission for Xianxia. At this moment, he was no longer sleepy. He got up and put on his white clothes. He made a difficult decision. Then, he chose yes and accepted both missions. He wanted to see if this was an illusion brought about by a retard or the legendary golden thigh system. Xianxia was a doctor, but he also read a lot of novels and played games. Therefore, he was very familiar with these. He took a deep breath in front of the mirror. Suddenly, he saw an arrow on his head. Xianxia thought carefully. It seemed that there was a question mark on senior physician Chen Bingxing's head just now. It seemed similar to the mark on the head of the NPC who gave out missions in the game. But what was on his head? Xianxia thought of this and suddenly a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Name: Xianxia. Profession: Doctor. Level: LV12, 960-1200. Resident Doctor. Profession: Skills: Debridement. Intermediate: 19702000. Skin wound suture. Intermediate: 16792000. Tendon suture. Beginner: 102000. Vascular suture. Intermediate: 102200. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Intermediate: 15002000. Electrocardiogram evaluation. Intermediate: 14902000. Xianxia was dumbfounded. These were his attributes? Damn, Chen Song had realized a problem. He was very likely to be rich. This was clearly an online game that he played some time ago, but the system of this online game seemed to have come to reality. First, he changed the patient's medicine and studied it carefully later. After pushing the door out, Chen Song went to the nurse's station and asked, "Where is the patient that Dr. Chen asked to change medicine?" "In the hall." "I'll call him." "Dr. Xiao Chen, please go to the treatment room and wait for a while." Chen Song nodded, "Okay, sorry to trouble you." While waiting for the patient, Chen Song found that there was an arrow or a question mark on everyone's head. The arrow was very ordinary. Chen Song could click on it to see the basic information of others. For example, the little nurse Xianxia just now. A nurse who just entered the hospital and is in the internship period. He could not see the specific skills and information of the other party in detail. And those who had a question mark on their head. The mark should be a mission. After clicking on it, Chen Song found that he received a system notification. "Zhang Xiaoyan seems to need your help with something. Go and talk to her in detail. You may get a mission." Although Chen Song's expression did not change and he looked calm, he was more inclined to believe that he had obtained an amazing system at this time. Not long after, Xianxia came in with the patient. "Dr. Xiao Chen, this is the patient." Can I help you?" Xianxia was a little expectant. She had been in the emergency department for a while. Every day, she was guided and diverted. She had never really come into contact with and deal with patients. Ding. NPC Xianxia's request mission, let Xianxia help you deal with the patient. Reward, 1, 10 renminbi. 2, Xianxia's favorability plus 10. Chen Song smiled, "Okay, I don't have anyone to help me. You can help me." It would be a waste if he did not do this mission. He could easily get 10 yuan. It was the money for lunch, a kind system. When Xianxia heard this, she was immediately happy. She said with exultation, "Okay, I'll go get the medicine bag." At this time, Chen Song sized up the patient and found that there was also a question mark above the patient's head. At this time, the patient was wearing shorts. There was a large cut on his left knee. It was bloody and looked very frightening. Zhang Wuxing fell on the ground while riding an electric scooter and scraped his knee. Understand carefully to trigger a mission. Chen Song lowered his head and looked at the wound. It was a simple scratch. The wound was not deep and looked bloody. In fact, it was not troublesome to deal with. You scraped yourself while riding the scooter, right? Zhang Wuxing took a few deep breaths, and his face was filled with pain. Yes, that's right. The corner was full of sand, and I accidentally slipped. It really hurts. Doctor, is it serious? After checking for a long time, Chen Song comforted him. It's not serious. It should be on the surface. Don't worry. If it really hurts the bone, you won't be able to walk. I'll clean the wound, change the medicine, and bandage it. Zhang Wuxing quickly nodded. Thank you, doctor. Ding. Patient Zhang Wuxing's knee is scratched. Please treat it in time. Mission completion reward, 1, 20 renminbi. 2, experience in debridement and dressing plus 20. 3, experience plus 30. After telling the patient to lie on the treatment bed, Chen Song washed his hands and opened the dressing bag. He put on disposable gloves and said to the patient, "Bear with it. It might hurt later." Zhang Wuxing grinned. Okay. But doctor, please be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. Zhang Wuxing was in his 50s. When he said that he was afraid of pain, it was natural. After Chen Song cleaned the wound, he found that some fine sand had entered the skin. He needed to use tweezers to pick it out. This process was more painful. Xianxia also went through this during her internship. She even stayed in the operating room for a while. However, after coming to this hospital, she had been an emergency department guide. When she was busy, she was very busy. However, when she was free, she felt bored. After all, she was young and had many thoughts. For example, it was good to have more skills. Xianxia also held her breath as she watched Chen Song treat the wound. Sterile gauze, give me 2 pieces. Normal saline, rinse it. Iodophor. Chen Song was skilled. This kind of wound was basically debridement and bandaging. It looked terrible, but in fact, it scabbed quickly. It would be fine in a short time. Chen Song's intermediate debridement technique was learned from senior physician Chen Bingxing. Chen Bingxing had taught Chen Song for 1 or 2 years, and Chen Song's skills were basically taught by Chen Bingxing. Chen Song's learning ability was relatively strong. He was also more hardworking and liked to work. Zhang Wuxing looked at his bandaged left knee and smiled. Little doctor, your skills are good. I didn't feel much pain. My right knee was like this last year. At that time, I also changed the dressing here. It was very painful. Chen Song smiled. He did not care about who changed the dressing at that time. It seems that you fell down more than once. You have to be more careful in the future. As you get older, your bones are more fragile. Uncle, you have to be more careful. I won't chat with you anymore. I have to go on duty. Yali, help me clean up. I'll go on duty for Dr. Chen. Chen Song did not give Zhang Wuxing a chance to complain. What was taboo in the hospital? It was to complain to this doctor. Chen Song was not a hothead. He was not addicted to this kind of flattery. He just smiled as to who changed the dressing better and who changed the dressing worse. Qin Yali nodded. Okay, Dr. Xiao Chen. I'll go and clean up. After Chen Song left, he went to the duty room and closed the door. Ding. NPC Chen Bingxing's medicine changing mission is completed. Received 20 renminbi, 20 experience points, 30 experience points. Ding. NPC Qin Yali's medicine changing mission is completed. Received 10 renminbi, Qin Yali's favorability plus 10. Ding. Patient Zhang Wuxing's treatment mission is completed. Received 20 renminbi, 20 experience points, 30 experience points. 3 consecutive notifications sounded. Chen Song suddenly heard his phone vibrate. He picked it up and saw that he had won a lottery on Alipay. 2 days ago, he used Alipay to pay and received a lottery card. Now, he suddenly received 50 renminbi in cash. Looking at the real money in his hand, Chen Song suddenly understood that his day of prosperity had come. When Chen Bingxing returned, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing that Chen Song was still in the office, he did not feel guilty at all. Oh, you're still here? I thought you left. Chen Song was helpless. Boss, you performed the surgery for 3 hours. Isn't it just an appendix? 3 hours. How heavy is the appendix? Chen Bingxing laughed. You little rascal, you're so troublesome when you're on duty. Let's go eat. Chen Song smiled. Boss, it's my treat today. Chen Bingxing was stunned. Oh. You're rich? Chen Song shook his head. No, I'm happy today. Let's go, we're not eating at the restaurant today. Let's go to Old Lou's restaurant. Chen Bingxing, let me change my clothes and wash my hands. I have something to tell you today. Old Lou's restaurant was called Mama Lou's restaurant. It was diagonally across the hospital. It was owned by the head nurse of the general surgery department of the hospital. The hospital staff often came here to eat, and business was good. It was already past lunchtime, and there were not many people. When she saw Chen Bingxing and Chen Song come in, the auntie smiled and said, Big Xiao Chen, you're here. It's so late. The emergency department is really busy. Chen Bingxing smiled. Auntie, 2 big bowls of noodles. Chen Song took over. 1 cold mix, 2 braised eggs, and 2 dried tofu. After saying that, Chen Song picked up his phone and skillfully scanned the QR code to pay. It was not expensive, 35 yuan. When the auntie saw Chen Song pay, she immediately joked, Oh, Xiao Chen, you're rich today? Chen Song smiled awkwardly. I'm happy today. Chen Bingxing did not stop him. He and Chen Song found a quiet corner and sat down. Chen Bingxing lit a cigarette. I finished the surgery this morning. I happened to meet the director and Dr. Tan who were preparing for a major surgery, so I went to help. I overheard them talking about something. Our hospital might have some personnel changes recently. There might be a batch of staff who will be hired by the hospital. You have to be prepared. Chen Song was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up. Really? Chen Bingxing blew out a smoke ring. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Chen Song graduated from his undergraduate degree and came to the emergency department of the secondary hospital of Chengdu province. At that time, they recruited a group of temporary workers, who were also staff members. The emergency department recruited people alone, and the treatment was average. They only had a basic salary of 2,200 yuan a month. There was no insurance, housing, or performance bonus. To put it bluntly, they were just doing odd jobs. After all, a big hospital like the Second People's Hospital of Chengdu Province openly recruited graduate students from public institutions. Basically, all of them had doctorates now. If an undergraduate student wanted to work in a big hospital, he would just be a temporary worker. Ay City, the provincial capital of Danyang Province, was a second-tier city. Although it wasn't as stressful as a first-tier city, Chen Song was still a little out of breath. He just wanted to stay here for a few years to learn some skills. Once he reached the intermediate level, he would go home. Why not buy a house here, 15,000 yuan per square meter? Chen Song didn't have any thoughts about it. However, Chen Bingxing's words made Chen Song's mind spin. Although the hospital employment contract couldn't be compared to the establishment, under the background of the medical reform, the contract and establishment were equal pay for equal work. The most important thing was that there was performance. The more you worked, the more you earned. The hospital didn't earn money from the basic salary, but from performance and bonuses. This news immediately made Chen Song excited. Chen Bingxing, prepare well. Our hospital has at least 80 temporary workers. I estimate that there are at most 20 spots. Perform well, and I'll help you talk to the director and Dr. Tan to see if they can help you. Chen Song smiled gratefully. Hee, thank you, boss. Chen Bingxing laughed and scolded, hypocrite. Hurry up and eat. Go back and sleep. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. He picked up his phone and opened the Alipay account. There was now 21052. 5 yuan in it. This was the money Chen Song had saved for 2 years. He earned a total of 20,000 yuan a year. After deducting Chen Song's expenses, he saved 20,000 yuan in 2 years. This was all saved by frugality. Chen Song looked at Chen Bingxing's profile picture in his friends list and directly transferred 20,000 yuan. He knew that Chen Bingxing was good to him. But good was good. How could he do things for free? He couldn't possibly ask him to do things for him, right? It didn't make sense. Chen Bingxing heard his phone ring. He picked it up and saw that he had transferred money. He immediately pulled a long face and stared at Chen Song. What are you doing? Chen Song smiled. Boss, I'm not familiar with this place. I don't know anyone, and I don't have any connections. I only have this much money. Can you help me and see if it's okay? I can't possibly ask you to do things for me and pay out of your own pocket, right? Chen Bingxing was not in a good mood. He transferred the money to Chen Song with a dark face. Don't worry about this. Don't do anything crooked for me. Focus on improving your skills. After all, the hospital's job transfer depends on your ability. From tomorrow onwards, you can be the chief surgeon for some surgeries. It's been 2 years. It's time for you to be the chief surgeon and learn how to operate. You're in the surgical system. I think the assessment will be on basic surgery and basic surgical operations. Your basic skills are solid, so I'm not worried about that. But you still need to cram in surgery. Both of them ate very quickly. Chen Bingxing still had to go to work in the afternoon, so he returned to the hospital. Chen Song had nothing to do in the afternoon after his night shift, so he went back to sleep. After he went back, Chen Song could not sleep at all. After all, he had obtained such a system. If he did not understand it, he would not be able to live up to the good fortune that he had cultivated for several lifetimes. His profession was a doctor. This was easy to explain, but what did it mean that his profession level was level 12, ding? Hint, level 1 to 20 is resident doctor. Level 20 to 40 is attending physician. Level 40 to 60 is Associate Chief Physician. Level 60 to 80 is Chief Physician. Level 80 to 90 is a famous doctor at the provincial level. Level 90 to 100 is a famous doctor at the national level. You can increase your profession level by gaining experience points. Hint, you can learn advanced profession skills at a high level. Chen Song was stunned. So that was what it meant. He was now level 12, which was the resident doctor level. What about the profession skill level, ding? Profession skill levels are beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, and perfect. Hint, advanced and above skills will obtain special effects attributes. Chen Song was instantly stunned. What were special effects attributes? There was no hint from the system for a long time. It seemed that he had to explore it himself. What about favorability? Favorability had appeared today. There had to be an explanation, right? Ding. When favorability reaches 60, you can check the other party's attributes and trigger more missions. Please explore the specific details in practice. Chen Song opened his attribute pane. He suddenly saw that his profession skill, medicine change and debridement, 20102000, upgradable, had reached the upgrade standard. P.S. I've uploaded a new book. Everyone, please help me and bookmark it. Those who recommend it can vote for it. Veterans, thank you. Ding. Congratulations, the basic skill debridement and bandaging has been upgraded to the advanced level. Obtain special effect attributes. 1. Reduce the patient's pain during bandaging. Chen Song immediately understood, was this the so-called special effect attribute? Reducing the patient's pain was a skill. Although debridement and bandaging were the most common and basic surgical operations, different people handled it differently. Take his superior, Chen Bingxing, for example. When he was debridement and bandaging, the patient was very peaceful. Moreover, the infection rate of the patients he treated was very low and they recovered faster. It seemed that this was the special effect attribute. Chen Song bet that Chen Bingxing's professional skills must be very good. His affinity with Chen Bingxing should be at least 60, right? He would go to the hospital tomorrow to check Boss Chen's attributes and see how good the senior attending physician's attributes were. Ding. Completed the task of Chen Bingxing's shift. Obtained 100 renminbi. 2. Chen Bingxing's affinity plus 2. 3. Experience plus 30. Chen Song saw the WeChat group light up. Someone sent a red packet. Chen Song had an idea. Snatch the red packet, being fast was the basic quality of a surgeon. Moreover, Chen Song had been single for many years, ding. Obtained 100 renminbi. Chen Song smiled. It seemed that the system wouldn't allow him to get his money for no reason. This was good too. At least he didn't have to worry about being investigated. If the source of the funds was really unknown, even he wouldn't be able to understand it. This was the department's internal group. It was full of emergency department staff. After snatching the red packet, the group immediately became lively. Wow, Chen Song, you're too ruthless. You snatched half of it by yourself. 100 renminbi. You're amazing. A young nurse sighed. Yeah. 100 renminbi. Xiao Chen's luck is not bad. The head nurse also laughed. Seeing that everyone was cheering, Chen Song felt embarrassed. He sent a laughing emoji and said, people who like to laugh have good luck. At this time, the person who sent the red packet appeared. It was the emergency department's first-year doctor in the emergency department with Chen Song, Wang Qian. Wang Qian was also an emergency surgeon, but it was not a contract. It was a formal appointment. Wang Qian smiled. I'm getting married next week. Thank you for your hard work. Although Wang Qian had a master's degree, he still had to follow his superior doctor after he came in. Wang Qian's superior doctor was in Yanjun, a strict-hand surgeon. He was now an associate chief physician, and he also focused on grooming Wang Qian. When everyone saw that Wang Qian was getting married, they immediately congratulated him. Wang Qian was a local. His family owned 2 or 3 houses. He drove an Audi A4 to work. He was a very famous young man. Chen Song woke up early every day. After waking up, he ate breakfast and went for a jog before going to work. Even so, when he arrived, it was only a little past 7 o'clock. It was not time for the shift change yet. As soon as he arrived at the office, Xianxia heard a voice in his mind. Ding. Daily mission, debridement and change the dressing 10 times. Mission reward, plus 30 experience in debridement and bandaging. RMB plus 50. Xianxia was immediately happy. He would get 50 renminbi for completing this mission. Since it was a daily mission, it seemed like there should be one every day. In this case, he would get an extra 1,500 renminbi in a month. In addition to the idle missions, his life was immediately guaranteed. There was still some time before the shift change at 8 o'clock, and the emergency department seemed to be busy all the time. And Yanjun happened to walk in from outside. When he saw Xianxia, he was stunned at first and greeted him. "Xiao Chen, you're quite early." Xianxia saw the question mark above in Yanjun's head. He had an idea and smiled. "I'm nearby, so I came to see if there was anyone who could help." "Teacherin, you were on the night shift last night, right?" And Yanjun nodded. "Yes, fortunately, nothing happened last night. I was just thinking about how peaceful it was last night, and then a group of people came." "Do you need anything?" When Xianxia heard this, he quickly said, "Nothing." And Yanjun smiled, which was rare. "Then help me change the dressing? Little Wang is getting married, and I can't handle it alone." Xianxia quickly nodded. "Okay." Ding. NPC in Yanjun's mission, assist in Yanjun in treating patients. Obtained in Yanjun's favorability plus 5, RMB plus 20, experience plus 30. Xianxia was delighted, there was indeed a mission. 20 renminbi and 30 experience points. Comfortable, after arriving at the emergency hall, Xianxia was dumbfounded. A group of 7 or 8-year-old children were crying, and all of them had more or less bruises. And Yanjun explained, this morning, a small school bus broke down and crashed into a ditch. More than 10 children received external injuries. Fortunately, there were no major problems. Help me bandage the wounds. Xianxia nodded and went into the crowd. When he saw the blood on the children's faces, he couldn't help but feel heartache. He said to the nurse on duty, "Sister Lu, help organize and comfort the children. I'll bandage their wounds." Lu Yan nodded and got up to comfort the children. Xianxia went straight to the treatment room. Lu Yan walked in with a little girl. The little girl's arm was grazed and bleeding quite a bit. It was probably bandaged temporarily. When she saw Xianxia in his white coat, her big eyes were misty and filled with tears. "Uncle, save me. I'm scared." Xianxia's heart softened for no reason. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. You just grazed your skin. It'll be fine in a few days. Uncle will bandage it for you and you'll be fine, okay?" The little girl held back her tears and nodded seriously. "Niao Niao is not afraid of pain." Xianxia nodded and prepared to treat it. When he pulled open the bandage covering the arm, Xianxia saw a few wounds that were neither deep nor shallow. They were still bleeding. He picked up the sterile saline and cleaned the wound. Then, he began to change the dressing. First, it was disinfection. Disinfection was very painful. After all, iodine stimulated the wound, which could easily cause pain. Therefore, Xianxia tried his best to be careful. After all, she was a little girl, so her tolerance was definitely weaker. But, it didn't seem to be as painful as he imagined. The tears in the little girl's eyes never fell. Then, it was cleaning and bandaging. It was very smooth. After that, Xianxia tied a bow with gauze on the little girl's arm. He smiled and said, "Come to Uncle in a week. Uncle will untie the bow for you." "Does it hurt?" The little girl shook her head. "It doesn't hurt. Uncle, thank you." The little girl bowed to Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned. He smiled and said, "Okay, go and rest. Next child." Ding. Debridement and bandaging plus 1. Bandaging experience plus 5. Experience plus 5. RMB plus 5. Xianxia was stunned. Amazing. Others earned gold coins from killing monsters and leveling up, but he earned gold coins from saving people and leveling up. Chen Song was very fast. After the children came in, they did not cry or make a fuss. And Yanjun was originally worried that Chen Song would be too rough when changing the dressing, which would make the pain worse for the children. After all, young people were more careless. Thinking of this, and Yanjun increased the speed of changing the dressing. He hurriedly finished and rushed over. But when he came in, he was dumbfounded. The few children who had their wounds bandaged sat there quietly and obediently. And Yanjun could not help but ask, "Children, are you frightened? Does it hurt?" The children shook their heads. "It doesn't hurt." And Yanjun smiled and touched the children's heads. He guessed that their fear of the unknown had frightened them. After all, they were not so quiet when he changed the dressing just now. At this moment, Chen Song was dealing with a little girl. Her knee had been cut, and fine dust had gotten in. Large particles of dust needed to be cleaned and removed. And Yanjun frowned. This was a little difficult to deal with. The wound was more serious, and it would definitely hurt. He was about to speak, but Chen Song had already started debridating. However, with just a casual glance, and Yanjun was stunned. When an expert made a move, it was obvious whether he was skilled or not. Chen Song's debridement technique was a bit special. Sure enough, when Chen Song was cleaning the wound, the little girl was grinning and holding back tears, but she did not make a sound for a long time. And Yanjun also found that when Chen Song was treating the wound, he was very careful with the details. He was very careful with the cleaning of the sensitive parts. In this way, the patient's pain could be greatly reduced. Even by changing the dressing, the original pain could be reduced to a certain extent. This was a test of the doctor's ability. And Yanjun vaguely remembered that a specialist in Mayo Clinic had done research on this. The most annoying part of debridement was the pain, and an excellent specialist could reduce the pain in the affected part and reduce the patient's inner uneasiness, so as to achieve the effect of speeding up the healing. For this, and Yanjun had also tried, but the effect seemed to be average. He did not effectively reduce the patient's pain. Later, and Yanjun thought that this was just a possibility. However, Chen Song seemed to have really done it at this time. In terms of reducing the patient's pain, Xiaochen did a very good job. Thinking of this, and Yanjun was suddenly filled with curiosity. How did he do it? This was something that required a lot of research. If there was time, they could discuss it. Ding. And Yanjun's favorability +5, Chen Song, who was changing his dressing, suddenly froze. He turned around and saw Yanjun staring at his butt. Chen Song was instantly filled with fear and trepidation. After all, he was the associate chief physician of the emergency department. If he wanted to use force, should I refuse? When he thought of this, Chen Song could not help but contract his gluteus maximus and even change his angle. He secretly made up his mind that he would never go to the same bathhouse as director in the future. After all, who could say for sure what would happen? Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the daily mission. You have gained 30 experience in debridement. RMB +50. And Yanjun came in and took a look at Chen Song. You've worked hard. Let's go and change shifts together. Ding. NPC in Yanjun's mission is complete. Obtained in Yanjun's favorability +5, RMB +20, experience +30. Chen Song nodded. When he saw that Yanjun's gaze seemed to be a little fiery, he could not help but move away from Yanjun by a scalpel's length, just in case. I need to be prepared. However, when he thought of the operation in the morning that directly brought him 120 renminbi, Chen Song felt very happy. Suddenly, Chen Song had a thought. And Yanjun, a strict and serious surgeon. Current favorability, 15. Only 15 favorability points? That's good. Chen Song's heart finally settled down. The so-called change of shifts was actually to explain what happened last night to the doctor on duty today. There was nothing major last night, and the change of shifts was also relatively smooth. After Yanjun finished his shift, he changed his clothes and got off work. And Chen Song stared at Chen Bingxing in a daze. Chen Bingxing, an experienced surgeon. Current favorability, 60. You can check the details. Chen Song was happy. He could check the details. Name, Chen Bingxing, profession, doctor, level, LV42, 960126000, Associate Chief Physician, Profession Skills Basic Surgical Skills Debridement and Bandaging, Master, 39708000 Wound Suturing of Skin, Tendon, and Other Wounds, Advanced, 1679400 Cardiopulmonary Resuscitation, Intermediate, 15002000, Surgical Skills Level 1 Surgery Appendectomy, Advanced, 2774000 Incision and Drainage, Advanced, 9211400 Hernia Repair, Intermediate, 2922000, Level 2 Surgery Gastrointestinal Fistula and Anastomosis, Intermediate, 6562000 Gastrointestinal Perforation Repair, Advanced, 1999400 Intestinal Volvulus Reduction, Advanced, 9994000 Subtotal Gastrectomy, Advanced, 1289400, Level 3 Surgery Laparoscopic Intestinal, Small Intestinal, and Colon Surgery, Intermediate, 5552000 Thyroidectomy, Intermediate, 7992000 Radical Gastrectomy for Gastric Cancer, Proximal Gastrectomy, Distal Gastrectomy, Total Gastrectomy Intermediate, 855-2000. After reading it, Xianxia's eyes widened. He wanted to curse, but he did not dare to say it out loud. He was afraid that Boss Chen would misunderstand. But the attributes were too luxurious. Currently, he only had one basic skill. He did not even have the most basic level 1 surgery. Look at Boss Chen. He had a lot of level 1, level 2, and level 3 surgeries. He had a long way to go. However, Chen Bingxing was already level 42. According to the division of strength, he was equivalent to an associate chief physician. Although he was only an attending physician now, his standard was very high. It seemed that the system's rating was not based on a person's title, but on a fair division of strength. But Xianxia did not understand one thing. Did he need to change his profession to become an attending physician from a resident doctor? Did he need a certificate of authoritarianism? Generally speaking, the hospital divided surgeries into 4 levels according to the difficulty of the surgery, the size of the surgery, and whether it had already been carried out. Level 1 Surgery, Simple and Small Surgery. Level 2 Surgery, Small Surgery and Simple Medium Surgery. Level 3 Surgery, Medium Surgery and General Major Surgery. Level 4 Surgery, Difficult Surgery, Critical Surgery, and New Surgery. Surgeries of different levels required doctors of different levels to carry out. For example, junior doctors could be understood as resident doctors. The scope of surgery was defined as level 1. Senior doctors included attending physicians. The scope of surgery was defined as level 2. With the guidance of a senior attending physician or above, they could carry out level 3 surgery. Senior attending physicians. The scope of surgery was defined as level 3. With the guidance of a senior attending physician or above, they could carry out level 4 surgery. Department directors and associate chief physicians. The scope of surgery was defined as level 4. With more surgeries in their specialty, they could carry out level 3 surgery. Therefore, Xianxia could only carry out level 1 surgery now. Of course, if Boss Chen Bingxing was in charge, he could also carry out level 2 surgery. Chen Bingxing turned around and saw Xianxia staring at him for a long time. He felt a little scared. What's wrong with this kid? Xiao Chen. Come here, follow me for ward rounds. There will be 2 surgeries later. Follow me. Xianxia said, okay. But why was there no mission notification? Xianxia was puzzled. There were wards in the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. There were 60 beds in the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. It was one of the key departments in the province and also one of the 120 emergency centers in I-City. It was usually very busy. 60 beds might seem a lot, but they were full every day. Chen Bingxing had 12 patients under him. The hospitalized patients in the emergency department did not stay for long. Basically, after their condition stabilized, they would be transferred to other departments. If their conditions were unstable, they would either be transferred to another hospital or sent to the funeral parlor. Anyway, they would not stay in the emergency department for long. The ward rounds took about an hour. Usually, Chen Song was in charge of handling the patient's medical advice and writing the medical records. Then, Chen Bingxing would carry out the surgery. Today, after Chen Bingxing finished his ward rounds, he said to Chen Song, "There are two surgeries this morning. They are bed 19 and bed 21. Both of them have acute appendicitis. We have to prepare for the surgeries today. You've seen a lot of surgeries. Today, you can watch one and perform one." When Chen Song heard that, he immediately became nervous. Although he often watched appendectomy and even thought that it was very simple, he was still a little nervous when he was the chief surgeon. After all, the difference between a chef and an assistant chef was huge. Of course, Chen Song was more excited. Could he finally do it? The feeling of excitement filled his heart and did not go away for a long time. Today was a day worth celebrating. When he went back, he had to share this good news with his girlfriend. As a surgeon, if he did not perform surgery, he was no different from a salted fish. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen Song and Chen Bingxing arrived at the operating theater. Chen Bingxing looked at Chen Song, who was a little reserved, and smiled. "The appendix is just a small surgery. Just like how you usually do it, it's done in a short time. Why are you nervous? You usually see me do so many surgeries, but when I'm doing them, you think I'm clumsy. What's wrong? Are you panicking now?" Chen Song chuckled. "Of course not. This is my first time." Chen Bingxing sneered. "Your first time? Do I have to give you a red packet to celebrate?" In the operating theater, the patient was already lying down. The anesthesia was not ready yet. When he was washing his hands, Chen Bingxing smiled and said, "Why don't you be the first one to do it? Do you remember the procedure?" Chen Song was stunned. His heart suddenly tensed up, and he tried to recall. "I remember." Chen Bingxing smiled. "After the anesthesia is done, you'll be the chief surgeon, and I'll be your assistant." Chen Song nodded hard. The anesthesiologist was an old acquaintance. His name was Lu Jian, and he was a 38-year-old man. He liked to joke around and had a good relationship with Chen Bingxing. When he saw the two of them acting like this, he immediately understood what was going on. However, the patient was still conscious. Naturally, he could not say much. It was unnecessary to make the patient nervous. Instead, he looked at Chen Song encouragingly and gave him a thumbs up, indicating that he could do it. Ding! NPC Chen Bingxing's mission: complete 2 appendectomies as the chief surgeon. Mission requirement: good progress. Reward: Chen Bingxing's experience in appendectomies x1. Chen Song was stunned. The mission reward was Boss Chen's experience in appendectomies. Why did he have no money, no experience at all? Boss Chen, although I don't have anything against you, but you can't take me for free, right? Chen Song sighed. So be it. I've been doing it for free for 2 years. One more time won't make a difference. The emergency department was not a place for humans. Department director and had bad intentions toward him, and Boss Chen wanted to take him for free. Is it really my fault that I'm handsome? Sigh. Appendectomies were performed under laparoscopy, but the cost was higher. It would cost at least 1,000 RMB more than usual, but the scar would be smaller. The first auntie was called Xianxia. She was in her 50s and often had pain in her appendix. A few nights ago, the pain suddenly worsened, and she was sent to the emergency department. After anti-inflammatory treatment, she decided to undergo surgery. When Auntie Zhang heard that laparoscopy was more than 1,000 RMB, she immediately decided to cut open her stomach and remove her appendix. After all, she was a person who had seen the world. However, Auntie Zhang changed her mind. Anyway, there's already a scar in the middle of my stomach. It doesn't matter if there's another scar. But doctor, can you make it look better? The 2 scars will look more beautiful. Otherwise, I'm afraid that people will think that I'm a gangster when I go to the bathhouse. Chen Bingxing smiled. No problem. I'll even weigh it for you. The surgery soon began. Chen Song would be lying if he said that he was not nervous. However, after so many years, he had followed many surgeons and seen many surgeries. There should be no problem for him to get started. Appendectomies were performed under local anesthesia. Usually, epidural anesthesia was used. This was the responsibility of the anesthesiologist. The first thing Chen Song had to do was to choose the position of the incision. The incision for appendectomy should be made at the right lower abdomen where the tenderness was the most obvious. In fact, it was the McBurney point. The easiest way to find it was the middle third of the line connecting the navel and the right iliac spine. There were 3 difficulties. Chen Song's first time as the chief surgeon, and he encountered one problem. How to make the incision. There were several types of appendectomy: right lower abdominal oblique incision or right lower abdominal transverse oblique incision. Chen Song asked, McBurney incision? Chen Bingxing ignored him. Chen Song immediately took the scalpel and started. After he spoke, he wanted to explore the appendix. Chen Song first used the gauze pad to push the small intestine inward. He first found the cecum, then traced along the 3 colon belts to the top of the cecum, and found the appendix. Following the intestines to touch the melon, however, Chen Song was dumbfounded as he stared at the appendix, colon. It wasn't that he didn't recognize them, but because he realized that these organs were humanely labeled with names, Chen Song could not take it anymore. The system must be worried that he wouldn't recognize these things. But, it was really quite convenient. There was a green cecum on the cecum. The colon also had the word colon written in green. When Chen Song touched the cecum, a notification popped up in his mind. Ding. This is a healthy cecum, ding. This is a vibrant colon. Chen Song was confused. WTF. Chen Song put down the cecum and colon and suddenly saw the red word appendix written on the appendix. Is this AF * king red named monster? When he picked up the red named appendix, a notification popped up in his mind. Ding. Ordinary appendix monster. This is an ordinary inflammatory appendix, level 8. What the hell, level 8 appendix monster? Chen Song was dumbfounded. He forced himself to close his eyes and take a deep breath. If he didn't calm down, he would take another breath. If he didn't calm down, he would take another breath. Phew. He opened his eyes and suddenly saw Chen Bingxing staring at him. His eyes were filled with WTF. According to Chen Song's understanding of Boss Chen, this gaze meant, what are you doing? Chen Song decided to kill this red-named appendix. He used the appendectomy forceps to clamp the appendix and the hemostatic forceps to lift the appendix out of the incision for removal. Chen Song was a level 12 resident doctor. Dealing with this level 8 appendix was not a problem at all. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. As Chen Song skillfully used the scalpel, the red-named appendix died under the knife, decisively removed, dealt with the mesentery, dealt with the appendix's root. After that, the operation went smoothly. When he finished the last stitch, he finally let out a long breath. Damn it, it was too exciting. Ding. First kill successful. Obtain title, Operating Theater Newbie. Please continue to work hard and complete 10 consecutive kills. Ding. 1 appendix monster killed. Dropped, experience plus 100, RMB plus 100, appendix surgery experience plus 100. What the hell, killing monsters to level up and drop equipment. Do surgeries make me stronger? Happiness, you're finally here. Did you know, you're more than 20 years late? Chen Song looked at the virtual screen in front of him with tears in his eyes. He was full of excitement and surprise. It was too exciting. My life is going to be a hack. Chen Bingxing was speechless. Was this guy crazy? Chen Bingxing glared at Chen Song helplessly. What the hell are you doing? Haven't you seen an appendix before? And you've been admiring it for so long? You must be crazy. Chen Song smiled embarrassedly. No, his appendix looks different from the appendix. Chen Bingxing's eyes widened. Different? How is it different? Does his appendix have double eyelids? The patient had already been pushed out by the nurse. The nurse in the operating theater happened to hear Chen Song and Chen Bingxing's conversation and immediately laughed out loud. Dr. Chen, you're too good. The appendix has double eyelids. Haha. Chen Song smiled embarrassedly. No, this is my first time cutting an appendix personally. I want to experience it seriously. Chen Bingxing chuckled. Haha. First time? What's wrong? Are you moved? Your expression looks like you've seen your first love. Everyone burst into laughter. The operating theater nurse, Xianxia, smiled and said, Dr. Xiaochen, this is his first time. It's already very good. There are no accidents and it's very smooth. Give Dr. Xiaochen a thumbs up. Xianxia was about the same age as Chen Song, but he had been in the operating theater for 4 to 5 years and had seen many large and small surgeries. He was also used to Chen Song's teasing and felt injustice for Chen Song. After all, being handsome also had its advantages. Chen Song clicked to accept the reward. But what did it mean to be a newcomer in the operating theater? Title: Newcomer in the operating theater. Title details: A newcomer in the operating theater should have a tireless learning spirit and a deep-rooted surgical attitude. They should study diligently and perform more surgeries. Wearing this title, there is a 1% chance of learning the skills of the chief surgeon during the surgery as an assistant surgeon. Chen Song was stunned. What the hell, this title is quite amazing. There is a 1% chance of learning a skill of the chief surgeon. If I follow Boss Chen for a few more surgeries, does that mean that I can learn some awesome skill? Thinking of this, Chen Song was a little excited. Ding! Your level has increased to level 13. Obtained 1 skill point. Chen Song happily opened the attribute panel. Chen Song, Occupation, Doctor. Level, 13, 501300 Level 1 Surgical Skills Appendectomy, 100, 1000, Basic, Remaining Skill Points, 1 Title, Newcomer in the Operating Theater. Chen Song and Chen Bingxing came out to wash their hands and change into surgical gowns. There was a second surgery next, and it was connected. The surgeries in the emergency room were not big and not very serious, but they were busier. Moreover, the emergency department had more things to do, so it was basically a full day. The second patient was a strong man in his 50s. It was obvious that his physical fitness was not bad. The man did not pay attention to the appendicitis caused by eating barbecue and drinking beer. After taking some anti-inflammatory medicine, he continued to eat and drink as usual the next day. Later, it caused the appendicitis to worsen, and purulent appendicitis was caused. When he came to the hospital, Chen Song received him. The man's first sentence was, Doctor, please remove my appendix. It acts up every day and affects my drinking. Chen Song was speechless. What kind of logic is this? Why does it sound so reasonable? Chen Song patiently explained, it's because you drank and ate random things that caused the appendicitis. It's not your appendix that prevents you from drinking. You have to have some health knowledge and awareness. The man was also a tiger. He held his stomach and said with a smile, the appendix is a worldly possession. It's fine to remove it. Drinking is the joy of life. What's wrong with that? Oh, it's quite a rhyme. It caused the young nurses to laugh. Brother, are you here for surgery? Are you here for crosstalk? I won't take your money. Can I pay you the entrance fee? Chen Song could not help but give a thumbs up. To be able to talk nonsense to a doctor with high moral character, strong will, solid foundation, skilled skills, and superb medical skills, and even make my mind waver. You're really a king genius. I want to take out my Italian cannon and clap for you. Lying on the bed with his naked body, the man still said firmly, Doctor, cut it and let me see. I want to see this guy wreak havoc on my body and torment my soul. I want to stew him and feed him to the dogs. Chen Song was speechless. Chen Bingxing was speechless. The master and disciple could not help but sigh. When the surgery began, Chen Bingxing said to Chen Song, this person might be different from the previous one. You'll know when you perform an exploratory laparotomy. Don't panic. Chen Song nodded. After the anesthesia, they were about to start the operation when the patient suddenly said, Doctor. Wait. Chen Song was stunned. What's wrong? The patient smiled awkwardly and said, Can you make the incision a little more ferocious? Yes, the kind that looks fierce and evil, the kind that looks like it has been slashed by a knife? Chen Song was speechless. Are you trying to extort money? When he went out and told the reporters, it was another medical dispute report. A patient's appendix was removed, and the doctor used a scalpel to scrawl on the patient's stomach. Was this a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? The patient coughed. I'll be able to brag about it in the future. I'll just say that I was slashed by someone. It was so painful at that time, but I didn't make a sound. In the end, I got 36 stitches. In the future, when you drink, pull your shirt up. This scar is so handsome. Compared to my tattoo, it's too low. Chen Song ignored him. This bastard, crosstalk, it was freestyle just now. It was about time for the anesthesia. Chen Song began the operation. He took the lower right abdomen and made a 6 cm incision into the abdomen. He cut open the dermis and the subcutaneous fat layer by layer. At this moment, Chen Bingxing took the initiative to coagulate the blood. Not bad, the little follower has good eyesight. Chen Song looked at Chen Bingxing in satisfaction and expressed his encouragement. Chen Bingxing was stunned and glared. Are you itching for a beating? He cut open the outer oblique aponeurosis layer by layer, separated the outer oblique muscle and the inner oblique muscle, and lifted and cut open the peritoneum to enter the abdomen. At this moment, the abdominal cavity was displayed in front of Chen Song. As expected, just as Chen Bingxing said, there might be a difference. Chen Song was careful when he probed the abdominal cavity. Chen Song could now see that the abdominal greater omentum was green. There should be no adhesion of inflammatory pus in the abdomen. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, there was a large amount of purulent exudate in the right lower abdomen. The cecum was green. There was no problem. The appendix was located in front of the cecum. Through the greater omentum, Chen Song saw the appendix that was obviously congested and thick. Don't think too much. At this moment, the appendix was already exposed in front of Chen Song. Red name, moreover, it was even redder than before. The two dark red words, appendix, seemed to be telling Chen Song that this wild monster's level might be higher. It was about 10 centimeters long and 1.5 centimeters in diameter. It was already suppurated and had high tension. The root of the appendix was gangrenous and perforated. It was surrounded by fat droplets and had light adhesion to the surrounding tissues. Chen Song naturally saw all of this. Ding. Rare appendix monster. This is an acute suppurated perforated appendix. Level 12. Chen Song was deep in thought. If he killed this rare monster, would it drop any equipment? Even if it did not drop any equipment, it should at least give him some experience and money, right? Chen Song fully exposed the surgical field. Prepare for surgery. Gauze. Hemostatic forceps. Ligate the mesentery. Aspirate. This surgery was not quite the same as the previous one. The rare monster gave Chen Song a lot of trouble. The surgery was no longer as simple as the previous one. Chen Song cut off the appendix and placed the cut appendix on a plate. Carbolic acid injection, 5 milliliters, alcohol cotton. Normal saline, 20 milliliters. Chen Song needed to clean the mucosa of the cut appendix stump to prevent further infection. After that, it was time to suture. For this kind of wound, the typical figure-8 suture method was used to suture and cover the local fatty tissue. These were all basic operations. So, Izawa. Finishing. Up, Chen Song gave Chen Bingxing a look. Assistant, finish up quickly. Why are you looking at me? Don't you usually look at me like this when you're the chief surgeon? Chen Song reflected. Is my eye theology not good enough? Chen Bingxing glared back. What are you looking at? Finish up quickly. Chen Song, is this what a chief surgeon should do? Don't you always leave it to me at this time? For a moment, the scrub nurse, Qin Lele, could not help but laugh. Xiao Chen, don't be naughty. Finish up quickly. Chen Song was helpless. He thought that since he was the chief surgeon, he should have the posture and style of a chief surgeon. But in the end, he realized that he still had no human rights. Helpless, Chen Song began to remove the fluid from the abdominal and pelvic cavity to see if there was any active bleeding. He placed a drainage tube in the right iliac fossa and poked a hole next to the incision. The scrub nurse also began to count the gauze and instruments. Okay, it's all done, the scrub nurse ordered. Chen Song closed the abdomen layer by layer. The surgery was completed. Ding. Killed rare monster, acute suppurated perforated appendix. Obtained plus 200 EXP, plus 200 renminbi, plus 200 appendectomy experience. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a suture needle, White. Chen Song's eyes widened. What the F asterisk CK? Ha ha ha, dropped equipment. A white suture needle, what's the use of it? Look, can it cut through the sky, the earth, and the air? Suture needle, white sharpness +1, Chen Song was stunned. So. That's it? Sharpness +1? What's going on? Suture needle, white. Any suture needle you use in the future will have the attribute, sharpness +1. Chen Song completely understood. This meant that when he used suture needles in the future, they would have the attribute of sharpness +1. But, what does sharpness +1 mean? I don't understand. Forget it, it should be very sharp. Very sharp, right? After the surgery, the patient suddenly asked, Doctor, where's my appendix? Chen Song was speechless. So stubborn. The nurse walked to the man with a tray and said, Look, this is your appendix. When the man saw it, he immediately felt nauseous. No. It's your appendix now. Take it away. Even my dog doesn't eat this thing. It's too disgusting. Damn, this is different from what I saw on Baidu. How did this thing grow? It's too disgusting. Chen Song coughed. This isn't an ordinary appendix. Indeed, this was an acute suppurative perforated appendix. It was an appendix that fought against its owner's eating and drinking, fought against revolution, and worked hard to grow into a rare appendix monster. The nurse smiled and brought the tray back. She was already used to these things. Sometimes, she would even eat when it was time to eat. It did not affect her at all, Chen Bingxing said, send it to the pathology department for a checkup. The nurse nodded and left. The man seemed to have lost the effect of the anesthetic. He was very quick-witted. Doctor, my stomach is anesthetized. Logically speaking, my stomach should be anesthetized too, right? Why did I feel nauseous when I saw that thing just now? And nausea? Chen Song felt that this man had raised a very profound question. How could he feel nausea when his stomach was anesthetized? How philosophical, Chen Bingxing laughed. That's nausea. It's a psychological problem. The nurse in the operating room could not help but laugh. Even Chen Song laughed heartily. The man scratched his head and said, that makes sense. It seemed that the anesthetic had not worn off yet. Before he could react, he had already been pushed out of the operating room and sent to the ward. Anesthesiologist Lu Jian walked over. When he saw that Chen Song's surgery had ended, he smiled. How does it feel to be the chief surgeon for the first time? Chen Song sighed. I don't have the thrill of being the chief surgeon. Lu Jian was stunned. What's the thrill of being the chief surgeon? Chen Song, you want your assistant? Boss Chen was the first assistant in my life, but he didn't even pay attention to me, let alone help me. Lu Jian was speechless. You brat, are you trying to act innocent after getting a bargain? Let Chen Bingxing be your assistant? How dare you? Chen Song laughed. He was just joking. He walked out of the operating theater together with Boss Chen. When they were washing their hands, there was no one around. Chen Bingxing could not help but complain, you should go back and practice suturing. What the hell are you suturing? It's so King ugly. I'm too embarrassed to say it in front of everyone. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Ding. High-level NPC Chen Bingxing has issued a quest, upgrade your stitching skill to advanced. Reward, 1 skill point. Chen Song was delighted, there was such a good thing, skin wound suturing, intermediate, 167920000, he had to work harder these few days and focus on upgrading it. It was a waste to use skill points now. He would do it later. But what was the use of skill points? Chen Song was curious. Ding. 1 skill point is required to upgrade a skill from beginner to intermediate. 2 skill points are required to upgrade from intermediate to advanced. 4 skill points are required to upgrade from advanced to master level. 8 skill points are required to upgrade from master level to perfect level. Chen Song nodded. So that's how it is. Skill points were used to upgrade a skill's level. He should keep this precious skill point for himself. He had gained a lot in the morning. Ding. NPC Chen Bingxing's mission completed. Completed 2 appendicitis surgeries. Completion rate is good. Obtained, Chen Bingxing's experience in appendicitis *1, Boss Chen's experience in appendicitis surgery, is this useful? Chen Song clicked to accept it. A string of information immediately flew into his mind. Random entry. Unbearable, it was full of bloody scenes. Lao Chen's experience in appendicitis was the experience he had accumulated through surgery after surgery. In the end, it turned into Lao Chen's experience. Chen Song slowly savored it. Gradually, these things became Chen Song's own. They were constantly digested and absorbed in his mind, assimilated, ding. Digested and absorbed Chen Bingxing's experience in appendicitis surgery. Obtained plus 1000 experience points in appendicitis surgery. Ding. Your appendicitis skill has been upgraded to intermediate, appendicitis surgery, 300-2000, intermediate. Chen Song was delighted, 1000 experience points in appendicitis surgery. That was too rich, it felt so good, Chen Song felt as if he had ascended. This feeling was too wonderful for words. Boss Chen, do you have any more experience? In one morning, he had earned 300 yuan from 2 surgeries. Wonderful. Sigh, how was he going to spend so much money? The life of the rich was so boring, and boring. After returning to the department, Chen Bingxing went home after work and had a good meal. Chen Song sat in the on-call room and was too lazy to go home. It was not as comfortable as the on-call room. He took out his phone and ordered takeout. Thinking that he had earned money today, Chen Song decided to eat something good. There was a good Lanzhou beef ramen nearby. Chen Song immediately opened it. However, there was too little meat in Lanzhou beef ramen. Although it tasted good, there were only 2 slices of meat in a bowl of ramen. How about a bowl of freedom of beef? Chen Song suddenly had a scary idea. Thinking about the unexpected income of more than 300 yuan today, Chen Song felt that he had become a little bold. When he ordered Lanzhou beef ramen, he even dared to ask for more beef. He ordered a bowl of beef ramen. It was 12 yuan. However, a bowl of beef would cost 3 yuan. Chen Song gritted his teeth and added 10 yuan, 30 yuan. Master Chen wanted to enjoy a bowl of freedom of beef, thinking of the boss's dumbfounded and worshipful expression. Chen Song smacked his lips, afraid that his saliva would flow out. Sigh, the life of the rich was so boring, he even dared to add 10 servings of beef to his ramen. This should be the life of the rich. After scrolling through his phone for a while, he looked at the updates of his favorite authors. Half an hour passed unknowingly. The takeout arrived. Chen Song opened the packaging longingly and was about to enjoy the pleasure of eating meat when suddenly, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Was this the so-called 30 yuan worth of beef, the so-called freedom of beef? Chen Song saw dozens of slices of beef as thin as cicadas' wings floating on the surface, exuding a faint fragrance. There were only 20 slices, right? However, Chen Song felt that he could finish all the beef in one bite if he rolled it into a ball. Was this the 30 yuan worth of beef? Chen Song wanted to cry. He could buy a caddy of beef for 30 yuan and stew it himself. Taking a deep breath, Chen Song finished the expensive bowl of beef ramen with tears in his eyes. What a loss. However, at this moment, Chen Song suddenly realized something. The 30 yuan worth of beef had 20 slices, and each bowl of ramen only had 2 slices. This meant that he could make 10 bowls of beef ramen. A bowl of ramen cost 12 slices, which was 120 yuan. In other words, the boss could sell these 20 slices of beef for 120 yuan. He sold the beef to him for only 30 yuan, which meant that the boss lost 90 yuan. Although he lost 30 yuan, the boss also lost 90 yuan from Chen Song. In this case, there was only one truth. This round could not be considered a failure. At most, it could be considered a loss for both sides. Sigh, I'm really king genius. I had to fight with the boss to buy a bowl of ramen. I'm mentally tired. I'll eat spicy hot pot tomorrow. The next morning, Chen Song arrived at the department. It was also past 7 o'clock. Ding. Daily mission, complete 3 skin sutures today. Mission reward, skin suture experience plus 30. RMB plus 50. Suture. Chen Song felt a little embarrassed when he remembered how Boss Chen said his sutures were ugly yesterday. Last night, He even went online to search for a video of cosmetic surgeries. Cosmetic surgeries had higher requirements for sutures, especially for dermatological surgeons. However, watching videos was not as good as doing it himself, because he found that his suture experience had only increased by a few points. Just as Xianxia was in a daze, a nurse came over and said, "Dr. Xiaochen, come and help. Dr. Qin and the patient are quarreling." Xianxia was taken aback. He quickly followed the nurse. Xianxia heard a commotion before he reached the medicine changing room. He pushed the door open and saw Qin wearing a mask and holding a suture. The patient was a 3-year-old child. There was a cut on his hand, probably caused by a sharp instrument when he fell to the ground. The cut was quite deep, and he needed a tetanus injection. The suture of the wound needed to be done as soon as possible. The child was crying and making a fuss, and the child's parents were anxious and distressed. "Can you do it? If you can't, can you get another doctor?" The suture took so long, and the child suffered so much. Qin was unhappy when he heard that. "Can't you speak properly? Am I not anxious? But the child is in so much pain, and you won't even let me use anesthetics. The suture needle is suturing flesh. Do you think it's cloth? It's full of holes, and you want to drill in? This is flesh, sister. How can it not hurt? I can't do anything when the child is making a fuss. How do you want me to suture it? You're really a parent. The child is crying in pain, and you won't let me use anesthetics. You're blaming the doctor?" The middle-aged woman blushed. "Can anesthetics work? The TV shows that anesthetics have a numbing effect on the child's nerves. How old is this child? If I don't let you use anesthetics, what if it's bad for the child in the future? Where's your chief physician? I want your chief physician to suture it. You're just a junior doctor. Why do you have to find an objective reason for your lack of skills?" Qin was so angry that he almost laughed. There was a type of logic called the patient's divine logic. Xianxia walked over and said, all right. Big sis, please calm down first. The child is crying so hard right now. Let's suture it first. We can't just leave it hanging like this, right? Our chief is not at work yet. Waiting is not a solution. Let me suture the child, okay?" After that, Xianxia turned around and gave the nurse a look, asking her to take Qin away. Seeing that Xianxia was tall and handsome, and most importantly, he was a male doctor, the big sister was not so angry anymore. However, he still muttered a few words. "What kind of quality is this?" Xianxia sighed and said, "Big sister, just press down on the child a little. I'll suture it, but it'll definitely hurt a little without anesthetics. Just hold the child down and don't move around." After he finished speaking, Xianxia took out the suture kit. The suture needles in the suture kit all had thread, so it saved a lot of trouble. Suturing a child was a very difficult thing to do. The skin nerves were densely distributed, and the child was also very sensitive. The hand was also rich in blood vessels and nerves, so it was easy for the child to move around. Therefore, this kind of small wound that only needed 2 or 3 stitches had to be stable, accurate, and ruthless. It had to be fast. However, if the suture needle wanted to drill into the flesh, not only did it need strength, it also needed a very sharp suture needle. Now, there was a special needle puncture force tester for suture needles, infusion needles, puncture needles, and other needles. This was a problem that the international community was constantly working on. There was no doubt that the higher the puncture force, the easier it was to suture. In this way, the safety of the suture, the ease of operation, and other comprehensive performance would be improved. Otherwise, the body was originally made of very tough materials. It would be difficult to pierce the needle through, and it would naturally be difficult to control it. The difficulty of suturing would also be greatly increased. This was especially true for children, the elderly with poor skin elasticity, and manual workers with tight skin and strong muscles. The requirement for the puncture force of the needle was even higher. After Xianxia disinfected the child again, he picked up the puncture needle and thought about it for a while before he started. With a little force, the suture needle instantly entered the skin. Then, when it passed through the flesh, Xianxia felt as if he was passing through tofu. What the f*ck? He instinctively felt a sense of shock in his heart. The effect of the sharpness +1 was actually so obvious. although he was surprised, Xianxia still quickly sutured without batting an eyelid. He flipped the needle out of the flesh and pierced it again without any obstruction. It was too easy. The child was still crying, but it was not as noisy as before. Xianxia spent less than 30 seconds to complete the 3 stitches. With a smooth surgical knot, the suture came to an end. Xianxia looked at the child's mother. Try not to touch water for the next 3 days. Come in a week to change the dressing. I'll see if I can remove the stitches. Also, for the child's safety, I suggest that you get a tetanus shot. After all, the wound is quite deep. I'm worried about infection. When the child's mother saw Xianxia suturing, she had already decided to listen to him, because it was too smooth, too smooth. It was very difficult for the female doctor to suture with the needle just now. Okay, doctor, I'll listen to you. By the way, I'll come to you when I change the dressing, right? The woman's eyes were full of anticipation. Xianxia smiled and nodded. Okay. In fact, the parent did not have any ill intentions. It was all for the child's good. She loved her child and was inevitably excited. The child pouted. It was still very painful. After all, without anesthetics, even adults could not stand it, let alone children. He really did not know what the parent was thinking. The child's big eyes were full of tears. One of his hands was hanging in the air, and he did not know what to do. Thank you, uncle. Xianxia immediately smiled. This child was quite polite. Ding. Skin suture completed, 1/3. Obtained suture experience plus 10, RMB plus 10, experience plus 10. Watching the 2 leave, Xianxia fell into deep thought. Sharpness plus 1. Wasn't this a tribute too abnormal? He usually sutured often, but this was a completely different feeling. He felt that when the needle went through the skin and muscle today, the resistance was significantly reduced. Unimpeded, suturing was a technical job, because you had to master the resistance of different sizes of needle tips entering the human body, then choose the best suture point, and finally achieve the goal of suturing. This feeling was very difficult to achieve without 10 or 20 years of practice. There were many kinds of sutures, such as skin suture, tendon suture, ligament suture, fascia suture, blood vessel anastomosis. The completion of each kind of suture required countless mastery of different materials. It would be great if it was really like in the novels, but, at this moment, Xianxia felt that the difficulty of suturing was reduced a lot for him. When he returned to the office, Xianxia sat there and seemed to be sulking. Xianxia smiled. Oh? Are you still angry? Parents are just too concerned about their children. Xianxia rolled his eyes at Xianxia and pouted. Oh? You traitor, who are you siding with? Traitor? Xianxia laughed. Of course, I'm siding with our Xianxia. But you've been in the hospital for so long, and there are a lot of disputes in the emergency department. Haven't you gotten used to it? Did you forget what the old chief said when you entered the emergency department? When you enter the emergency department, you have to throw your dignity, hobbies, and character aside. You just have to remember that you're a doctor. Your job is to treat patients and save lives. Xianxia sighed and continued Xianxia's words. After he finished speaking, Xianxia was still a little unhappy. But I still think that why? I've been in college for 5 years, and I've been in graduate school for 3 years. I'm also a houseman who transferred to another department. Why do I have to be inferior to others? Who isn't raised by their parents? Who isn't the treasure of their family? I've sacrificed so much. Can't I get some dignity back? Xianxia did not reply. It was the truth. Xianxia continued, sometimes, I feel that the world is very unfair. I'm more outstanding and hardworking than them. I've worked hard for so many years, and I've sacrificed so much. After so many years of studying, I get a salary of more than 3,000 RMB a month. I'm almost 30 years old, but I still can't stand on my own 2 feet. Look at others. My high school classmate found a job after he graduated from college, and now he's in the middle. He gets a salary of more than 10,000 RMB a month. What about me? What can I do with 3,000 RMB? If it weren't for the fact that I'm too busy to go shopping and spend money, I'd probably starve to death. When Chen Song heard this, he could not help but laugh. Indeed, this was how doctors worked. Regardless of whether they earned money or not, they did not have time to spend it. Besides, Xianxia was still technically a houseman, so he naturally did not receive any bonuses. After Xianxia finished complaining, Corey's men arrived one after another. When Qin Bingxing heard Xianxia's complaints, he immediately laughed. Little Qin? If I were you, with such a two-dimensional appearance, I would find a rich husband and marry him. Then, I would go to a nursing home and live a leisurely life. Although Yanjun didn't like to smile, he still said, I agree. Xianxia smiled. Teacher Chen, Teacher In, you're here. I just felt bad just now. Let's be frank. Actually, I think the emergency department is pretty good. I save so many lives every day. I feel that my job is at least valuable and meaningful. At this moment, Xianxia's superior doctor, Xianxia, walked in. Oh, it's so lively here. What are they talking about? Little Qin, did anything happen to the patients last night? Xianxia stuck his tongue out at Chen Song and quickly stood up to report. Teacher, everything was calm last night. The chief of the emergency department was Li Baoshan. After he came in, he looked at everyone. Let's change shifts first. After that, we'll have a small meeting. In the emergency department, other than Li Baoshan, there were 12 doctors. They were divided into 6 groups, 1 senior doctor and 1 junior doctor. There were 3 groups of internal medicine and 3 groups of surgery. The arrangement was reasonable. When it was time to change shifts, there were more than 30 nurses and more than 10 doctors. The room was full of people. There was nothing special last night. After reporting the situation of the new patients and the treatment of the doctors on duty last night, Li Baoshan looked at everyone and said, this year is the anniversary of the hospital. The hospital leaders decided to solve the contract problem of a group of staff. Our emergency department has the most staff in the hospital. We have 6 nurses and 3 doctors. I know that everyone works very hard. However, I don't have the final say in this assessment. It is organized by the hospital. This requires everyone to work hard. There are 3 doctors in our department. The surgical group, Chen Song and Wang Yong. The internal medicine group, Hu Tao and Zhao Qingkai. This assessment will be conducted in secret. We invited experts from other hospitals. Everyone, please be prepared. What do you mean? This assessment is not a centralized one. Instead, there will be a special inspection team. They will give you a comprehensive score based on your usual skills, work efficiency, service attitude, and so on. They may observe you through the camera when you receive the patients. They may also observe you when you treat the patients. They may even observe you during the surgery. I'm just reminding everyone today. As for the time, it should be at the beginning of next month. I hope that everyone can solve the contract problem smoothly. Okay, dismissed. This news was a little shocking. Secret inspection system? Isn't that too mysterious? Yes, that's right. This news was a little shocking to everyone. However, it was also a good thing. At least it was fair. However, it was different in Chen Song's ears. Ding. High-level NPC Li Baoshan issued a mission, pass the assessment and become an official staff of the department. Sign the contract. Mission completion reward, receive Li Baoshan's skill. Chen Song's eyes suddenly lit up. Director Li's skill, this was too good, right? According to the level, Director Li was a big boss above level 80. Any equipment he dropped should be purple equipment. If he dropped a skill book, it should be at least high level. After all, Li Baoshan was a famous doctor in Danyang province. He had been in the medical field for decades. He had been transferred to many hospitals and performed more than 10,000 surgeries. He was well received. Not only was he benevolent and generous, but he also had superb medical skills. He was 57 years old and was the vice president of Danyang Emergency Medical Association and Danyang Surgical Medical Association. Director Li was a big shot. Chen Song looked at the question mark above Director Li's head and was full of yearning. Any bit of scrap from Director Li's body would be enough for him to eat. No, he had to seize the time and work hard to be prepared at any time. At this time, Chen Song suddenly saw Qin Yu staring at him. Chen Song suddenly became vigilant. This little girl couldn't have taken a fancy to him, right? No, he had to find out. Qin Yu, an emergency doctor with a hero complex. He likes to complain and watch anime. Favorability, 16. Chen Song was embarrassed. 16 favorability points? Alright, this old man has wronged you and thought too highly of himself. Chen Song took a deep breath. The work in the morning was still ward rounds and medical records. Boss Chen said, there's a surgery in the morning. You'll go and suture it. Chen Song was stunned. You only want me to suture it? Boss, I think you need to re-evaluate my level and strength. Yes, Chen Song felt that he had become arrogant. Chen Song was stunned for a moment and patted the medical record on Chen Song's chest. Here, I'll give you the medical record. You do it. Chen Song smiled with satisfaction. That's right, then, he opened the medical record book. Subtotal gastrectomy. After looking at these few words, Chen Song sighed. Sigh, isn't this bullying? Then, he took a deep breath. Comrade Chen Bingxing, life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully me because I'm poor. A few years later, I can also do, Chen Bingxing glared. Get lost. Go and write the medical record. Chen Song smiled embarrassedly and quickly closed the medical record book. Okay. Boss, I think I should listen to your arrangements and learn how to suture properly. Today's surgery was a subtotal gastrectomy. Chen Bingxing did not do it alone. Instead, he invited the attending physician of the general surgery department, Zhang Zhixin. Zhang Zhixin and Chen Bingxing were old classmates. After graduation, they came to the secondary hospital together. However, one went to the general surgery department while the other stayed in the emergency department. However, this did not affect their cooperation. They often invited each other to participate in surgeries. Firstly, it was because emergency surgeries were more complicated. They had to do everything. However, it was difficult to complete a general surgery alone. They had to invite doctors from other departments to complete it. Today's surgery was like that. Today's surgery was a subtotal gastrectomy, also known as a subtotal gastrectomy. Subtotal gastrectomy was not as simple as just resection. It was very different from appendectomy. There were 3 main steps. The first was to remove the large and small bowels of the stomach. The second was to cut off the duodenum and then the stomach. The last was to reconstruct the gastrointestinal tract. Of course, it was definitely much more difficult to do than to talk about it. As a rookie, Chen Song's main job was also very clear: retractor, not suction to stop bleeding flatter, clean up the equipment. Oh. It rhymed. Sigh. I must be a poet who was delayed by medicine. After all, Lu Sun, Guamorwa, Yu Dafu, Ms. Bing Xin, Ms. Bai Shumin, Chekhov, and countless other living examples told us that if one could not learn medicine, one could change to literature. After all, the ancestors also said, a scholar who learns medicine is like catching a chicken in a cage. It should be the same in reverse. His talent was really limited. Otherwise, he would have gone to Luo Dao, Fei Xiang, Wang Lihong, Mao Bai, and the others. These were all advanced representatives who abandoned medicine after graduating from medical school to pursue art. Sigh, it seemed that those who studied medicine were all geniuses. Zhang Zhixin studied general surgery, but he got a cosmetic doctor's license halfway through. It was said that he opened a plastic surgery studio with others outside. Usually, he mainly pierced double eyelids, tattooed eyebrows, opened the corners of the eyes, and injected hyaluronic acid. It was said that he made a lot of money every day. The surgery was about to begin. Chen Song did not understand this kind of surgery very well, so he could only learn silently at the side. However, he was staring at Zhang Zhixin with sparkling eyes that could speak. It was not because of anything else, he just wanted to freeload some skills. Newbie in the operating theater, there is a 1% chance of learning other people's skills. Chen Song felt that he should build a good relationship with this big shot and learn some cosmetic surgery skills. Not for anything else, but in the future, he could do double eyelid surgery for his girlfriend without spending any money. The operation had begun. The first thing to do was to perform an exploratory laparotomy. Chen Bingxing was the chief surgeon for the incision on the midline of the upper abdomen. After cutting open the peritoneum layer by layer, the peritoneum was opened and the exploration began. Chen Bingxing watched carefully while Zhang Jixin helped. Chen Bingxing, no ascites. The liver, gallbladder, pancreas, spleen, small intestine, and colon are all normal. The gastric wall is smooth and slightly edematous. The gastric body is obviously enlarged, but the lymph nodes around the stomach are not swollen. There is a 2 by 1 times 0. 5 cm ulcer near the lesser curvature of the stomach near the pylorus. The texture is slightly hard, and it is slightly adhered to the gallbladder. The local scar formation, traction, and contracture caused the pyloric canal to narrow. The inner diameter of the pyloric canal is about 0.5 cm, and the narrowed section is 2 cm long. The duodenum is involved. During the operation, it was clearly diagnosed that the pyloric canal ulcer caused an incomplete pyloric obstruction. Zhang Jixin nodded. Okay. Chen Song, Boss Chen, you're awesome. Nurse Jean Lele, Nurse B, Chen Bingxing's professionalism was still very good. He often performed this kind of surgery, so naturally, he did not feel too much pressure. However, he still glared at Chen Song. Next time I won't call Dr. Zhang. You'll be my assistant. This time, you have to watch carefully. Zhang Jixin sighed. Do you think I'm splitting the money? Heh. Men. In fact, the operating theater was really not as serious as one would think. There were often some jokes that flowed out from time to time. Moreover, as a closed environment, the operating theater was always a gathering place for gossip, and the gynecology operating theater was even known as the king of gossip in the hospital, up to whose children belonged to whose parents, down to whose doctors and nurses were unclear, and even some leaders and employees were unclear. Chen Song was really impressed by Boss Chen's awesomeness just now. A series of professional terms came out of his mouth, and he was much more pretentious. However, in Chen Song's eyes, it was a different situation. If Chen Song was the one speaking just now, it might be like this: liver, gallbladder, pancreas, spleen, and small intestine are green without any abnormalities. Stomach is a red-named monster. The reason for the red name was found in the lower part of the greater curvature of the stomach. Pyloric tube ulcer caused by incomplete pyloric obstruction, level 39 pyloric ulcer obstruction monster, normal monster. Characteristics: slight adhesion between the ulcer and the gallbladder, local scar formation and traction. Contracture caused the pyloric tube to narrow, the inner diameter of the pyloric tube to shrink, and the duodenum is involved. Suggestion: excision. TSK. Seeing the level 39 monster active there, Chen Song's eyes were full of excitement. After all, this was a high-level monster with a lot of experience. Unfortunately, he could only look. However, Chen Song looked very seriously. Every surgery was an opportunity to learn. Chen Song would not give up such a good learning opportunity. First, there was separation. The stomach was not just hanging in the stomach like a light bulb. There were various mesenteries, ligaments, blood vessels, and autonomic nerves around it. This fixed the stomach in the abdominal cavity. Otherwise, if you walked a few steps after eating, you would have a sagging stomach. The first thing to do was to separate the stomach. It was also the work that showed the most skill and patience. Chen Bingxing carefully lifted the stomach and cut open the gastrocolic ligament in the area without blood vessels to the left of the greater curvature. Then, he moved along the greater curvature to the left and cut off the gastrocolic ligament. The surgery went smoothly. He was even more skillful with Zhang Jixin. After the surgery, he cleaned up the instruments and closed the abdomen. Chen Bingxing stood up and gave Chen Song a look. Suture. Chen Song sneered. Mortal, it's time to witness a miracle. Today, I'll let you see my progress. Chen Song picked up the suture needle. The nurse had already threaded the suture. Chen Song was much more skilled at picking up the needle and thread compared to yesterday. Moreover, the skin of the abdomen was flat to begin with. There were not many curves. The suture needle in his hand was like a butterfly flying through flowers. It kept going back and forth on the abdomen. Indeed, Chen Song felt that there was an obvious difference after the sharpness +1. It did not take long for the suture to be completed. After Chen Bingxing took a look, he could not help but be stunned. He stared at Chen Song curiously. Okay. But Zhang Jixin smiled. Xiao Chen, your hand is suitable for surgery. This suture is very good, but it's still lacking. You have the talent, but you lack the skill. Suddenly, Zhang Jixin turned and asked, Xiao Chen, are you going to work tomorrow or the day after? Chen Song turned and saw the arrow above Zhang Jixin's head converging into a question mark. There's a mission? Ding. Your suture has attracted the attention of an intermediate NPC. After a detailed chat, you may receive a mission. Chen Song's eyes lit up. Zhang Jixin had a mission for him. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow were Saturday and Sunday. What kind of mission would it be? What should he do now? Bootlicker, that's right. How should he bootlick? Bootlick. All around, multi-angle, no blind spots. Bootlick, Chen Song quickly said, no problem. I'm off tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Teacher Zhang, is there anything I can help you with? Zhang Jixin smiled, well, there's a small matter. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, my studio has a few surgeries. I think I need an assistant. I see that your foundation is quite good. Can you come and help me? Food is free, 300 yuan a day. Chen Song stared with his eyes wide open. Boss Chen, look at this. What is magnanimous? What is a boss? Boss Zhang is magnanimous. Chen Bingxing sneered. You ungrateful, money-grubbing thing. Get out of here. Chen Song laughed. Boss, don't worry. My love for you is unwavering. I won't sell you just because you don't have enough money. I'm just following Boss Zhang to make money. When I come back, I'll bring you to wash your feet. The operating room was once again filled with excitement. Ding. Intermediate NPC Zhang Jixin has issued a mission. Mission requirement, be Zhang Jixin's assistant for 2 days. Completion reward, 1, special reward, 2 renminbi plus 1,000. When Chen Song saw the mission reward, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What was the special reward? Although he didn't know what it was, he knew that it was 1,000 renminbi. Not to mention other things, just the temptation of 1,000 renminbi was enough to make Chen Song fall for it. How did the lyrics go again? Your money is like a tide, the money is like a tide pushing me towards you, follow closely, money is like a tide surrounding you and me. The next day, Chen Song arrived at the place Zhang Jixin requested early in the morning. This was a medical office that Zhang Jixin and a few bosses had set up together. It wasn't big, but it had all the essentials and all kinds of advanced equipment. Even Chen Song couldn't name it. There were a few young nurses who were already busy preparing. It had to be said that the appearance and temperament of the nurses in this kind of private institution were far better than those in public hospitals. And most importantly, the design of the nurses' uniform satisfied many men's fantasies of nurses. While Chen Song secretly gave him full marks, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The evil capitalism, the rotten monetary system, ding. Daily mission, assist in the completion of 3 double eyelid surgery. Mission rewards, 1, experience plus 100, 2, RMB plus 100. Chen Song accepted with satisfaction. It's great to be rich. When the nurse in pink saw Chen Song walk in, she thought he was here for something. Naturally, she went up and asked, Sir, how can I help you? Chen Song shook his head and prepared to answer. However, he saw a car stop at the entrance. Zhang Jixin got out of the car. F***ck, Mr. Zhang was so overbearing. Looking at the domineering Toyota Prado parked at the door, Chen Song was caught off guard. After all, how could anyone who worked in the hospital drive a good car? All of them were driving ordinary cars that cost around 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. Where had you seen such a domineering car model and style? Of course, Chen Song was not inexperienced. There was no lack of luxury cars in the hospital parking lot. Chen Song had even seen Rolls-Royce before. However, when he saw the tall Zhang Jixin get out of the Prado, Chen Song was still a little surprised. After all, Zhang Jixin usually kept a low profile. Sigh, really, he was really rich, envious. Zhang Jixin saw Chen Song and walked over with a smile. You're here. You're so early. Chen Song instantly turned into a bootlicker. Of course. I should do my best to do what Mr. Zhang instructed me to do. Zhang Jixin chuckled. You brat. Xiaolan, find a new white coat for Dr. Chen. He's here to help. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Chen from the Emergency Surgery Department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. He's single. Hee, everyone, hold on tight. The few young nurses at the front desk quickly stood up and bowed. Hello, Dr. Chen. Chen Song quickly covered his heart because when they bent down, they would expose their U-points, so deep, evil capitalism, rotten capitalists, so envious. When Zhang Jixin saw this scene, he immediately smiled and teased, how is it? Isn't it beautiful? It's all done by me. Chen Song was stunned. WTF, what the hell? The few women proudly straightened their backs. Chen Song felt his breathing become a little faster. Could this be the so-called breast enhancement and food? Really? Chen Song suddenly realized the benefits of being a plastic surgeon. If you have a girlfriend, you can do whatever you want, even if you like men, you can do it for you. Scary, envious, jealous, expectant, several emotions mixed together in Chen Song's mind, constantly attacking his bottom line. The oldest girl at the front desk smiled and held up her chest with both hands. This is the original. Chen Song fled. He suddenly felt that today's trip was a little too hasty. Also, Boss Chen, before I left, did you forget to remind me that the women at the foot of the mountain are tigers, very wild? Suddenly, there was a lot of chatter and laughter at the front desk. Sigh, a private hospital is so good. The atmosphere, the clothes, the chest, I really want to join them, it must be very warm. He followed Zhang Jixin to the office next door. After sitting down, Zhang Jixin said, actually, cosmetic medicine is not as complicated as you think. It's very simple. Today, you will help me out and learn more. Also, let's be honest. This is different from the hospital. You work and earn your own money. Other than the money you hand over to the company, everything else is yours. Lao Chen likes you very much. He doesn't want you to go back to your hometown because of financial reasons. He thinks that you are quite good, so he greeted me and asked me to guide you. Chen Song was dumbfounded, so that's how it is? Boss Chen still loves me. Chen Song quickly smiled and said sincerely, thank you, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Jixin smiled. In the future, you can come over directly when you are free. During this period, you will mainly focus on learning about double eyelids. Then, I will find someone to sign you up for a class and get you a certificate in cosmetic medicine. When the time comes, you will be able to practice more. Also, I know your standard. You are very good and have a solid foundation. I can't promise you anything else, but if you come over for a day, regardless of whether you perform surgery or not, you will get a basic salary of 300 renminbi a day. As for how much you earn, it depends on your ability. If you can perform a double eyelid surgery independently, I will give you 1,000 renminbi per surgery for 5,000 renminbi. I don't own this place alone, so there are many people who will split the money. Plus, the equipment investment is quite high. Giving you 1,000 renminbi per surgery is not a small amount. Don't worry about the source of customers. Just do what a doctor should do. Speaking up to this point, Zhang Jixin stood up and took a sip of tea. We are all on the same side. You should get started as soon as possible. In the future, when I come over, I will call you directly. Try to come over as soon as possible. Get started as soon as possible. Chen Song's face turned red when he heard that much money. All the blood in his body had gathered on his face. It was as if a gentleman would die for his bosom friend, and a poor man would lick the rich man's boots. Okay. Boss Zhang, I will do my best until my death. Zhang Jixin spat out a mouthful of water. You brat, don't die. If you die, Lao Chen will really kill me. I really doubt it. Oh right. Xiao Chen, you and Lao Chen both have the same surname. Are you related? Chen Song thought carefully for a long time. We are not related by blood. I am type O and he is type A. There is also no improper relationship between us. Speaking up to this point, Chen Song asked with some apprehension, Boss Zhang, are you jealous? Zhang Jixin, pfft. Zhang Jixin spat out a mouthful of blood. Why the F***ck am I jealous? P.S. This book has been officially signed. I hope that everyone can vote for the veterans. Thank you. After all, veterans are no longer newbies. To be honest, I am looking forward to being on the new book list. The new book list is actually a way to promote the book. At this moment, a nurse at the front desk knocked on the door. The two of them looked up and Xianxia realized that it was the original girl. Dr. Zhang, the first patient for double eyelid surgery, Ms. Qian, is here. Zhang Jixin nodded and turned to look at Xianxia. Okay, let's go, kid. Stop staring and get to work. Xianxia roared in his heart, I didn't look, I didn't, you're talking nonsense. You're slandering me, framing me. He reluctantly moved away from the original girl, it made the original girl tremble. Xianxia clutched his heart. Ouch, it hurts. Su Ro, front desk staff of Jixin Plastic Surgery Clinic. Hot body, wild heart. Hint, her rank is too high, please stay away. Favorability, 1, Xianxia was speechless. Hot body, wild heart, wasn't this the kind of dream he had when he had a dream in spring? Xianxia quickly shook his head. No, this rank is too high, I can't handle it. As the saying goes, wild will make them afraid, besides, they'll be colleagues in the future. They're too close, thinking of this, Xianxia sighed. Also, when he saw Su Ro's watch, Xianxia suddenly sobered up. Xianxia, where's your self-cultivation as a poor guy? Thinking about his wallet, Xianxia's eyes instantly regained clarity. People, if he didn't look at his Alipay balance, he wouldn't know what clarity was. Sometimes, being poor was more effective than any medicine. Being poor. It could make you instantly regain your rationality, make you instantly motivated, make you abandon all unrealistic fantasies, and make you wake up when faced with temptation. That's right, poverty cures all diseases. Poor to the point of rationality. Oh. It rhymes again. I'm definitely suitable to abandon medicine and pursue literature. The first surgery was for Ms. Qian, who was about 30 years old. She was dressed properly and was led into the surgery room by the nurse. The woman's eyes were long and narrow, giving off a gloomy feeling. She looked a little like a fox? No, Xianxia couldn't describe it, but the overall feeling was very uncomfortable. Yes, like willow leaves, Xianxia was suddenly stunned. Weren't willowy eyes and arched eyebrows used to describe beautiful women? Moreover, the phoenix eyes also had a long and narrow charm. Xianxia bet that the ancient people must have some misunderstanding about willow leaves. With the width and length of a willow leaf placed on your face, you still want to look charming. If your eyes really had the width and length of willow leaves, then congratulations, you would definitely be ugly. These sisters must have been tortured by the willow leaf eyes for a long time and finally couldn't bear it any longer. Did they want to do it? If he pulled his eyelids up a little, perhaps he would be able to change his appearance? Xianxia realized that beauty treatments not only required superb medical skills, but also extremely high aesthetic standards. After all, a cosmetologist was not only a surgeon, but also a designer and artist. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt a trace of admiration for the tall and mighty Zhang Jixin. However, Xianxia felt that there was something wrong. How could such a boorish man become an artist? He looked at the mirror in the distance. In comparison, he was more like a handsome, aesthetic, artistic, skillful plastic surgeon with superb medical skills. However, it was Xianxia's first time here after all. He felt that he should keep a low profile, so he could only keep silent. The woman smiled bitterly. Dr. Zhang, I'm entrusting my future to you. Zhang Jixin was stunned and joked, I am only responsible for the restoration of the product, not the peripheral services. My double eyelid surgery also has to be responsible for your marriage and childbirth plan. This is a bit difficult. Ms. Qian was optimistic and laughed, you have to believe in your skills. If you do it well, what if it becomes extremely beautiful? After everyone laughed, Zhang Jixin said seriously, okay, don't be nervous. Let me analyze it for you. Your current situation is more suitable for the open fan shape. This is also one of the most classic double eyelids, similar to peach blossom eyes. It is more popular among young girls. Speaking of this, Zhang Jixin picked up a book on the table. There were many beautiful girls in it. The feature of the open fan shape is that the inside is narrow and the outside is wide. It is more suitable for people like you who have a moderate distance between the eyebrows and the eyes and thin eyelids. After the surgery, the horizontal axis of the eyes will be at a certain angle to the ground. The corners of the eyes will be slightly raised and you will have a feeling of high spirits. Your eyes are flat now. They're thin and long. So, the purpose of our surgery is to pull up your eyelids according to your eye shape. While creating double eyelids, the corners of your eyes will be slightly raised with a certain degree of arc. This way, your eyes will be the real willow leaf shape. It's very beautiful. Zhang Jixin's explanation could be said to make Ms. Qian in high spirits. It was as if she saw her future through the mirror. If the hospital was to save health, then the plastic surgery hospital was to save beauty. One was a basic need, the other was a spiritual pursuit. Ms. Qian suddenly smiled and asked, "How much?" "Doctor?" "Zhang Jixin, the surgery fee is 6,600 yuan, but you were introduced by Sister Zhang, so 5,000 yuan is enough. But after you are done, you have to go out more and do publicity for me." Ms. Qian was full of joy. 5,000 yuan was not a lot. The ancients said, "Youth is wasted and nothing is fixed." What is the sorrow of a white head? The material foundation determined the superstructure. Chen Song looked at the mirror. Sigh. Fortunately, he realized that he had a face that saved money. TSK, TSK, TSK. Handsome because he was poor, how logical. The operating theater here was very proper. It was not inferior to the Second Provincial People's Hospital. This showed how strong the capital was. Moreover, the equipment was very new. At a glance, it gave people a feeling that it was very expensive. Zhang Jixin said to Chen Song, "There will be 6 double eyelid surgeries today. Watch more today. We will start tomorrow. Take a good look at what needs to be done and pay attention." After that, he said to Ms. Qian, "We are doing thread embedding, not cutting. Even if the thread embedding is not done well, we can make up for it through cutting and make further corrections." Ms. Qian nodded. Yes, Dr. Zhang, I will leave it to you. I am afraid of pain." Zhang Jixin was speechless. Zhang Jixin looked at Chen Song. The thread embedding method is to directly bury the suture between the skin and the tarsus, causing the upper eyelid to adhere to the tarsus and form a double eyelid. I usually use Chiao Wu-Tsai's surgery method, which is the Chiao-style thread embedding method. The surgery was not much different from usual. After disinfecting the eyes, a bandage was placed. Zhang Jixin said softly, "Close your eyes gently and don't move. Don't use too much strength. I will draw a double eyelid line for you." Chen Song saw Zhang Jixin punctuate the inner, middle, and outer parts. The 3 groups, CD, AB, and EF, were separated by about 2 mm. Compared to Chen Song, the nurse was much more professional. The anesthetic injection was already prepared. Zhang Jixin handed it over without saying anything. "We are using 2% lidocaine and 0.75% bupivacaine for anesthesia. We are using infiltration anesthesia." At this moment, Chen Song suddenly realized that the scene before him changed again. P.S. I just signed the contract for my new book. My number of fans is 0. If you like it, you can tip me 1 yuan. It is not for money. It is really ugly. Chen Song suddenly realized that the color of his eyelids was yellow. What did yellow mean? He remembered it clearly. The color of healthy organs was green, while the lesion was red. Now, there was yellow. What did yellow mean? Ding. Yellow means that it needs to be repaired. It needs to be improved further from perfection. Chen Song was stunned. So it was like north. However, when Chen Song looked up at Ms. Qian again, he suddenly realized that the corners of his lips and the root of his nose had a hint of yellow. This seemed to mean that these areas could be corrected and perfected. Chen Song nodded secretly. So that was what it meant. He turned around, and with a thought, he looked at himself in the mirror. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, he was not yellow. His whole body was green. It was perfect, yes, green. Green. Green? Bah, you want to be green? You don't even have a girlfriend. Dream on. This function was very practical. As long as he thought about it, it would appear. It could not be seen usually. This was a good skill. The surgery continued. Ding. Normal single eyelid, a single eyelid that is disliked by the owner. Its existence affects the beauty of the face. Level 15. Suggestion, it can be corrected to make the eyes more beautiful. The surgery continued. Thread embedding was not difficult. The main thing was that the location of the thread was very important. Then, there was the process of suturing and embedding the thread. This process was even more important. The suturing was directly related to the effect of the surgery and the appearance of the eyelid after the surgery. Zhang Jixin was very careful. Using a number 6 absorbable thread, the 2 needles pierced into the conjunctiva at point A and came out from the corresponding skin surface. The other needle was the same, piercing into the conjunctiva at point A and coming out from the corresponding skin surface. It was the same for the other needle, piercing into the conjunctiva at point A and coming out from the corresponding point B. It came out from the corresponding point B and came out from the point A. The most crucial step was here, ligation. The ligation suture was buried under the skin. The first point was done. Chen Song looked relaxed, but in fact, every needle was on the eyelid. He could not be casual, and he could not be careless. Step by step, Chen Song realized that this was actually a combination of physical and delicate work. Next was the other points. The surgery lasted for almost an hour. Zhang Jixin did not move and finished the surgery one by one. Chen Song, on the other hand, felt a lot of emotions, but he also felt that he had gotten into character a little. The operation was complete. He covered his eyelids with eye pads. He said to Ms. Chen, "Rest here today. I'll open it up tomorrow to see the results." The operation was very successful. "I'm quite satisfied. I'll get the nurse to clean and disinfect you for the next 2 days. Don't touch it yourself. Also, use the antibiotic eye drops for a week." Ms. Chen nodded. Because it was local infiltration anesthesia, it was not considered anesthesia at all. Furthermore, Chen Song felt that there was no need for such a high-end operating theater. It could be done in a treatment room. Chen Song did not reward him too much because he was just following the surgery. However, it opened a window for Chen Song. Surgical skills could only be acquired after you performed it yourself. No matter how much you watched, it was not as good as performing it once. However, Chen Song had also gradually entered the industry. That day, he performed a total of 6 to 7 double eyelid surgeries. Zhang Jixin almost did not stop. He finished one surgery after another and made an appointment in advance. Chen Song also gradually entered the role. From the beginning, he could not adapt to it. Gradually, he began to help with the retractor and had a certain foundation. This made Zhang Jixin have to look at him differently. Just as Chen Bingxing said, Chen Song's surgical talent was really good. He was a good seedling. Moreover, Chen Song was still very young, only in his 20s. For surgeons, age was the lifeline of their career. The earlier he entered the industry, the better. After a tiring day, Chen Song did not find it boring. Instead, he was very excited. The difference between plastic surgery and surgery was to find the problem. Surgery was to find the focus and remove it. Plastic surgery, on the other hand, was to find the inappropriate parts and repair them. It was very interesting. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Song also successfully completed Zhang Jixin's task. Sitting in the office, Zhang Jixin took out an envelope and handed it over. "You've worked hard these 2 days. Do you have any insights?" Chen Song declined. He felt that he could not accept it. Because he could see very clearly that Zhang Jixin did not need his help. He could do it alone. He was guiding him, training him. Chen Song naturally wouldn't say that he didn't appreciate such good intentions. He could not accept this money. Chen Song nodded. "I benefited a lot. Thank you for your guidance, Boss Zhang. But I can't accept this money." Zhang Jixin's expression suddenly changed. He stared at Chen Song seriously. "Do you think your labor is worthless?" Chen Song was stunned. "Zhang Jixin, you're a doctor. Your labor is valuable. You can't underestimate the results of your labor. This is not a matter of being polite or not. I'm not pitying you, but cooperating. I'll give you money and you'll work for me. Right now, you're equivalent to an apprentice. But do you know that a talented apprentice is not easy to find? I'll train you so that you can earn money for me in the future. I'm not just a doctor. I'm also a businessman. We pay attention to equal cooperation. There's no compulsory labor. This is a private hospital. So, you have to take this money. Consider it your internship salary. After that, Zhang Jixin stood up and said, "Let's go. I'll send you home." Chen Song was stunned. He suddenly felt that Boss Zhang's words made sense. He finally found the reason why he was poor. Sitting on the overlord, Chen Song felt domineering. Ding. Intermediate NPC Zhang Jixin issued a mission, be Zhang Jixin's assistant for 2 days. Mission completed. Reward, 1, special reward, 2 renminbi plus 1,000. Chen Song was delighted, he had completed the mission. 1,000 yuan. He did not know how much was in the envelope given by Zhang Jixin. According to him, it should be 600 yuan. He had earned 1,600 yuan in 2 days. This feeling was not bad, he would continue to work hard next week. However, what made Chen Song even more excited was another special reward. What was the special reward? Chen Song did not want to look at it in the car. If there was a transformer or a real-life inflatable doll, it would be hard to explain. Chen Song lived in a village in the city. The rent was cheap. At this time, there were more people here. Chen Song said goodbye to Zhang Jixin in advance and got out of the car. He hurriedly bought some food and returned to the landlord's rented house. After closing the door, Chen Song did not have time to eat. He washed his hands first. After all, who knew if luck was useful or not? He saw a fortune bag on the virtual screen. Chen Song clicked to receive it, ding. Do you want to receive the special reward? Chen Song confirmed, ding. Congratulations, you have received a special reward, fortune bag. Open the fortune bag and you will receive a random gift. Fortune bag, what the hell was a fortune bag? Would there be a big treasure? P.S. Everyone is welcome to give suggestions. Thank you. Ding. Small fortune bag, there is no world inside. Tip, the fortune bag is filled with all kinds of magical items. After opening it, you can get one randomly. It may be a legendary equipment or just 1 yuan. The rarer the item, the lower the chance of getting it. Chen Song understood that this was a lucky gift bag. It was very likely that he would get $1 or a piece of legendary equipment. Of course, Chen Song felt that handsome people would not have bad luck. Thinking of this, Chen Song clicked to open it. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained special skill, beautiful eyes. Beautiful eyes? At this moment, Chen Song discovered that there was a new section in his attribute pane. Special skill, beautiful eyes. Beautiful eyes, passive skill, cannot be upgraded. Beautiful eyes, passive skill, mainly suitable for plastic surgery. Wearing this skill can help you simulate various plastic surgery appearances, better help you to plan the plastic surgery parts perfectly and design the most perfect appearance. Tip, this is the angel's eye. He uses it to find the beauty in life. Wearing this skill, you are the designer of beauty. Chen Song was stunned, damn, divine skill, am I so lucky? For plastic surgeons, this skill was like a cheat code. The eyes of beauty could help him plan the part of the plastic surgery and design the most beautiful appearance and style. This was a divine skill, this was equivalent to giving him the talent of plastic surgery. It might be easy to become a plastic surgeon, but to become an outstanding plastic surgeon, one must have a skill, which was the pursuit of beauty. He must have a particularly outstanding aesthetic. He must combine the features of his facial structure to design the most suitable shape for him. This was the same principle as a hairdresser. Chen Song suddenly felt that he had accidentally gained a magical and powerful passive skill. Phew, calm down, but, what if he could not help it? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, Chen Song laughed wildly. Mad wolf is a kind of attitude, mad wolf, mad wolf. Dong dong dong. There was a sudden knock on the door, which made Chen Song's voice tremble for no reason. It even sounded like a dolphin. Who is it? Chen Song walked to the door and asked in confusion. Me, landlord. Open the door. No, open the door. The voice was indeed the landlady's. Chen Song nodded and opened the door. The soul that weighed more than 100 kilograms stood at the door, panting. Chen Song smiled and said, "Auntie, why are you in the mood to come today?" The auntie sighed. "Let's talk inside." Chen Song looked at the auntie who weighed more than 200 pounds. He hesitated for 3 seconds and decided not to close the door. In case she coveted his beauty, he could still call for help. After entering, the auntie immediately found a chair and sat down. "Chen Song, auntie has something to say to you." Chen Song stood up straight and couldn't help but take a step back. "Auntie, please go ahead." It wasn't that Chen Song didn't like Fatty, but he felt that this was the weight of life that he couldn't bear. The auntie waved her hand. "Come closer. Let me show you something." As she spoke, she zipped up. Then, she took out a phone from her jacket pocket, opened the photo, and said, "Take a look." Chen Song looked at the document on the phone with a look of suspicion. His eyes widened. "Demolition?" The auntie nodded. "Yes, it's demolition. You can't stay here for long. Hurry up and find a house." Chen Song sighed. "Okay." The auntie looked at Chen Song with some disappointment. "Don't think too much of me. I think you're not bad, but you're too young. It's not suitable." Chen Song was frightened and hurriedly nodded. Yes, auntie, you're right." The auntie looked at Chen Song meaningfully. "I knew you were interested in me." Chen Song was filled with terror at this glance. The auntie continued, "Sigh, after the demolition, I was given 10 houses, 2 storefronts, and 8 million in relocation fees. I feel like something is missing. It feels empty. Ever since your uncle left, I've been relying on my daughter alone. It's a tough life. I can't handle it alone. I'm an only child, your uncle's only son. There are 4 elderly people who need to be demolished. Giving them houses, storefronts, and a few million in relocation fees, I can't handle it alone." Chen Song took a deep breath and quickly pretended not to hear her. "Auntie, if you continue, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist following you." The landlady auntie wasn't lying. In this urban village, this auntie had 4 houses. Back then, her father was the village chief. There was nothing else in the house except for a lot of houses. Later on, when she planned to move into the urban village, she built a 5-story building on top of the original foundation for rental business. Later on, when she got married, her husband also took a few houses. There were a total of 7 or 8 houses like this. Just like that, a huge amount of wealth was created. However, she only had these 8 houses now. Her monthly income was in the hundreds of thousands, and her annual rent was in the millions. Chen Song's monthly rent was 900. There were 6 rooms on each floor, making a total of 5 floors. After all, there wasn't such a cheap place around. The auntie's eyes suddenly rolled. "Xiao Chen, do you have a partner now?" Chen Song shook his head. And suddenly thought of something. He quickly nodded. "Auntie, I'm about to have a partner." The landlady was suddenly stunned, as if she didn't believe him. "You're so poor, who would want you? Stop fooling around. Kid, I've never seen you with a girl in the past 2 years." Chen Song felt his heart tighten. He felt a crushing pain in his heart. Don't hit someone in the face, don't expose someone's shortcomings, don't bully a young man for being poor. Upon saying this, the landlady chuckled. "Shall I introduce you to a partner?" Chen Song cried in grievance. "Auntie, I can't take it, my daughter is returning to China. Do you want me to introduce her to you? This little girl stays in Korea all day. I'll definitely pull her back this time. I think you're not bad. Other than being a little poor, you don't have any flaws. You're upright and honest, and you're a doctor. You're quite good. What do you think?" Chen Song shook his head. "Auntie, I appreciate your kindness. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, but I might not stay in AY City. I might stay here for a few years before returning to my hometown. I can't afford to raise your daughter." The auntie said self-righteously, "I'll raise you." "Chen Song," the landlady said, "that's not a problem. If you can conquer my daughter, my dozens of houses, facades, and settlement fees will all be yours, right? Think about it." Chen Song thought about it and realized that it made sense. It was so attractive. However, Chen Song was instantly alerted. The student had surpassed the master. He clearly remembered the first time he rented a house. He had seen a woman who was 1.7 meters tall and weighed 170 kilograms. Thinking of the strength of his family's inheritance, Chen Song trembled. This money was not easy to earn. The landlady auntie continued, "Let's work together. If you can keep my daughter and not leave the country, I'll rent you an apartment for free." Upon saying this, the landlady auntie was somewhat disappointed. "My daughter doesn't want to return to the country, but my health isn't good either. Her grandparents need me to take care of them. The 5 of us are like 5 empty nesters." After this girl left, she became ambitious. She looked down on our AY city and insisted on going outside to achieve something. What is there to achieve? This time, I want to keep my daughter. She can take care of me when I'm old and find a good son-in-law. That way, I can live a peaceful life. I'm not a greedy person. I'm just an ordinary villager without much ability. The times are good and the policies are good. I'm already satisfied that an old woman like me can earn so much money. Actually, the landlady auntie was a good person. She often took care of the tenants. She didn't rush you for the rent. You just had to make up for it. During festivals, she would even give you mooncakes, dumplings. She was very kind. However, the girl went abroad to study after graduating from high school. After all, she didn't get into a good university. Her family gave her away when they had money. She was also a pitiful person. Thinking of this, Chen Song was suddenly stunned. "Chen Song, you're too arrogant, you even dare to pity a billionaire?" The landlady and Chen Song chatted for a while before leaving. Chen Song didn't think much of it. After all, the landlady often came to chat with him about household matters. Chen Song had a good personality and didn't find it annoying, so he was quite used to it. However, this time, Chen Song had to consider the matter of renting a house. With the demolition of the village and the city, he needed to find a new house. Where should he rent? Everywhere was expensive. After downloading 58 Same City, he found that a room near the hospital cost more than 1,500. He also had to pay for the property management's water and electricity. It would cost at least 2,000 a month, Chen Song sighed. Although he had obtained the system and had some daily income, but Chen Song was afraid that it would disappear one day. If a person was used to being poor, they would have a sense of crisis. What if they were beaten back to their original state? When he wasn't busy at night, Chen Song looked at the gradually darkening night outside and sighed. In such a big city, there wasn't even a safe place for himself. There was a huge balcony on the roof of the self-built house. Chen Song walked out of the balcony and looked at the hustle and bustle in the surrounding urban village. Looking at the high-rise buildings hundreds of meters away, he felt like he was in 2 different worlds. That place seemed to be filled with endless temptation and motivation. Countless people worked hard for their entire lives just to settle down in the provincial capital. Chen Song thought the same. No, Chen Song didn't even dare to think about it in the past, because the dream was too far away. Haha. Could it be that he was being pessimistic? Of course not. Most of the time, he was optimistic. Optimistic, that was because the sadness was hidden in the stomach, and the inferiority was suppressed deep in the heart. People were always like that. Only in the dead of night would you know what you look like. Only when you were alone in a corner would you dare to see your true self in the depths of your heart. Chen Song looked at the night sky and silently made a small plan for his life. Chen Song was from the countryside. His parents were honest farmers. Moreover, Chen Song had a younger brother who was going to university this year. With 2 boys, his parents were under a lot of pressure. It wasn't that Chen Song couldn't pass the postgraduate exam, but to be honest, he couldn't afford it, not to mention the annual tuition fee of 8,000 yuan, plus accommodation, it was more than 10,000 yuan. This didn't include food and drink. The state gave him 6,000 yuan for a year of postgraduate study. Indeed, there was a national scholarship, but did he really think it was so easy to get it? He thought of going back to the local hospital, but even if he wanted to go back, he had to use his connections and spend money. He would study medicine for 5 years and live off his parents for 5 years. To be honest, Chen Song was afraid. He was not afraid of hardships and tiredness. If he was really afraid of hardships and tiredness, he wouldn't have come to the emergency department. Private hospitals took a lot of money and worked against their conscience. However, Chen Song was still soft-hearted. His honest father had taught Chen Song 2 words of life philosophy: honest and kind. Chen Song stayed in the private hospital for half a year and then resigned. It just so happened that the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital was hiring temporary workers, so he came here. This job lasted for more than 2 years. For more than 2 years, although it was a little hard, tiring, and poor, it was very promising for Chen Song. After all, he could learn a lot in the emergency department, and he even met a good teacher, Chen Bingxing. Chen Song's personality in the past 2 years was more or less influenced by Chen Bingxing. According to his previous idea, he would study hard here for 5 to 6 years. It would be best if he could become an attending physician. Then, when he returned to his hometown, he could directly enter the department and be the backbone. Chen Song never overestimated himself because life would let him clearly understand that he was just an ordinary person, a drop in the ocean. He was very small, just an ordinary citizen. Perhaps the citizen still needed to be discussed. An ordinary junior doctor, he was just a doctor. He was not a god. What angel? Did doctors not need to eat? Did doctors not need betrothal gifts when they got married? Did doctors not need to buy a house when they got married? Or did you not need to pay the mortgage? It was all nonsense. A doctor's job was to treat patients and save people, but doctors were still humans. Humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires, daily necessities, and all kinds of troubles. Chen Song was really afraid of being poor. Now that he finally had a way to earn money, he cherished it to death. To be honest, this was no different from giving Chen Song a second chance. Now, Chen Song had another goal, and that was to settle down in this place. He also had his own dreams. However, dreams could only be talked about if you had money. Without money, you could only talk about life. Sometimes, to put it bluntly, dreams were very heavy, and life made you not dare to pursue them. This was very ironic, but it was very true. Indeed, you could abandon everything to pursue your dreams. However, Chen Song could not do it. In fact, most people could not do it. Chen Song was the eldest, so he had a strong sense of responsibility. His parents were old farmers. When there were weddings and funerals in the village, they worked as chefs to earn some money. However, it was not realistic to support 2 university students with this. The villages in Dongyang province all grew corn. The Chen family had 5 acres of land. Every year, if the harvest was good, they would get 10,000 yuan. If the harvest was bad, they would only get 7 or 8,000 yuan. After all, they had to depend on God to make a living. The Chen family's grandfather also worked as a chef in the village. Later, Lao Chen also took over the job. Every year, they would get 8 or 10,000 yuan. They could barely get 30,000 yuan by doing odd jobs. However, in this era, what could you do with 30,000 yuan? If Chen Song were to continue with his postgraduate studies, there would be a huge hole in the family. Chen Song could not bear to burden his parents and put more pressure on his younger brother. Everyone had their own life. At the same time, everyone had to make choices for their lives. Chen Song did not choose to give up. Working as a temporary worker in this provincial capital was his last struggle. Therefore, he had to seize this opportunity to become a full-time worker. After all, this was his only chance to stay in this provincial capital. Chen Song was very frugal. He had earned less than 50,000 yuan in 2 years, but he had saved more than 20,000 yuan. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Sometimes, being poor was not a joke. It was the last straw that overwhelmed an adult. Most of the time, an adult's collapse began with borrowing money. When Chen Song was in school, poverty was just the difference between eating steamed buns and chicken drumsticks at night. It did not hurt his happiness. However, when he fell in love with a girl, he deeply felt the inferiority and helplessness brought by poverty. The pillow was full of moldy dreams. In the dreams lived people who could not have it. At that time, Chen Song suddenly realized. Life was really a lot of nonsense in front of the eyes, not wolfberries. As for poetry and distance, they were for those who did not have anything to worry about. It was a quiet night. The next day, after waking up early, Xianxia went to the hospital. The emergency department was busy as usual. Lao Chen, who was on duty, saw Xianxia coming over and quickly waved his hand. "Let's go. Hurry up. Don't change. Just go. Follow me outside the hospital." Xianxia saw that Lao Chen's expression was not right and quickly followed. "Boss, what's wrong?" Lao Chen's expression was a little serious. As he walked, he said, "Someone at the construction site was electrocuted. He's unconscious now. We just called 120. Xianxia's expression changed when he heard that, unconscious after electrocution. This was not a small matter. Because it was Monday's rush hour, the roads were very congested. Chen Bingxing was panicking and even a little anxious. "Master Yang, hurry up. This won't do. If we go over, the patient will be gone. Red light. Go over first. The patient doesn't have much time. We can't go over the red light without a patient? F***ck. What kind of stupid rule is this? Hurry up. There's no time." After 7 or 8 minutes, the ambulance arrived at the construction site at Xianxia River. Before the ambulance came to a stop, Chen Bingxing carried the first aid kit and strode over. Xianxia followed closely behind. The patient was already unconscious. When a 50-year-old man wearing a camouflage uniform saw the ambulance arrive, he hurriedly shouted, "Move aside, move aside. The doctor is here." As the crowd moved aside, the man hurriedly said, "Doctor, there was still breathing and a heartbeat just now. Although it was very weak, but now, it seems to be gone? Quickly take a look." What should we do?" When Chen Bingxing heard that, his face darkened. He hurriedly went forward to check. He saw that the patient's face was pale and colorless. He was lying on the ground, his right hand touching his carotid artery. His ears were listening to his breathing and his eyes were looking at his chest. A few seconds later, Chen Bingxing took a stethoscope and listened to a few areas of the heart. Immediately, his face turned uglier. He stood up and asked, "How did he get electrocuted? Did anyone see it?" The man in the camouflage uniform said, "I saw it. At that time, the power line was broken. After he switched off the power switch, he began repairing it. He was pulling the power line together with both hands, but at that moment, he suddenly felt his body tremble. I saw that something was amiss, so I used a stick to put him down. At that moment, a young man behind him was already crying in fear. I didn't know that he was repairing the circuit. Our group had a power outage, so I came to take a look and realized that the power switch was switched off. I saw that there was no one around and there was no sign, so I switched it on. As construction sites often trip due to short circuits. I don't know." Chen Bingxing didn't care about these matters. He only wanted to know how the electrocution had occurred and how it had happened. However, when he heard the man in the camouflage uniform's words, Chen Bingxing couldn't help but feel his heart turn cold. Chest-piercing current. It was a little difficult. What was a chest-piercing current? It was a path that traveled from the hand to the hand. When this current traveled through the heart, it could easily cause coronary spasms and cause myocardial damage. This matter was serious. Chen Bingxing reacted quickly and immediately began CPR. But, after 2 groups, there was no reaction at all. Chen Bingxing stood up. "Xiao Chen, do CPR and divide the breathing. Don't stop." The resuscitation time was critical. Chen Bingxing pulled down the gurney from the ambulance. "Come, put him in the ambulance first. Pull up the electrocardiogram and see what's going on." Everyone was a man and had great strength. It didn't take much effort for them to put the patient in the ambulance. They cut open the patient's clothes with scissors and directly put him on the ECG monitor. Chen Bingxing and Xianxia looked at each other. Ventricular fibrillation. Chen Bingxing made a prompt decision and said to Master Yang, "Master Yang, quickly go to the hospital." He turned to look at everyone. "Who is the patient's family? Is there anyone in charge? Let's go to the hospital together." They looked at each other and didn't say a word. No one was willing to take on such a matter. At that moment, the man in his 50s in the camouflage uniform stood up. "I'll follow." The young man who had just switched off the power switch also quickly said, "I'll go too." There was a defibrillator, ECG monitor, and oxygen in the ambulance. These were all very convenient. Defibrillation once, no, twice, it still didn't work. Ventricular fibrillation continued. If it didn't stop, there was no possibility of survival. If it continued, the patient's life would come to an end. P.S. Everyone in this book has a story, and everyone has a place to belong. In this book, I've seen the doctors and their lives. They are just ordinary people. Chen Song was very mischievous, but Chen Song also had his own hardships. Life wasn't easy, so why not face it with a smile? Chen Song's vicissitudes were the vicissitudes of life. This book talks about the vicissitudes of society. It talks about the vicissitudes of life in the human world. I hope that friends who read this chapter can accompany the veteran to finish this story. Thank you. Did you see the end? Cough, cough. Veteran, where did this chapter say, Chen Bingxing was used to seeing life and death, but it was precisely because of this that he cherished life even more. No one wanted to slip away so easily. Sometimes, life felt like sand in one's hand. When it was wet, one did not feel how precious life was. However, when the sand continued to dry and slipped from one's fingertips and disappeared, one suddenly realized that one could no longer hold on to life. Reverence for life was the first character of a doctor. Ding. First aid mission triggered. Save this patient. Rescue successful. Mission reward, 1, stamina potion +1, 2, experience +100, 3, RMB +1000. Chen Song did not even have time to look at the mission triggered. No matter what the mission was, this person had to be saved. This was a doctor's duty. Epinephrine 1 milliliter. Chen Song was already prepared. The tacit understanding between the two had been trained since the first day of the hospital. Continue CPR. Defibrillation, continue to defibrillate. Add electricity. Chen Song continued. Unfortunately, the patient still did not have any reaction. The ventricular fibrillation continued. Chen Bingxing hesitated for a moment. Amiodarone. Chen Song nodded. Inject amiodarone. If the ventricular fibrillation was not removed, there was no way to continue the rescue. Injection complete. Chen Bingxing, continue to defibrillate. The emergency rescue environment in the car seemed to make breathing stagnant. Time had really become the hourglass of life. No one knew when it would flow away. The eyes of the man in the camouflage suit were filled with anticipation. His eyes were fixed on the ECG monitor. He did not know what rescue was, but he knew that once the irregular up and down line on the monitor stopped jumping and became a straight line, life would disappear. Nervous sweat had already soaked his clothes. His hands pinched the corner of his clothes as if this had become his last prayer. At this moment, he felt more nervous and tired than the most heavy physical work. The irregular jump on the ECG monitor had become his only hope. He did not dare to speak, afraid that he would disturb the doctor's rescue. He did not dare to move, afraid that his mistake would make his fellow countrymen unable to open his eyes again. At this moment, life was really fragile. This was a game with death. The young man had seen such a scene before. Perhaps because he was scared, his hands were trembling. His eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness, and he was also praying. He was praying that this old man must live, praying that the doctor could correct his mistake, praying that the god of death would pity this young man. There were some mistakes that others had to take the blame for. Some people were carrying heavy loads. Suddenly, the man in camouflage clothing trembled. Because he saw that the line on the ECG monitor was flat. The man couldn't hold back his tears any longer. Doctor, there's nothing left. There was no heartbeat. Was he dead? Save him. His child is only 6 years old. The man in camouflage immediately knelt down. The young man was also scared out of his wits and knelt on the ground. Both of them were men in the prime of their lives and were unyielding men. However, at this moment, when faced with the lives of their fellow workers, all of this became very cheap. Chen Bingxing was also stunned for a moment. 3 milligrams of epinephrine, hurry up. Chen Song nodded and did not do anything else. Injection, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Chen Bingxing turned around and asked, how long until we reach the hospital? Master Yang, 1 minute and 15 seconds. That's right, as an ambulance driver. His time was accurate to the second. This was the line of life. It was also the journey of death. Perhaps the 3 milliliters of epinephrine had an effect, or perhaps Xianxia's CPR had never stopped. The man's heartbeat appeared. However, his vital signs had not stabilized yet. His blood pressure was very low. CPR. After more than 10 minutes of continuous high-intensity CPR, Xianxia felt that his arm was no longer his own. However, at this moment, the mechanical memory made him unable to stop, or rather, he did not dare to stop. There was a heartbeat, everyone watched this scene nervously. The car drove outside the emergency room. Xianxia, who was waiting outside, immediately opened the door. Everyone could not be more familiar with this process. The car was pulled down and the oxygen tank was placed aside. Xianxia's arm was already sore and he could not lift it. He carefully supported the car and got out of the car. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia and quickly said, "You go and rest first." Xianxia shook his head. The CPR cannot be stopped. Xianxia firmly pulled Xianxia away. "I'll do it." After saying that, Xianxia directly rode on the car without caring about her image. Fortunately, she was thin and her legs were stuck on the car. She rode on the car and began to perform CPR. At this moment, she was not a cute girl. She was actually a warrior. She was a warrior in white with a strong sense of mission. Doctors were never angels, but warriors. It was just that they guarded health and fought against illness and pain. The rescue work became more and more urgent. It was as if they were in a tug-of-war with death. The CPR along the way might have played a role. The heart's function began to gradually recover. However, this kind of thoracic current was not so simple to treat. Chen Bingxing looked at the patient's condition and said to the emergency physician, "Wu Peng, the thoracic current caused ventricular fibrillation. The voltage is probably not high. It might be a civilian voltage, so there are no major problems." However, there were more than a dozen episodes of ventricular fibrillation along the way. "I injected a total of 4 milliliters of epinephrine and amiodarone." As he spoke, Chen Bingxing picked up the patient's hands. 2 clear yellow burns with a diameter of only about 1 centimeter appeared. Wu Peng was a doctor specializing in cardiology. He was very good at cardiac first aid. He looked at Chen Bingxing. "You've worked hard. Take a rest first. Leave it to me." However, Xianxia followed Wu Peng. He hoped that he could be saved. This was his obsession with life. At this time, although there were still some problems with the patient's electrocardiogram, at least there was no ventricular fibrillation. Wu Peng hurriedly said, "Now quickly test the myocardial enzymes, blood and urine routine, myoglobin, and myozymogram. Call the laboratory. We have to get the results as soon as possible. Call the color ultrasound room. Come and do a color ultrasound beside the bed to see how the heart's function is." Wu Peng nervously and orderly arranged. At this time, Xianxia stood aside with sweat all over her forehead. Anyway, the patient's condition stabilized. Ding. Mission completed. Rescue successful. The patient is temporarily out of danger. Reward, 1, Stamina Potion +1, 2, Experience +100, 3, RMB +1000. Xianxia sat in the office, rubbed his sore shoulders, and looked at the reward on the virtual screen. Thinking of the patient's gradually stabilizing electrocardiogram, he could not help but smile. Perhaps the greatest sense of accomplishment as a doctor lay in this. This time, Xianxia walked in and saw Xianxia. She patted his shoulder. "What are you laughing at?" Xianxia shook his head. "I thought of something happy." "By the way, you're not complaining now?" Xianxia used to have neat bangs, but now it was tied into a ponytail. However, her face was still full of the aura of a cute girl, especially her big eyes that seemed to always have an endless story, giving people the feeling of a two-dimensional style. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Xianxia and looked like an experienced person. "I'm a female warrior. Not a little girl. Besides, you look like a straight man. You don't understand women at all. Women say one thing and mean another. By the way, if you're looking for a partner, I can teach you a few moves. But, as a doctor, maybe this is the time when you feel a sense of existence and happiness." Looking at the fresh lives being saved, and being saved by yourself, you have a special sense of mission and responsibility. Chen Song smiled and got up to leave. He still had a lot of work to do. The first aid just now was just an ordinary episode of emergency work. Chen Song went to the on-call room to wash his face and changed into a white coat. His arms were sore. It seemed that he still needed to strengthen his training. But, did he just get a stamina potion? What was that? Ding. Stamina potion. This is a potion that can stimulate the body's potential after use and enhance physical fitness. Chen Song's eyes lit up. Good stuff, but, should he wash it or take it internally? The system ignored him. Chen Song was in a bad mood. With a thought, he took out the potion and poured it directly into his stomach. Suddenly, he felt a comfortable feeling in his limbs and bones. This feeling. It was as if his life had reached a climax. He felt that his body was stimulating his internal ability. At this moment, it was as if his whole body was growing. So. Chen Song could not help but moan. That's right. He carefully pulled down his pants to take a look. There didn't seem to be many changes. At this time, Qingyu opened the door and heard Chen Song moaning. Instantly, Qingyu blushed. However, when he saw Chen Song pulling down his pants, he immediately widened his eyes and looked at Chen Song meticulously. Could it be that he was doing some unspeakable secret? When he thought of this, Qingyu was curious and wanted to find out more. He tiptoed and held his breath, anticipating Chen Song's next move. However, Chen Song had already turned around when he heard the sound. Qingyu's face suddenly tightened, and he pretended to interrogate, "What the F***ck? What are you doing in the duty room?" Chen Song quickly pulled up his pants and smiled awkwardly. "I was stretching." Qingyu looked doubtful. "Is that so? Did you do something bad?" Chen Song was speechless. "Fujoshi. You must be moldy." Qingyu sniffed hard and did not seem to smell anything strange. He rolled his eyes at Chen Song. "Don't make such strange sounds in the future. It's easy to misunderstand." Chen Song fled in panic. Ding. Qinyu's favorability +3. Chen Song was stunned. "What the F***ck? What kind of magical woman is this?" Chen Song automatically imagined a scene. He had a whip in his left hand, a candle in his right, and he was wearing, ding. Daily mission triggered. Perform 10 sutures. Mission reward, suturing experience +100, experience +100, RMB +100. Completing 10 sutures today. This might not be completed. He did not have so many patients to suture every day. It seemed that the mission might not be completed, but looking at the experience and gold coins, Chen Song shook his head. Kill steal, that's a good choice. The emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital was very famous in the entire Danyang province. The emergency department of the entire AY city even needed the cooperation of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. After the shift, Chen Bingxing got off the night shift. The morning trip made him mentally tired. However, Chen Song still followed Chen Bingxing to see the patient. After entering, the patient had already opened his eyes. Although his blood pressure was still low, his vital signs were stable. Seeing Chen Song and Chen Bingxing coming in, the man in camouflage and the young man quickly greeted them. Thank you so much. Just now, Dr. Wu said that in this situation, if you didn't save him in time, he would definitely not be saved. Doctor, you are a good person. The young man could only nod his head. This kind of great sadness and joy gave people a great impact. Chen Bingxing shook his head. You go outside and rest. Contact your boss. The patient's condition can't be said to be stable yet. He needs follow-up treatment. You don't have to stay inside. Let him rest. The two of them were very convinced by Chen Bingxing's words and nodded in agreement. Chen Song looked at Chen Bingxing and was a little tired. Boss, go back and rest. I'll be here. Chen Bingxing smiled. It's okay. Chen Song smiled. After working with him for 2 years, the sentence Lao Chen said the most was, it's okay. It seemed that even if the sky fell, this man would still smile and say it was okay. It was the same principle as in Yanjun liked to say, no. The sentence that director and said the most to the patients every day was, "No." This was a person with strong principles. There was nothing in the morning, so he wrote the medical records. There were not many hospitalized patients in the emergency department. After all, every bed in the emergency department was very precious. The stable patients were either discharged or transferred to the inpatient department. The head nurse suddenly walked in. "Xiaochen, director and is busy in the clinic now. Dr. Wang has also gone to get married. He can't handle it alone. If it's convenient for you, can you help?" Ding. Head nurse Tian Lanxiang issued a mission, help in Yanjun in the clinic. Mission completion reward, Tian Lanxiang's favorability +5. Alright, the favorability mission is not bad. It would be very convenient for him to develop a good relationship with the head nurse in the future. Chen Song packed up and went to the emergency department. And Yanjun was an associate chief physician. He mainly did hand surgery, but there were more miscellaneous cases in the emergency department. Most of them were external injuries. This was especially so in the emergency department. Most of the patients were external injuries. As soon as he went in, Chen Song was dumbfounded. There were many glass shards on 4 or 5 people's bodies that were embedded in their legs, stomachs, and arms. A man said, "Doctor, you can just help us pull it out. It's really okay." And Yanjun was calm and composed. "No. We still have a lot of things to do today. This is just an ordinary external injury. It'll be fine after a few band-aids and a bandage. We all do rough work, so we're not so pretentious. If we can't finish today's work, we'll be doing it for nothing," the man said anxiously. He wanted to immediately pull out the glass shards from the window. And Yanjun continued to shake his head. "No, I can't listen to you. Hurry up and call your boss. The wound is too deep. If it's not sutured, it'll be easy to get infected. Also, you'll need a tetanus vaccine." The man was stunned. After hearing so many complicated steps, he gulped. "It's very expensive, isn't it?" And Yanjun looked up at them. They were all covered in dust. Their clothes were full of dust, and they wore thick leather gloves on their hands. They kept bleeding. And Yanjun saw Chen Song coming over and quickly got up. "Xiaochen, come with me to debridement and suture the wound." After saying that, and Yanjun walked out. Afraid that they would leave, he turned around and said, "Don't pull it out. It's even harder to deal with the glass shards inside. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone. Those who ate a lot of mooncakes can vote. Those who didn't eat a lot can vote to eat mooncakes." In the treatment room, there were 4 or 5 people sitting there. Chen Song and Yanjun worked separately. Chen Song was dealing with a young man in his 20s. He was very simple and honest. He couldn't help but ask, "What happened? Why are there so many pieces of glass?" The young man sighed. "We are working in a glass factory." A piece of glass popped out of the machine and hit the wall. It broke and shot at us. Speaking of this, the young man smiled. "Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, the glass would have pierced my face. I would definitely be disfigured." Chen Song felt a lingering fear. Was this a disfigurement? There were too many weak parts of the human body. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his life. Thinking of the young man's brisk tone, Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. When Chen Song was disinfecting, the young man didn't say anything. "It was very painful to leave iodine on the wound," Chen Song asked curiously, "Doesn't it hurt?" The young man smiled innocently. "It's okay. Last time, I pulled out the glass myself. It was much more painful than this. This time, I saw it too deep and didn't dare to pull it out." Chen Song was stunned. He couldn't help but respect him. It seemed that this wasn't the first time. "Bear with it." Chen Song found a pair of pliers and clamped the glass shards. He opened the wound with his left hand and pulled with all his strength. Suddenly, a glass shard about 2 centimeters long came out. A 4 centimeter long and 2 centimeter deep wound appeared. Blood began to flow out slowly. Chen Song quickly cleaned the wound. He needed to check if there were any broken glass shards inside. After picking them out with the pliers, he could sew them up. Looking at the young man's grin, Chen Song said, I'll give you some anesthetic to numb you. The young man didn't answer. He was even a little nervous and hesitant. After a while, he blushed and asked embarrassedly, "Is the anesthetic expensive?" Chen Song shook his head. "It's a free service." The young man was relieved and laughed. "Give me more. It hurts." Chen Song's nose twitched for no reason. Everyone was different. Everyone had their own unique circumstances. The young man didn't look like he was in his 20s. Perhaps he was just in his early 20s, but there were dozens of scars on his leg. The anesthetic took effect quickly, and the bleeding was not very obvious. After debridement, the young man smiled and said, "It really doesn't hurt anymore." Chen Song nodded. "Let me clean your wound. There are still some small fragments inside." Chen Song used a 10 ml syringe to continuously rinse the saline solution and used a pair of tweezers to remove the residue. After that, it was time to suture. Although the wound was rather deep, the tendons and blood vessels were not damaged. Ordinary sutures would be enough to solve the problem. There were many suture methods, but not all suture methods were used on the skin. For example, the interrupted vertical inverted mattress suture and other techniques were actually used to suture the gastrointestinal mucosa, not the skin at all. Another example was the continuous interlocking suture, which was mostly used to close the broken end of the gastrointestinal tract and suture skin grafts. The figure-8 suture was used to suture the fascia due to its special and strong sutures. Therefore, according to the suture location, the suture method chosen would naturally be different. In fact, the so-called suture method was just like martial arts moves. When it came to suturing, it did not depend on these fancy things. The main thing was to choose different methods according to the needs of the patient and the location of the suture. For example, the young man needed a good fit and fast healing. Chen Song's skin suture was at the intermediate level, which was reasonable. Ordinary sutures were not too big of a problem, but with the sharpness +1, he became more proficient. Not long after, Chen Song completed the suture. Chen Song was about to use a foam compress, but at this time Yanjun suddenly said, "Use gauze. It will heal faster." Chen Song was stunned. Gauze will heal faster, but... Chen Song hesitated for a moment and immediately understood what he meant. Gauze was cheap. He used tweezers to add a few pieces of sterile gauze and taped it. Thinking of their work, Chen Song wrapped the gauze around the leg twice and said with a smile, "This time, it's firm." Next was the other leg. This time, the two of them cooperated a lot better, and their speed was much faster. At this time, Yanjun had finished the middle-aged man's treatment. All 4 or 5 pieces of glass were taken out and sutured. Chen Song could not help but be amazed by department director and speed and ability. The other boy was 1 or 2 years younger than the young man just now. He seemed to know that anesthetics did not cost money, so he took the initiative to come over and whispered, "Doctor, give me more anesthetics. It hurts so much." The young man also joked, "Yes, he's a coward. He's afraid of pain." Chen Song smiled. "If you give him too much anesthetics, there will be problems. You can't give him anesthetics casually." After saying that, he began to suture. With every suture, Chen Song's understanding of skin sutures improved a little. There were many things about skin sutures. One was healing speed, another was inflammatory infection, and another was scar management. These 3 points were very important. After suturing, Yanjun came over to take a look and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. These were all basic sutures, and there was not much to pay attention to. Before leaving, the man asked with a smile, "Doctor, how much is it?" Yanjun frowned. "How much?" The man's eyes widened. "Suturing?" Yanjun said, "I'll give you a receipt. You can go to the billing counter to pay." The man smiled and said, "Okay, okay." He took the bill and went out. There were more people at the emergency billing counter. The man was very nervous as he waited in line. After all, it was said that if one went to the hospital, they would lose a layer of skin. There were so many F***king stitches, anesthetics, disinfectants, and gauze. How much would it cost? He had probably worked for nothing this week. Thinking of this, the man was a little nervous. These boys were from his village and were brought out to work. He could not let them pay. Thinking of this, the man looked at the balance of his Alipay. There were still more than 500, was it enough? He did not know how to spend. He felt that it was an overdraft. How could he have the money to overdraft? Not long after, it was the man's turn and he handed in the bill. The nurse at the billing counter typed skillfully on the keyboard. Not long after, the result came out. The man was uneasy. At this moment, it was as if he was waiting for a verdict. The staff member said, 30. The man was stunned. How much? The staff member said, 30 yuan. Cash or credit card? The man quickly handed over his phone. Alipay. The staff member glanced at it. Okay. Just give this receipt to the doctor. The man nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and asked, hello, can I ask you something? How much is the registration fee for department director in? The staff member said, department director and registration fee is 17. 5 yuan. Plus the extra 10 yuan for the emergency treatment, the total is 27. 5 yuan. The man was stunned, he looked at the receipt on the bill. There was no registration fee. There was only the debridement fee. Even the suturing fee was not included. Moreover, they were not alone, the registration fee was not paid, the suturing fee was not paid. The man looked at the many people lining up behind him and quickly said to the nurse. Thank you. Sorry to trouble you. After leaving the billing counter, the man could not calm down for a long time. His head belonged to that doctor and who kept saying no. And Yanjun was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. P.S. Thank you for voting. Thank you, I'll treat you to anesthetics and appendices for free. When the man returned to the office, he happened to hear Yanjun on the phone. Hello, I'm a doctor from the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Your employees are now. Yes, they need to be sutured and injected with a tetanus vaccine. Yes, that won't do. It's a safety hazard. You need to have a problem. Yes. Okay, by the way, they need to rest. Otherwise, the wound will be easily infected and not conducive to recovery. And Yanjun hung up the phone and said to the 5 of them, don't go there. Get the vaccine as soon as possible. Leave after getting the vaccine. I've already called your person in charge. The young man could not help but say, Doctor, that won't do. We haven't finished our work yet. And Yanjun turned around and said, no. Also, don't talk anymore. Go to the nurse next door and ask her to take you to get the injection. I still have a lot of things to do. Your work is risky to begin with. There are often wounds and it's very easy for you to get tetanus, so this vaccine must be given. Go find the nurse for the injection later. The man was about to speak when Yanjun interrupted him. Alright, I still have patients here. Hurry up and go. The man quickly nodded, he pulled his younger brothers out. Chen Song lowered his head and happened to see the bill that the man had sent in. He could not help but be stunned. 30 yuan, so little? Department director and registration fee was 27. 5 yuan, this suture bag was more than 40 yuan, right? Did this not include the fees they charged for suturing? It would cost dozens of yuan for the hospital to change it once. He remembered that department director and had told him not to apply gauze just now. Chen Song understood. Department director and had waived all their registration and treatment fees. That bit of money might only be enough for the sutures and gauze just now, right? Was it enough, more or less? However, he could not settle the bill like that. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but ask, department director and, this money can be paid by their boss. And Yanjun snorted coldly. It would be great if he really had that kind of awareness. After saying that, and Yanjun sighed. Sigh. It's not easy. The children have come out to work at such an age. Let's just do this. The man looked at Yanjun's serious face and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Under his seemingly cold appearance, there was a fiery heart. In the morning, Chen Song sutured 12 patients and was about to leave. And Yanjun stopped Chen Song. I have a gift card from our T-Mart. I don't need it. You can use it. Without any explanation, He stuffed it into Chen Song's white coat and got up to leave. Chen Song was stunned. Before he could walk far, Chen Song heard head nurse Tian Lanxiang suddenly call out to Yanjun. Department Director, the change of medicine last month was wrong. Why are there less than 40 of them? Tian Lanxiang's voice was special and could be heard from afar. And Yanjun was stunned. Is that so? I don't know. The chief butler was unhappy. Director, it's exactly what your office is lacking. A change of medicine costs dozens of yuan. And Yanjun coughed and frowned. Is that so? So expensive? The head butler nodded. That's right. Be careful in the future. You can't use this medicine pack carelessly. And Yanjun quickly nodded. Okay. I'll be careful in the future. The head butler suddenly raised his voice. I knew it. It must be you. I knew it was you. Last month, and Yanjun said awkwardly, the dressings are all there. I just used some gauze. The needles were used again after disinfection. It's not worth much. The head butler said, it's not worth much. You know, the department director scolded me again today. He said. Chen Song chuckled when he heard the voice fading into the distance. It was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. You could know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Department Director, who always said no, was always saying yes in his heart. Ding. Today's mission is completed. Received suturing experience plus 100, experience plus 100, RMB plus 100. Ding. Your skin suturing level has been upgraded to advanced. Ding. Skin suturing level, advanced. Special attribute, hidden scar. During the suturing, with the help of the beautiful eye, a reasonable suturing point can be selected to achieve a perfect suturing effect. After the suturing effect can be maximized and the stitches can be hidden through the texture of the skin, to achieve a hidden effect. This special effect was a little awesome. After all, there would definitely be a scar after the suturing, there was no doubt about that. However, this scar could actually be made less obvious or hidden through the choice of suturing techniques and suturing methods, so that it would not be discovered at a normal social distance. It could even be hidden with a little makeup. However, this was too much of a test for doctors. This special effect was too powerful. Ordinary people could not do it at all, right? Chen Song had read a paper on scarless suturing in the New England Journal of Medicine before. The surgeon had said that this was very difficult. He could actually get this special attribute. It was really awesome. He was really the child of destiny. However, after seeing the notification, Chen Song understood that this special attribute was achieved by relying on the beautiful eye. Ordinary people could not have such a skill attribute, it was too much of a coincidence. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt a little bloated. Ding. High-level NPC Chen Bingxing issued a mission, upgrade suturing level to advanced. Mission completed. Reward, 1 skill point. 2 skill points were now in his hands. Upgrade what? Chen Song was a little hesitant, he did not have any ideas for the time being. He would wait. Today was Chen Song's shift. He ordered the spicy mix for lunch. After summing up the experience of failing to buy beef noodles last time, Chen Song did not dare to fight with the boss anymore. After all, he could not do such a thing where he would lose 800 of his men to kill 1,000 of his enemies. After doing so much, Ji Fubao was very weak. Chen Song could accept the spicy mix, and his favorite dish was lotus root slices. Because it was more affordable to buy lotus root slices, Chen Song could cook, but he never bought lotus root slices because he could not bear to spend them. After all, at least half of the lotus root slices were air. It was too much of a loss. However, the spicy mix was different. The lotus root slices were cut. If there was a loss, it would be the boss. Sigh, I'm so quick-witted. The division of labor in the emergency department might be the clearest, but at the same time, it was also the most unclear. In the afternoon, patients with myocardial infarction were sent in one after another. They were from the internal medicine group. As the chief shift today, Chen Song was mainly responsible for the patients who went to the emergency department, such as all kinds of external injuries. At this time, the sound of emergency treatment suddenly sounded. Xianxia instinctively got up and rushed out. Because the sound of this alarm was different from the sound of 120. This was obviously an ensemble of 110 and 120. Was someone injured, or was it the police? Xianxia quickly looked over and saw 2 police cars parked at the back, and an ambulance parked at the door. He saw a man pushed out of the ambulance. His arm was full of blood, and his wrist was tightly wrapped, but blood was still flowing out. "Doctor! Save him!" Xianxia greeted him. "What happened?" A man with an extraordinary aura, and his square face was full of worry and fortitude. After seeing Xianxia, he quickly came forward and said, "He was shot in the right forearm with a shotgun." Xianxia could not help but frown. He was shot, and it was a shotgun. The design of the shotgun was mainly because it was used in the wild to hunt agile animals. Therefore, it was made by relying on the large coverage area of the shotgun. Usually, there were some iron sand and broken iron pieces, but no bullet. When the firing pin hit the ignition cap and ignited the gunpowder, the instant chemical reaction of the gunpowder formed a strong airflow that quickly pushed the iron sand out of the barrel, forming a radiation shot in front. This kind of attack was more lethal than a pistol or even a rifle in a short distance. If he was really shot in the forearm, it might be very dangerous now. Xianxia quickly pulled the patient into the resuscitation room. The first thing to do was to examine the injury. Xianxia saw a group of people about to follow in and quickly said, "Find someone to help with the procedures. I'll examine the injury. This is the resuscitation room. Don't come in." These police officers walked to the door of the resuscitation room and immediately stopped. The middle-aged dignified man was obviously the leader. He looked at everyone and said, "You guys go back to the station first. I'll take care of this." Xianxia was the captain of the criminal police team. He was in his 40s and was in his prime. Today, their criminal police team took down another robber, but another team member was injured. And it was his right wrist. This was a fatal injury for a police officer. After the incident, they immediately sent him to the nearest hospital. At that time, when the surgical director saw the patient's condition, he directly said, "Hurry up and go to a big hospital. We can't do it here. His wrist tendon injury is very serious. There are too many fragments. I can't guarantee the success of the suture. Moreover, even if the suture is successful, I can't guarantee the recovery of function." Therefore, because of this, they hurriedly sent him to the second provincial hospital. The injured police officer was very outstanding. At that time, the criminal was already in a manic state and was about to shoot the hostages. It was because of his emergency brake that the hostages were saved and the criminal was captured. The 25-year-old criminal police officer, Wu Gang, once again made a contribution. A few years after graduating from the police academy, he encountered such a thing and injured his wrist. If he couldn't hold the gun, how could he be a police officer? His life would be over. Thinking of this, Xianxia was full of regret. His eyes were filled with anxiety. He stood outside the resuscitation room and smoked one cigarette after another. After thinking about it, he was still worried. He got up, pushed open the door, and went straight into the resuscitation room. At this time, Xianxia was checking the situation. When the nurse saw someone come in, she quickly got up to stop him. "Family member, please leave first. The doctor is checking the injury." Xianxia saw that it was Xianxia who was checking, and no one else. Suddenly, Xianxia was stunned. He asked softly, "Hello, I'm the captain of the criminal police team. Doctor, this is our hero. Where's your director? Or the old doctor? Why is it only a young man?" The nurse was stunned. "Our director is not in the hospital, and the other doctors have surgery in the afternoon. They can't come down in a short time. Dr. Chen is very good." Xianxia wanted to say something, but he still held back. He had nowhere to put his clenched fists, nervous, anxious. He didn't want a good seedling to be delayed. Suddenly, he remembered a phone call. It was from the deputy director of the Provincial People's Hospital. He hurriedly got up and walked out. He picked up the phone and dialed it. The other party quickly picked up. "Captain Zhang, is there anything I can help you with?" Xianxia quickly said, "Well, hello, Director Wang. I really have something to ask of you now. One of our team members has been shot in the wrist by a shotgun. The chief surgeon of the 8th hospital said that the tendon suturing is very difficult. Now, we have sent him to the 2nd provincial hospital. Wang Xixing, the 2nd provincial hospital? And Yanjun from the emergency department of the 2nd provincial hospital. Department director and is still very good in the field of hand surgery. Zhang Kachin was a little anxious. Their nurse said that Chiefin is in surgery now and can't come down. Do you have a suitable doctor? Hurry up and send one over. We can't go over there and waste time. Wang Xixing nodded. All right, Captain Zhang, don't worry. We'll send someone over now. When Zhang Kachin heard this, he immediately said excitedly, send experts. It must be an expert. He's still young and has a bright future ahead of him. He can't be delayed because of this. Wang Xixing hummed in acknowledgement. I'll go and invite Associate Director Liu. He's an authority in the field of hand surgery. I'll ask him to go over right now. Don't panic. When Zhang Kachin heard this, he immediately became excited. All right, then I'll have to trouble you, Associate Director Wang. I'm really sorry to trouble you. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. After thanking him profusely, he hung up the phone. Zhang Kachin suddenly had hope in his heart. If the associate director personally came to help with the surgery, it would definitely be successful, right? Zhang Kachin's heart was full of expectations, right? He should talk to the associate director here. After all, it was an external consultation. He had to greet this side. Thinking of this, Zhang Kachin looked back at the resuscitation room and said to the 2 police officers at the door, look after little Wu. If there's anything, report it at any time. Yes. Captain. Zhang Kachin immediately got up and walked towards the administrative building, at this time in the resuscitation room. Chen Song already had a basic judgment of the patient's injury. The wrist tendon injury was very serious, and the blood vessels were destroyed. Chen Song said to Wu Gang, try to move your hand. Wu Gang gritted his teeth and sweated in pain, but he still said with a grin, I can't move. I feel that my hand is gone. Wu Gang's words were bleak, but at this moment, there was no despair at all. He even said it with a hint of ridicule. Thinking that the child was saved by him and the criminal was subdued by him, Wu Gang felt that he did not regret anything. The crew-cut head kept sweating. Even the air-conditioned resuscitation room did not reduce the sweat. It was too painful. Chen Song checked the blood supply. At this time, the blood supply in the hand was getting worse and worse. The longer it was delayed, the worse the recovery would be, especially the nerve function. The Achilles tendon was now damaged in too many places. What he needed to do now was to quickly anastomose the blood vessels, complete the blood supply, and then suture the tendon, but Chen Song's tendon suture was only at the intermediate level. Such a complicated tendon suture could not be done without an advanced level. Moreover, the most important thing was the effect of the tendon suture. Almost all the repaired tendons had different degrees of adhesion with the surrounding tissues and joint movement disorders. This was closely related to the local pathological situation, surgical operation techniques, suture materials, and whether the postoperative treatment was correct or not. The most important thing was the surgical operation. During the operation, if the repaired tendon did not adhere to the surrounding tissues or affect joint movement, the suture of the tendon must be completed with superb skills. In the whole Danyang province, there were no more than 5 people who could do this. This required a special skill. What should I do? Should I do it or not? At this time, Wu Gang looked at Chen Song, who was hesitating. Doctor, do it. It's okay. I'm F***king worth it. I saved one person and even caught the criminal. I thought about it before I took action. If I succeed, I'll be a martyr. If I fail, I'll still be a martyr. Now it seems that I'm not a martyr. It's not a loss. Even if my hand is crippled, I can still work in the administration in the future. It's not a loss. Ding. Hero Wu Gang issued a mission requirement, successfully treat Wu Gang. Completion reward, tendon suture level +1. Chen Song's eyes lit up. That's right, I have AF**king skill point. It takes 2 skill points to upgrade from the intermediate level to the advanced level. Level up. Ding. Congratulations, your tendon suture level has been upgraded to advanced. Ding. Tendon suture technique, advanced. Special attribute, greatly reduced adhesion coefficient. Advanced suturing skills will allow you to pay attention to the details during the suturing process. The adhesion coefficient will be reduced, so that the tendon's function will return to normal after the suture. Xianxia was happy. He actually got a special attribute, reduced adhesion coefficient. That's too lucky. Thinking of this, Xianxia did not want to waste any more time. Prepare for the surgery. Suture. Tendon suturing didn't need to be done in the operating room. It could be done in the treatment room. But it was very demanding for the doctor. Xianxia didn't ask the nurse for help. Instead, he wanted to ask Xianxia for help. As a surgeon, Xianxia's level and skills were quite good. Xianxia was writing medical records at this time. When she saw Xianxia coming to her, she couldn't help glancing at Xianxia's lower body. Xianxia couldn't help shivering. It seemed that it was true that out of 10 cute girls, 9 out of 10 were rotten. Just now, a policeman came to the emergency department. The tendon injury of his arm is a little serious. I am going to suture it. Can you help me? Xianxia stood up directly. Tendon? Policeman? A little serious? Yes, when these 3 words were connected together, it was naturally a story. Xianxia nodded. Yes, it's not light. Director and went to the operation and can't come down. Director Li went out for a meeting. Let's do it. Xianxia nodded. Ordinary tendon suturing was not so difficult, so she didn't think too much, but she really underestimated Xianxia's courage. Xianxia walked to Wu Gang's side and lifted the gauze. His eyes, which were already big to begin with, suddenly turned into the eyes of a fish. A little serious? Isn't your point a little big? The tendon injury of the whole inner arm is so big. You tell me it's a little bit. Moreover, the probability of not sticking with so many tendons at the same time is basically 0. Once adhesion occurs, the consequences are unimaginable. What do you mean? If these sutured tendons stick with each other and develop adhesion with the surrounding tissues, it will be a serious problem to eat and hold chopsticks, let alone shoot. After all, each tendon was controlled differently. Moreover, the biggest difference between suturing tendons and suturing skin, or the biggest difficulty of suturing tendons, was that the material of tendons and skin was different. For example, if the material of skin was the same as fresh tofu, then the tendon was fish tofu. Well, the example wasn't too accurate, however, there was one principle. The elasticity and tension of the tendon determined that the needle had to be inserted quickly, accurately, and firmly. There was no hesitation. Every hesitation increased the possibility of adhesion. In the later stages of recovery, the possibility of adhesion would be higher, so Xianxia really could not guess what Xianxia was thinking when he dared to suture such a tendon. Seeing Xianxia's expression, Wu Gang could not help but smile bitterly. Doctor, am I incurable? Xianxia quickly shook his head. No, Dr. Chen is still very good at suturing tendons. At this point, Xianxia dragged Xianxia out of the resuscitation room. Are you crazy? How can you still suture it? Xianxia stared at Xianxia with wide eyes. He's a police officer. If he doesn't do a good job, you'll be held responsible. I tell you, Xianxia, if you don't do a good job this time, you'll be in big trouble. Do you know that? You may even be fired, let alone become a permanent employee. Xianxia was a little anxious. Don't you know what the situation is now? To put it bluntly, in the whole AY city of Danyang province, there are only 3 doctors who can do a good job. Do you know what that means? Even director in Yanjun can't guarantee it. Send him away. Send him to the Provincial People's Hospital and let Director Liu of the Provincial People's Hospital have a try. If he doesn't succeed, he can only go to Beijing. Xianxia shook his head. No, he can't. Didn't you see the color of his blood? The blood vessels are obviously damaged. If blood is not supplied to the hand in time, the nerves will definitely be damaged. And the recovery of the tendon will not be delayed for long. Even if he is sent to Beijing now, how well do you think he can recover? Xianxia was a little annoyed. It's none of your business. You are just a junior doctor. You are just an intern, a temporary worker, brother. Do you think you are a director? This is not the time for you to show off. Xianxia shook his head. No, I can't leave him in the lurch. Qin, you are wasting your efforts to save him. Can you do it if it is so difficult? Xianxia, I can. Qin sneered. Tsk. You are so stubborn. Why are you like your teacher? If you can do it well, it's not a matter of whether you do it or not. Xianxia, let's go to the treatment room. Don't waste time. Tendon sutures must be done painlessly, and the material of the tendon was not as simple as the flesh, which made it more difficult for the doctor to suture. The anesthesia method was brachial plexus anesthesia. Xianxia did not find an anesthesiologist, because he had learned a lot from Lu Jian, and this kind of anesthesia was not very difficult. If he added anesthesia to the lower limbs, Xianxia would not dare to do it himself. He had to ask an anesthesiologist to do it himself. After all, the risk of anesthesia was very high. After the anesthesia, Xianxia took a deep breath. He was still a little nervous. Although he was wearing gloves, he still rubbed his palms out of habit. Let's get to work. Compared to Xianxia, Qin was even more worried. After all, even his teacher, Xianxia, could not guarantee that he could do it well, let alone a small fry like him who had not changed his profession. Looking at Xianxia, who was full of confidence, Qin had two words in his mind: awesome. He picked up the irrigation tube and started to rinse with normal saline. After the rinse, Xianxia's mind moved, and his eyes changed. All he saw were names in red. Extensor pollicis longus tendon, flexor digitalis tendon, flexor wrist tendon, these were all red. Xianxia pinched the extensor pollicis longus tendon with his hand, and a string of information suddenly appeared. Ruptured extensor pollicis longus tendon, LV17. The ruptured extensor pollicis longus tendon is a rare monster. It was broken and destroyed by the strong impact of the iron sand. At the same time the tendon was ruptured, the tendon itself was severely damaged. Debridement, repair, and suture is recommended. The extensor pollicis longus tendon was the most serious one. On the back of the wrist, two obviously ruptured tendons were empty. It was a little difficult. At this time, Wu Gang could not help but say, "Little doctor, don't be nervous. When I was about your age, I carried out my first task. When I saw a murderer, I was terrified. In fact, it's not a big deal. Who doesn't walk step by step? We, who came from the village, have to work harder. If we work hard, we will have a chance. If we work hard, we will work hard. Don't worry, I will hand over my hand to you today. I know what I'm doing. Even if I hand it over to an expert, it's just SOSO. There used to be a brother in my team who had his tendon cut by a knife. Now he can't even shoot, let alone me. I don't care what you do. After all, we are both serving the people, right? Haha. Although he said that he was free and easy, Wu Gang was already aware of his situation. Their line of work was fraught with risks to begin with. He had seen too many people with damaged tendons. The terrible thing was that this kind of injury would continue to worsen. After all, the adhesion of the tendon after repair was a big problem. It was also an occupational disease in their profession. Xianxia smiled. I can stitch it up for you. Don't worry, your career is long. Moreover, it's a one-time repair and a long-term warranty. The surgery began. The first thing Xianxia had to do was to remove the iron sand from the inside, including the broken iron pieces. The murderer was really ruthless. They were all fine iron sand and iron pieces. This was originally a tedious and troublesome process. However, it was not the case in Xianxia's eyes. Because he only needed to look for the red name. As long as there was iron sand, his eyes could see the red name, iron sand. This was much more convenient. Not long after, it was cleaned up. Qin was dumbfounded. She stared at Xianxia with her eyes wide open because Xianxia's movements were too skillful. Debridement, suture, 10 ml of normal saline. Forceps. Help me clamp this distal tendon. Light, shine a little over here. Xianxia first used the hemostatic forceps to clamp the broken end of the tendon and pulled it tight. He took a 30 cm long silk thread and threaded the thin straight needle at both ends. The needle was inserted transversely through the tendon 1.5 cm from the broken end. He pulled it out so that the two threads were the same length. Then, the needle was inserted on the side of the needle point. The needle was inserted diagonally to the broken end and passed through the tendon symmetrically. The needle was inserted 2 to 3 times. Finally, the needle was inserted 3 mm near the hemostatic forceps. The sharpness +1 attribute was very powerful. It allowed Xianxia's suture precision to increase by a small level. Then, he used a sharp knife to cut the tendon near the hemostatic forceps. He flipped the hemostatic forceps to reveal the cross-section. The needle was inserted in the same way as above. The needle was inserted from both sides symmetrically in the cross-section of the tendon. The stump of the tendon was cut off and the suture was tightened. Every step of the work was full of risks. Xianxia did not dare to be careless or sloppy. Because if he was not careful, the wound might be enlarged. There was only one result, the formation of tissue adhesion. Strive for perfection. This was probably the most difficult part of the surgery. It was a high-intensity, high-precision, and high-accuracy job. Xianxia had to continue for at least an hour. After more than 10 minutes, the first tendon was sutured. Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. He found that the red extensor pollicis longus tendon changed color and became green. Ding! Extensor pollicis longus tendon suture completed. Tendon suture experience +100, experience +100, RMB +100. Xianxia was overjoyed. Continue to the next step. Xianxia carefully began to suture the tendon. As an assistant, Xianxia became even more skilled. Time passed by, second by second. Xianxia did not dare to slack off in the slightest. The first one, the second one, the last one, the suture was complete, it was finally done. The tendon was sutured, the success rate was extremely high. At this time, Xianxia was already dumbfounded. They were both surgeons. Although they did not have outstanding skills, they had outstanding eyesight. Although Xianxia was Xianxia's senior physician, Xianxia felt that Xianxia's suturing of tendons was much worse than Xianxia's, especially when it came to the control of precision and the treatment of preventing adhesion. Xianxia studied at Xianxia Medical College as a postgraduate student. This was the Xianxia Medical College of Central South University, which was as famous as Peking Union Medical College. Her tutor was also a surgical expert. At this time, she suddenly realized that although Xianxia's tendon suturing technique was slightly inferior, he was better than her tutor in terms of precision, accuracy, and sensitivity. This was talent. Surgeries were a test of talent: eagle eyes, lion's heart, and a woman's hand. Next was some simple vascular anastomosis. When Xianxia performed the anastomosis, Xianxia was suddenly stunned. Was this the same person as Xianxia just now? This poor vascular suturing technique was even slightly inferior to his own. When he thought of this, Xianxia felt that the gap between them was not that big. After all, if Ling Ran surpassed him by too much, he would feel unbalanced. He was a postgraduate student at Xianxia Medical College, and Xianxia was just an undergraduate medical student. The finishing work began. Skin suture. For the last part of the work, Xianxia's beauty's eye was automatically activated. His eyes had already begun to compare the broken skin, matching and combining them. Not long after, a perfect plan appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia began his amazing operation. Compared to the tendon suture, his skin suture was the highlight. The needle and thread in his hand were like butterflies flying through flowers, extremely agile. Looking at Xianxia at the side, he was dumbfounded. This guy, he was showing off his operation, he could not tolerate it. Xianxia met the director of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, Xiaoyuan. After telling him the truth, Director Qin attached great importance to it and immediately opened a green channel. He invited the surgeon of the province, Director Liu, to personally perform the surgery. This was an inter-hospital consultation surgery. It was called Operation Save the Heroes. Half an hour later, Liu Siki arrived at the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Accompanying him was Tan Zhonglin, the director of the Department of Microsurgery. Therefore, the captain of the criminal police force, Zhang Kachin, led 2 directors and a director to the emergency department ward. This group of people was very spectacular as they walked in the hospital. With Director Qin leading the way, the journey was smooth. At this time, Yanjun had just finished his surgery. When he saw the group of people walking over, he was stunned. What had happened, the director saw in Yanjun. Director N, where is the patient sent by the criminal police force? And Yanjun shook his head. Director Qin, I just finished my surgery. I'll go and ask the resuscitation room. Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Zhang Keqin and comforted him. Captain Zhang, we won't let the hero suffer. This time, we will cooperate with the entire hospital to resuscitate him. Lu Siki also nodded and said, yes, Captain Zhang. We will definitely do our best and try not to leave any sequelae. Director Tan Zhonglin has specialized in hand surgery for many years. Let's do our best for this surgery. Zhang Keqin nodded excitedly. Thank you, directors and directors. It's really hard on you. Little Wu is only 25 years old. Please. Tan Zhonglin sighed. I saw the photo you sent just now. The degree of damage to Little Wu's tendon is relatively high. It's very difficult to suture it, mainly because the precision is too high. The most difficult thing when it comes to suturing tendons is the recovery after the surgery. After the suture, the tendon is very easy to stick together and affect its function. As he spoke, and Yanjun walked out with a serious expression. Director Qin, the patient has been sent for suture. It'll be over soon. When he said that, everyone was stunned. Who did it? Qin Xiaoyuan asked curiously. And Yanjun hesitated for a moment. Chen Song. Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. Chen Song? Who is he? The directors and directors around them also asked curiously, but they did not seem to have heard of such a person, and Yanjun gritted his teeth. This kid was really too reckless. He's a junior doctor in our department. He was hired by the department. You might not have seen him before. When he said that, the surrounding air almost froze. Zhang Keqin's face changed. Oh my god, you must be kidding me, right? I spent so much effort to find 2 provincial-level experts, but you actually let that junior doctor do the job, what? What the F***ck did I do? Zhang Keqin held on to a sliver of hope that this Chen Song was another Chen Song or a specialist from a certain hospital. He carefully asked, is it that young man? The tall, white and clean one. And Yanjun nodded. Damn it, Zhang Keqin felt like he was going to die. Qin Xiaoyuan's face darkened at once. What a mess, and Yanjun hurriedly explained, don't worry, Hospital Qin. Chen Song is good. I have seen his basic skills. Hospital Qin shook his head and asked directly, which operating room is he in? Take us there. And Yanjun coughed and said in a low voice, not in the operating room, but in the treatment room. And Yanjun was going crazy in his heart. Old Chen, hurry up and discipline this brat. If you don't teach him a lesson for 3 days, he'll become a troublemaker. This matter is going to be big, sure enough, and Yanjun's words made everyone quiet down. And Yanjun felt that he could draw his own electrocardiogram if there was a piece of paper here, let alone a needle. Silence, suffocation. At this time, Hospital Qin suddenly said in a low voice, nonsense. You did it in such a big treatment room. Is this the attitude of the emergency department? And Yanjun sighed. He thought that Chen Song was not bad, so he helped to explain, Hospital Qin, the operating room in the emergency room is limited. Tendon suturing is usually done in the treatment room. Zhang Keqin's heart suddenly broke. My Wu gang, look at you, you weren't killed by the robbers, but instead, you're going to die in the hands of this junior doctor. Lu Siki coughed to break the awkwardness, let's go. Let's go now and see if we can make it. Tan Zhonglin nodded, but said in his heart, the second tendon injury will increase the probability of adhesion. When the head nurse saw Director Qin, she hurriedly walked over. Director Qin, why are you here? Qin Xiaoyuan said, yes, I'm here to see a patient. And Yanjun asked, which treatment room is Chen Song in? Tian Lanxiang, house number 3. He's been in there for an hour. He should be out soon. This sentence made everyone's heart sink. It's over. After pushing the door open and entering, Chen Song was suturing the skin and was almost done. Qin Yu turned his head and was dumbfounded when he saw so many people. Director and Dean Qin? Why are you all here? After all, and Yanjun was a doctor in this department, so he immediately asked, how's the patient? Chen Song smiled and tied the last knot. Okay, it's done. When the crowd heard this, they immediately followed in. Wu Gang looked up and smiled. Captain, I'm fine. Zhang Keqin glared at Wu Gang. Nothing? Do you think nothing will happen just because you said so? And Yanjun pulled Chen Song to a corner and whispered, Boy, you're in trouble. Do you know who this is? You did it blindly. You're just showing off. Chen Song was stunned. I know, he's a policeman. And Yanjun patted his forehead and whispered, I don't mean that. He's sensitive now. How dare you put it into your hands? Don't you know that there are so many sequelae of tendon suturing? You always take these things into your own hands. Are you crazy? Chen Song smiled slightly. The operation is very successful. The anesthesia time was almost over. Chen Song turned around and said to Wu Gang, Move your fingers a little and feel it. Wu Gang nodded and raised his hand to move it a little. Eh? It's true. It's much better. I can move my hand. Haha, Captain, my hand is not bad. I can still shoot. Chen Song shook his head. You have to rest during this period. Don't move randomly. Start to move your joints slightly after 3 weeks. After 6 weeks, you can do normal functional exercises. Early movement can cause separation or rupture of the tendon section. Late movement is easy to cause adhesion. Wu Gang nodded. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Later, Chen Song fixed Wu Gang's limbs and kept his wrist in a relaxed position. He said, Remove the skin suture after 2 weeks and take out the steel wire after 6 weeks. Zhang Keqin looked at Wu Gang nervously. Are you really okay? Wu Gang nodded. I'm really okay. The other big shots stood there in astonishment and didn't know what to do. Chen Song also washed his hands. Hello, Director Qin. And Yanjun hurriedly introduced, Xiao Chen, this is Tan Zhonglin, Director of the Hand Surgery Department of the Provincial People's Hospital. This is Lu Siki, Director of the Surgery Department and Deputy Director of the Provincial People's Hospital. Although Chen Song didn't have any dealings with them, he had attended the annual meeting. These two stood on the rostrum and spoke during the annual meeting. He hurriedly greeted, Hello, Director Lu. I've heard a lot about you. I've read your thesis and your views on tendon suture. I'm amazed. It's an honor to meet you both. Ding. Xianxia Yuan's favorability -5, ding. Zhang Keqin's favorability -10, ding. Lu Siki's favorability -5, ding. Tan Zhonglin's favorability -5, Chen Song was dumbfounded. What the hell, did he flatter the wrong person? Wasn't that more satisfying? Did I do something that offended the heavens? Her favorability towards me is dropping. Qin Xiaoyuan came forward. Dr. Chen, why did you do the surgery on Wu Gang without permission? Chen Song was stunned. So this was the case. Chen Song felt that he did not do anything wrong. At that time, the blood supply of the patient's hand was getting worse. If the tendon suture was delayed for too long, it would not be good for the recovery of the hand. Moreover, if the patient lost the blood supply for a long time, it would undoubtedly increase the recovery of the nerves in the hand. At that time, I saw that the patient needed surgery. As the doctor on duty, I informed the patient of the situation. The patient agreed to the surgery and signed the informed consent form. Qin Yu was stunned. Wow, a man of steel is not afraid of force. This series of words was reasonable and reasonable. Dean Qin was speechless for a moment. Qin Yu thought in his heart, Chen Song is awesome. Qin Xiaoyuan took a deep breath. F***K, you talked to me about rules. After the patient's condition was evaluated, the difficulty factor was very high. Didn't you think of this? What if the surgery failed? Chen Song, there are risks and limitations in the surgery. It's normal. Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. F***K, do you still want to do it? Calm down, calm down. He took a deep breath again and was about to say something. Seeing that Qin Xiaoyuan was about to quibble, Chen Song suddenly blurted out another sentence, I know. I should communicate with the patient's family. But the patient insisted on doing it. As a medical worker, I can't refuse the treatment of the patient. And I have absolute confidence in the surgery. The scene was stagnant for a moment. Qin Yu's bootlicker, Chen Song is awesome. Everyone looked at this young and promising young man and felt sad. Qinyu looked at Dean Qin, whose eyelids were twitching, and said decisively, yes. The surgery was very successful. You can watch the video of the surgery. We have video in the treatment room. There was a video? This was a good evidence. Qin Xiaoyuan snorted and thought, I will teach you a lesson after watching the video. You are an arrogant boy. And Yanjun was stunned. Oh, right. In order to prevent accidents, there is a video in the treatment room, and the operation process can be recorded. Now, this is bad. If this boy is fooling around, there will be evidence. The two experts of the Provincial People's Hospital sighed and looked at each other. Let's watch the video first. The video was not in the emergency department, but in the monitoring center. There was no point in staying here any longer, so the few of them headed straight to the surveillance center. Along the way, Qin Xiaoyuan's face was gloomy and he didn't utter a single word. On the other hand, Zhang Keqin was filled with nervousness. This was even more unsettling than confronting a criminal. Lu Siki and Tan Zhongling were calm. Don't worry. Let's watch the video first. If the problem is serious, we can do the operation again. When Tan Zhongling said this, he didn't have any confidence in his heart. It was not so simple. When they arrived at the monitoring center, they knew the purpose of these big shots, so they quickly got the video. The special video had a special camera, which could be magnified and even the sound could be heard. And Yanjun was thinking about countermeasures at this time. Qinyu, on the other hand, sighed. This year's leaders are really troublesome. As for Chen Song, the doctor on duty could not leave his post casually. They skipped the beginning scene and went directly to the operation. Chen Song was looking for the scattered iron sand and iron pieces with tweezers. From this process, it could be seen that Chen Song's basic skills were good. He was bold and careful. Qin Xiaoyuan was an internist, not a surgeon. But with his long-term clinical experience, he could see something. Soon it was the suture stage. Everyone watched patiently. Qin Xiaoyuan could not help but say, Director Liu, Director Tan, watch carefully. If there is anything wrong, you must find it in time. Tan Zhongling and Lu Siki nodded silently. But when they observed Wu Gang's wrist and back through the camera at such a close distance, they could not help frowning. The damage was too high, the damage of the skin was very serious. The blood vessels were exposed, and many tendons were damaged. The blood color was very poor. Tan Zhongling couldn't help but sigh. This degree of damage is really troublesome. That young man is right. If we delay it for too long, it won't be good for the later stage of recovery. Zhang Keqin opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Tan Zhongling continued, actually, to be honest, if you let me suture this tendon, I can't guarantee that it will recover to its original state. After all, it's too difficult. But, this junior doctor is still a little careless. Tan Zhongling didn't finish his sentence because Chen Song had already started to operate. Yes, it's too hasty, not a little hasty. In such an urgent surgery, there's not enough time to judge the suture angle of the tendon and the technique used. It's simply too reckless. Chen Song clamped the broken end of the tendon with hemostatic forceps and pulled it tight. He took a 30 centimeters long thread and threaded it with a thin straight needle at both ends. He inserted the needle across the tendon 1.5 centimeters away from the broken end and pulled it out so that the two threads were the same length. Then, he inserted the needle at the side close to the point where the needle came out. He inserted the needle diagonally across the broken end and symmetrically through the tendon. He inserted the needle 2 to 3 times in such a way. Finally, he inserted the needle 3 millimeters away from the hemostatic forceps, Dean Qin's side. This won't do. I have to talk to the emergency department's department director about this. However, Lu Siki was soon stunned. Isn't this insertion too fast? Moreover, his understanding of tendons was too deep. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such accuracy. This young man is not simple. Lu Siki had no choice but to be serious when it came to inserting the needle. Compared to Lu Siki, Tan Zhongling frowned even more. He found something very strange but also very interesting. Chen Song had a very good grasp of the position of the tendon when he chose to suture it, especially at the place where the needle tip landed. Suddenly, Tan Zhongling's expression changed. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The degree of anastomosis of the two Achilles tendons is actually so high? Tan Zhonglin was dumbfounded. At first, he was still observing Chen Song pulling the Achilles tendon with the steel wire, but he found that the Achilles tendon's degree of anastomosis was so high. What did this mean? The higher the degree of anastomosis, the lower the probability of damage, and the faster the healing speed. At the same time, the probability of adhesion was also lower. The degree of anastomosis could not be so high. Is this a coincidence? But isn't this too much of a coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Tan Zhonglin made a bet. After all, even he himself might not be able to achieve such a high degree of anastomosis. However, what happened next was like a sharp arrow that pierced into his chest. Such a high degree of anastomosis again. Again. Perfect anastomosis of the extensor pollicis longus tendon. Perfect anastomosis of the flexor digitorum superficialis tendon. Perfect anastomosis of the flexor wrist tendon again. Wonderful. Tan Zhonglin could not help but clap his hands and cheer. This is great. It made the people around him stunned. Ding Qin was stunned and sighed. Oh. *T. Department Director Tan was so angry that he laughed. This kid is causing trouble for me. Zhang Qiqin and Ding Qin looked at each other, and a faint sadness filled their hearts. As for Lu Siki, he did not say a word. He even took out his phone and started to record. The tendon was quickly sutured, then, the blood vessel suture. It was very standard. Finally, the skin? Wait, this skin suture is quite beautiful? No. This skin can be sutured to such an extent. How can it be so complete? This is impossible. When he thought of this, Tan Zhonglin quickly turned around and said to the staff, "Replay the video before the surgery started." Soon, the staff retrieved the video. Suddenly, everyone saw the degree of damage to Wu Gang's skin before the surgery started. Then, Tan Zhonglin cut back and made a comparison. They were all stunned, because the skin just now was badly mangled, and the skin now was very smooth and could be said to be beautiful. How advanced are his suturing skills? Especially when it comes to the control of the skin. He's very skillful. Zhang Qiqin could not help but ask this. Dean Liu, Department Director Tan, can he still be saved? Tan Zhonglin frowned. Replay it again. When the tendon is sutured, slow down the speed and adjust it to 0. 5 times. The staff nodded. Tan Zhonglin quickly took out his phone and started to record. This suture was too successful. It could be called a classic suture case of ruptured tendon. It was very valuable for research. Moreover, even Tan Zhonglin was not sure if he could do it well. When he thought of this, Tan Zhonglin looked at the screen and clicked his tongue in wonder. Medicine is really a discipline that requires talent. Especially surgery. P.S. I know that everyone thinks that the updates are slow, but I can't add updates during the new book because, I won't say. In the future, I'll fix the update time. Every day at midnight and the next day at midnight, 2 updates a day. Adding updates is also possible. After all, you are all masters, right? However, I'll make a promise. During the new book, all the rewards will be added after it's published. As for the specific rules, I haven't thought of it yet. If you find something that can be used against me, I can't go back on my word. After a long time, Tan Zhonglin watched the video for 3 or 4 times. Finally, he was satisfied, as if he had finished watching a classic movie. It was so satisfying. It was not over yet. Every surgeon had a portable hard disk with a large memory at home, which stored all kinds of classic video materials. These were all precious resources. When they were at home, they would take them out and watch them several times to satisfy their cravings. Chen Song also had a hard disk, but forget it, let's not talk about it. Finally, Tan Zhonglin turned around and looked at Zhang Qiqin. He could not help but say, Captain Zhang, Wu Gang really met a benefactor. Zhang Qiqin nodded quickly, yes, thanks to the help of Executive Liu and Director Tan. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable. Tan Zhonglin and Lu Siki looked at each other and smiled. Haha, you are wrong. Wu Gang's benefactor is not me, but this junior doctor, Chen Song. Everyone was dumbfounded by his words. What? Xianxia was also stunned. Tan Zhonglin pointed at the video and said, "This operation can be called a textbook suture of the ruptured tendon. Dr. Xiaochen has a very high understanding of tendon suture. Although he is not very experienced, he is very talented. Every time he sutures, he chooses the foothold and the suture point carefully. In this way, the patient's tendon anastomosis is very good. I can guarantee that Wu Gang's hand will be as good as before. Moreover, look at his tidying and suturing of the skin. Don't you think it is an art? Look at the seriousness and precision of the suture. He even treats the skin suture as an art, rather than an ordinary suture. This is the comparison photo. You can have a look." Zhang Kaqin looked at the comparison of the wrist before and after, and was suddenly stunned. It was really a good suture. Criminal police often had some trauma, and suturing was a common thing. Therefore, although he did not know much about tendon suture, he had seen a lot about skin suture. "This suture was really good," Tan Zhonglin said. "It is no exaggeration to say that in the whole provincial people's hospital, there are no more than 3 people whose skin suture is better than Dr. Chen's." Lu Siki nodded. "Indeed. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Although I've been a surgeon for so many years, I've never been so serious when it comes to skin suturing because it's too basic. As for Chen Song, this junior doctor, his foundation is so solid that it's unbelievable. Of course, I think the most important thing is his talent. He can find the best suture point and suture method. This is a talent." After saying that, Lu Siki looked at Qin Xiaoyuan with envy. Dean Qin really knows how to pick talents. This young doctor is very talented in surgery. He has the potential to be a great doctor. With a little bit of training, he might become a talent. Zhang Kaqin was dumbfounded. What? Qin Xiaoyuan was also stunned. "I'm already prepared to criticize him, and you're telling me this?" However, to be praised by the director of the People's Hospital, as the director of the hospital, his emergency responsibility could withstand any test, and it felt good to be praised. He chuckled and said, "Sigh, I'm usually busy, so I don't know much about surgery. I don't even know Dr. Chen." And Yanjun nodded. "Dr. Xiaochen is a temporary worker recruited by the emergency department 2 years ago. He doesn't have a hospital contract, so it's normal that you haven't seen him before. However, Dr. Xiaochen's foundation is very solid, and he's also hardworking. He's a person who can do things." Tan Zhonglin was now even more curious about Chen Song. "So he's a temporary worker?" Thinking of this, Tan Zhonglin glanced at his old classmate Lu Siki and said casually, "Temporary worker? Well, it's good to be a temporary worker. Young people need more training." Lu Siki suddenly understood what he meant. "Yes, I also think it's good to be a temporary worker, but he needs more training. Let's go and thank this junior doctor." At this time, Chen Song was dealing with a patient with external injuries. Chen Song was suturing the skin. At this time, a group of people came in and immediately saw Chen Song suturing the skin, but his technique seemed very different. All of a sudden, everyone could not help but stop and watch. Being able to observe the suture in person was slightly different from what he saw in the video. Seeing Chen Song suturing, everyone had different feelings. Zhang Kaqin, "Wow, so beautiful." Qin Xiaoyuan, "Eh? He's quite skilled." And Yanjun frowned thoughtfully. Lu Siki took out his phone and quickly recorded. Tan Zhonglin actually felt his artistic cells surging. At this moment, he wanted to sing, and a medical version of Blue and White Porcelain appeared in his mind. Original work, cough cough, emphasis, the needle outlined the skin, the suture line rose and fell. Plain outline of blue and white, the sharpness of the strokes faded, the part that was originally torn was as good as new. The peony depicted on the bottle is just like your initial makeup, a light alcohol passed through the bottle, calming my heart. The gentle fragrance of sandalwood passed through the window, I understood your thoughts. This actually awakened the artistic cells deep in my heart that had been lost for a long time. Tan Zhonglin was very emotional. The way he looked at Chen Song changed. Lu Siki's eyes were also burning. The Provincial People's Hospital now lacked such a new generation of talents. Tan Zhonglin raised his eyes at Lu Siki. "We must have this talent." Lu Siki nodded deeply. He blinked 3 times and raised his eyelids. Yes, this is a talent. Tan Zhonglin glanced at him. He's still a temporary worker now. We'll tell him later that the Provincial People's Hospital will give him a permanent staff. Lu Siqi's left eyelid twitched. No problem. The two of them were old partners. After graduating from medical school, they came to the Provincial People's Hospital together. They worked for decades and performed thousands of surgeries together. They knew each other like the back of their hands. They could understand each other's meaning with just a glance. Xianxia looked at the two of them winking and was suddenly stunned. Were all surgeons so strange? He could not help but sigh. He had to talk to them about this when he had the chance. They could not delay their treatment because of work. But Chen Song finished suturing at this time. He stood up and saw everyone coming in. He stood up and greeted them with a smile. Hello, Dean Qin. Hello, Dean Lu and Chief Physician Tan. When everyone heard this, they immediately answered with a smile. Qin Xiaoyuan, okay. Lu Siqi, okay. Tan Zhonglin, okay, okay, okay. Zhang Keqin, okay, okay, okay. Chen Song was speechless. Qin Yu the little puppy, rolled his eyes and licked his lips. Ding. Qin Xiaoyuan's favorability plus 20. Ding. Zhang Keqin's favorability plus 20. Ding. Lu Siqi's favorability plus 20. Ding. Tan Zhonglin's favorability plus 20. Chen Song, WTF, what on earth happened? Chen Song was puzzled. He suddenly remembered something his parents told him. Chen Song, it's different when you're outside. Those big shots are temperamental. You have to be careful. Chen Song did not know much about temperamental, but now he finally understood what it meant. Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Chen Song. He coughed and nodded. In order to ease the tension between him and Xiao Chen, and to show his love and care, he tried to recall the expression and eyes of his first love 30 years ago. He tried to recall and act it out, Comrade Xiao Chen, I misunderstood you just now. Don't take it to heart. You did a good job this time. Comrade Wu Gang is our hero. You did the right thing this time. I will talk with your director. Keep it up. I have faith in you. Hearing this, Chen Song nodded with a smile, thank you, director. This is what I should do. But Chen Song was enthusiastic, but he was uneasy in his heart. He saw love in Dean Qin's eyes. That's so scary. Thinking of this, Chen Song took a step back without batting an eyelid. Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, tut. Good, the effect is good, Anne. This kid has good awareness. Well, good. Good, practice well. Our hospital needs talents like you. I will talk to your director when I come back. We will train you vigorously. Ding. Qin Xiaoyuan's favorability plus 5. Chen Song was stunned. Dean Qin is so frivolous. He likes me more. Thinking of this, Chen Song took a deep breath. If something happens to me, who can help me? Senior Chen's words don't carry much weight. It's said that there are hidden rules in the hospital. It seems that it's true. But focus training sounds good. Qin Xiaoyuan answered a phone call and left in a hurry. Before leaving, he looked at Lu Siqi and Tan Zhonglin thoughtfully. Excuse me, I have something to do. I can't entertain you. Well, Director In, please accompany you. Then he left in a hurry. Seeing Qin Xiaoyuan leave, Tan Zhonglin and Lu Siqi's eyes lit up. Well, Dr. Chen, come out. Let's have a talk. Tan Zhonglin smiled and pulled him aside. You're pretty good at suturing tendons. Who did you learn from? Chen Song smiled. It was all taught by Dr. Li, teacher, and is very good at suturing tendons. And Yanjin's face flushed red, but he remained calm and composed, remaining calm and collected. Tan Zhonglin laughed and asked Chen Song, well, can I have a word with you? After saying that, he pulled Chen Song to a place outside where there was no one. Xiao Chen, I think your skills are not bad. Have you ever thought of coming to the province to develop your skills? Our hand surgery department lacks a talent like you. Chen Song was stunned. Director Tan. Tan Zhonglin sighed. This talent deserves to be treated as a talent. After you come, I can't guarantee anything else, but I'll definitely solve this problem within a year. Chen Song's eyes widened. How could an undergraduate student obtain the provincial top 3 grade A establishment like the People's Hospital? Lu Siki also walked out and said with certainty, "That's right. Comrade Xiao Chen, think about it carefully. There's no need to rush to a conclusion. If you're willing to come, we'll always welcome you." After saying that, Lu Siki, Tan Zhonglin, and Chen Song exchanged phone numbers and WeChat messages before they left in a hurry. And Yanjun walked out at this time and looked at Chen Song with a gossipy expression. "Xiao Chen, what did they say?" Chen Song told the truth, "They want me to go to the Provincial People's Hospital. They want me to be a staff member and focus on grooming me." And Yanjun rolled his eyes. "TSK. Don't be like Lao Chen. All you do is brag all day." "What did they say?" Chen Song was speechless. Chen Song said, "They said that I'm handsome." And Yanjun thought about it carefully, nodded, and walked away thoughtfully. When he walked far away, he even turned around to look. "That's true." Chen Song was speechless. Looking at the phone in his hand, Chen Song hesitated again and again. The Provincial People's Hospital was indeed better than the second Provincial People's Hospital. However, Chen Song knew himself well. They should be interested in his suturing skills. However, a surgeon couldn't only know how to suture. It wasn't that Chen Song didn't want to go to a good hospital, but it wasn't the right time. Besides, Lao Chen and Director Li were good to him. Moreover, the hospital was about to give him a permanent contract. Although it wasn't a staff member, it was still okay. Rice should be eaten one bite at a time. As soon as Chen Song returned to the ward, several tall and strong men surrounded him. "Dr. Chen. Thank you so much." "Yes, Dr. Chen, thank you for your hard work." The two hurriedly shook hands with Chen Song. Chen Song was stunned. "You are?" The two also smiled awkwardly. "We're in the same team as Wu Gang. We're sworn brothers. Thank you so much this time. Otherwise, Wu Gang would definitely be transferred to the archives. Let alone catching criminals, it would be difficult for him to even shoot a pistol." Chen Song coughed. Yes, it's better not to shoot a pistol." The man was stunned and suddenly dumbfounded. Then he laughed. "We're talking about the 05 pistol." Chen Song smiled awkwardly and ran into the ward. "Sorry for bothering you." At this time, Zhang Kaqin and Wu Gang were sitting together and chatting. Seeing Chen Song come in, Zhang Kaqin was full of smiles. "Dr. Chen, thank you for your hard work. I'm impatient. Please don't mind." Chen Song smiled. "It's okay. I understand. I think it's good to have a captain like you." Indeed, since Wu Gang had an accident, Zhang Kaqin had been running around and using his own connections to find experts for him. His effort was really admirable. Chen Song looked at Wu Gang. "Have a good rest during this period. Don't shoot a pistol, well, the 05 pistol. You'll be fine after more than a month." Wu Gang quickly stood up and his face was full of heroic spirit. "Dr. Chen, if you need me in the future, just let me know." Chen Song smiled awkwardly. "Forget it. There's a good saying, don't look for a doctor if you don't need help. Don't look for a policeman if you need help. If I look for you, it's at least a criminal offense." "How unlucky I am." When everyone heard this, they laughed out loud. Zhang Kaqin smiled. "Dr. Xiao Chen, you may not need to look for us, but we'll have to trouble you a lot in the future." Speaking of this, Zhang Kaqin put away the smile on his face and said solemnly, "As a policeman, what we have the most contact with every day is crime. We often have injuries, so we'll have to trouble you a lot in the future." Chen Song looked at Zhang Kaqin's sincere and worried face and comforted him. "Okay, you can come to me directly if you need help in the future. I'll open a green channel for you. I'll be there at any time with a phone call." There was no task or reward, but Chen Song was sincere. The doctor's profession was very stressful and powerful. The policeman's profession was more responsible than the doctor's, and the burden was heavier. It was they who guarded the society. The reason why life was easy was that there were people who carried the burden forward. Looking at Wu Gang, who was beaming with joy, Chen Song suddenly felt that all these things were not important. People should do something and not do something. However, there was a group of people who knew the danger but still took the lead and went forward. Thinking of Wu Gang, who was shot at the risk of his life to save others, Chen Song felt the blood in his body was hot. Ding! Rescue Wu Gang mission completed. Your tendon suture has been upgraded to the Master level. Ding! Tendon suture technique, Master level, special effects, 1. Reduced adhesion coefficient, 2. Fast recovery. The degree of suture of tendon suture can accelerate the recovery process of tendon. But I sutured so many monsters with tendons, but didn't get any equipment. It seemed that my character still needed to be improved. It was the emergency department's night shift again. Chen Song felt that the night shift was like a lottery. If he was lucky, he would get a good draw. The country would be prosperous and the people would be at peace. He would be able to have a good night's rest and even sleep. If he was unlucky, sigh, a large group of people would face a bloody disaster and be busy for the entire night. Chen Song had just thought of this when he heard a commotion coming from the outpatient hall. Something had happened. Chen Song hurriedly walked out. The moment he stepped out, he smelled the smell of alcohol. Damn, are you guys drinking medical alcohol? What a strong smell. He smelled it before even seeing it. Turning around the corner, Chen Song could not help but take a step back. Because he saw a group of burly men standing in the hall. All of them looked aggressive and were bathed in blood, which added to their domineering aura. The blood had already soaked their clothes, but there was no sign of pain on their faces. But he saw more than 20 people divided into two groups. The shirtless burly men were cursing loudly. The one on the left scolded, "You coward." The one on the right replied, "You coward." The burly man on the left said, "Look at the tattoo on your body. Is that AF*** King Tiger? It looks like a cat to me." The burly man on the right said, "Damn, is yours good? I wonder if it was tattooed by that kid at the 10 yuan store. Is that a dragon? It looks like a worm." The two groups of people looked fierce. Just by standing there without speaking, they gave off a sense of deterrence, but the moment they spoke, this feeling disappeared. Furthermore, Chen Song actually found it funny. It felt like a movie king had learned how to do crosstalk and then went to film a movie. He had a good sense of camera angles and was also very talented in language. The leader on the left was a bald burly man. He was tall and strong. Although he did not have any muscles, he looked very strong. His skin was dark and there was a dragon tattoo on his left arm. However, the dragon head had been slashed and was bleeding. He kept wiping the blood with his clothes. His white shirt was red, but the most eye-catching thing was not this. It was the gold chain on his neck. It was too thick to call it a chain. Chen Song felt that it was as thick as a thumb. It must weigh a few kilograms. The one on the right was even more exaggerated. He had 7 or 8 gold rings on his finger. Around his neck was a piece of jade, but it was very big. Most importantly, this jade was not carved with Guanyin or Buddha. It was carved with Guan Yu. TSK. The taste of rich people is really, how boring. The man's chest was also torn open. Only the tiger's head could be seen, but it was still quite ferocious. The boss on the left scolded, and the lackeys behind him echoed his words. The boss on the right was the same, not to be outdone. From afar, these two groups seemed to have a tacit understanding. Both sides were happily scolding each other. The nervous and uneasy emotions of the few young nurses also faded a lot. Chen Song estimated that if he didn't stop them, they would probably argue with each other for the whole night. Alright, Brothers, this is a hospital. Many people are resting here. Moreover, there is so much blood on your bodies. You should bandage your wounds first. After all, blood is quite precious. The man on the left wanted to glare at Chen Song. Do I look like someone who lacks money? Hurry up and get ready. The 10 of us will each have a bag of blood. Plasma, red blood cells, white blood cells, all of it. Chen Song realized that when these professional terms came out of the man's mouth, he was deliberately trying to make it sound more cultured and impressive. Sure enough, the boss on the right looked provocatively at the boss with the tiger tattoo. The boss on the right also glared back. Are you looking down on us? Is blood expensive? We'll drink half a kilogram each first. The man on the left said, Country bumpkin, blood is a transfusion. The man on the right said, Country bumpkin, I'm thirsty. Can't I drink? Chen Song, F***ck, what the hell is this group of people? No, I can't reason with drunkards. Chen Song coughed. It's not expensive, it's important. You're short of blood now, and the hospital doesn't have much left. You have to go back and recuperate on your own. Also, it's a little dangerous if you keep bleeding like this. If you lose too much blood. At this time, one of the men suddenly said to the boss on the left, Boss, there's an old saying, 1 drop of essence is 10 drops of blood. 1 kilogram of blood is 1 kilogram of essence. How many grams do you get in one shot? Think about it, you're bleeding so much. Why don't you go? It's a waste to lose blood like this, right? The two bosses suddenly woke up from their daze. Damn, Chen Song was speechless. This explanation was amazing. It was an astonishing speed. Why am I so close to being convinced to transfuse some blood? Doctor. Stop the bleeding and suture me first. I'll give you money. The dragon-headed man seemed to be frightened by the man's theory. Chen Song was also stunned. His theory didn't seem to work with this group of people. Only their theory was useful. Chen Song sighed helplessly. Go and register for an emergency number first. The man was very smart. He got up and went to register for an emergency number. The burly man opposite Guan Yu seemed to be frightened by the essence blood theory. He felt that it was very reasonable. He looked at the men beside him in disappointment. He seemed to be depressed and embarrassed by their incompetence. However, when he thought about how much damage he had done, his expression changed. He also came forward. Doctor, my wound is deep. Suture it for me first. Chen Song looked at the man's situation. Go and register for an emergency number. Use your identity card. There's no rush. Come one by one. The system needs to record your information. Then, he looked at the others. You guys too. Take a number each. You're all bleeding. Come and clean up. Don't get infected. The dragon-headed man looked at the tiger head. TSK, did you see that? This is called talent storage and quality. Efficiency is high. After saying that, he entered the treatment room provocatively. When he reached the door, he didn't forget to turn back and provoke. You always hide behind me. The dragon-headed man was instantly annoyed. Humph. I don't like this junior doctor. This junior doctor knows nothing about suturing. When the time comes, I'll sew your dragon head into a worm. I'll also sew your longan. I'll go to the provincial people's hospital. I'll definitely find an expert there. Brothers, let's go. Brother who will bring you to the provincial people's hospital. That's right. Follow brother who to find an expert. The dragon-headed man, who had just entered, suddenly stopped. He felt that the tiger-head man's words were very reasonable. He got up and wanted to chase after him. Brothers, let's go find an expert too. We can't lose. If my dragon head is damaged, it'll be a huge loss. I spent tens of thousands to get it tattooed. Chen Song had just opened the debridement and suturing bag when he suddenly heard this. He was dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly saw a question mark above the dragon-headed man's head. Chen Song tapped on the faintly formed question mark. Ding. NPC Zhang Dalong has issued a mission. Mission requirements: suture the wound and tattoo on the arm. The reward will be based on the effect. The more satisfied Zhang Dalong is, the better the reward. When Chen Song raised his head again, he had already made up his mind to keep this person here. He raised his hand and chided. Stop right there. Zhang Dalong was about to leave when he was suddenly startled by this sudden shout. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was caught playing truant in school by the teacher. He actually felt a little dejected and guilty. Chen Song, sit down. Zhang Dalong didn't know why, but at this moment, he suddenly wanted to sit down. His legs weren't listening to him. Zhang Dalong, whose eyes were wide open, suddenly wanted to explain something. but he realized that Chen Song had already picked up the knife. He could only shut up, or, he was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. Chen Song removed the clothes covering the man's arm and saw the long cut from the dragon's horn to the dragon's foot. It just happened to penetrate the dragon's head, which greatly affected the overall aura. Zhang Daolong opened his mouth and whispered, "Doctor, look at my right arm." Chen Song was stunned. He lowered his head and looked carefully. After thinking for a long time, he said, "This is, the mythical beast David's deer?" Zhang Daolong coughed. "This is a white tiger." Chen Song, "This white tiger is a little, mutated." Zhang Daolong shook his head and sighed. This was also sutured by someone. After going back and forth, it turned from a white tiger to a bird. "I want to wash it now." At this point, Zhang Daolong suddenly looked at Chen Song. "Doctor, my dragon," Chen Song looked carefully. "It's a single eyelid." "Zhang Daolong?" Chen Song looked carefully, and the eyes of beauty in his eyes automatically activated. At this moment, this scene had changed too much in Chen Song's eyes. His eyes began to think about how to suture it better without losing its domineering aura. After all, the reward was related to the degree of satisfaction. Zhang Daolong was just about to speak when Chen Song interrupted him. "Don't talk or move. Otherwise, your muscles will go out of shape. I won't be responsible if I sew you into a lizard later." Zhang Daolong shut his mouth. "You have a knife, you are awesome." This wound was obviously not caused by a knife. It was very irregular. "What kind of wound is this?" "Zhang Daolong, Chen Song, what cut?" "You can't remember?" Zhang Daolong's face was filled with fear. "You won't let me speak. What if I turn into a lizard? How embarrassing would that be?" Chen Song said, "It's okay, I haven't started yet." Zhang Daolong said, "Beer bottle, that's the guy you saw just now." "But I didn't lose anything. I beheaded the tiger in his stomach." At this point, Zhang Daolong was filled with joy and pride. Chen Song nodded. He opened the debridement and suturing kit and began to clean the wound and suture it with anesthesia. At this time, the big brother's 9 little brothers came in. When they saw Chen Song suturing, they all went over to take a look. Zhang Daolong did not dare to make a sound, afraid that Chen Song would sew a lizard out of it. Chen Song used the tweezers to hold the needle tip and kept drawing as if he was drawing. He started from the dragon's head. Because the wound was not neat, he needed to insert more needles if he did not want it to affect the tattoo. This way, the complexity of the process was obviously increased. However, this was Chen Song's first time doing such an art job, so he was looking forward to it. The dragon's eye was cut open. Chen Song frowned. How was he going to do this? Suddenly, he thought of Zhang Zhixin's little trick of making double eyelids. He could totally do something with the eyes. Thinking of this, Chen Song was not in a hurry. Instead, he was looking forward to it. A few minutes later, the people behind him were shocked. "Damn, the dragon's eye is so domineering." "Yeah? But it seems a little different." "Nonsense, the single eyelid has become double eyelid. How can it be the same?" "Get lost, I think the dragon's eye is even more domineering. It's like it's staring at me." "Damn? Now that you mention it, it's really the case. I feel the same too." "Amazing. Too amazing." The group of underlings chattered, leaving Zhang Daolong puzzled. What was going on? However, thinking of Chen Song's words just now, he did not dare to move, afraid that he would repeat the same mistake and end up like his right arm. At this moment, his heart was itching. What was going on? Why were these people so excited? Thinking of this, Zhang Daolong felt as if ants were crawling on his body. It was extremely itchy. Look, here, here. The stitching is amazing. Even the dragon's scales are outlined. This is nothing. Look, this line, doesn't it look like a dragon's whisker? Damn. It looks like it. It really looks like it. Hey. Look at it from my angle. It's so domineering. It's so cool. The chattering voices had long disappeared from Chen Song's ears. His soul seemed to have become one with Zhang Daolong's arm. Finally, the last needle was inserted. After a handsome surgical knot was stitched, Chen Song said, "All right, get up and take a look at the effect." I'm going to bandage you. Zhang Dalong looked at the group of underlings looking at his arm in amazement. He was a little puzzled. He got up and stood in front of the mirror hesitantly. With this look, Zhang Dalong was dumbfounded. He was stunned. This was a real dragon, explosive. It was so cool that it could explode. It felt like a dragon soaring through the 9 provinces and leaping across the 4 seas. Zhang Dalong felt that his breathing was a little rapid. His eyes were wide open and he could not look straight at it because he realized that through the mirror, the domineering dragon was staring at him. This look was a little creepy. He looked at it from another angle and found that it was still the same. The dragon's eyes were still staring at him. Shocking, Zhang Dalong's heart trembled and his shoulders shrugged. This was King Miracle. He turned his head carefully and looked at his arm. He found that after the dragon's eyes were sutured, it was even more domineering and divine. Moreover, it had double eyelids? Zhang Dalong was silent. Chen Song was stunned and turned to look at Zhang Dalong. What's wrong? Are you satisfied? Zhang Dalong continued to be silent. Chen Song was dumbfounded. What the *CK? Did I mess it up? His heart skipped a beat. Zhang Dalong suddenly looked at Chen Song affectionately. Doctor? No. You're not a doctor. I think you're an artist. A great artist who can heal the human heart. This dragon. It's amazing, you've given it life. You are a great artist. I think this dragon should change its name. It should be called Mona Lisa's dragon. Chen Song spat on the spot. What? Zhang Dalong said firmly, Mona Lisa's dragon. Think about it, this dragon seems to be staring at you no matter which direction you look from. What's the difference between this and Mona Lisa? So it should be called Mona Lisa's dragon. Don't you think so? Zhang Dalong looked at his subordinates. Yes. That's a good name. Boss, you're smart and talented, and you're well-versed in both Chinese and Western. This name is low-key, luxurious, and meaningful. It combines Western art with Eastern tradition. It's perfect. Boss, I suggest you post it on your WeChat moments and let Zhao Huqiu see what a master is. Reflect on myself 3 times a day. Read? Vote? Tipping? His words woke him up from his dream. Zhang Dalong suddenly realized that a certain expert was right. What was the most important thing in the 21st century? Talent. Zhang Dalong looked at his little brother with a warm heart and was very gratified. He immediately took out his phone and took a few pictures in front of the mirror. He wrote on his WeChat, Master's work, Mona Lisa's dragon. Below were a few pictures from different angles. Then, he began to admire them smugly. Chen Song sighed. You need to bandage or it will get infected. Zhang Dalong shook his head. Master, I'm not afraid. Infection is nothing. We're not even afraid of a cold. Chen Song was speechless. You're King talent. I want to take out my Italian cannon and give you a round of applause. You're also the first person to put infection and cold on the same level. Should I add a touch for you? If you don't bandage the infection, this dragon will really be finished. It'll be even more troublesome if it festers. Maybe that piece of flesh will have to be removed. Zhang Dalong's dragon body trembled and immediately sat down obediently. Come, master, bandage it. Chen Song was speechless. After bandaging, Chen Song said, come back in a few days to remove the stitches. Remember, don't touch water these 2 days. Be careful of infection. Zhang Dalong nodded obediently. Because he had formed a perfect formula in his heart, infection equals dragon is gone cold. So, infection cold. After Chen Song finished bandaging, he immediately received a notification. Frowny face NPC Zhang Dalong issued a mission, debridement and suturing mission completed. Satisfaction, extremely satisfied. Mission reward, 1, Zhang Dalong's favorability plus 10, 2, RMB plus 200, 3, skin suturing experience plus 200, 4, a special reward. Open it to receive a fortune bag. Chen Song was stunned. There were so many things, it was luxurious, it was such a simple mission, but there was such a generous reward for completing it. This suturing mission was even more rewarding than the suppurative appendicitis mission. Most importantly, there was a fortune bag. A fortune bag was a good thing. Chen Song had obtained a special skill from the fortune bag last time, beautiful eyes. This was like a bug in plastic surgery. What would be in the bag of fortune this time? Before he could open it, a group of lackeys had already surrounded him. Master. My arowana was also scratched. Can you see how you can suture it? Master. The guanyu on my back is also scratched. Can you see if you can fix it? Chen Song couldn't help but sigh when he saw the burly men calling him master. He began to perform suturing missions again and again. She started at 12 o'clock and finished suturing at around 1:30 in the morning. Although it was tiring, the harvest was plentiful. His experience points for skin suturing had increased by more than 600 points. Skin suture, advanced, 12004000. The strong men looked at their tattoos with satisfaction and took pictures of them. Before they left, they all added Chen Song on WeChat. Zhang Dalong smiled righteously. Master, in the future, if there's anything you can't solve in Dema village, just give me a call. I, Zhang Dalong, am quite famous in this land. The other lackeys also nodded. That's right. Master, if you have something to say, just say it. Chen Song smiled faintly. Go back and rest early. Zhang Dalong nodded. Okay. That. Master, if we bump into anything or get cut by a knife in the future, we'll only come to you. Please take care of us in the future. Chen Song was speechless. After everyone left, a few nurses came over. Dr. Chen, are you okay? Chen Song shook his head. I'm fine, the nurse said. I know this Zhang Dalong. He's a gangster in Dema village. Before the nurse could finish speaking, a burly man suddenly turned back. The nurse looked up and ran away in fear. Zhang Dalong was stunned. He touched his bald head and looked at Chen Song in confusion. Master, am I that scary? Chen Song shook his head. No. The nurse is dizzy when she sees dragons. By the way, why did you come back? Zhang Dalong took off a gold ring on his finger. Master, it's all thanks to you today. The owner of the tattoo shop said that the correction would cost at least a few hundred yuan. It would be even more expensive if I found an expert. I don't have that much cash. Take this ring. Old Zhang can't take advantage of others. Chen Song looked at the gold ring. It was at least 10 to 20 grams. It was worth a few thousand yuan. Chen Song quickly refused. This is what I should do. If you give it to me, I'll be reported and I'll lose my job. Zhang Dalong saw that Chen Song was adamant. He could only give up. Okay, then remember to call me if you need anything in the future. If you need money or anything, just say it. Chen Song nodded and agreed. When Zhang Dalong saw that there was no one around, he asked softly, Master, do you think I should replenish my blood? After all, 1 drop equals 10 drops of blood. I often bleed. Is it because I'm weak? Chen Song looked at Zhang Dalong, whose arms were thicker than his legs, and sighed. No need. Zhang Dalong was about to leave, but after taking a few steps, he felt uneasy. He hesitated and his footsteps were a little shaky. He looked back 3 times with every step. You really don't need it? Look at me. I'm a little unsteady. It must be because of kidney deficiency. Chen Song was speechless. You're really cultured. The departure of this group of people caused the emergency department to fall into a short period of silence. However, this silence did not last long. Chen Song sat in front of the computer and made up the medical records. After all, the outpatient records of the dozen burly men needed to be recorded. Looking at the records of thousands of words, Chen Song sighed. He reckoned that even writers did not write as much as he did in a day. Thinking of this, Chen Song sighed. You're also a mature computer. Why don't you know how to write your own medical records? At this moment, the young nurse, Chang Lina, who had been noisy just now, trotted in with a strange expression. Dr. Chen, it's not good. Come out and take a look. Chen Song was curious. He quickly got up and walked toward the emergency hall. He saw a young man of 17 or 18 standing at the nurse's station at the emergency triage table. From the faint stubble on his face, he should be a high school student. The boy looked quite honest and calm. He had a crew cut, and his face was a little pale. He wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses on his face and was wearing khaki pajamas. However, Chen Song found that the boy's pajamas were full of blood. Chen Song's face suddenly tensed up. There was blood here. He saw that the entire area 6 inches below the waist was dyed red with blood. Chen Song widened his eyes and asked nervously, "What's wrong? What happened?" The young man was incomparably calm and unperturbed. "Doctor, I have external injuries. I'm bleeding." Chen Song was stunned. "You're still so calm when you're bleeding?" Chen Song said. "Come, follow me to the treatment room for a checkup." Chen Song brought the boy to the door of the treatment room. The child's mother followed. At this moment, the child's mother was anxious to follow in. The boy smiled calmly. "Mom, I'm fine. Don't come in." When the boy's mother heard this, her expression changed. "Why are you telling me this at this time?" The boy suddenly stood at the door and did not move. "If you come in, I won't do it." The boy was very principled and calm. Chen Song could not help but sigh when he saw this. P.S. Have you read the 5 reflections today? Have you voted? Have you rewarded me? Have you praised me? Did I write well? Chen Song also urged, "Hello, Mississippi. You can go out first. I'll take a look at the child's condition first." Finally, the mother repeatedly reminded Chen Song, "If there's anything, tell me quickly." Only then did she go out. The boy heaved a sigh of relief and took off his pants generously. Chen Song was dumbfounded. Because it was full of blood, there was even a lot of residue that looked like glass shards. The glass shards were still stuck in his body. When Chen Song took a closer look, he understood. These were F*King fragments of the inner lining of a thermos. That's right, these were the small thermos bottles used at home. Ding! Triggered mission, save the injured boy. Completion of the mission will give you a reward. Circumcision, basic. Chen Song was stunned. Circumcision, it was a very ordinary, basic surgery that many departments did. It was more common than the general surgery department, the urology department, and the emergency department. Chen Song had done it a few times with Chen Bingxing, but he had never done it himself. This reward was not bad. Chen Song looked at the child's condition and sighed. The country's medical education still lacked proper guidance and education. The boy sighed and said helplessly, "I didn't expect this to happen." Chen Song was speechless. "You can think of this?" The boy saw that Chen Song was a little uneasy and continued, "Doctor, you don't have to be nervous. It's fine." Chen Song was speechless. "I'm nervous? You're still comforting me at a time like this? Am I the victim? Little brother, you're really a god." When Chen Song looked at the young man again, he suddenly felt that if this child did not die, he would definitely become a great person. Just this calmness, as if Mount Tai was collapsing in front of him, was not something an ordinary person could do. Chen Song looked at the situation. After washing it with normal saline, he found that it was as the boy said. It was really not that serious. Some of the small thermos bottles had broken the skin and punctured some small blood vessels, so a lot of blood was flowing. Chen Song thought for a while and consulted the young man. "I have to ask the nurse for a favor. Do you mind?" The boy shook his head. "It's fine. I'm almost an adult. Just don't let my mother see it. Besides, the nurses have seen everything. I'm not embarrassed." Chen Song was speechless. Were all children nowadays so playful? "I really don't understand what you meant by I'm not embarrassed." Chang Lina was a little stunned when she walked in, but she was relieved. After all, what had she not seen in the emergency department? Big wind and big waves walked over, but he wasn't too surprised. Chen Song said, "Take the gauze and hold the mouth of the bladder for me. I will use a small pair of tweezers to carefully break a hole." Chang Lina nodded and began to operate. The two of them cooperated quite well, and the internal bladder was not very hard, so it did not take long for it to break. They were successfully rescued. The boy heaved a sigh of relief. The next step was simple. Debridement and bandaging were basically done. However, Chen Song looked at the young man who was unperturbed. He felt that he should still persuade this child. Perhaps he should establish the right values. Don't joke about your body in the future. The young man nodded. I'm about to start school and go to university. Chen Song was speechless. What did this have to do with going to university? I've already graduated from university. Okay. The young man seemed to see Chen Song's confusion and explained, when the time comes, I won't need it anymore. Chen Song still said seriously, take care of your body. You're still young. Don't treat your organs as toys. You can't afford to play with them. The young man nodded. Okay. Thank you, doctor. I'm leaving. Don't tell my mother. I'll tell her that the thermos broke and pierced my lower body. Seeing them come out, the boy's mother quickly went up to them. Are you okay? Little Tian. Doctor, is my child okay? Chen Song smiled. It's fine. It's just a superficial wound. Don't take a shower for the next 2 days. Take some anti-inflammatory medicine and come back 3 days later to change the dressing. The woman finally heaved a sigh of relief and picked up the cup to drink some water. The hormones of puberty were really terrifying. His hormones, which had nowhere to go, really caught him off guard. Chen Song stood at the nurse's station and sighed with emotion after the two left. Even the two young nurses were chatting excitedly. The older nurse suddenly said, fortunately, my child is still young. However, I should still popularize the education of young people early. Chang Lina wasn't married yet, but she had a boyfriend. She clicked her tongue in wonder. Children nowadays are really troublesome. The young nurse was still an intern. Although she looked shy, she seemed to be looking forward to what had happened. She wanted to go to the medicine changing room to take a look, but she wasn't allowed in. She could only imagine what had happened based on Chang Lina's words. However, a woman's imagination had always been a gift. There was a huge deviation in the scene. Chang Lina sighed. Sigh, being single is a sin. Chen Song was about to laugh at their jokes. Just as he was about to leave, Chang Lina suddenly turned to look at Chen Song. Dr. Chen, do you have a girlfriend? Chen Song's face changed. Chang Lina and the other young nurse suddenly laughed strangely. Chen Song suddenly felt his heart go numb. Terrifying Fujoshi, are you demons? P.S. I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Have you eaten? Have you drunk? Have you studied? I blocked and changed it several times. Helpless. Seeking comfort, ding. Congratulations, you have completed the mission to save the injured little brother. Obtain skill, circumcision, beginner. Chen Song looked at the basic surgical skill with satisfaction. He was still a little satisfied. As for the matter of not having a girlfriend, do I not have a girlfriend? Tachibana Risa, Nanako. That's too many. I change them every day, but we're just online dating. We don't meet. Moreover, I didn't steal or rob. I've been single for more than 20 years with my ability. I relied on my awareness of being poor. But now that I have money, I have a chance to find a partner. Chen Song checked eBay and found that it was already more than 22,000. Moreover, he still had about 2,000 in cash. Chen Song did a rough calculation and found that he had earned about 3,000 in the past 7 or 8 days. What a terrifying number. The system gave Chen Song a rich source of income. For example, Alipay lottery, WeChat red packets, and even the stock that Chen Song bought for 3,000 last year was starting to make profits for Chen Song. It seemed that being his own system was quite tiring. After all, he had to find ways to rationalize his income. Even if he didn't give it to Chen Song, it was a wake-up call. It seemed that he should buy some lottery tickets in the future. Chen Song patiently took out his calculator and calculated carefully. With his monthly salary of more than 2,000, he had a monthly income of 15,000. How about, find a partner, slap? Chen Song quickly slapped himself awake. He was King arrogant. He even dared to find a partner. What else did he want? Why not go to heaven? Chen Song quickly shook his head. No. No. No, develop wretchedly. Don't be reckless. If I have 15,000 a month, I'll have to consider renting a new house. When my job is stable, I should save some money first and get a down payment. At least I'll have a foothold in this city. At least I'll have a place to stay. It was a quiet night. In the latter half of the night, a few bandages came one after another. The husband and wife quarreled until their faces were covered in blood. They couldn't bear to hit each other, so they hit themselves. In the end, the farce finally ended when the husband picked up the wine bottle and opened a scoop of his own wine. The next day, after finishing his shift, Xianxia went home to catch up on sleep. When he woke up, it was already noon. After washing up, Xianxia went downstairs for lunch. There were many peddlers in Dema village. The street was filled with small restaurants and vendors. After all, as one of the few large-scale urban villages in the city, it had become an active place for the lower-class people. However, today's Dema village was a little different from the past. Many shops posted the news that they were closing for sale. Perhaps they already knew about the demolition. Xianxia found a small restaurant and ordered a bowl of kung pao chicken with rice. Why did you order kung pao chicken? Because the owner of this shop didn't have good knife skills. Diced chicken was often made into nuggets. When he saw Xianxia come in, he smiled. Oh, kung pao chicken. Xianxia nodded and smiled, yes. He was the owner of this restaurant, the landlord, and also the chef. To put it bluntly, this restaurant basically satisfied his joy of cooking. He did not want to lose his skills. Usually, his wife and children would eat in the restaurant. The whole restaurant was like a family's restaurant. The 5-story self-built house behind him and the facade were all Oldie's family's. Usually, the restaurant was not busy because Oldie's family's food was expensive. However, the hygienic conditions were relatively good. Those who opened restaurants in urban villages were all small profits but quick turnover. The popular ones were those who were affordable. Oldie's restaurant was not that affordable. The taste was just so-so. However, there was one advantage. The taste of the food was the same as the food cooked at home. This meant that they would definitely not be able to compete with those small restaurants with a lot of ingredients. However, Oldie was also happy to be idle. He read novels and cooked in the restaurant every day. His wife would pick up his grandson from school. The family was happy and happy. Not long after, Oldie's kung pao chicken was served. He looked at the big piece of chicken. Xianxia smiled, Uncle He, fortunately, there are not many people in your restaurant. Otherwise, you will definitely lose money opening a restaurant. Oldie smiled and washed his hands. He read the novel and ignored him, just eat your food. The demolition notice has already been issued. I can't say for sure if I work for a few days. Xianxia asked, where's the resettlement house? Oldie shook his head, settle it yourself. However, I bought 2 new houses in the new district. When this place is demolished, I will move there. You should also quickly rent a house. Xianxia nodded and thought about looking for a house in the afternoon. It would be best if it could be near the hospital. Renting a single room would be the most suitable. In the afternoon, Xianxia took 58 yuan and made an appointment with an agent in the same city to look for houses. The houses in the second provincial hospital were not cheap, and the surrounding area was too far away. Xianxia had to take the bus to work every day. It was also inconvenient. After looking for an entire afternoon, he walked through 4 or 5 neighborhoods and looked at more than 20 houses. Xianxia took a fancy to a single room on the second floor of a loft. This house should have been divided into 4 rooms by the agent. 2 on the second floor and 2 on the first floor. The single room on the second floor had a balcony. It was facing south and the sunlight was not bad. The price was 1,400 yuan a month and 1,300 yuan a year. Xianxia thought about it and decided to rent it. After all, the prices here were about the same. After looking at so many houses, he was quite satisfied with this one. The second provincial hospital was more prosperous around it. It was one of the central areas of the city. There was also a private maternity hospital, the first affiliated hospital of Dongyang Medical University, and the provincial reproductive center around it. There was also a key primary school in the school. The houses around it were more expensive. 1,300 yuan a month was not bad. Xianxia thought about it for a long time and decided to rent it. It was only about 10 minutes away from the hospital. It was convenient and fast, and the rooms were not bad. What made Chen Song most satisfied was that there was a public kitchen on the first floor. Chen Song felt that this should save him a lot of money. The agent was also reliable. He followed Chen Song around for an entire afternoon. The final price was fixed at 1,300 yuan. However, he had to pay a month's rent as an agent's fee, a month's rent deposit, and 500 yuan in advance for water and electricity. After calculating everything, he had to pay nearly 20,000 yuan. Chen Song sighed. Fortunately, he had saved some money. Otherwise, he would really have to wander the streets. The next day, he went to sign the contract. Next, he had to slowly start moving things. Fortunately, Chen Song did not have many things, but the second floor of the loft became Chen Song's obstacle. After all, moving things across the stairs was really a laborious task. Why didn't he think of this problem back then? Chen Song decided to move one thing every day. After accumulating over time, he would finish moving when the demolition began. The fat auntie was also kind. She directly refunded Chen Song's deposit and the excess rent. This month was considered a free stay. The water and electricity were also generously waived. On this day, after the shift was over, head nurse Tian Shanlan suddenly said, "It's almost the end of last month. Our emergency department's performance this month is probably going to be at the bottom again. Everyone, during this period of time, please supervise the patient's hospitalization fees. Now, there are a lot of unpaid fees that have yet to be paid. Our department definitely won't be able to complete the task, but we can't be criticized by the hospital's leaders again, right? Also, doctors, you should use your consumables sparingly. That's all money. Also, can you not wear one mask every day? Do you have a mine? Also, don't always throw away the skin before it's used up. Besides, it can still be used if you pour some alcohol in it. That's all money. Lastly, there's the issue of outpatient fees. In the future, we have to treat patients one by one. We can't treat dozens of patients at one time. The hospital is now implementing the policy of treating patients with one ID card. Also, remember to pay for suture kits and bandages. This is not a welfare center. Everyone. I won't say who exactly, but everyone, please pay attention. Well, the head nurse said it again as usual. You don't know how expensive the daily necessities are until you're in charge. As the chief manager of the department and the financial manager of the family, Tian Shanlan also had an important task. Although the emergency department seemed to be the largest department in the hospital, it was also the poorest department in the hospital. The shift system in the emergency department was more unique. It was even the same in every hospital. The work during the day was more cumbersome. Writing medical records, ward rounds, dealing with patients, debridement, and dressing had already become a surgeon's habit. It was even like waking up to wash your face and brush your teeth. If you did not use a knife or gauze for a day, you would always feel that something was wrong. Wang Qian came back after his wedding. The vacation in Hawaii made this strong young man lose a few pounds. Chen Song sighed. It seemed that honeymoon was a physical work. Chen Bingxing looked at Chen Song and said, "I have 2 appendectomy surgeries today. Dr. N has one. I told him about it and let you do it. Do your best." Chen Song's eyes lit up. He said with a smile, "Okay, boss. Thank you very much." To a surgeon, it was a blessing to be able to perform surgeries. Many surgeons could not perform a surgery for 10 days to half a month after they entered the hospital. Even if they did, they would only be doing odd jobs. Therefore, opportunities were very important. Chen Bingxing gave Chen Song a chance and even borrowed in Yanjin's surgery. Chen Bingxing rolled his eyes. "Don't flatter me. Practice hard and try to finish this appendectomy within this period of time. When they come for an examination, you can do the appendectomy. I guarantee that there won't be any problems." Chen Song nodded and said with a smile, "Can an appendectomy be a miracle?" Chen Bingxing sneered. "Do you think appendectomy is easy?" Chen Song asked curiously, "Is it difficult?" Chen Bingxing could not help but shake his head. It's true that simple appendectomy is very simple. However, if the patient has various complications and the condition of the abdominal cavity is not ideal, how far can you go? The patients we encountered at the second provincial hospital are all ordinary patients. When I was studying at Shanghai 6th Hospital, I saw dozens and hundreds of patients with difficult appendectomies. Conventional appendectomy is suitable for appendicitis with mild inflammation at the base of the appendix where the mesenterium is relatively easy to separate. However, if there is abnormal swelling at the base of the appendix, gangrenous perforation at the base of the appendix, or even severe adhesion of the appendix that cannot be separated, what will you do? The series of questions confused Chen Song. Because he had never considered these questions at all. Chen Bingxing sighed. There are too many clinical problems. You can't let your guard down. What's the difference between us surgeons and slaughtering pigs? The purpose of slaughtering pigs is to kill the pig. If one stab doesn't kill it, then another stab. However, we're different. We're trying to save people. Why do you have to study medicine for 5 years as an undergraduate and 3 years as a postgraduate? After you graduate, you still have to undergo housemanship. It's because you don't know how the patient wants to get sick. Chen Song was stunned. How did the patient want to get sick? Chen Bingxing sighed. This illness is like a person. Everyone is different. They won't get sick according to the syllabus in your textbooks, such as appendicitis and so on. Any illness will change depending on the individual patient. Some people just get sick when they catch a cold, and some people get better even without taking medicine. Everyone has their own body constitution, and similarly, every illness has its own body constitution. I'm telling you so much because I want you to focus on your studies and learn skills in a down-to-earth manner. Let's not talk about other things. If you can really perform an appendectomy this year, I'll be thankful. Chen Song could not help but ask, Boss, how do you consider an appendectomy done? I think you perform an appendectomy about the same as directorly. Even directorly can't do it as fast as you. Chen Bingxing could not help but laugh. He looked at Chen Song. What do you think is the difference between a normal doctor and a famous doctor? Chen Song, level? Skills? Details? Or? Chen Bingxing said directly, do you know the function of an airbag in a car? Chen Song suddenly understood, Chen Bingxing, the airbag won't make the car more beautiful, and it won't even make the car faster. However, the function of the airbag can only be shown when you encounter a situation. There's not much difference between an expert and a normal person. There are some small differences, but you won't be able to tell. However, when something special happens to you, the difference between you and an expert will be obvious. Directorly is such a person. This is to tell you that if you have more time in the future, you should think more, and read more books. A surgeon is a doctor first, and then a surgeon. Do you understand? You've just started your surgery, and you don't even understand appendectomy. Now, normal appendectomies are rare, and they're all laparoscopic surgeries. You have to hurry up and catch up. Chen Song nodded and smiled. Okay, boss. In the past 2 years, Chen Song basically handled some basic clinical operations, such as suturing, debridement, emergency treatment, and so on. However, he rarely came into contact with surgeries. Now, Chen Bingxing had completely opened the door for Chen Song. And Yanjun was a very strict person. At the same time, he was also a perfectionist. Every day at work, he would wear a shirt, trousers, and a crocodile belt. His leather shoes seemed to always be wiped clean. While Chen Song and Chen Bingxing were chatting, and Yanjun walked over. He said to Chen Song, the surgery in the morning is a laparoscopic appendectomy. You should come over and take a look and help. Chen Song was slightly stunned for a while and nodded. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, department director, and Yanjun smiled faintly and nodded. This is the medical record. It's to understand the patient's situation. After he finished speaking, he handed over the medical record clip. Chen Song nodded and took it. After he opened the medical record, Chen Song could not help but sigh. Otherwise, why would department director and be the model worker of the hospital? Just the degree of organization of this medical record alone was something that countless people could not compare to. The test results were torn neatly and pasted on the adhesive paper. Even the extra corners had to be corrected in an orderly manner. It looked pleasing to the eye. And Yanjun had a habit of being very strict when pasting the test results. The order had to be in the order of blood and urine changes, liver and kidney function, and so on. Moreover, he did not allow any irregularities. This was a man who was meticulous and pursued perfection. He was also the middle-aged male god in the department. And Yanjun had a scholarly look. He was fair and clean. The light stubble matched his gold-rimmed eyes very well. His hair was neatly combed, and he looked very handsome in a suit. Chen Song could not help but sigh. He said to Chen Bingxing, "Boss, look at this. What's attitude? What's strict? Sigh. I really don't know until I compare. I'm inferior." Chen Bingxing nodded. Yes, our medical records have to be organized like this in the future. That. Xiao Chen, take a good picture. Tomorrow, when I see our medical records, if they are not organized, don't get off work. Organize them well. Chen Song widened his eyes. Me? Chen Bingxing said, "You want me, a senior doctor, to organize the medical records? Should I also write the medical records for you while I'm at it?" Chen Song nodded seriously. "Boss, I think it's possible." Chen Bingxing faintly smiled. Come. There's a hernia repair surgery today. You go and do it. I'll write the medical record." Chen Song, "Comrade Chen Bingxing, you've insulted me again." Chen Bingxing replied, "Oh? Is that so? Sorry." After saying that, Chen Bingxing said, "Ward round." Chen Song sighed helplessly. Living under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head. Who asked him to be so weak? He picked up 7 or 8 medical records and walked into the ward. Chen Song's interpersonal skills were very good. He had been getting along well with patients for so many years. This was something that Chen Song admired very much. Compared to in Yanjun, Chen Bingxing's medical records were never so neat and orderly. On the contrary, it was even a little messy. However, Chen Bingxing basically did not need medical records. In his words, medical records? That's just a basis. It's a certificate for the patient to be discharged from the hospital. The patient's condition should be recorded in the doctor's mind at all times. Indeed, Lao Chen did this. He never needed medical records for ward rounds because he could clearly see every abnormality in the patient's body. However, Chen Song's purpose of holding medical records was just to show the patient, "Oh, right, there was another effect," and that was to train the body. After all, the medical records were still very heavy. With more than 10 medical records added together, it indeed had the effect of training. Chen Song sighed. When he thought of Lao Chen's insult, he felt that he was just a medical record porter, heart-chilling, heart-stifling, myocardial infarction. As soon as they entered the room, the female patient of the 12th bed shouted, "Doctor, I want to change my bed." Chen Bingxing was suddenly stunned. "Change your bed? Isn't it fine? Why do you want to change your bed?" The female patient mysteriously pulled Chen Bingxing over and whispered, "I checked the calendar yesterday. It said that this month, I belong to the south. The demon god is in the southeast. There are Yu Ji, Shui Ji, Wu Li, and Ba Xuan. Also, my luck god and fortune god are in the north. I observed the layout of my ward and finally found the reason why I've been feeling unwell recently. My current position is in the southeast. It's not good for my recovery." Chen Bingxing was dumbfounded. Chen Song, the little bootlicker, was also dumbfounded. This set of logic made me speechless. Chen Bingxing smiled. No, I'll tell you. Your luck god is in the southeast and fortune god is in the east. There's no problem. The woman lowered her voice. "Dr. Chen, you also know this line of work? Come, Dr. Chen, please analyze it for me." Chen Bingxing smiled and shook his head. "Because the doctor's office is in the east and the pharmacy is in the south. Don't think too much. You have a demon god in your stomach. He's a bacterium. The bacterium invaded the wall of the tube and caused an infection, which led to acute appendicitis." When Chen Bingxing said this, the ward immediately laughed. The woman was also embarrassed and blushed. "Aya, doctor, don't doubt me. It's true. I'm serious. Also, I've already chosen an auspicious day for the surgery. It's 3 days later. After 3 days, there are no taboos. It's suitable for seeking medical treatment, praying, cooking sheep, slaughtering cows. It's suitable for seeing blood. My surgery should be considered to have seen blood, right? I think that day is just right for the surgery. When the woman said this, a cheerful atmosphere immediately filled the ward. At this moment, a cry interrupted the atmosphere. Aya, Aya, Aya. Doctor, doctor. Come quickly. I feel that the stitches on my stomach yesterday have been torn apart by my laughter. Bed 9 was a fat man who was preparing to be discharged tomorrow after the surgery. When this sentence was heard, the surrounding people immediately covered their mouths with their hands. They didn't dare to laugh even if they wanted to. Their faces were all red from holding it in. It was the same color as a ripe red apple, Chen Bingxing checked. It didn't tear apart. Don't worry. The man cried out, why did I feel like there was a sound just now? And it was so painful. Bed 10 smiled awkwardly. I just farted. Instantly, the surrounding people felt even more uncomfortable. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare. They were afraid that they would open their wounds. If they didn't laugh, it would be very uncomfortable to hold it in. Chen Bingxing looked at everyone sternly. Laugh all you want. You just finished the surgery. Be careful not to suffer internal injuries from holding it in. When the surrounding people heard this, they were immediately shocked and didn't dare to speak. Bed 10 said, Doctor, today I've been farting. And I feel like my stomach is rumbling. Chen Bingxing smiled. Oh? Alright, it seems like you've recovered well. Then you can start eating today. The patient was stunned and asked curiously, what do you mean? I can eat just because I'm farting? P.S. Yes, I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Have you updated? Have you updated? Have you updated, dear readers? I'm so tactful. Shouldn't you reward me? Thank you to the Moonlight Sanctum for your 2,000 yuan reward. The first disciple of this book has been born. Congratulations. When the patients around them heard the question, they all pricked up their ears to listen. After all, they also wanted to know what was the direct connection between farting and eating. Chen Song was about to answer when he suddenly turned to look at Chen Song, who was trying so hard to hold back his laughter that his face turned purple. He glared at him and asked, why can you eat when farting? When Chen Song heard that, he immediately became serious. Usually, doctors use this to determine whether the patient farted after surgery to determine whether the intestines are unobstructed. Patients usually won't fart for 1 to 2 days after abdominal surgery. First, it's because of the anesthetics during the surgery, the operation, the stimulation of cold air entering the abdominal cavity, and other reasons that temporarily anesthetize the intestines, so they can't fart. When the intestines gradually recover, the patient may feel a slight pain in the abdomen. They may even hear the sound of intestines moving in their stomach. This is a sign of farting. At this time, it means that the intestines have recovered, and the decompression tube in the stomach can be removed. Then, they can start eating. After hearing Chen Song's explanation, the people around them gradually nodded in understanding. Generally speaking, it was normal for them to follow Chen Bingxing for ward rounds. Chen Song even suspected that Chen Bingxing did it on purpose. Did Chen Bingxing train his suturing skills like this? After he sutured the patient, he would break free with a smile, and then suture, and break free again. Before leaving, the 8-bed nun still looked at Chen Bingxing without giving up. Doctor, how long can I perform the surgery? I think tomorrow should be. Chen Bingxing smiled. I don't want you to think, I want me to think. When he saw that the woman continued to speak, Lao Chen said faintly, there's no need to discuss this. Listen to me, listen to me. After he finished speaking, Chen Bingxing left. The people in the room could not help but laugh. There were tears in their laughter, and they laughed so hard that their wounds hurt. Even the 8-bed nun was amused by herself. Everyone was on their phones, so they naturally knew what kind of joke Lao Chen was playing. Besides, Lao Chen was easy to communicate with because of his skills, so everyone liked him very much. He was not arrogant, humorous, and easy to get along with. However, he was very principled and always considered the patients. After the ward round, he followed Lao Chen to perform the surgery. It had been a few days since Chen Song's appendectomy last week. Chen Song did not perform any surgeries these few days. However, ever since he obtained Lao Chen's experience in appendectomy, Chen Song's appendectomy skills had been upgraded to intermediate level. This meant that Chen Song was now capable of performing normal appendectomies independently. There was still a huge difference between beginner and intermediate. Although Chen Song could finish it on his first try, he was very inexperienced. He felt like a student who had just passed the driving test and obtained a driver's license. He was still in the internship period and needed the company of an experienced driver for a period of time. At the intermediate level, one would already be a skilled driver who could handle all kinds of road conditions. Therefore, the current Chen Song was no longer as young and inexperienced as before, even the aura he exuded when he entered the operating theater was different. Lu Jian smiled. "Who's up today?" Chen Song coughed. "Me." Lu Jian nodded. "Do it well. I'll anesthetize you in a while. By the way, Xiao Chen, I think you can use your phone to record the entire process. When you go back, you can see what you're lacking. I remember when I was studying in Beijing, the director there taught the students this way." When Lu Jian said this, Lao Chen's eyes immediately lit up. This was a good idea. Qin Lele also nodded in agreement. "I'll get you an intern." The surgery was about to begin. All the departments were ready to start the surgery. The incision was still marked with a line. It seemed like a simple opening, but when Chen Song started, Lao Chen suddenly frowned. This was because the incision was very similar to his own. Most people would not slide the incision like this because it seemed to be Lao Chen's unique idea. When the incision was made, it could effectively prevent the nerves from being injured. It was a small technique that Lao Chen had just figured out a few years ago. Could it be Chen Song? He already understood this? It couldn't be, right? Surgery seemed simple, but every detail was exquisite. Just like what Lao Chen said, if your skills were not up to par, you would not be able to understand even if you looked at it. Lao Chen's exclusive experience was to slide the incision while holding the incision. It was not that Lao Chen did not pass it to Chen Song. It was because Chen Song was not at that level yet. If he passed it to Chen Song now, there would be no effect at all. Instead, it would spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. It should be that Chen Song had watched too many surgeries and was used to it, right? Lao Chen attributed Chen Song's first set of operations to Chen Song's habit of following him around in surgeries. After all, Chen Song had only performed 2 surgeries independently. He was just a newbie when it came to appendectomy. Lao Chen's experience in appendectomy was at least 800 if not 1,000. How could it be the same? However, when Chen Song continued with the next step, Lao Chen could not help but frown. It was because Chen Song's operation was too skillful. How was this like a junior doctor who had just performed 2 appendectomies? He skillfully opened the incision and skillfully performed electrocoagulation. He had a good grasp of electrocoagulation. Next, he washed the fluid and began to open the abdomen to explore. He was so familiar with it that he did not spend too much time finding the appendix. Good, here came the key point. Mesenteric separation. This was the most important part of appendectomy, and it also tested the surgeon's skills the most. A surgeon's hands were the combination of skill and art. He saw Chen Song unhurriedly separating, ligating, and fixing the wound. The wrinkles between Chen Bingxing's eyebrows were getting thicker. Chen Song was not in the mood to pay attention to Lao Chen. After all, this guy did not even let him do the surgery. He had to rely on himself. As the scrub nurse, Qin Lele kept sending new instruments to Chen Song. She was very skilled. To be honest, Qin Lele had seen more appendectomy procedures than Chen Song. In a few minutes, Qin Lele basically knew what the doctor wanted. She did not need to remind him at all. She originally thought that she needed to remind Chen Song, but Qin Lele did not expect Chen Song to finish the surgery so smoothly. It was almost the same as Lao Chen's. Compared to the last time, the time was shortened by half. Was this very scary? Chen Song, what have you been doing these 2 days? Slaughtering pigs? Chen Song skillfully opened the abdomen and explored. He looked for the appendix according to the color and began the surgery. This appendix monster was only level 8. It was not a challenge at all. He was familiar with it and completed the surgery. Ding! 1 appendix monster killed. Dropped, experience plus 100, RMB plus 100, appendectomy experience plus 100. Not bad, it was a routine operation. At this moment, Chen Song's heart suddenly skipped a beat when he saw Chen Bingxing's frown. Lao Chen's expression meant that something had happened. Could it be, did he leave something in the patient's stomach? P.S. Chen Song's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. He looked up cautiously and asked, "Boss? What's wrong with me?" Lao Chen frowned and stared at Chen Song. He seemed to be thinking about something profound. This made Chen Song even more uneasy. Did I forget the gauze? Or did I cut an extra part? None. However, it was Chen Song's first time being looked at by Chen Bingxing with such a complicated gaze. After the patient was sent out of the operating theater, Qin Lei suddenly exclaimed, "Amazing, Xiao Chen. With your skills, you'll soon be able to replace Lao Chen." Chen Song was enlightened. I see. Lao Chen felt threatened. That should be it. The male lion felt that his position in the lioness' heart was not firm enough. He felt threatened by the new generation. I must be growing up too fast. Lao Chen felt that his title as the Little Prince of Appendices in the emergency department was about to be destroyed. That must be it. Chen Song thought of this and patted Lao Chen's biceps considerately. He said meaningfully, "Lao Chen, it's normal for the younger generation to surpass the older one. Don't mind it. Actually, your appendectomy was pretty good. The title of the Little Prince of Appendices in the emergency department is still yours. I don't want it. Don't be sad. Go wash your hands. There's another surgery later." After that, Chen Song sighed regretfully. He seemed to feel sorry for Lian Po's old age. Chen Bingxing was also stunned. Even Qin Lei was tickled. Lu Jian was even more dumbfounded when he came out. After 3 seconds, the entire operating theater was filled with laughter. If it were not for the good soundproofing in the operating theater, the pregnant woman next door would not have struggled so hard. The child in her belly might have slipped out. Chen Bingxing looked at Chen Song thoughtfully. After a long time, he said, "If the patient's belly was as thick as yours, I guarantee that the scalpel wouldn't have been enough." Qin Lei smiled and said, "Oh, Dr. Chen, little Chen is not bad. You should encourage him more often." Chen Bingxing chuckled and said, "You're encouraging this little brat? Maybe his tail has gone to the sky, I have to catch him." After Chen Bingxing finished laughing, he nodded. "He's really good. You've already tried to grasp many details. It's hard, but you should have thought of some things. For example, that patient just now, during the appendicular surgery, the technique of the blood vessel ligation, you've only done 3 surgeries." When he said that, Chen Bingxing said that. How could 3 surgeries? Even when he performed 30 surgeries, he was not as good as Chen Song. Chen Song went back to the topic and humbly accepted Lao Chen's advice. After all, Lao Chen's advice was very pertinent and practical. He might not have understood it in the past, but now he understood it better. Also, when you were performing the appendectomy, your hand gestures and control of your strength need to be improved. Go back and watch your videos. Find the problem yourself. Chen Song nodded and went out to wash his hands. He kept thinking about Lao Chen's advice just now. Indeed, if he could pay attention to the angle when he was performing the appendectomy, he might really be able to change some details. Chen Song could not help but ask, "Boss, how is my current skill level for my age?" Chen Bingxing hesitated for a moment and said, "You should be a little worse than a veteran, but better than a newbie. But you've just started, and you're still very talented. I haven't seen many people who can do this after 3 surgeries. But the environment is different, and so is your upbringing. In the big hospitals outside, even the resident doctors in the province have performed hundreds of appendectomies, let alone senior attending physicians like me. In the big hospitals in Beijing, even experienced resident doctors don't care about performing appendectomies. They're all done by newbies. After all, you're a skilled surgeon. Although talent is very important, they do it every day, and they're experienced and knowledgeable. Naturally, their skill level is much higher. If you don't perform thousands of appendectomies, you won't be able to say that you're from the general surgery department." Chen Song was stupefied. "All right. You guys are ruthless." This was the difference between big and small hospitals. If no one came to the small hospitals, the surgeries could not be carried out, but if it was an appendectomy, the hospital director would want to perform it himself. On the other hand, the resident doctors in the big hospitals were too lazy to perform appendectomies. Chen Song was the chief surgeon for the second surgery. Chen Bingxing did not help anymore. He just stood there and looked at Chen Song, trying to find some shortcomings. To be honest, Lao Chen was very lucky to have found such a talent. Before this, he did not let Chen Song be the chief surgeon because he was worried. Now, it seemed that he was overthinking. Chen Song's surgical talent was too strong. Yes, he was only a little better than himself, his appendix talent was 3.0, while his appendix talent was at most 30, it should be a difference of a little. This was the fourth surgery, and Chen Bingxing noticed that Chen Song was improving with every surgery. It was rare and precious. Especially his mentality and technique, they were very mature. This was very important for a surgeon. However, it was not too late now. After he officially joined, he would find a chance to send him for further studies. Otherwise, if he stayed in a small hospital for too long, it would be easy for his mind to be locked. After all, Chen Song was different from Qin Yu and Wang Qian. After all, they had seen the world in big hospitals, and their horizons were very high. Chen Song, on the other hand, was probably the best person he had seen. If his skills were not good, he could slowly improve, but his horizons should still be higher. It would be a lot of inspiration to see more doctors perform surgery. While Chen Bingxing was deep in thought, Chen Song's surgery was also carried out in an orderly manner. Parents loved their children, and they only cared about the long term. Chen Song was not Chen Bingxing's child, but he liked this honest and somewhat naughty junior doctor very much. He had been with him for more than 2 years, and no matter how hard and tiring it was, he had never complained. Chen Bingxing came from the countryside, and he knew deeply how difficult it was to come out and work alone. If you wanted to grow, you had to make sacrifices. Life would not let you have a smooth sailing. After the surgery was over, Chen Bingxing said to Chen Song, "In a while, follow department director in to watch the laparoscopic surgery. I'll leave first." He picked up his phone and went out of the operating theater. When he saw that there was a missed call, he habitually opened WeChat. The profile picture at the top was wife. The message said, "I'm not going back tonight. I have a meeting. After you get off work, bring the child to attend an essay tuition class." Chen Bingxing smiled, closed the message, and did not reply. This family, it almost did not feel like a family anymore. To be continued, there was still one more chapter. Newcomer in the operating theater, appendectomy +1. Current total of 5 cases. Please keep up the good work and obtain 10 consecutive kills in the operating theater. Chen Song mumbled. What kind of reward will I get for getting 10 consecutive kills? However, it would be soon. Recently, he had received a few patients with appendicitis who needed surgery. If he worked hard, he would probably be able to complete the task of getting 10 consecutive kills this week. After waiting in the operating theater for a short while, and Yanjun brought Wang Qian down. "Xiao Chen, have you used a laparoscope before?" And Yanjun asked. Chen Song nodded. "Yes, I know how to use it a little." And Yanjun said, "Okay, then come hold the laparoscope later. Wang Qian will perform the surgery." And Yanjun walked in front and walked away. Wang Qian quietly walked behind Chen Song and quietly patted Chen Song's butt. He laughed strangely. "Did you miss me, Song-er?" Chen Song could not help but distance himself. "Brother Qian, you're a married man. If you pinch my butt again, I'll sue you for sexual assault." Chen Song sighed and looked at the tall and strong Wang Qian. He was angry but did not dare to say anything. This guy's weight was the same as his height. He was 180 centimeters tall and weighed 180 pounds. He was not fat, but very strong. However, he had obviously lost some weight after the honeymoon. It seemed that he had worked a lot. Chen Song was kind and easy to talk to. Well, in the emergency department, being easy to talk to meant that he was easy to change shifts. Basically, he would agree to their requests. Occasionally, he would be on duty or work overtime, so he was easy to get along with. Wang Qian was a typical surgeon. He was tall, strong, and outgoing. He was good in every way, but he was a little stingy. Also, his hands were not honest. When he saw Xianxia, he would always touch him. It seemed that there were always a few old hooligans in his life who frequently attacked men. They were very flirtatious. Due to the other party's weight, Xianxia decided not to lower himself to his level. Wang Qian sighed and said in a strange tone, "Song you've changed." Xianxia smiled slightly. "Hee, get lost." Wang Qian smiled awkwardly. "I brought you a present, but it's gone now." "Yes, it's gone now." Xianxia sneered. "The last time you went to America, you bought Dove from the supermarket downstairs. I saw the receipt in the box, so I secretly threw it away for you. I'm guessing the Hawaiian candy this time will be similar." Wang Qian, Xianxia clicked on Wang Qian out of curiosity. Wang Qian, a wild appearance can't contain a flirtatious heart. Favorability, 25. Men, seems like I didn't pinch your butt for nothing. This favorability level is still okay. Suddenly, Xianxia thought of Su Ro, that wild woman who made them feel fear. Perhaps the two of them were evenly matched. It seemed that being a doctor was a magical profession. No matter how lazy or funny you usually were, when you stood in front of a patient, it was as if you had a solemn and serious buff. Wang Qian stood in front of the patient and prepared to start the surgery. There was a big difference between laparoscopic appendectomy and normal appendectomy. If normal appendectomy was like digging a river, then laparoscopic appendectomy was more like digging a well. Of course, according to the surgeon's habits, some people liked to dig one well, some liked to dig 2 wells, and most people liked to dig 3 wells for appendectomy. Therefore, there were many benefits, because it was just a few holes, the scars were basically small, and it met the aesthetic requirements. At the same time, because the lesions were smaller, the infection rate of the incision was very low. During the surgery, the inflammatory lesions of the appendicitis did not come into contact with the abdominal wall. After the appendectomy, they were removed from the cannula needle, which greatly reduced the infection rate of the wound. Most importantly, it was economical. Economical did not mean that it saved money, but it made it easier to earn money. For example, the patient lying on the bed was a beautiful urban beauty. After the surgery, she could regain her mobility and diet on the day of the surgery. Her hospitalization time was very short. Traditional surgery required 1 to 2 weeks to change the dressing of the wound, and it could take up to a month. This was obvious to all. Patients who dug wells could be discharged earlier to earn money and work. Was this not economical? Actually, it mainly met the needs of young people nowadays. Wang Qian started digging wells. No, it was perforation. A pneumoperitoneum needle was inserted into the arcuate incision about 10 mm above the umbilical cord, and carbon dioxide gas was injected. Yes, it was pumping. Before the appendectomy, artificial pneumoperitoneum was created. This was the medical version of laparoscopic surgery. Suddenly, a song appeared in Xianxia's mind. Calories in the operating theater. The first sentence of every day's surgery was to pump the patient up. Every time there was an extra millimeter cut, he had to apologize. Laparoscope, look here, where is the appendix and cecum? Work hard, I have to work hard, I have to find the appendix. Original. Sigh. Xianxia sighed. I feel that I must be an artist who has been delayed by medicine. The surgery continued, and the perforation and pumping needed to continue. After the gas was injected, Wang Qian inserted the cannula and began to explore the abdominal cavity with the laparoscope, upper right, upper left, pelvic cavity, lower right. This replaced the great hero of laparotomy. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly realized that his cheat was very easy to use at this time. Wherever the laparoscope went, a name would appear, greater omentum. Descending colon. Appendix. Moreover, this was not the most important thing because as long as one was very familiar with human anatomy, this was very easy to do. As a surgeon, one could not understand a woman's heart. But one must understand a woman's internal organs. Oh, it rhymed again. The most important thing was that Xianxia realized that he could also obtain the specific information of these organs through the laparoscope. For example, descending colon, green, this section of the descending colon is full of vitality. Inflammatory fluid, the inflammatory and suppurative secretion of appendicitis. Suggestion, clean it up. Appendix, red, LV11, this is a long-term chronic appendicitis with suppurative secretion. Suggestion, remove and clean it up. All the laparoscopes had names in their field of vision. Xianxia was a little amazed, and he was very emotional. His cheat was too useful, was it not? From now on, the laparoscope would not be a problem for him. As long as he slowly familiarized himself with the operating process of the laparoscope, everything would be very simple, right? Sigh. When the heavens were about to bestow a great responsibility on a great man, they would first give him a cheat and let him level up. Xianxia felt that he should study hard and understand the spirit of laparoscopy as soon as possible. After all, laparoscopy was the mainstream now. What if he had to perform laparoscopy on the day of the exam? Would he not be dumbfounded? Therefore, he held his breath and observed carefully. Laparoscopy did not use a scalpel, but a bipolar endotherm knife. The endotherm knife was used to clamp the mesentery close to the appendix and cut the mesentery. Remember, this endotherm knife was not static's electric blade, nor was it a lightning dagger. It neither increased attack speed nor critical hit, nor did it increase movement speed or the only passive effect. After the hole was punched, Wang Qian said to Xianxia, "Song, help me hold the laparoscope." Surgery was really a physical job. It was really tiring to bend over and look at the image from the laparoscope while operating with the hands. Moreover, this was not the most difficult part. It was that you had to look at the image and operate the instrument in your hands. It was a little like playing a game. The biggest difference was that there was no chance of failure. If you lost the game, you could start again, but if you died, you could never come back. Therefore, this was a test of spatial awareness and operating awareness. Laparoscopic surgery, or any surgery under laparoscopy, was a test of spatial awareness. In this day and age, to be a qualified and excellent surgeon, you had to have both skills. Looking at Wang Qian's careful expression, Xianxia also began to hold his breath and did not dare to disturb him. This was really a test of spatial awareness. After all, if you did not open your stomach, you would have to rely on the image on the screen to operate. The appendix was obviously suppurated and edematous. It was about 5 to 6 centimeters long and had a lot of adhesions around it. A lot of purulent secretions could be seen in the middle. The next step was to separate the adhesions. Near the appendix, they used curved forceps to poke through the root of the appendix. Through this hole, they used a titanium clamp to clamp the mesoappendix and appendicular blood vessels. The surgery was carried out in an orderly manner. Xianxia was a glorious assistant who held the laparoscope. However, Xianxia also noticed some differences. Laparoscopes were useful and convenient, and it also met the needs of modern people. However, in terms of handling details and other aspects, it was still not as good as laparotomy. The laparotomy would not be very big. 6 to 7 centimeters was enough. However, in terms of mastery of details, it was more dependent on the skill of the doctor. To put it bluntly, modern technology allowed more surgeons to become instrument operators. With these instruments, they could quickly reach a more qualified level. However, if they wanted to really improve, they had to rely on the combination of technology and technology. This was like carving. The current sample engraver could carve a painting very quickly. And a skilled engraver would need some time to carve a painting. However, after comparison, it was nothing more than a layman looking beautiful, but a professional looking one. After the surgery ended, Xianxia suddenly heard a sound. Ding! Operating theater newbie title attribute, 1% chance of triggering. Congratulations, you have obtained a Yanjin skill, spatial perception in mirror. Xianxia was stunned. Spatial awareness under the mirror, intermediate passive skill. Can be upgraded. Spatial sense under a mirror, skill description. During surgery, there will be various surgeries that require the use of instruments. Wearing this skill will give the wearer a certain degree of spatial sense, making it easier to operate. Suitable for laparoscopy, microscopy, etc. Xianxia's eyes lit up. I got the treasure. Spatial perception under the mirror, this skill was incredible. It was a passive skill and could be used in many ways. There were too many mirrors nowadays. Gastroscopy, colonoscopy, and laryngopharyngoscope. laparoscope, speculum, microscope, there were too many. Moreover, with the continuous development of technology and the in-depth reform of artificial intelligence, doctors gradually played the role of RPGs, controlling the instruments under the mirror. Therefore, it was not difficult to imagine what kind of skill the ability to sense space under the mirror was. Level up, I must level up to the max. Thinking of this, Xianxia looked at Yanjun with a burning gaze. How many good things did this gentle and clean department director have in his stomach? And Yanjun and Lao Chen were obviously two different people. If it was Xianxia who stared at Lao Chen, when Lao Chen encountered such a situation, his usual way of dealing with it was, "What the hell? You're asking for a beating." Department director was much gentler. He coughed and turned his head. He did not know where to look. Anyway, he felt uncomfortable all over, so he simply turned around. Xianxia sighed. And Yanjun's favorability -1, Xianxia was stunned. Department director, you must have misunderstood me. He felt tired. However, he gained a passive skill. Xianxia was happy. He changed his clothes and left. As for that one point of favorability, there would be plenty of time in the future. He was not in a hurry. Xianxia left. And Yanjun and Wang Qian were left looking at each other. After coming out of the operating theater, the two of them washed their hands. And Yanjun thought for a long time and could not help but say to Wang Qian, "Little Wang, let me ask you something." Wang Qian nodded. He thought that the teacher wanted to give him some pointers about the surgery just now. He quickly focused. "Okay, teacher, go ahead." And Yanjun took a deep breath. This guy, after hesitating for a moment, he asked curiously, "Are you familiar with this Xiaochen? Does he have a girlfriend?" Wang Qian nodded. "Yes, I don't think so. I haven't seen him so close to a girl for more than 2 years." And Yanjun's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, I didn't guess wrong. And Yanjun could not help but ask, could it be that he doesn't like girls? As soon as he said this, Wang Qian was stunned, his brain crashed. What the F***ck? It can't be, right? Wang Qian turned his head and frowned. He looked at Yanjun with a questioning look in his eyes. And Yanjun, on the other hand, turned around. His brows were furrowed, and his eyebrows were raised. He looked at Wang Qian with certainty in his eyes. In an instant, they understood tacitly. For a moment, the outside of the operating theater fell into silence. Only the sound of the faucet splashing into the sink could be heard, trying to cover up the awkwardness at that moment. Meanwhile, the two surgeons' minds were filled with, and Yanjun sighed and turned to leave. Wang Qian looked at his hands and thought to himself, sinful. Thinking of the possibility of Xianxia's existence, Wang Qian thought of himself this morning, and felt nauseous. He picked up the brush and scrubbed his hands. As he scrubbed, he reflected. Dear, my hands have committed a crime, but it was all unintentional. Qin Lele had just come out of the operating theater when he saw Wang Qian scrubbing his hands. He asked in confusion, Brother Qian? How did your mistress provoke you? Wang Qian sighed and looked at his red hands. He said with grievance, Lele, Brother Qian wants to ask you a question. You thought that you had teased someone for 2 years, but in the end, you realized that the truth was that you had been taken advantage of for 2 years. How do you feel? Qin Lele frowned and thought seriously. He blurted out a classic sentence, you were taken advantage of for free and didn't pay. When Wang Qian heard this, it was like thunder, it was also like a bolt from the blue. He felt his mind go blank, he ran out of the operating theater with tears in his eyes. My youth, my innocence. Standing outside the operating theater, Wang Qian was about to cry. He felt so wrong that he looked like a 200-pound iron fool. Xianxia had just walked out of the operating theater and entered the elevator when he suddenly heard 2 notifications. Ding. And Yanjun's favorability -1. Ding. Wang Qian's favorability -1. Xianxia was stunned. What the F***ck? What's going on? Why are the master and disciple thinking about me? Could it be jealousy? Xianxia thought of this possibility. For a moment, his mind automatically filled in the story of fighting for my ownership. Love and hatred, master and disciple turning against each other. Later, he discovered that love was a stumbling block that hindered the progress of medicine. In the end, his love for me turned into hatred. Then, the master and disciple turned hostility into friendship and reconciled. Sigh, this paragraph might be tens of thousands of words, but the outline was spoken by me just like that. I'm really AF * king genius, the top kind. Humming a tune, Xianxia got off the elevator. At this moment, the emergency department's lobby was in a mess. A group of people sat on the ground in the emergency department's lobby. That's right, they sat in the lobby. They didn't cause any trouble. Anyway, they just sat there on the ground and didn't mind that their buttocks were cold. This group of people were tall and burly. They were all energetic young men in their 30s or 40s. They just sat on the ground with their arms bare. The tattoos on their bodies were quite beautiful, but they didn't know what they were tattooed on. If this group of people changed into prison uniforms, it would definitely look like a TV show, Prison Break. After all, they didn't look honest. As the head nurse, Xianxia naturally couldn't let them mop the floor with their pants. Otherwise, wouldn't the cleaner's salary be wasted? Of course, the main reason was that it wouldn't be a good influence. After all, this was a hospital. The doctor-patient relationship was very sensitive now. It would easily become the news and the topic of discussion. Thinking of this, Xianxia quickly got up and went out. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Also, how tiring is it to sit on the ground? We have a chair here. Sit on the chair for a while. The ground is cold. The man in the lead had a tiger with half a head tattooed on his chest. He said, we won't get up if we don't see Dr. Chen. Xianxia said helplessly, Dr. Chen went for surgery, really? The man shook his head. We don't believe it. You doctors use surgery as a cover. Xianxia was stunned. How did you know? What a clever little brat. Dr. Chen really went for surgery. Why are you guys sitting on the ground? The man did not say anything, but a bespectacled man behind him raised his head. We're just going to sit on the ground for a while. It shouldn't be against the hospital's rules, right? It wouldn't affect public morality, would it? It's not against the law, right? Xianxia was speechless. No, this doesn't look like it. Zhao Huqiu raised his head. When Dr. Chen arrives, we will get up. If you guys don't come today, we'll just sit here the whole day. What do you guys want to eat? I'll order takeout. How about hot pot? Xianxia felt as if a flock of grass mud crows flew over her head. Grass mud crows, mammal, a hybrid between a grass mud horse and a crow. Herbivorous creatures that look like a grass mud horse but have the wings and beak of a crow. They have a conflicted nature and like to disgust people. I made this up. Xianxia asked, why are you looking for Dr. Chen? Zhao Huqiu patted the wound on his chest. What are you talking about? The underling behind him followed his boss and patted his chest. What are you talking about? Xianxia could not help but pick up her phone to call the police. Lao Chen did not usually look like this kind of person. Why did he beat up so many people? Lao Chen was actually so powerful. Thinking of this, Xianxia picked up her phone and was about to call 110. Zhao Huqiu continued, of course it's the suture. Dr. Chen sutures well. We came here today specially because of his reputation. We even brought gifts. As he spoke, he took out a box beside him and patted it. When Xianxia heard that they were here to see a doctor, she immediately felt relieved. It was fine as long as they were here to see a doctor. The emergency department was quite chaotic. There were often some random people coming, so the emergency department was equipped with several security guards. But, these security guards just sat there and looked down. After all, they did not cause any trouble. Moreover, even if they did cause trouble, I can't beat them. The first thing I would do would be to call the police. The 58-year-old security guard, Qin Taishan, sighed. He looked at the group of burly men and squeezed the Nokia in his hand. The three numbers 110 were written on the screen. Finally, he did not press the dial button. The relationship between doctors and patients was too tense now. The security guards were mainly responsible for maintaining order. It was impossible to ask them to protect their safety. After all, they were paid as security guards. They could not ask them to do the work of bodyguards. Tian Shanlan quickly called Chen Bingxing. Lao Chen, are you done with the surgery? Hurry up and come over. A group of people is waiting for you in the lobby. Chen Bingxing hung up the phone. What was with the group of people that appeared in his mind? After hurrying to the lobby, Tian Shanlan quickly greeted him. Lao Chen, a group of people is waiting for you in the lobby. Did you offend anyone? They don't look like good people. Chen Bingxing frowned. No? I haven't offended anyone for a few years, right? Tian Shanlan was also puzzled. Yeah? But they specifically said that they were looking for Dr. Chen. Chen Bingxing said, let's go and take a look. Tian Shanlan followed him to the lobby. After going out, Tian Shanlan said to everyone, hello everyone, Dr. Chen is here. Everyone, get up quickly. When the boorish men heard this, their eyes lit up. They turned around and looked up, only to see a middle-aged man walking over. Zhao Huqiu immediately frowned. We're looking for Dr. Chen. Tian Shanlan nodded seriously. Yes, this is Dr. Chen from our emergency department. Zhao Huqiu shook his head. It's not him. Tian Shanlan said affirmatively, I'm the head nurse of the emergency department. I can prove that there's only one Dr. Chen in our department. Chen Bingxing nodded. That's right, I'm Chen Bingxing, Dr. Chen. At this moment, there was a lot of discussion. Boss, that's not right. We came to the second People's Hospital last time. I remember it clearly. What do you remember? How can you remember after drinking so much last time? Zhao Huqiu took out his phone and opened his WeChat moments. He clicked on the WeChat moments of a person with the nickname Little Snake. He scrolled down and immediately saw Mona Lisa's Dragon, Master Chen's work. He carefully looked at the label on the bedsheet behind Zhang Dalong, Second People's Hospital. At this moment, Chang Lina whispered to Tian Shanlan, head nurse, they might be looking for Dr. Xiao Chen. Tian Shanlan was stunned. Xiao Chen? Chang Lina nodded. Tian Shanlan shook her head. It can't be, right? Zhao Huqiu stood up and said, the one we're looking for is younger. He's taller and more handsome than this one. He also has more hair than this one. Chen Bingxing was stunned. He knew who it was, however, he was very dissatisfied with this description of him. However, when he saw this group of burly men, Chen Bingxing was helpless. However, when he thought of Chen Song, he laughed sinisterly. When Chen Song was on the operating table, his phone was usually on silent. When he got off the elevator, he took out his phone and saw that there were dozens of missed calls. They were from Chen Bingxing, Tian Shanlan, Chang Lina. Chen Song was stunned. My identity as a rich kid has been exposed? That's not right. I'm not a rich kid, he called Chen Bingxing back. Boss, what's wrong? Chen Bingxing said angrily, you're out of surgery? Hurry up and come to the emergency hall. Chen Song did not ask why and said, okay. Chen Bingxing suddenly thought of something and added, come to the doctor's office first. He had to first ask Chen Song what trouble he had caused. If this group of people were here to seek revenge, wouldn't they be in trouble the moment they met? Therefore, Lao Chen stood at the door of the office and was a little anxious. There were too many things to do in the emergency department. Asking why was simply a waste of time. Chen Song hurried to the office and saw Chen Bingxing. Lao Chen quickly pulled him into the office and asked with a serious face, did you offend anyone recently? Chen Song thought about the 2 favorability points that he had just lost. Did Department Director and Brother Chen count? He thought about the others for a long time, but he really did not remember. No. Lao Chen frowned. There's a group of people outside. They all have tattoos and are shirtless. They seem to be looking for you. You really didn't cause any trouble, right? Think about it carefully. Did you offend patients, family members, or people on the street? Chen Song shook his head. Lao Chen nodded in relief. Okay, let's go out and take a look. He followed Lao Chen out of the hall and found a group of people sitting on the ground. Lao Chen, head nurse Tian, and Chang Lina were also there. Chen Song walked around to take a look and suddenly found it very familiar. Wasn't this the tiger chest from the Battle of the Dragon and Tiger? After all, not many people wore that big piece of guan yu on their body. The tiger chest, Why did it feel strange? Zhao Huqiu turned around and saw Chen Song. He immediately stood up. Master Chen. You've come. His lackeys also stood up. Master Chen, you're here. Chen Song was so scared by these tigers that he couldn't help but take a step back. I haven't King made it up yet. The issue of the political review could not be discredited. Don't try to get close to me. Please call me Dr. Chen. Chen Song looked at the crowd and said quickly. But when he turned around and saw Boss Chen next to him, he changed his words. Call me Dr. Xiao Chen. Zhao Huqiu was stunned. Good morning, Dr. Xiao Chen. Everyone was dumbfounded. This Chen Song was actually the hidden boss behind the scenes. Chang Lina suddenly thought of the scene described in the novel. A security guard was actually the boss of a big company behind the scenes. He was a big shot in both the legal and illegal circles. Could it be that? Chen Song was the big shot hiding in the emergency department, while Tian Xianlan was stunned. She was finally relieved. Things weren't that bad. It was fine as long as it wasn't a fight for revenge. However, Chen Bingxing frowned. How did Chen Song have so much to do with this group of people? Chen Song asked Zhao Huqiu, what are you doing here? He knew that Zhao Huqiu was the leader of this group of people. Zhao Huqiu walked up. Doctor, it's like this. Let's talk in private. Dr. Xiao Chen, my boss's sister had a cut on her leg. The bleeding has stopped, but the suture is on her calf. It's definitely not suitable for a girl to wear a skirt. So, she asked me to come over and ask you to suture it. Everything is prepared at home. Chen Song frowned. I can't practice medicine after leaving the hospital. It's illegal. Zhao Huqiu quickly shook his head. No. It's not a medical practice. It's a mutual help between friends. Don't worry. If there's a problem, you won't be responsible. Chen Song was still somewhat hesitant. To be honest, he really didn't want to have too much to do with these people. After thinking about it, he said, I'm sorry. I'm just a junior doctor. I really can't do anything. You can go to the provincial people's hospital and find a specialist. Or you can find those people in the beauty salon. They might have a better way to deal with it. After saying that, Chen Song was about to leave. However, Zhao Huqiu grabbed his wrist. Chen Song struggled a little and broke free. Zhao Huqiu was stunned for a moment. He knew his strength very well. This Xiao Chen looked thin. How could he have so much strength just now? However, Zhao Huqiu knew that he had to say some good words today. Dr. Chen, I really have to beg you. Can you really help me with this matter? In the future, if you need anything, just let me know. Chen Song turned around and was about to leave. However, Zhao Huqiu suddenly hugged Chen Song's waist. She burst into tears. Doctor, please save my mother. I beg you. The subordinates around him were all smart people. Suddenly, they all burst into tears. Doctor, I beg of you, please save our godmother. Suddenly, the entire hall became lively. Chen Song was even more confused, wasn't she the boss's sister? How did she become your mother? This guy tricked me. Looking at the group of people around him crying with snot and tears all over his face, especially Zhao Huqiu. His voice was full of emotion. His tears and snot were flowing. He was crying so hard that his saliva was dripping onto Chen Song's white coat. Tian Xianlan couldn't bear it for a moment. Chang Lina suddenly felt that this boss was very pitiful. He increasingly felt that Chen Song's identity as the boss behind the scenes was suspicious. Could Chen Song decide a person's life and death with just one sentence? Wasn't that too scary? His curiosity spread like crazy. Like a spring that was full of energy, it started to run crazily. Tian Xianlan walked forward. Xiao Chen, if you have any problems, can you help them? Their mother must be in danger. Chen Song was speechless. Chen Bingxing also walked forward. You guys can talk properly. What's wrong? If your mother has something to do, she can come to the hospital. You should make things clear first. Zhao Huqiu hugged Chen Song's waist with snot and tears. My mother wants to see Dr. Xiao Chen. She needs Dr. Xiao Chen. Dr. Xiao Chen, please do her a favor. Chen Song was speechless. Xiao Chen, why don't I go with you? It's almost time to get off work anyway. Looking at the rascally Zhao Huqiu, Chen Song still felt that he wasn't reliable. Ding. Chain mission, Zhao Huqiu's request. Do you accept? Chen Song was stunned. Chain mission, did it mean that there was a follow-up mission after accepting it? Chen Song said, let go of me first. There are so many people. It's not good to see. Zhao Huqiu said, I won't let go if you don't agree, doctor, I swear that it's really inconvenient for my boss's sister to come out. The director of the provincial dermatology department is also there. I swear. Why don't you go take a look and see if it works? If you don't think it works, I'll send you back. How about that? The group of people cried in the hall, attracting more and more people. They even started to take photos. Chen Song thought for a moment. There was nothing to lose. If it didn't work, he could just come back himself. After all, he had only heard of forced sales, but he had never heard of forced suturing, so he said, let go of me and tell them to stop crying. I promise you that I'll go and see them, but I might not be able to treat them. Zhao Huqiu was overjoyed when he heard that. He turned around and said to everyone, stop crying. Everyone was very obedient and immediately shut up. Even the little fresh meats couldn't compare to his acting skills just now. Old Zhao, on the other hand, was a well-deserved veteran actor. He stood up and gave Chen Song a big hug. Thank you. Dr. Xiao Chen, thank you so much. At this time, Wang Qian, who was full of grievances and complicated emotions, also came back from the operating room. He heard the commotion and happened to see this scene. His eyes widened like a bull's. P.S. Ding. Top NPC author has issued a daily mission. If you vote successfully, you will receive +1 intelligence. If you tip successfully, you will receive +1 charm. Do you accept the mission? At this moment, in the emergency office, there were more than 10 high-class fruit baskets on the table. Each basket was filled with all kinds of expensive fruits. There were mangosteen, raisins, snake fruit, durian, jackfruit, large cherries. The entire emergency office table was filled with fruits. It was lunchtime, but a group of people did not get off work. Instead, they gathered around the table to split the loot. Tian Shanlan sighed. Sigh. This is the first time I can eat so many expensive fruits in the emergency office. Chang Lina nodded. Yes, I can't bear to buy durian. These are all fruit pulp. There must be at least a few kilograms, right? That's a lot of money. Qingyu opened a mangosteen and took a bite. Not bad. I didn't expect that we could benefit from Chen Song. The group of people chattered and discussed. They all said that a place with many women would never be lonely. But, Wang Qian's heart was as still as water. He wrote the case and did not say a word. Qingyu suddenly smiled and asked, Brother Qian, do you want to eat fruits? Don't you usually like to eat fruits? Lao Chen also smiled and nodded. That's right. Little Wang, we can't eat it either. Bring some back for your wife. Wang Qian shook his head and smiled. No need. Everyone, eat. My stomach is not feeling well today. Sherna also smiled. There are not many fruit baskets in the emergency department. Compared to the surgery department and the gynecology department, they are all fruits. Come. Department director eat some fruits. And Yanjun shook his head. No, my stomach is cold. I'll eat something warm. Ding. Chain mission, Zhao Huqiu's request accepted. Received, Zhao Huqiu's favorability +10. Please continue to explore the follow-up mission. Hint, find the key NPC. Chen Song shook his head. Key NPC, who could it be? Chen Song sat in the Land Rover and asked, what's going on? Zhao Huqiu smiled and said, Dr. Xiao Chen, I really need your help this time. My boss's woman cut her leg today and needs to be stitched up. My boss used his connections to find many suturing doctors, but they can't guarantee that the stitches will look good. We found experts from other provinces, but they can't guarantee that the stitches will look good. That's why I thought of you. I think you're pretty good. I saw you stitching up Zhang Dalong's wound. It was beautiful. I feel that if you take action, there won't be a problem. Chen Song shook his head. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to suture it. There are risks and accidents in medical treatment. No one can guarantee anything. I'll go and take a look first. Zhao Huqiu nodded. Yes, you can do it. I showed the experts the way you stitched up Zhang Dalong. After they saw it, they all said that it was impossible. It was too fake. Haha. I knew that you could definitely do it. Chen Song sighed and stopped talking. However, he had already made up his mind. If he wasn't 100% confident, he definitely wouldn't make a move, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences if something went wrong. Although chain missions were tempting, compared to his career, Chen Song preferred stability. He had just gotten the system, so he should be more cautious. He couldn't get too close to these big shots. Otherwise, if something went wrong, no one would save him. Chen Song couldn't afford to offend Zhao Huqiu, let alone Zhao Huqiu's boss. This big Range Rover cost at least 2 million, right? There were also a few cars behind. Although they weren't expensive, they weren't cheap either. AY City wasn't big, but the car drove for more than half an hour before they reached their destination. This was a forest park. The developers had built a villa area next to it. There was also the only international standard golf course in Danyang province. Chen Song had been to the forest park before. He jumped into the golf course and picked up a few golf balls. Golf was a sport for the rich. Many golf balls were not picked up after they were thrown out. Zhao Huqiu went over to register. After a call came out, Zhao Huqiu drove his car in. His lackeys could only wait at the door. It had to be said that the villa area was a villa area. The greenery, sanitation, and other basic facilities were so good that people couldn't bear to throw away a piece of waste paper. There were many rabbit nests under the trees. There were often little rabbits running around. There were also some other small animals. Chen Song was dumbfounded. Was this the world of the rich? A zoo was opened in the neighborhood. There was a huge artificial lake with some motorboats parked on it. According to the road signs, there seemed to be a fishing spot in front. Zhao Huqiu smiled. Isn't it exaggerated? Chen Song nodded silently. The first time I came here, I was also dumbfounded. These rich people are really rich. The two of them arrived at a 3-story villa. A nanny brought the two of them up. After Chen Song went in, a man in his 50s was sitting in the living room. There were some people standing around him. Most of them were wearing white coats. A few people were discussing there. It doesn't make sense. This suture method can effectively reduce scars, but it's not a good thing for the original tattoo repair here. The angle and details of this flower must be consistent with the skin texture when suturing. This requires us to take the scars into consideration when suturing. It may be better to use instruments to perform skin biopsy later on. No matter how the people around him discussed, the man with a square face in his 50s was silent. He held a teacup and was thinking about something. Chen Song was not specialized in cosmetic surgery, so he naturally did not know much about the specific skin repair. However, listening to these people's words, they were indeed very professional. Chen Song's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. They just glanced at him. Zhao Huqiu walked in front of the man and said respectfully, "Boss, this is the expert I introduced to you. Dr. Chen." The man nodded and raised his head to ask, "Is it the one who stitched up your friend's wound?" Zhao Huqiu nodded. "I think he can give it a try. After all, I saw Zhang Dalong's arm yesterday. It recovered very well. At that time, I opened the wound with a beer bottle. Now it's recovered very well, and it's even more beautiful." The middle-aged man frowned slightly. "How old is he?" Zhao Huqiu shook his head. "Boss, you already have a fortune of hundreds of millions at the age of 30. You can't judge a book by its cover. Why don't you let him have a look at the wound first? Let's see what he says." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said to Zhao Huqiu, "Ask him to come over. I want to ask him a few questions." Zhao Huqiu nodded and walked towards Chen Song. "Dr. Xiao Chen, my boss wants to ask you a few questions." Chen Song nodded and walked forward. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Hello." Chen Song was not afraid or hesitant. He felt that he had no other request. Why should he be afraid of him? The middle-aged man nodded. Hello, I'm Xinghua Tan. Chen Song knew this name, but he had never seen this face. He was the biggest real estate tycoon in AY City. It was this guy who had inflated the property prices in Dongyang province. Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly wanted to turn around and leave. If it were not for the huge green question mark above Xinghua Tan's head. Xinghua Tan could tell that Chen Song was a little unhappy, but he didn't know the reason. Did I make him unhappy? Why is everyone unhappy with me recently? Xinghua Tan was confused and felt even more troubled. Thinking of the recent mess, he felt that he should go pray to Buddha these days. It was irrational to provoke people for no reason. Xinghua Tan could achieve what he had today because he wasn't a person who showed his emotions. Therefore, even though Chen Song was a junior doctor, he smiled and nodded. Hello, Dr. Chen. I'll have to trouble you today. Xiaohu, when you send Dr. Chen back later, remember to explain to him. Chen Song looked at the question mark above Xinghua Tan's head. Ding. Xinghua Tan, who is in a mess because of the fire in the harem, is anxious. Just ask a little and you will receive the second part of the chain mission. Chen Song also smiled. You're welcome, Mr. Zheng. May I know why you're here today? Xinghua Tan shook his head, took a deep breath, and said slowly, Dr. Chen, my girlfriend accidentally cut her leg this morning. It's quite long. Can you see if you can repair it? Looking at Chen Song's thoughtful expression, Xinghua Tan said directly, It's not that I don't want to go to the hospital, but my girlfriend is special. You'll know when you see her. Come with me. As he spoke, he led Chen Song into a bedroom. A woman in white pajamas was sitting on the sofa in the bedroom. Her legs were on the coffee table, and her calf was bandaged with gauze. However, the woman's face was grim and cold. She looked depressed, her long hair was unkempt, and there was an obvious palm print on her face. Her eyes were red from crying, and there was only one earring left on her ears. She was in a sorry state and was extremely disappointed. 2 medical staff were treating the wound on both sides. However, when Chen Song looked at the woman's face carefully, he couldn't help but be stunned. He finally knew why she didn't go to the hospital. She was a celebrity, a female celebrity who had become famous in recent years because of a few hot films. Su Ruoyun, she was beautiful and had a good figure. She was even working hard to become an A-lister this year. How could he go to the hospital? She was in a sorry state, with a palm print on her face and disheveled hair. Who knows what kind of big news it would be if it got out? Was this domestic violence, or was it something interesting in the boudoir? No, Chen Song thought about the quest notification and understood what was going on. The harem was on fire. In the battle between the main wife and the mistress, the main wife should have achieved complete success. Chen Song sighed. The life of the rich was really colorful. But I shouldn't have come today. He had come to a place of trouble. She knew some secrets that she shouldn't have known. Xinghua Tan couldn't help but ask gently, Does it hurt? The woman nodded woodenly as tears streamed down her face. Xinghua Tan sighed and felt sorry for her. He comforted her, Baby, don't cry. Be obedient, okay? It's all my fault. Don't worry, I'll give you an explanation for what happened today. Chen Song was stunned. An explanation again? Did Boss Zhang's family produce tape? The female star took a deep breath and wiped the corner of her eyes with a tissue. She said in a determined tone, Well, hurry up, I can't stand this. Also, I have to go for an audition and talk to the director. I also have a few commercials. Now, there's this problem with my leg. Sigh, Xinghua Tan heard that it was about this. Wasn't it just a movie? Problems that could be solved with money were not big problems. He quickly sat beside the female star and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, this time it's over. I'll find you a few popular stars and get you a New Year slot. We don't lack money. Do I lack money or do I lack your concern? After that, he gave Chen Song a look. Dr. Chen, take a look at my girlfriend. Can you cure her? Ding. The second round of the quest has been triggered. Promise Xinghua Tan to help Su Ruoyun with the suture. Quest completion rewards, 1, Kim Suture, green, 2. Experience plus 200, 3. Skin suture experience plus 200. 4, Complete the quest to obtain the information of the last round. Xianxia was stunned. Not bad, completing the quest actually gave him a green suture. Moreover, there was still the last round. According to gaming experience, the last round of any quest was when the rewards were the most abundant. Thinking of this, Xianxia was a little tempted. However, Xianxia was very clear in his heart. He would never take the risk if he was not 100% sure. He bent down and removed the gauze covering the wound and looked at it carefully. Under the gauze, the wound was revealed. It was a bloody mess. Was this cut by a knife? This was obviously caused by an irregular object. After being stabbed by a sharp object, the wound would not be like this as long as there was a little regulation. However, there was a palm-sized wound on the outer edge of the woman's calf fibula. This wound seemed to be. Yes, it was a little similar to the wine bottle wound. It should be a scratch from the wine bottle. After figuring out the reason, Xianxia said, "Mr. Zheng, I'm going to check the wound next. It might hurt a little. Please ask your girlfriend to bear with it." It had to be said that money made the world go round. At this time, there were several first aid kits in the room. There was no lack of suture kits, suture threads, and all kinds of equipment. Xianxia recognized some of them, but he did not even know the names of some of them. It might be a specialized surgical suture thread. It was said that one thread cost more than 10,000 yuan. After Xianxia rinsed it with normal saline, he began to use tweezers to gently separate the skin and place it flat again. Because it was a scratch from the wine bottle wall, the skin damage was very irregular. There were jagged wounds everywhere, and it was a little difficult to suture. This was because the difficulty of inserting the needle and the choice of angle were too limited. It was too exhausting to suture this irregular part of the skin. Moreover, it was because of this irregularity that it was difficult to complete the suture without leaving a scar. Fortunately, there was a rose tattoo on the woman's calf. This way, it might be able to cover up a little, but only a little. Xianxia activated Beauty's Eye. His eyes were constantly looking for a suture point at the corner of the mouth. The irregular wound was naturally simulated in Xianxia's eyes. After a long time, Xianxia raised his head. He found a suture possibility. Perhaps it would be better to use a circular needle. Generally, a needle was a corner needle. Because the skin was very thick and had abundant hair follicles and sebaceous glands, the needle tip must be sharp enough. Therefore, a needle was also a corner needle. The needle tip was triangular and the needle body was round. It was used to suture the skin. On the other hand, a circular needle was mainly used for soft tissues that were easy to penetrate, such as the peritoneum, gastrointestinal tract, and heart tissue. It would cause little damage when it penetrated, but it was very rare to use a circular needle to suture the skin. Moreover, Xianxia not only wanted to use a circular needle, but he also wanted to choose the thinnest one. After some consideration, Xianxia decided to choose a suture needle that was often used in the hospital, the ET-164 suture needle. It was a number 4 suture needle and was 16 mm long. This needle was very thin and usually had a number 4 suture thread. It was also very short, only 16 mm long. This kind of circular needle was usually used to suture blood vessels because its sharpness was limited and it was very thin. If it was used to suture skin, it would definitely be considered nonsense. However, Xianxia's current idea was to use the number 4 thread, tail bridge, and this small ET-164 needle to suture the skin. Only in this way could the appearance of the suture attribute of the skin be at its best. Of course, this suture had a huge cost. First, the technical requirements were high. Xianxia had the skills to suture the skin with a circular needle. Pass. Second, the cost was high. Pass. Third, it was basically impossible to move in the later stage because the thread was too thin. If you moved it slightly, it might cause the suture to break, which was not conducive to recovery. However, Xianxia felt that this should not be a problem. At least, it was not a problem for him because there were a lot of people to serve him. The last requirement was to have a perfect design plan. This was the most important. Xianxia had the blessing of Beauty's Eye. After thinking it through, Xianxia raised his head. "I think I should be able to do it." Hearing this, Zheng Wutan looked at each other and his eyes lit up. What was the sentence he heard the most today? "I can't guarantee it. This is basically impossible." This is unrealistic. It's very difficult. No, it's too difficult. He had invited more than a dozen experts, and each of them said the same thing. It made Jing Wutan very angry, but there was nothing he could do. However, Chen Song said, I should be able to do it. This meant that this young man had a lot of confidence. However, Jing Wutan also thought of another possibility. This young man was eager for quick success and wanted to stand out. Both of these were possible. Jing Wutan naturally couldn't just believe his words. He just slightly lit up his eyes. That's great. Let's go out and discuss with a few experts to see if your idea is feasible. As he spoke, he brought Chen Song to the living room. Jing Wutan clapped his hands and said to the crowd, experts and directors, let's listen first. After seeing the wound, Dr. Chen thinks we can try. Let's listen to Dr. Chen's opinion. After hearing Jing Wutan's clap, everyone immediately turned around. When she heard that the doctor had a feasible solution, she couldn't help but be curious. Because what were these 5 or 6 people discussing there? Wasn't it to discuss how to suture a wound? This doctor is very young, and he looks very unfamiliar, but he is quite handsome. Could it be that he was also a cosmetic surgeon? Then, his looks should be plastic surgery, he was to be so handsome. Not to mention, he could be a human to be a human to be a human billboard. After all, with a good-looking doctor around, there would be a lot of patients. After all, women's willingness to buy things was very strange, however, he was too young. After all, in the medical field, everyone felt that a young man couldn't do a good job. If you didn't go bald, everyone would think that your skills weren't profound enough. However, when they thought that this doctor was invited by Jing Wutan, they couldn't underestimate him. Perhaps he was a great talent from another place. Chen Song looked at everyone. He wasn't familiar with them. He wasn't in the field of cosmetic surgery. His understanding of cosmetic surgery was limited to Zhang Zhixin and Su Rou. As for the field of skin surgery, he wasn't very familiar with it. He was just a junior doctor in the emergency department. However, this didn't affect his performance. He looked up and said, hello, everyone. Next, I'll talk about my idea. Everyone has seen the degree of damage to this lady's wound. In fact, it's not serious. Ordinary sutures can be done by any surgeon. However, it's very difficult to achieve the degree of cosmetic surgery. Because of the irregularity of the wound, the difficulty of suturing is increased exponentially. So, my idea is to choose a round needle for suturing internal organs and blood vessels. The standard of the round needle is the ET164 model. It's a size 4 needle with a length of 16 millimeters. The suture line is also a size 4 tail bridge. Before Chen Song could finish speaking, a clear and melodious voice rang out. Impossible. Everyone looked at the voice and saw a woman in her late 30s. She had golden frames and exquisite eyes. Her hair was tied up at the back of her head. Under her white coat was a pair of high-heeled leather shoes. She was a very beautiful doctor. Your idea is basically impossible. The ET164 is a needle for suturing blood vessels. Do you want to rely on a size 4 round needle to suture the skin? Are you kidding? Do you think a round needle can pierce through the thickness of the skin? Also, a length of 16 millimeters. What can it do? And, you actually want to use a tail bridge to suture the skin on the leg. That's ridiculous. So, I'm skeptical of this idea. After the woman finished speaking, she stood there and crossed her arms in front of her chest to show her attitude. The others also nodded. I also don't think it's feasible. Using an ET164 needle to suture the skin, and using a round needle. Sigh. The toughness of the skin depends on a round needle. It's too difficult. But the idea is good. Yes, a round needle does have many advantages. The damage is small, and the scar caused is not obvious. Chen Song did not refute. What they said was true. It was up to Jing Wutan. If he was willing, Chen Song would do it. If he was not, Chen Song did not care. It was just a task. It did not matter whether he did it or not. Jing Wutan frowned when he heard the discussion on the scene. Do any experts have any good suggestions? The woman who spoke just now said, Chief Xing, it's impossible to not leave a scar. The damage is too big, and the suturing is difficult. We can only rely on the removal of the scar after the suture. Our treatment of removing the scar in the later stage is more professional. Also, that rose tattoo also needs to be washed. Otherwise, the pattern after the suture will be very distorted. Everyone nodded. Indeed, there was no need to hide this kind of thing. They could just say what they needed to say. In fact, this matter was ultimately up to Xianxia to make the decision. All the choices were in his hands. How was he going to do it? It was not that he did not believe in Xianxia, but Xianxia's qualifications were too shallow, and the people present were all people with rich resumes. In contrast, Xianxia was not considered a talent at all. However, only Xianxia had a way. How was he going to deal with it? At this time, suddenly, a man in his 50s in the crowd said, "Chief Xing, I have an idea. We can let this doctor try first. Even if he fails, our later repair will not have much impact. Anyway, there is no other way. Why don't we try this? Actually, I think that if this doctor can control the circular needle to suture the skin, it is still advisable to use the ET-164 small needle. It is just that it is too difficult. If it is ruined, it will just be a waste of the basic tail bridge thread. There is not much loss." Indeed, the damage of the round needle to the skin was small, not to mention the size of the fourth needle. It could not be said that there was no damage, but it was not big. When Xianxia heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Even if Xianxia's suture failed, the worst result would be what these people said. Xianxia turned and looked at Xianxia. "How confident are you?" Xianxia, 80%. Xianxia weighed the pros and cons, nodded resolutely and said, "Okay. You do it. Do you need someone to help you?" Xianxia nodded. "Yes, I do. P.S. The update is a little late. Please forgive me." "Assistant?" Xianxia nodded. Of course, he needed assistants, and he needed a few of them. This irregular suture could not be sutured continuously. He needed to constantly change the needle and suture thread. Furthermore, he needed someone to tie the knot in special places. Xianxia nodded and turned around. He looked at the specialists and said, "Everyone, come and help Dr. Chen." Yes, it was a very common sentence. However, it sounded like a different thought to the others. He wanted them to help this junior doctor? Yes, they would definitely be unhappy. This was especially true for those who were proud and arrogant. However, this was Xianxia's house. It was not the time for them to throw a tantrum. The old doctor, Xianxia, who had spoken just now, smiled and said, "Sure, no problem. Everyone, come and take a look. If you need to repair it later, you will know what to do." When everyone saw that Xianxia had spoken, they nodded and followed him in. Different fields had different requirements for sutures. In the field of aesthetic medicine, the most important thing was the design, while in the field of medicine, the most important thing was rehabilitation. The bespectacled woman suddenly said, "This is the suture plan we designed. Here you go." Xianxia nodded and took the plan. He said, "Thank you." The woman ignored him and walked straight in. When Xianxia saw this, he smiled indifferently and looked down at the plan in his hand. Yes, it was quite professional. From the perspective of medicine and aesthetics, it was a more rigorous suture diagram. After taking a glance, Xianxia threw the plan on the table and got up to enter the room. This was because the plan did not catch Xianxia's attention at all. After all, how could this plan be compared to Beauty's Eye? The difference was not very big. It was just a difference of heaven and earth. After the preparations were done, Xianxia nodded at everyone and said, "I'm going to start." Xianxia nodded and said, "Okay." A slightly bald man beside him also nodded and said, "Okay." The bespectacled girl's name was Jing. She was the CEO of Annie's plastic surgery organization. She was very famous in AY City's plastic surgery circle. However, she stood by the side as though it had nothing to do with her. She crossed her arms in front of her chest as though it had nothing to do with her. Xianxia picked up the ET-164 needle and started the operation with the passive skill, Beautiful Eye. Xianxia decided to start the suture from the middle. It was the most difficult place, but once the suture was completed, the difficulty of the suture on both sides would be reduced. This time, he only needed a few needles, so he did not worry about anything else. After saying that, Xianxia lifted the needle and pierced the skin. At this moment, everyone was sweating profusely. After all, could this round needle really go in? And it was so small, the difficulty had increased a little. Using 164 stitches to sew the skin? Isn't this a blind operation? It was too difficult to suture the skin with a curved needle that was less than 2 centimeters long. He stood there quietly, even prepared to watch a joke. Because the 164 needles were too short and too thin, Xianxia used the tweezers to hold the needle in the middle of the handle and couldn't completely penetrate the skin. Therefore, Xianxia used the tweezers to hold the end of the needle. This way, the operation was even more difficult. It was even more difficult to pierce the skin, and just as everyone was worried, Xianxia's needle tip had already instantly entered the skin. The tweezers gently exerted force and came out from the opposite side. This was an extremely simple operation, but everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. What the f*ck, Wang Defa, it's that simple, everyone was taken aback. Could it be that simple? Could it be that we had some misunderstandings about round needles in the past? Could it be that the size 4 needle was thin enough to give the round needle a sharper edge? Everyone's brains crashed as they began to ponder the reason. Could it be that the ET manufacturer was very good at handling 164 needles? With this in mind, everyone frowned. As for Xianxia, he kept inserting and removing the needle. The suture went very smoothly. At this moment, Jing suddenly frowned because she realized that Xianxia wasn't following her plan at all. Why aren't you following the suture plan I gave you? This rebuke gave Jingguotan, who was staring intently at the suture, a fright. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest. F***k, can't you be more peaceful? Only then did everyone realize that Xianxia had started suturing from the middle. He wasn't following their plan at all. Xianxia looked at the skin and fell into deep thought. Xianxia's choice was actually very reasonable. Suturing from the middle might have been his best choice because the skilled were bold, and Jing's questioning caused the room to fall into an awkward situation. Xianxia was also a little noisy. After all, such a fine suture was an extremely delicate operation. Her interruption might very well affect the operation. With this in mind, Xianxia ignored Jing and turned to Jingguotan. Mr. Jing, get everyone else to leave. The 3 of us are enough. If anyone disturbs us, I can't guarantee that I won't make any mistakes. When Jingguotan heard this, he couldn't help but nod his head quickly. Okay, everyone can go out. Rest in the living room and have a cup of tea. With that said, he beckoned everyone to leave. And Jing stood there. Mr. Jing, I don't agree with his suture plan. I think it's best to follow the plan we just came up with. Jingguotan frowned slightly. Missin, it's best you go out and rest. And Jing's expression changed when she saw Jingguotan's expression. She nodded and walked out. She couldn't help but think to herself, it's best you don't look for me if anything happens to you. Rely on that punk? Heh. That's just a fantasy. Seeing that everyone had left, Jingguotan hurriedly went over to take a look. However, Su Ruoyan said, get out. Jingguotan was taken aback as he smiled awkwardly. This? Dr. Chen, can I watch the door for you and not let anyone in? Su Ruoyan's face darkened. Just watch the door from outside. Jingguotan hurriedly nodded. All right. Xiaoyun, don't be angry. After coming out, Jingguotan stood at the door and paced around, feeling a little anxious. Meanwhile, in the room, Xianxia's suture was meticulous. Only now did he realize that the changes brought about by the sharpness +1 attribute were truly terrifying. Just a suture needle gave Xianxia more options. The damage caused by the circular needle was much less than the triangular needle. With the augmentation of Eye of Beauty, Xianxia's suture gradually became better as it became smoother and smoother. The 2 people who were helping Xianxia were already stunned by Xianxia's suture plan. Xianxia had become a big shot. Change the needle. Cut the thread. Rinse with saline. After giving out the instructions one by one, Xianxia realized something. This group of people was more useful than the scrub nurses. Yes, at least they understood him. Now, those big shots not only brought equipment with them when they went for freelance surgeries, but they also brought helpers. He was used to it. It seemed that he had to increase his talent pool in the future and strive to train some underlings to be his assistants. Chen Bingxing was not bad and could be the first assistant. Department director and was also not bad and could be the second assistant. But, forget it. Department director Li Baoshan was actually the most suitable, but unfortunately, he was a little old. Qinyu was pleasing to the eye and knew how to flatter. Other than being a little rotten, he was not bad at all. When he thought of a few people whispering in his ear, "Chen Song is awesome," he was a little excited. When the last knot was tied, Chen Song looked at Xianxia and the bald man with satisfaction. He was full of gratification. He nodded with satisfaction, indicating that it was not bad. When the two saw Chen Song's satisfied gaze, it was as if they were relieved of a heavy burden, but more than that, they were happy. It was as if they had returned to the time when they were assistant doctors to their superiors as resident doctors, and the superiors praised them. A long-lost sense of accomplishment and excitement emerged in their hearts. Chen Song smiled. "Rinse it with saline and see the effect." The bald man could not wait any longer. He picked up the syringe and began to clean it slowly. His technique was very professional. Chen Song could not help but praise, "This cleaning technique is very meticulous." When the man heard that, he was immediately delighted. "Thank you for the compliment." After the cleaning, the scenery was immediately displayed in front of everyone. Hearing himself being praised, Yang Tao was, of course, excited. This kind of long-lost pure happiness was something that no one would have thought of. Well, no, Qin Xiang should have thought of it. Thinking of this, Yang Tao looked at Qin Xiang and smiled proudly. "Look, Dr. Chen praised me." Qin Xiang rolled his eyes. Chen Song sighed when he saw this. He's happy just like that. This batch of seniors is not easy to take care of. When he thought of this, he imitated old Chen's tone of voice and said faintly, "When you face suturing in the future, don't be rigid. You must remember to master it through a comprehensive study. Suturing is the most basic skill." Speaking of this, Chen Song looked at Qin Xiang. "I just found out that you have a bad habit. When you tie a knot, you are very casual and very fast. Indeed, being fast is a good thing, but you have to consider the skin pressure point and analyze it. And you have a little problem too." Listening to Chen Song's pointing out the problem, the two were not unhappy. Instead, they were enlightened. They felt like they had just woken up from a dream. It had to be said that both of them were stunned by Chen Song's suturing skills. He was so young and had such great achievements. Where was he from? Or a sea turtle? After speaking, Chen Song looked at Su Ruoyan's sutured leg and nodded. He was very satisfied. If the total score was 100, Chen Song gave himself 1,000 points. After all, 1 point of encouragement, 1 point of support, and 1 point of shouting. Altogether, 1,000 points was not a lot. It was a very practical score. Chen Song smiled. "Take a look. What do you think?" At this time, Yang Tao and Qin Xiang quickly looked carefully. However, they were stunned when they saw it. "Just because I saw you in the sea of people, I will never forget your face again." The skin of the leg that had been washed was now sewn together. This palm-sized wound took almost an hour to suture. Although it looked simple, only the two involved knew that it was not easy, especially in the beginning. Perhaps they did not think so much, but when they saw the results of the leg, Qin Xiang and Yang Tao could not help but look at each other. They saw shock in each other's eyes. No wonder he chose to suture in such a way. So that was the reason. After connecting the dots, the two of them finally understood what had happened. Although it was a case of hindsight, they still felt a little emotional. However, how long had Chen Song been here? From the moment he entered the room until he started suturing, it had not even been half an hour, right? He had already prepared a draft in half an hour. This was a little too inconceivable. Talent, this was talent. Qin Xiang felt that he had spent half of his life on Xiaotian. The younger generation would surpass the older generation. He also remembered Chen Song's advice to himself. He would go back and think about it. Because the stitching was too good, the two of them looked at the rose tattoo. Its shape, color, and lines did not change much. Instead, it looked even better. Xianxia was deeply moved. This suture was too precise. It could even be called a work of art. Every stitch and thread was a classic. How did that song go again? What about the picturesque stitches? Such a picturesque scene? Graffiti on the wound? Drawing sand in the yard? Waiting for our surprise? Waiting for our myths? Wait for the miracle to happen. Waiting for the oath. Thinking of this, Xianxia happened to see Yang Tao take out his mobile phone and take pictures of the leg. He was stunned. That's right, take a picture and go back and look at it slowly. At this time, Chen Song had already called Zheng Wutan in. Mr. Zheng, I'm done suturing. Take a look. Zheng Wutan listened. Done? His eyes suddenly lit up. He opened the door and walked in. When he saw Lao Qin taking pictures of his girlfriend's leg with his mobile phone, he was stunned. Lao Qin, what are you doing? He and Xianxia were childhood friends. They grew up together. When something happened, he first looked for Xianxia and asked him to help him find someone. Xianxia was the dermatology department director of Eastern University affiliated hospital. He was also very influential in this field. Lao Qin was amazed and said casually, this leg looks good now. I have to take a few more pictures. I'll go back and admire it and think about it. This sentence made Yang Tao's hand tremble. He almost dropped his mobile phone to the ground. Zheng Wutan's face was even more confused. You're taking pictures of my girlfriend's leg and you're planning to go back and admire it. The scene fell into silence for a while. Chen Song didn't dare to speak. Xianxia suddenly reacted and slapped his forehead. Aya, old Zheng, what the hell are you thinking? I said this leg is stitched well. Come and take a look. Zheng Wutan quickly walked up and looked at the wound on her leg. He was also stunned. Was this still the bloody wound just now? The stitching was so delicate, even the petals of the tattooed rose were taken into consideration. Exquisite, delicate, a work of art. Coupled with that long white leg, Zheng Wutan sighed. This was Su Ruoyan's leg. He could play with it for years. This was more like it, Zheng Wutan blurted out excitedly. Good. 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 3 consecutive cheers made Chen Song feel quite proud. Su Ruoyan didn't speak much. She didn't know what to say. Now she was in a very awkward situation. Her mistress was beaten by a decent person. Her mood was low for a while. Coupled with the injury on her leg, her mood today reached a low point. After a while, the new show would start. Her leg would be like that again. Thinking of this, she felt a sense of loss. But at this time, when she saw the stitched wound on her leg, she was also stunned. It was as good as before? Of course not. It wasn't as good as before. In fact, it was even better than before. Chen Song cleverly placed the inevitable stitches on the petals. Under the subtle contrast, it made the rose more beautiful. Art. Su Ruoyan couldn't help but look down. Chen Song quickly said, you can't move this leg for the next few days. I used number 4 thread to stitch you. It's very thin. If you use a little force, it will easily break. So you have to be careful. Pay attention. Don't use too much strength, wait until it's almost healed. During this time, remember. Don't get contaminated. Remember not to touch water. Now Chen Song's words were very persuasive. Zheng Wutan couldn't help but nod. Su Ruoyan also looked at Chen Song gratefully. Doctor, thank you. Chen Song smiled and shook his head. Ding. The second part of the mission is completed. Suturing Su Ruoyan. Received, 1, Kim Suture, Green, 2. Suturing experience plus 200, 3. Medical experience plus 200. 4. The last part of the mission is triggered. Spend some time alone with Zheng Wutan. After a careful chat, you will receive the last part of the mission. Chen Song nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, he gained a lot. Chen Song happily checked the green item he had obtained. After all, this was what he was looking forward to the most, Kim Suture, green quality. Attributes, 1, toughness plus 1. 2, infection resistance plus 1. After equipping, the suture you use in the future will have its own item attributes. Chen Song was delighted. Toughness was easy to understand, it was firm and tough, making it difficult to break. This attribute was very important to many threads, but the most important were special functional threads, such as tendon suture. Such threads needed to have good toughness, which was a difficulty in suturing tendons. Therefore, steel wires were used, but steel wires were naturally not as easy to operate and use as thread. It was also easier to cause secondary damage to the tendon, causing adhesion to worsen. Therefore, just the toughness plus one was very powerful, the second was the same. Infection resistance. As its name suggested, it was straightforward and domineering. The most worrying thing after suturing was infection, and the existence of infection resistance directly reduced the probability of infection. It was a good choice. And the last reward was the notification of the last mission. Chen Song looked at Jing Guotan in anticipation, but he didn't see any question marks appear above his head. What was going on? He took a closer look at the notification. Talking to Jing Guotan alone, was this the condition for triggering the mission? With this in mind, Chen Song prepared to give it a try later. Jing Guotan was very happy as he hurriedly said, "Everyone, please wait in the hall for a moment. I'll get the chef to prepare some food. You can go back after eating. Thank you for your hard work." After getting everyone out, Jing Guotan looked down at Su Ruoyun. "Baby, be good. Don't cry. Hubby promises to give you an explanation." Seeing everyone walk out happily, the people in the room couldn't help but be stunned, especially in Jing. She had already warmed up her palms and was ready to fight, but he came out to tell her this. Wasn't this a little too much? With this in mind, and Jing found it unbelievable. The suture was completed. How was that possible? That was absolutely impossible. However, she didn't dare go forward to take a look. This wasn't her house, but the real estate tycoon, Boss Zheng. Furthermore, the patient inside wasn't an ordinary patient, but a famous actress, Su Ruoyun. No matter how angry she was, she had to hold it in. And Jing originally thought this was an opportunity for her. If he could get Boss Zheng's appreciation or satisfy both him and Su Ruoyun, it would be a big favor. Even Annie's plastic surgery organization's growth wasn't a problem. This was a big deal for Annie's plastic surgery agency, but it was nothing to Jing Guotan. When the time came, he would invite Su Ruoyun to be the spokesperson. With this, Annie's plastic surgery organization might be able to expand out of Danyang province and into the entire country. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. When she saw Yang Tao come out, she quietly went over. "CEO Yang, what's the situation?" And Jing asked softly. Yang Tao said calmly, "This young man is a talent. No, he's a genius. Didn't you see the stitches just now? Every stitch and thread is a work of art. TSK. His repair is really good. Normal people can't do it. At least, I can't find anyone else in AY City who can do it." Yang Tao was a doctor at the hospital, but like Zhang Jixin, he went out for plastic surgery. After so many years, he had become a famous celebrity in AY City. Now, he had both his main and side businesses. And Jing was in disbelief when she heard that. This was because she had seen Su Ruoyun's wound with her own eyes. She had a sufficient understanding of the wound. It was basically unrealistic to rely on suturing to reach such a level. At the very least, she couldn't find such a person in AY City in a short period of time. With this in mind, and Jing wore a look of disbelief. Her eyes were filled with doubt and indignation. As for Yang Tao, he naturally understood in Jing's thoughts. Ignoring in Jing, Yang Tao was also eyeing Boss Zheng's pocket. In this society, friendship was nothing more than a mutual transaction. They were just helping each other. After all, they each had their own motives. Otherwise, why would they help a tycoon? Wasn't it just for convenience? One had to know that those who sucked up were those who wanted to ride a horse. Furthermore, Yang Tao and Jing were considered half in the same industry. As the saying went, those in the same industry were enemies. Yang Tao was much more experienced than Jing. He was well versed in the ways of the world, so it was obvious that this balding middle-aged man's magnanimity and thoughts weren't something this little girl could compare with. Yang Tao didn't plan on showing Jing the photo. He even had the urge to let Jing and Chen Song stand on opposite sides. After all, AY City was only that big. Annie's plastic surgery agency had already done it, so what was he to do? If Jing was said to be skilled, then Yang Tao was well versed in the ways of the world. He knew that Jing was a proud person. So he deliberately praised Chen Song. This was because the more he praised Chen Song, the more Jing disliked Chen Song. No one could tell what would happen in the future, but at the very least, Chen Song wouldn't walk the same path as Jing. Indeed, Jing was fuming. Although she was filled with doubts, there was nothing she could do. Jing even felt that her presence was redundant. She got up and said to Jing Wutan, CEO Jing, I'm really sorry that I wasn't of any help today. I'll be heading back first. If there's anything, give me a call. I'll be at your beck and call. Jing Wutan nodded and smiled. It's been hard on you. You've already helped a lot. Well. Old Chong, send her off. Keep in touch in the future. After some pleasantries, he sent Jing off. When the others saw this, they also bade farewell. Jing Wutan nodded and got the butler to take care of him. The butler had been with him for more than 20 years, so he knew what to do. Chen Song actually wanted to leave, but he couldn't. Where was the next mission? Why did he spend so much effort? At this moment, Xianxia walked over and said with a smile, Old Jing, I'm going back too. Jing Wutan nodded and stood up to send him off. I'll send you off. Well, Dr. Chen, please take a seat first. I have something to consult you about. Xianxia greeted Chen Song. Dr. Chen, right? Let me introduce myself. My name is Xianxia, and I'm the chief of the dermatology department at Eastern University's affiliated hospital. If there's a chance in the future, I'll invite you to give a lecture at our unit. Tell the junior doctors in our unit about the essence of skin suturing. I've seen the world today. By the way, where do you work? Chen Song was taken aback. Eastern University's affiliated hospital? What a coincidence. It's less than a kilometer away from our hospital. So he's the chief of the dermatology department at Eastern University's affiliated hospital. No wonder he's so skilled. However, Chen Song suddenly thought of something. He seemed to have just criticized. No, it should be called giving pointers to Xianxia. Yes, and with the identity of a senior and a tone of disappointment. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt a burst of guilt. The two hospitals were not far away. What if Xianxia came to our hospital to look for me? Chen Song took a deep breath and sank into his dantian. Work? Oh, right now. I don't have an official job. I'm working as a temporary worker in the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Chen Song smiled awkwardly and told the truth. When Xianxia heard this, he thought that Chen Song had just returned to China. He immediately greeted him with a smile. Oh? Is this how the 2nd Provincial Hospital treats talents? Do you want to come to our place? Chen Song smiled. I'll think about it. After Xianxia heard this, his eyebrows and eyes smiled. Think about it carefully. By the way, let's exchange contact information. I'll invite you to give a lecture at our place another day. After Chen Song and Jing Wutan sent Xianxia to the car, they were about to turn around when they suddenly saw the bald man running over in a hurry. He panted as he ran. After he came over, he said while panting, Aya, look at my memory. I'm really old. Well, Dr. Chen, right? I'm Yang Tao. This is my business card. Let's keep in touch in the future. By the way, how should I address you, Dr. Chen? Chen Song was calm this time. He looked at Yang Tao on the business card. He was the director of the dermatology department of the City People's Hospital and the director of Shumi Plastic Surgery Hospital. Chen Song smiled. My name is Chen Song. I'm from the 2nd hospital of the province. Yang Tao immediately said excitedly, Okay. Then I won't disturb Dr. Chen. If you have time, visit the 2nd hospital. If you need anything, call me. After saying that, Yang Tao and Jing Wutan smiled. After asking for Chen Song's contact information, they said goodbye and left. Seeing the few of them leave, Jing Wutan looked at Chen Song and said, It's really hard on you today, Dr. Chen. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to explain myself today. Explanation X5. Chief Xing, your family really has a lot of explanations. Chen Song smiled. You're welcome. It's within my ability. Zheng Wutan sighed. Sigh. Every family has its own difficult scriptures. Chen Song suddenly realized that the question mark above Zheng Wutan's head had finally appeared. Ding. Zheng Wutan is a little distressed. Have a good chat with Zheng Wutan and you can obtain the high-level NPC Zheng Wutan's mission. Chen Song was stunned for a moment before accepting it. Chen Song smiled. A person's life is a long and arduous journey. You will taste the sour and bitter, the sweet and the salty, the good and the bad. There will be all of it. Zheng Wutan immediately smiled. You're so open-minded at such a young age. Chen Song smiled as well. In the emergency department of the hospital, we've seen many life and death situations. We're used to seeing joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. It's true that life is ordinary, it's also true that it's exciting, and it's also true that there are ups and downs. As long as it's your own life, it's fine. Zheng Wutan suddenly turned around. Xiao Chen, I still have a favor to ask of you. Come home with me. Chen Song was stunned. Isn't this your home? Zheng Wutan smiled awkwardly. That's home. After bidding farewell to Su Ruoyun and instructing the butler, Zheng Wutan personally drove Chen Song out of the villa. After driving for more than half an hour, they arrived at a high-end residential area. This was the neighborhood with the highest average price in AY City. 1 square meter cost more than 30,000 yuan. After pushing open the door and entering, a female voice sounded. Hubby, you're back? Chen Song looked in the direction of the voice and saw an ordinary middle-aged woman wearing an apron. She was holding a rag in her hand and standing there. When she saw Zheng Wutan enter, she quickly handed him a pair of slippers. Zheng Wutan introduced. This is my wife, Xianxia. Honey, this is Dr. Chen. The woman quickly smiled and handed Chen Song a pair of slippers. The house was very clean. It could be said that there was not a speck of dust. The decorations in the house were not exaggerated. It was very warm and gave people the feeling of a home. Chen Song quickly greeted. Hello, sister-in-law. The woman smiled. Come in. I'll make some tea. Zheng Wutan took off his suit and hung it on his shirt. Honey, make something to eat. We haven't eaten yet. The woman smiled and nodded. Okay. After the two sat down, Chen Song became curious. Zheng Wutan's wife, Xianxia, was very a kind person. She didn't seem like someone who would do such things. Moreover, he had such a good wife. Why did he go out to find a celebrity? Chen Song shook his head and stopped thinking about the reason. He shouldn't get involved in other people's family matters. It had nothing to do with him. He was a doctor. They sat there and drank tea. The two of them chatted and didn't talk about business. After half an hour, 3 dishes were placed on the table. They were very fragrant. After 3 simple home-cooked dishes, the two of them sat down and started eating. At this time, Chen Song noticed that there was a long scar on Zhang Aixiang's forehead. Usually, Zhang Aixiang's bangs could cover it, but just now, it was exposed. The scar was very long and ran through her forehead. Chen Song was also shocked. It was too ferocious. Zhang Aixiang seemed to have noticed it. She was embarrassed and quickly moved her hair to hide it. At this moment, Zheng Wutan smiled. Honey, don't be afraid. I found this to treat you. Chen Song was stunned and quickly refused. This, Chief Xing, I really can't help. I don't know this. Surgery at all, indeed, this kind of old scar didn't need to be sutured. It involved the problem of the entire skin flap and many factors of the facial nerves. He was still far from it, Zheng Wutan said slowly, this is the case. I found a team in the United States to perform the surgery. You don't have to worry. What you have to do is to suture the skin. How about it? I won't blame you whether it's successful or not. The surgery is not now. It's half a year later. I hope you can help me when the time comes. Ding. High-level NPC Zheng Wutan issued a mission. Participate in Zhang Aixiang's surgery in half a year. Regardless of whether it's successful or not, you will receive the reward: 1. A special training card, 2. A random skill book, 3. Experience plus 3,000. Chen Song was stunned. He didn't expect the reward to be so generous. What was the special training card used for? Zheng Wutan saw Chen Song's hesitation and quickly begged, Dr. Chen, please. My wife. I really hope she can regain her confidence. Chen Song looked at Zheng Wutan's expression. It was almost a different person compared to when he was in the villa. When he was in the villa, Zheng Wutan felt sorry for Su Ruoyan. At home, Zheng Wutan loved Xianxia deeply. Chen Song thought for a long time and finally nodded. Okay, call me when the time comes. Zheng Wutan was instantly happy. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, Dr. Chen. My wife and I are really grateful to you. Ding. Obtain 20 favorability points from Zheng Wutan. Chen Song was stunned. He actually obtained 20 favorability points at once. Zheng Wutan was a high-level NPC. Favorability points were still very precious. Speaking until here, Zheng Wutan stood up. After about a minute, he took out a box of mooncakes with his left hand and a stack of money in his right hand. He handed it over. Dr. Chen, it's been hard on you this morning. Keep this money well. Chen Song was dumbfounded when he saw so much money. How much was this stack of money? It should be at least tens of thousands. Chen Song didn't say anything. After the meal, Chen Song smiled and said to Zhang Aisheng, Sister-in-law, thank you for your hospitality. The food is good. I still have work in the afternoon, so I won't disturb you. Zhang Aisheng smiled gently and didn't say anything. To be honest, the money was a little too much. This was the first time Chen Song came out to do this kind of work. Facing so much money, he was at a loss. Even if those Beijing experts came to Dongyang province, it would only be 10 to 20,000. It was too much. Chen Song knew the market price. It was just, this was the first time he faced so much money. It was a little complicated. Seeing Chen Song stand up, Zheng Wutan also stood up and handed the box of mooncakes to Chen Song. Take it. Chen Song shook his head. It's too much. Zheng Wutan pulled a long face. Dr. Chen, did you see that group of people in the morning? They asked for much more than you. Even with their standards, they are worth this much. What about yours? With your suturing skills, you are at least worth this much. Dr. Chen, this is also a long-term investment. If you don't accept it, I will feel guilty if you suture my wife in the future. It was quite a lot of money. Chen Song felt the weight of the money in his hand. The first flying needle in his life ended just like that, and the first bucket of gold was worth tens of thousands. Even to him, this was somewhat unreal. In his 20-odd years of life, most of the time, he played the role of an ordinary person. He was just an ordinary person who took public transport, drank soy milk and fried dough sticks in the morning, and played games in internet cafes. He did not have a luxury car, a villa, a yacht, or a mistress. It was a completely different life. However, when he saw that he had earned tens of thousands in one suture, he felt that it was unreal. It was 2F** king fake. I can also earn tens of thousands in a day? Of course, Chen Song knew that it was just a windfall. He just happened to meet a rich person. Most people were ordinary people. After thinking about it for a while, Chen Song accepted the money. It gave his originally dry wallet a little more life. However, the biggest gain today was not the money, but the rewards. Chen Song was looking forward to it. It was already 3 o'clock when he returned to the hospital. Chen Song had just sat down when he heard the system notification. Ding. Level increased to level 14. Obtained skill point +1. Leveled up, another skill point. Chen Song had not figured out where to use it. However, he was most curious about the two rewards. One was a special training card, and the other was a skill book. Special training card. After use, you can obtain a special training opportunity for a specific skill. It will greatly increase your mastery of the skill, increase your skill limit, and obtain a large amount of skill experience. The specific effect of the special training will depend on your efforts. Chen Song looked at the introduction of the special training card thoughtfully. He did not know what it was. He would only know the specific effect after using it. However, it seemed that the special training card could increase the skill experience of a certain skill. The second reward was a skill book. Yes, Xianxia knew about it. It was simple and easy to understand. He just did not know what kind of skill book it was. With that in mind, Xianxia activated it. Ding. Activation successful. Obtained skill book, dialysis, advanced. Xianxia was stunned. What the hell? Lao Chen's ancestor, Qing Yan, his luck was not bad. He had directly obtained the advanced dialysis skill. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt very happy. The rewards for chain quests were indeed rich. Any random skill book was an advanced skill. Xianxia didn't even think about it and directly clicked to learn. Ding. Successfully learned. Dialysis, advanced. Skill description: master the commonly used dialysis techniques, including hemodialysis, peritoneal dialysis, and colon dialysis. Special effect: configuration of dialysis fluid. After Xianxia finished reading, his eyes lit up. He had actually learned all three major dialysis techniques. I really am not a vase. Dialysis had become more and more widely used in the clinic over the years, and it was also becoming more and more popular. The second hospital of Chengdu province had a dialysis room, but as a new technology, there were not many doctors in each dialysis room. Moreover, these dialysis rooms were mainly used as auxiliary treatment for the various clinical departments, so they were not paid much attention to. However, no matter what, this technology was still very useful. However, the only thing he wasn't satisfied with was that this special effect seemed to be of little value. Configuration of dialysis fluid: what did he need this for? The dialysis fluid was bought for immediate use. Did he still need to configure it himself? Thinking of this, Xianxia was a little emotional. However, it was still fine. It should be said that it was a little imperfect. And there was another very important treasure, the fortune bag. Some time ago, after Xianxia finished suturing Zhang Dalong, he received a fortune bag. He had been reluctant to open it. Today, he finally got it. Xianxia felt that his luck was not bad today and he could give it a try. Ding. Little fortune bag, unlimited hidden inside. Do you want to open the fortune bag? Xianxia was certain. Of course. Ding. Congratulations, you have opened the fortune bag. You have received a mission scroll. Xianxia was stunned. Mission scroll? Ding. According to the needs of the scene, a challenge mission has been generated. Xianxia was stunned. What did that mean? At around 6 o'clock, when Xianxia was about to get off work, he suddenly received a message. There was an explosion at the West City Chemical Factory. There are too many injured people. The 120 Emergency Center wants us to prepare for rescue. The 120 Emergency Center's car is 10 minutes away from our hospital. There are many patients with abrasions. Prepare to stop the bleeding and suture. When the series of news came from the nurses' station, everyone could not help but stand up. The emergency department had to do a good job of emergency diagnosis and treatment. They had to be the front line before the hospital. The emergency department's director, Li Baoshan, was still in the operating theater. There were two deputy directors in the emergency department. One was in Yanjun, and the other was Zhang Shu from the internal medicine department. Immediately, everyone began to get ready. Everyone who was about to get off work immediately immersed themselves in the emergency filing of work. At that moment, another call came in. The second provincial hospital has done the detoxification work. After the chemical factory explosion, the chemical raw materials were leaked and caused a poisoning reaction to varying degrees. It's not clear what kind of poisoning it is, but some patients have already shown symptoms such as blindness. One call after another was like a death knell. Every additional call meant more danger for them. At that moment, Xianxia received a notification. Frowny face. Ding. Mission scroll activated. Challenge mission triggered. Generate an emergency rescue mission. Ding. Within 3 hours, complete 50 suture missions. Skin suture, tendon suture, blood vessel suture can be done. After the mission is completed, you will receive rewards. 1. 3 skill points. 2. 300 experience points. 3. 500 yuan. Do you want to start? P.S. Well, there's nothing much to say. I just want to say, please support, hee. Xianxia was 46 years old. She was an emergency physician who was good at diagnosing internal diseases and had a deep understanding of clinical poisoning. She was the pillar of the emergency department. When Xianxia heard the news, her heart skipped a beat. Poisoning, chemical industry, poisoning, blindness, when these words were connected, it meant that the matter this time was not simple. The three most common chemical element poisonings were mercury poisoning, hydrogen sulfide poisoning, and methanol poisoning. Each of these three was heavier than the other. For a moment, the emergency department and surgery department were busy. The internal medicine department was preparing the antidote, the surgery department was preparing to suture and stop the bleeding. Everyone was caught up in the urgent preparation work. No one knew how many people had been injured this time. Everyone was nervously preparing for the arrival of the patients. The tense atmosphere and the oppressive environment made everyone anxious. We're here. We're here. The car door. Be careful of the car door. With the arrival of the ambulance, all the doctors and nurses stood up to welcome them. The hospital bed was pushed down from the car. A man was lying on it, and some of the people around him were covered in wounds. They were using simple tissue paper to stop the bleeding. Before the car stopped, a second car arrived. Many patients came down one after another. Most of them had some external injuries. Xianxia saw the man lying on the bed and quickly said, "Send him to the resuscitation room." The man lying on the bed was taken away by the internal medicine department. The surgery department sent a large number of patients with external injuries. They needed to be bandaged, sutured, and debrided. These people had blood on their faces. They did not know if it was someone else's or their own. There were more or less some wounds on their bodies. Wailing, that did not exist. Everyone was very calm and even quiet, because, to put it bluntly, they were survivors. They were the lucky ones in the midst of misfortune. At this moment, Li Baoshan rushed into the emergency department. He said to everyone, "There are a lot of injured people this time. The higher-ups have asked the 2nd Provincial Hospital to take on some of the emergency rescue tasks. Everyone, hurry up. There are still people behind. The internal medicine team will urgently investigate the cause of the poisoning and carry out the rescue work. The surgical team will be in charge of the debridement and suturing task. All the staff with the title of attending physician and above will immediately carry out the rescue and treatment of the seriously injured patients." The rescue work this time was not just the emergency department's task. After the hospital received the notice from the higher-ups, they quickly set up an emergency response team and transferred personnel from all the departments to carry out the rescue work. The entire hospital was filled with a solemn and depressing tone. Everyone had a clear division of labor. In the treatment room, Xianxia already understood the importance of today's matter. Thinking of this, Xianxia immediately activated the quest scroll. Ding. Countdown begins. Suture mission, 50 points remaining. Countdown, 2 hours 59 minutes. Xianxia took a deep breath and began to debride and suture the patient in an orderly manner. For example, Xianxia's patient was a typical example. His back was cut by an iron plate, and there was a wound about 9 centimeters long. Fortunately, the wound was not very deep. What he needed now was debridement and suturing. Xianxia's debridement and skin suturing skills were both advanced level, and he handled the situation with ease. Suturing work could be done by one person, but the speed was too slow. The head nurse kept urging them, and it seemed like more and more people were getting injured. Xianxia couldn't care about anything else and treated him as quickly as possible. Of course, speed did not mean quality. Not only was Xianxia fast, but he was also high quality. Xianxia spent some time on the first patient because the wound was a little big, but it took less than 10 minutes. After he was done, Xianxia asked everyone to rest outside. Just as he went out, another patient was sent in by a nurse. At this time, there were no extra people to help Xianxia. All the nurses were used for emergency treatment of the patient. The suturing work had to be done by one person alone. Xianxia only took 5 minutes to suture the second patient. At this time, the hall outside was full of people. Everyone was covered in dust, and their clothes and pants were torn. Gauze was pressed on the wound, and blood was still oozing out. Tian Xianglan was running back and forth outside in a hurry. There were more than 10 critically ill patients sent in, and there were more than 70 to 80 ordinary trauma patients. Everyone, don't worry. It will be your turn soon. Please maintain order. Xianxia shouted. No, there were too many people. They had to call for reinforcements. Thinking of this, Xianxia went directly to the nursing department and called the general surgery department, neurology department, thoracic department, endocrine department, and several other departments. The emergency department needs a few suturing doctors. There are too many patients. I'm afraid that the patients can't hold on for too long. The doctors have been called away. The rest are the doctors on duty. The head nurse on the other side was also helpless. The surgery of a seriously injured patient was not something that could be treated by one person. It needed a team. Orthopedics, neurology, thoracic department, all of them were arranged. Xianxia was stunned. Then, send a few more nurses to help the doctors and increase their work efficiency. After hanging up the phone, Xianxia waited anxiously. However, she still had to maintain order and everyone's mood. At this time, a notification sounded. Patient number 5, please come to room 12. Change the dressing. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Patient number 5, follow me. After Qinsong changed the dressing, he pressed the call button on the computer and the next patient came in immediately. As for the case, he had no time to care about it. 3 minutes later. Patient number 6, please come to treatment room 1 to change the dressing. 3 minutes later, patient number 7, please come to treatment room 1. At this time, Wang Qian, who was next door, had also finished suturing and started calling the number. However, just as he finished calling the number, Qinsong started calling the number again. Xianxia was shocked. Qinsong's speed was too fast. When Qinsong was suturing, a young nurse walked in. Hello, Dr. Chen. I'm Li Jia from the general surgery department. I'm here to help you. The young nurse was young, about 25 or 26 years old. Qinsong nodded without turning his head. Okay, thank you for your hard work. He did not look away from the patient. 5 minutes later, Qinsong finished bandaging the wound. He said to Li Jia, please call the next patient for me. Thank you. Li Jia nodded and called the number. What else do you need me to do? Qinsong said, you're in charge of calling the number and, get these trash. Li Jia was stunned when she heard that. But she still nodded. Okay. The discarded suture kits had already filled up the trash bin. Li Jia got up to take out the trash. When she came back, she realized that Qinsong had already finished suturing. Call the next one. Li Jia was stunned. So fast? Then, she called the number. Qinsong took a new debridement and suture kit. He realized that there were not many suture kits left. He said to Li Jia, ask the head nurse to send 50 debridement and suture kits over. Li Jia was stunned. How many? Qinsong said, 50. Li Jia was stunned for a while. She saw that there were still 7 or 8 suture kits in the cabinet. She quickly got up and ran out. Head nurse, Dr. Chen from the first patient wants 50 suture kits. Xianxia was stunned. She looked around and saw that there were about 70 to 80 patients present. She nodded. Follow me to the storeroom. Soon, the two of them pushed a flatbed trolley with 2 boxes of suture kits on it. There were a total of 90 suture kits in 3 treatment rooms. Each patient had 30 suture kits. After Li Jia came in, she said to Qinsong, Dr. Chen, the head nurse put 30 suture kits in each patient. Qinsong said, call the next one. Li Jia nodded. At this moment, Li Jia realized that there were only 2 suture kits left. Her heart skipped a beat. She had only been out for about 10 minutes, right? She only used 5? This Dr. Chen was a little too fast, right? After pressing the number, Li Jia skillfully picked up the trash can and emptied it. When she came back, she continued pressing the number. Qinsong's mind was filled with messages. Ding. Suture successful. Experience gained +10. Suture experience gained +10, ding. Suture successful. Experience gained +10. Suture experience gained +10. After about an hour, Chen Song turned around and realized that there were not many suture bags left. Chen Song said to Li Jia, "Go ask the head nurse for a suture kit." Li Jia was stunned and was about to say, "Didn't you just take it?" He turned around and saw that there were only 3 to 5 suture bags left on the table. Li Jia wondered if there was something wrong with her eyes, but she quickly got up and said, "Oh. All right." Seeing that there were fewer and fewer patients in the hall, Tian Xianlan's anxious heart also relaxed. When she saw Li Jia come out, she asked, "What's wrong?" Li Jia said, "Head nurse, we don't have any more suture kits in house 1. Tian Xianlan immediately frowned. How did this Chen Song use them? Tell him to use them sparingly, but he's the only one who's finished using them? What a waste. It's too wasteful. I'll go talk to him." Li Jia quickly explained, "No, head nurse, Dr. Chen didn't waste a single one. He really used them all." Tian Xianlan frowned. Suddenly, she heard, "Please bring patient 69 to treatment room 1. Come, follow me to get them." When they arrived at the warehouse, they realized there are only about 20 suture kits left. Tian Xianlan frowned. Suture kits were usually taken from the medical devices department once a week. Each time, they would take a week's supply. How many had been used today? Li Jia could not help but ask, "Why don't we go to the treatment room next door and see if there are any extra?" Tian Xianlan said, "We need to use other doctors too." Li Jia hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's give priority to Dr. Chen. He's fast and can suture more." Tian Xianlan thought for a moment and said, "Let's use up these 20 first. I don't think there are many people left. We'll talk about it when it's not enough." About an hour later, after Chen Song used up all the suture kits, the system notification suddenly rang. Ding. Mission scroll mission completed. Suture 5050. Reward obtained, 1, 3 skill points, 2, 300 experience points, 3 renminbi plus 500. Chen Song was stunned. It's completed? He turned around and asked Li Jia, "How many sutures have been completed?" Li Jia looked at the registration information on the computer and said, 65. Chen Song asked, "How many more?" Li Jia looked at the registration information on the computer and said, 3. Chen Song said, "Oh, I'm going to the toilet. Thank you for your hard work. Go back and rest early." When he stood up, Chen Song suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and almost fell to the ground. He had been hunched over the whole time. Now that he straightened his back, he felt that his waist was numb, as if it was not his own. It was too uncomfortable. After moving around for a while, he finally recovered. At this time, there were not many patients outside. Chen Song breathed a sigh of relief and went to the toilet to relieve himself. He felt much better. At this time, Li Baoshan happened to come over. When he saw Chen Song wandering around, he could not help but ask with a sullen face, "Are you done? You still have the time to wander around?" Chen Song was stunned. He turned around and saw Li Baoshan. "Department director? Oh, I don't have any suture kits left. There are only 2 or 3 patients left. If your waist is tired, you can move around." Li Baoshan glared at Chen Song. "Qin Yu is a girl, yet you're not tired. You're just a young man." Chen Song smiled embarrassedly and did not explain. When Tian Xianlan saw Li Baoshan coming over, she walked over and said, "Department director, the sutures for external injuries are basically done." Li Baoshan was stunned. "So fast? How many people did you suture?" Tian Xianlan said, "Just Chen Song, Qin Yu, and Wang Qian." Li Baoshan could not help but glare at Chen Song. "Xiao Chen, you have to learn from Qin Yu. You're a girl, but you're so serious. In the emergency department, you have to take care of the female comrades." When Tian Xianlan heard this, she defended Chen Song and said, "Department director, you're wrong about Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sutured 65 patients alone. There are only 103 patients in total. Xiao Chen sutured more patients than Wang Qian and Qin Yu combined." When Li Baoshan heard this, his eyes widened. He was full of surprise and disbelief. But, a leader was a leader. He was very adaptable. His gaze changed. "Fast? Recovered so quickly? Medical work is about being fast, right? Even if it's fast, you have to be serious. Li Jia, who was at the side, felt a little indignant for Chen Song. She defended Chen Song with heartache. Department Director. You're wrong about Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen sutured very well. I saw it with my own eyes. Li Baoshan was suddenly angry. Tian Xianlan asked, Department Director, why are you here? Li Baoshan said, I'm going to the Internal Medicine Department of the Emergency Department to take a look. I heard that there are more than 10 poisoned patients. They need to contact the dialysis room. Those who are seriously poisoned need to undergo dialysis. When Chen Song heard this, his eyes lit up. Department Director, I'll go with you and see if I can help. Li Baoshan nodded and looked at Chen Song with a gentler gaze. Ding. High-level NPC Li Baoshan's favorability +3. At this moment, in the resuscitation room, all 8 resuscitation beds were filled with patients. One by one, they were moaning on the beds. Doctor, save me. Doctor. I'm so uncomfortable, my head hurts. Where am I? Save me, I'm dying, why can't I see anything? As soon as they entered the resuscitation room, waves of wailing could be heard. The voices were low and weak. When Xianxia saw Li Baoshan come in, she quickly went up to him. Director, you're here. Li Baoshan asked anxiously, what's the situation? Xianxia said with a serious expression, the situation is not optimistic. After a detailed examination, these poisoned patients have tachycardia, and are even accompanied by varying degrees of myocarditis, ST segment abnormalities, and severe renal failure. 3 of the patients have varying degrees of optic hyperemia, and retinal edema with visual field defects. Also, they have severe metabolic acidosis. After Li Baoshan heard this, his heart sank. All the signs pointed to one answer, Li Baoshan, methanol poisoning? Xianxia nodded. Yes. Methanol poisoning, and several of them are severely poisoned. Li Baoshan turned around and began to examine the patients. Give me the test results. The doctor at the side handed over the medical records. The more Li Baoshan looked at them, the more worried he became. After about 10 minutes, Li Baoshan checked each patient one by one and said, have you pumped their stomachs? What drugs were used after that? Xianxia nodded. Everyone has been pumped. We used 1% sodium bicarbonate. After that, we used 250 milliliters of 4% sodium bicarbonate intravenous drip to correct the acidosis. We used 250 milliliters of 20% mannitol plus dexamethasone plus 10 milligrams intravenous drip to prevent cerebral edema. But 6 of the patients are in critical condition and may need dialysis. The hemodialysis room has been sent to them, but I'm worried about beds 3 and 7. They are now in a light coma. Li Baoshan, I'll ask other hospitals if there are any free dialysis machines. After that, Li Baoshan picked up the phone and started to make calls. Lao Chen, it's me, Li Baoshan. Do you have any idle dialysis machines in your hospital? No. Alright, that's it. He made 4 or 5 calls, but several hospitals that could perform dialysis were still using it. What to do? Li Baoshan was a little anxious. Suddenly, he remembered something. Didn't the hospital just buy a few peritoneal dialysis machines? Thinking of this, he directly picked up the phone and dialed the number of Director Hao, who was in charge of the hospital. Director Hao, it's me, Li Baoshan. Is the peritoneal dialysis apparatus in our hospital working? Right now, the poisoning patient is too serious and needs to undergo dialysis. But now that the hemodialysis room is full, the patient can't afford any delays. Hao Shuliang sighed. The peritoneal dialysis machine has been brought back, and it can be used. We have tried it, but it has not been used officially. Also, those doctors have been sent out for training. When Li Baoshan heard this, he covered the phone and looked at Xianxia. He asked, do you know how to perform peritoneal dialysis? Xianxia blushed and shook her head. I've only seen others do it, but I've never done it myself. Hao Shuliang's voice sounded. Baoshan, don't worry. Why don't you ask the other hospitals if they have extra people and send 2 over? Li Baoshan said, I just called the other hospitals to ask. They are all busy now. There are a lot of people who have been poisoned this time. How about this? Director Hao, I'll give it a try. Although I haven't specifically studied it, I've seen a lot. Why don't I try and see if I can do it? When Hao Shuliang heard this, he was shocked. Baoshan, don't mess around. Dialysis, were you kidding? You have to get the family members to sign it. Who will be responsible if something goes wrong? For a moment, the room fell into silence. Everyone was in a dilemma. Li Baoshan felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. What did it mean to regret not having enough knowledge when it was time to use it? This feeling was most obvious when one was studying medicine, when a living patient was placed in front of you, but you realized that you were not good enough to provide effective treatment for the patient. This sense of powerlessness and frustration was unparalleled at any time. Therefore, the real learning for medical students was not during university, graduate student, or even doctorate, but during clinical practice. Although Chen Song had never been a graduate student, his clinical ability was not worse than those graduate students. After all, clinical practice was the best teacher. What should I do? The students at the side were about to cry. It was not easy to find a peritoneal dialysis machine, but no one knew how to use it. Li Baoshan's hand that was holding the phone had blue veins popping out. He frowned. What should I do? What should I do? When Hao Shuliang heard Li Baoshan's silence, he could not help but say, Baoshan, it's not that I don't want you to use it, but I'm thinking for you. You're an old doctor, so you understand these principles better than me. It's not that I don't want you to use it, but if you can find someone who knows how to perform peritoneal dialysis, I'll take responsibility for you. Li Baoshan was silent. Where could he find someone who knew how to perform peritoneal dialysis? Peritoneal dialysis technology was only popular in the 1990s, and the world only accepted this technology in the 1990s. It had not been long since it was introduced to the country, and many hospitals still had not popularized peritoneal dialysis technology. Peritoneal dialysis was generally used by nephrology to treat diseases such as uremia and kidney failure. However, peritoneal dialysis could also be used to treat patients with severe methanol poisoning. Through dialysis, there would be a direct effect. Moreover, there was a big difference between peritoneal dialysis and hemodialysis. That was, peritoneal dialysis was riskier. Peritoneal dialysis was easy to infect and cause peritonitis. During peritoneal dialysis treatment, the patient could easily cause gastrointestinal tract inflammation, catheter-related infection, and iatrogenic manipulation, which could cause pathogens to invade the abdominal cavity and cause acute abdominal infection. Therefore, this was different from infusion injections. If you know how to do it, you know how to do it. No means no. At this time, Chen Song suddenly said, Director, I know how to perform peritoneal dialysis. Chen Song's voice was not loud, but it was like thunder. It attracted everyone's attention in the quiet resuscitation room. Li Baoshan turned around. His eyes were full of eagerness as if he had seen his savior. What did you say? Chen Song said slowly, I said I know how to perform peritoneal dialysis. Li Baoshan's eyes were like torches. Are you sure? Chen Song, I'm sure. Li Baoshan turned around and picked up the phone. He said to Hao Shuliang, Director Hao, I found someone who knows how to perform peritoneal dialysis. When Hao Shuliang heard that, he said, Wait for me. I'll go downstairs. I'll take you to the dialysis room. After hanging up the phone, everyone looked at Chen Song. Their eyes were full of disbelief. This was because Chen Song was just an ordinary and inconspicuous junior doctor, a temporary worker. In a big hospital like the Second Provincial Hospital, he could not withstand any storm or attraction. Xianxia was a little uneasy. She looked at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, this is not the time to joke. How confident are you? Chen Song, 100%. Li Baoshan, okay. The rescue mission this time was very important. Any medical worker had to pay 120% attention to it. Of course, it was inevitable that some leaders would avoid it for some special reasons. After all, the hospital was a complicated institution. Many people in charge of administrative work did not intervene in medical matters. Although Hao Shuliang was the deputy director in charge, he was also the backbone of the medical team. It could be said that he could not be less worried. He was communicating with the relevant departments almost all the time on how to carry out the rescue work in an orderly manner. A few minutes later, Hao Shuliang rushed into the rescue room. When he saw Li Baoshan, he asked, "Baoshan, have you found him?" "Where is he?" Li Baoshan pointed at Chen Song. "This is the doctor in our department, Chen Song. He knows how to use the peritoneal dialysis machine." Hao Shuliang's eyes suddenly shrank. He glanced at Chen Song and then turned to stare at Li Baoshan. "Are you sure?" Li Baoshan glanced at Chen Song. He knew this Chen Song because he was the one who recruited Chen Song. He knew Chen Song's character very well. This person was very honest. In more than 2 years of work, he had never made any mistakes. He never cheated and was very low-key. This time, since he said that he knew how to do it, Li Baoshan believed that he knew how to do it. Li Baoshan nodded. "Yes, I'm sure." Hao Shuliang turned and stared at Chen Song. "Where did you learn it?" Chen Song told the truth. "When I was in university, I went to see City 6th Hospital for my internship. I stayed in the peritoneal dialysis room for more than 3 months. There, I had to do a peritoneal dialysis every day. I learned it then." This was all true, but, after 3 months, he only knew some basic operations. Hao Shuliang was still a little worried. He reminded him, "Young man, a life is at stake. You can't be careless and fake. Do you understand?" "Chen Song, I understand." Hao Shuliang immediately decided, "Let's go to the abdominal penetration room." Peritoneal dialysis was neither difficult nor easy. It was really not difficult for people who had come into contact with it before. However, for people who had not come into contact with it before, there would definitely be problems if they tried it rashly. It didn't take long to learn this thing, so Hao Shuliang and Li Baoshan believed it. Moreover, this is not the time for you to be wishy-washy. The group of people pushed the poisoned patient directly to the abdominal penetration room. This was a newly opened place in the hospital, and there was no one here. Hao Shuliang was still in a dilemma. What if something went wrong? Suddenly, he thought of his old classmate and immediately made a call. "Old Yang, I'm Hao Shuliang. I have something that I need your help with." The other party asked directly, "What is it?" "There's a patient in our hospital who needs abdominal dialysis, but no one knows how to do it now. A junior doctor in the emergency department said that he knows how to do it, but I'm still worried. I plan to hold a remote video conference and let the abdominal dialysis specialist in your hospital check it out. What do you think?" Old Yang suddenly asked, "Are they the victims of the explosion in Chemical City?" Hao Shuliang nodded. "Yes, we can't afford to delay." Old Yang nodded. "Prepare for the video conference. I'll contact you in a few minutes." Hao Shuliang hung up the phone, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This was safe. With the guidance of a remote specialist, and Chen Song himself knew a little, there shouldn't be a big problem, right? Speaking of this, Hao Shuliang directly picked up the phone and said to the security team, "Go to the 6th floor and bring down the remote video conference from the 6th floor. Send it to the abdominal dialysis room." It took more than 10 minutes for everything to be ready. The remote video conference TV was very large, more than 2 meters long. It could basically reproduce the scene one-to-one. Through the camera, the other party could basically see the operation of the abdominal dialysis clearly. The emergence of remote video conferences was mainly to facilitate case discussion and consultation between different hospitals as well as surgical demonstrations. The video was successfully connected. Looking at each other, the image of the other party appeared on the TV. A man in his 50s and a woman in her 40s appeared. Hao Shuliang greeted, "President Yang, thank you for your hard work. Sorry to trouble you." The man laughed. "It's okay. This is the deputy director of our hospital's abdominal dialysis room, Su Aiping. She can guide you." Hao Shuliang turned to Chen Song and said, "Can we start?" Chen Song nodded. The abdominal dialysis began. Peritoneal dialysis was a dialysis method that used the human body's own peritoneum as a dialysis membrane. Through the exchange of solutes and water between the dialysis fluid poured into the abdominal cavity and the plasma components in the capillaries on the other side of the peritoneum, the metabolic products and excess water retained in the body were removed. At the same time, the dialysis fluid was used to replenish the body's necessary substances. At this time, the patient was already suffering from kidney failure. There must be a way to replace the kidney's metabolism. By constantly renewing the peritoneal dialysis fluid, the goal of kidney replacement or supporting treatment could be achieved. During the peritoneal dialysis treatment, the peritoneal dialysis fluid was poured into the abdominal cavity through the peritoneal dialysis catheter. One side of the peritoneum in the abdominal cavity was the blood containing waste and excess water in the peritoneal capillaries. The other side was the peritoneal dialysis fluid. The waste and excess water in the blood entered the peritoneal dialysis fluid through the peritoneum. After a period of time, the peritoneal dialysis fluid containing waste and excess water was released from the abdominal cavity, and new peritoneal dialysis fluid was poured in. This was a continuous cycle. Using the peritoneal dialysis machine was not troublesome. The main step was the first step, the catheter placement. The catheter placement was the most important step in peritoneal dialysis, and it was also the most crucial step. It was directly related to the success rate of peritoneal dialysis. Moreover, an excellent catheter placement technique could greatly reduce the adverse effects of peritoneal dialysis. There were two commonly used methods of peritoneal catheter placement. One was the laparoscopy method, and the other was the dissection method. Now, there was only one method in front of Xianxia, and that was the dissection method. It was not because he did not know how to place a laparoscopy, but because there was no laparoscopy here at this time, just as Hao Shuliang said, because this place was not fully developed yet. The hospital's laparoscopes were all in the operating theater. They were not equipped here yet. The catheter placement technique was actually a small-scale surgical operation. On the other side of the video, Su Aiping seemed to have seen that Xianxia was going to use the surgical catheter placement technique. She said, this traditional dissection method requires the surgeon to have a solid surgical foundation. Moreover, they also need to be skilled in catheter placement techniques. There must not be any mistakes. Because any mistakes during the catheter placement period will affect the patient's recovery and even cause very serious adverse effects, such as peritonitis. Xianxia turned a deaf ear to her. He opened the catheter placement bag, prepared the surgical instruments, and began the operation. The catheterization room beside the peritoneal dialysis room was not very different from the operating theater. It had everything that should be there. Incision. Xianxia chose to make an incision about 3 centimeters to the left of the umbilical cord. After making a mark, a large area of disinfection was required. The peritoneal dialysis involved a large area. Basically, it had to be disinfected from below the chest to above the groin. The sides had to be disinfected to the midmaxillary line. Anesthesia, local anesthesia. Because there was no one, Xianxia had to complete all the work alone. He carefully cut the skin, separated the subcutaneous fat, and reached the anterior sheath. At this time, Xianxia held his breath and lifted the anterior sheath. At this time, the abdominal muscles were all exposed, blunt muscle dissection. Next, Xianxia took a deep breath and lifted the peritoneum. At this time, Su Aiping held her breath in the video. She did not dare to disturb, because at this time, she had to be careful not to accidentally injure the greater omentum and intestines. Once accidentally injured, it was easy to cause infection. The most important thing in peritoneal dialysis was to grasp the details. Su Aiping, who was in her 40s, basically used laparoscopic catheterization because the risk was low. On the other hand, anatomical catheterization required a high surgical level. Moreover, it was easier to get infected, the wound was bigger, and it was not conducive to recovery. However, it was undeniable that an excellent surgeon preferred anatomical catheterization because it was more precise. What did that mean? If laparoscopic catheterization and ordinary surgery were to be graded, the upper limit of anatomical catheterization was 100 points, while laparoscopic catheterization was only 70 points. Ordinary surgery was perfect, but laparoscopic catheterization was based on passing. P.S. There's more at the back. Scroll to the back. That's right. In the entire peritoneal dialysis room, everyone changed into their surgical gowns and stood there, but they did not know what to do. It was a little awkward, especially old comrade Li Baoshan. As a famous doctor, he did not know what to do. This was such an awkward thing. However, when he saw that Xianxia seemed to be too busy, Li Baoshan simply went over and said, "Let me help you?" Chen Song nodded. "Thank you, director. You helped me pull the forceps." Li Baoshan nodded. Director Hao was also a surgeon. However, he later became an administrator and lost half of his martial arts skills. However, he still said, "I'll prepare the equipment for you." Chen Song nodded. "Thank you, Director Hao." Hao Shuliang smiled. "It's no trouble at all." Just like that, Chen Song's most impressive surgery in the second provincial hospital began. The famous doctor in the province, Li Baoshan, pulled the retractor, and the deputy director, Hao Shuliang, handed over the equipment. However, Chen Song did not become arrogant. He knew that this boast could only last for 3 years. At this moment, Li Baoshan was no longer as nervous as before. In surgery, no matter how many changes there were, it was still the same. Old Li was more familiar with the human anatomy than his own face. Although he did not know how to perform peritoneal dialysis, that was because he had never learned it before. Moreover, even if he had never eaten pork, he had never seen a pig run. After this, Li Baoshan made up his mind to let everyone in the department learn peritoneal dialysis. Chen Song said carefully, "I'm pulling it closer. I'm going to make the incision." Li Baoshan was very obedient. Chen Song was meticulous and focused because the incision had to be as small as possible. Otherwise, water might seep through. Chen Song asked, "Lift the peritoneum." "Lift it together." "I'll shout 1, 2, 3. Don't clamp the greater omentum. And the intestine, don't touch it." Li Baoshan nodded seriously. He was like a medical student who was constantly learning in front of his superior. Chen Song reminded him again and again, "Lift it well." Li Baoshan nodded. Chen Song turned around and was about to suture the wound with a needle and thread, but he saw that Director Hao had already prepared it and handed it over. Chen Song nodded in satisfaction and began to stitch up the peritoneum. When it came to suturing, Chen Song was very professional and very careful. During the suturing process, he had to ensure that the greater omentum and intestines were not involved. Otherwise, the peritoneal tube might shift or even stick together. After the suture was done, Chen Song picked up the peritoneal dialysis tube and examined it carefully. Soak 2 cuffs fully and squeeze out the air inside. This would facilitate the adhesion of the tissue and cuff. It could also reduce the chances of leakage and infection. After seeing this scene, Su Aiping nodded at President Yang and said with a smile, "This junior doctor is very professional. And, the most important thing is that he seems to have a special sense of smell when it comes to surgeries. His grasp of details is very precise, and he basically pays attention to all the points that he should pay attention to. But I dare to bet that he hasn't performed many catheterization surgeries before. To be able to reach this stage, it's all because of his talent. However, this kind of talent is too rare. This is a young man with a very good sense of smell when it comes to surgery." Old Yang was also stunned when he heard Su Shouping's high evaluation. When he placed the guide wire, Chen Song deliberately left 2 centimeters at the distal end to avoid damaging the organs and tissues in the peritoneal cavity. The last step, implantation of the peritoneal dialysis tube. Chen Song gently inserted the peritoneum and gently inserted the peritoneal dialysis tube along the abdominal wall. This process was all based on his feelings. A sense of disappointment came. Okay, he fixed the inner cuff and gently withdrew the guide wire. At this moment, Li Baoshan could only watch. There was nothing he could do. He did not know what to do. Chen Song, 100 milliliters of normal saline, plus heparin. Hao Shuliang was stunned. He quickly nodded and began to prepare. It was a success. Chen Song took a deep breath. He was a little nervous. It was not that the surgery was difficult, but because these processes were too delicate and needed to be mastered by himself. Otherwise, it would easily cause complications. Every step was soul-stirring. The next step was to close the peritoneum. He wanted to gently lift the peritoneum and tighten the pouch under the inner cuff. Tie a knot. Finally, it was the subcutaneous tunnel. Under the guidance of the tunnel needle, a shallow arc was naturally formed along the peritoneal dialysis tube on the left side of the incision. The peritoneal dialysis tube was let out, and the titanium head and short tube were connected to the outside. Suture the subcutaneous fat and skin. Li Baoshan stood there and watched Chen Song's step-by-step operation. He nodded to himself. Although he did not know how to perform peritoneal dialysis, he knew surgery. Chen Song's operation was very delicate, his eyes were sharp, his hands were steady, and his heart was meticulous. This was a talent that an excellent surgeon needed. After he covered the wound with a plaster, Chen Song smiled. It's a success. Next was the dialysis treatment through the peritoneal dialysis machine. It was very smooth. At this moment, Su Yiping smiled in the video. Director Hao, this doctor's technique is very delicate. He is very skilled and has rich experience in catheterization. He grasps the key points of peritoneal dialysis very well. This catheterization is a standard surgical anatomical catheterization case. I even want to use this video as a teaching material for my students. This was because this operation was basically a textbook case. It did not have the oily operation and habits of an old doctor. It was a very pure surgical anatomical catheterization. That's right, it was pure. This adjective was the most suitable to describe Chen Song's surgery just now. So, there's no need for me to guide him at all. This doctor can completely help the patient with peritoneal dialysis. However, we can communicate if there's a chance. I think this young doctor is very accomplished in peritoneal dialysis catheterization. If there's a chance, perhaps we can communicate. Old Yang also smiled slightly. Director Hao, you're here to show off to me, right? Haha, alright, I wish you all the best in your work. We still have work to do. Hao Shuliang felt his face light up. Thank you for your hard work, Director Yang, Chief Su. When he looked at Chen Song again, his eyes were filled with gratification. After saying that, he turned off the video call. He left a group of people standing there in a daze. It was a little inconceivable. They gasped in amazement. Yes, that's right. No one would have thought that Chen Song would actually know peritoneal dialysis. Ding. Li Baoshan's favorability +5. Chen Song was delighted. Boss Li's favorability had risen again. However, he had achieved a small achievement today. Li Baoshan had become his assistant. Not bad. This feeling was worth remembering. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Chen Song changed. Who would have thought that at such a critical moment, Chen Song, as a temporary worker, would step forward bravely? Hao Shuliang also walked over. He looked at Chen Song and nodded. Not bad. Very good. You're called Chen Song, right? Our hospital needs talents like you. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Director Hao, this is what I should do. I also want to become a member of our hospital. The implication was, you should have solved my staffing problem earlier. I'm still a temporary worker. Ding. Vice Director Hao Shuliang's favorability +5. Next, Chen Song continued to perform peritoneal dialysis for the second patient. Li Baoshan consciously acted as an assistant this time. This time, it was very smooth. In fact, the dialysis was not difficult. It was just that they had not done it before, so they were unfamiliar with it. The three of them cooperated perfectly. After the dialysis was completed, they could send the patient for dialysis. After the two patients' dialysis was completed, the mood of the people present gradually relaxed. The second provincial hospital was one of the main positions of this rescue work. However, the heaviest burden was not here. It was the first affiliated hospital of Eastern University that was a kilometer away. The affiliated hospital of Eastern University had always been the largest emergency center in the entire AY city. It was also the most important place for emergency treatment in the entire AY city. At this time, the affiliated hospital of Eastern University was a mess. After all, most of the critically ill patients had been sent to this hospital for treatment. At this time, the head of the emergency department of the People's Hospital, Wang Shengjuan, was so busy that he was sweating profusely. This place shouldered most of the responsibility of this rescue work. The entire hospital's emergency department was also the largest emergency department in the entire AY city. This was the first hospital in the entire Danyang province to have a peritoneal dialysis machine. At this time, Wang Shengjuan's biggest regret was that he did not learn the shadow clone technique properly when he was in school. Otherwise, he would be busy now. Now, there were several critically ill patients lying on the hospital beds. They needed immediate surgery. The entire hospital's surgery department had entered into overdrive. At this time, the doctor in the peritoneal dialysis room hurriedly came over. "Director, the dialysis fluid is almost used up." When Wang Xiangyuan heard this, he immediately became angry. "If you're done, go find the head nurse and the pharmacy department. Hurry up and transfer it." "Why are you looking for me?" The doctor sighed helplessly. "Director, it's not that the peritoneal dialysis room is gone, it's that the entire hospital is gone. Now, there's not much peritoneal dialysis fluid and hemodialysis fluid left. At present, we still need to perform peritoneal dialysis on at least 8 patients." When Wang Xiangyuan heard this, his face suddenly changed. "Wait for me. P.S. It's a brand new week again. This veteran is shameless enough to ask for some tips. Because right now, the signing list basically relies on tips to get on the list. This veteran also hopes that he can happily appear on the list, so please do your best to help. Everyone, don't worry, all tips will be updated. Every 10,000 yuan will be added to a chapter, and it will all be cashed out when it's published. I have a small notebook. Thank you, please." Wang Xiangyuan picked up the phone and dialed the director's number. He said hurriedly, "Director Tian, we urgently need dialysis fluid, peritoneal dialysis fluid and hemodialysis fluid." Tian Kai paused and asked slowly, "Is there no more in the hospital?" For some reason, Wang Xiangyuan got angry when he heard Tian Kai's tone. The whole hospital was so busy. "No more. If there was, I would have called you. There are 7 or 8 patients waiting for it. Director Tian, quickly think of a way to get the manufacturer to send it over." Tian Kai heard Wang Xiangyuan's tone and couldn't help but frown. "Well, okay, let's do it here." Wang Xiangyuan urged, "Hurry up. Do you know how many people are waiting for it? Don't you know so many pharmaceutical companies and manufacturers? Hurry up and get them to send it over." Tian Kai became serious when he heard this. "Watch your words. The hospital has a uniform process. This is my responsibility, not my right. The hospital has rules and regulations. You can't just contact the manufacturers." Wang Xiangyuan was already angry, and when he heard this fat pig, he suddenly became anxious. "Tian Kai, let me tell you, there are a lot of people in the hospital waiting for the dialysis fluid to save their lives. You have *King eat and drink with the pharmacist all day long, and you think it's okay for you to take the drug commission? Can't you just send the medicine to the hospital? As the director in charge, can't you even set up the hospital's emergency plan? Let me tell you, Tian Kai, there is a problem with the dialysis fluid this time. I will report you to the Provincial Health Committee tomorrow." After that, Wang Xiangyuan hung up the phone directly. Actually, what did the dialysis fluid have to do with Tian Kai? He could say that he did, but he could also say that he didn't. However, Wang Xiangyuan just couldn't stand his face. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xiangyuan didn't forget to mutter, "This group of holes in the administration. They don't do anything all day long. They only know how to ride roughshod over us. They get paid more than us and get a steady income. They are so full of drug rebates." Wang Xiangyuan was so angry that his liver hurt when he thought of this. Wang Xiangyuan was so angry that his liver hurt. However, he hung up the phone and scolded, but his anger didn't disappear. The most important thing was that the problem wasn't solved. What to do if it was gone? Borrow it. Thinking of this, he picked up the phone and began to search through the various hospitals. "President Zhang, do you have any extra dialysis fluid?" "Huh? You guys are using it too? I'm really sorry." "Director Wang, do you have extra?" Oh. Sorry, thanks for your hard work." He made several calls in quick succession, but there was no reply after a long time. At this moment, the phone rang. Seeing that it was Tian Kai, Wang Xiangyuan frowned but still picked up the phone. "Well, Xiangjun, don't be anxious. Everyone is anxious about this matter. Although I'm the director in charge, I don't know the details of these things very well. I just asked someone to investigate. The hospital doesn't have ready-made finished dialysis fluid, but there are some raw materials and dry powder. Also, I've called the manufacturers. The fastest they can deliver is 3 hours later. When Wang Xiangyuan heard this, he immediately frowned. 3 hours. Director Tian, please hurry us. We can afford to wait, but the patient can't. Dry powder. A phone call was made to Li Baoshan. Li Baoshan had just finished with Chen Song. When he saw that it was Wang Xiangyuan, he quickly picked it up. Director Wang, what's wrong? Wang Xiangyuan asked, oldly, do you have extra peritoneal dialysis fluid and hemodialysis fluid? We don't have much left in the hospital. Now, several patients are waiting to use it. Li Baoshan's face changed. I'll ask. Li Baoshan turned and asked Hao Shuliang, Director how much dialysis fluid, hemodialysis fluid and peritoneal dialysis fluid do we have? Hao Shuliang frowned. We don't have a lot of these things in reserve. We don't have a lot of them. We still need them in the hospital now. We can't spare them at all. Indeed, dialysis fluid couldn't be stored for too long, so the hospital usually didn't store too much. Even if they did, they would only store some dry powder. Li Baoshan suddenly frowned and said to Wang Xiangyuan, we don't have extra. Our patients are using it now too. Wang Xiangyuan sighed and said, all right. Hearing that his last hope was shattered, Wang Xiangyuan couldn't help but sigh. Then, do any of you know how to make the dialysis fluid? Even Wang Xiangyuan didn't have any hope when he asked this question. That was because very few people in their hospital made the dialysis fluid themselves, let alone the second provincial hospital. Because Li Baoshan was in the middle of the surgery, the phone call came out. Everyone in the operating theater heard it. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. At such a critical moment, no one in the hospital could go wrong. After feeling regretful, everyone felt helpless. Li Baoshan was stunned. How could there be such a talent? Our hospital has only used the dialysis fluid for a few days. Now, all the people in the Department of Nephrology who know how to use the peritoneal dialysis instrument have gone out for further studies. For a moment, the surroundings fell silent, and at this moment, Chen Song received a mission notification, ding. High-level NPC Wang Xiangyuan has issued a mission, dialysis fluid crisis. Mission notification, help Wang Xiangyuan solve his current predicament. Upon completion of the mission, you can obtain one of Wang Xiangyuan's skills. Seeing that Li Baoshan was about to hang up, Chen Song immediately said, Director, I know how to make the dialysis fluid. This sound made Li Baoshan feel that it was as pleasant as thunder during the dry season. He quickly said, Xiangyuan, wait. I have a way here. After what happened just now, Li Baoshan was full of trust in Chen Song. If Chen Song said that he knew how to do it, he might really know how to do it. This time, he might really be able to help Wang Xiangyuan solve this problem. When Wang Xiangyuan heard this, his eyes widened and his breathing quickened. What do you mean? Li Baoshan said, I'll get Dr. Chen from our department to tell you. At this point, Li Baoshan handed the phone to Chen Song. Tell Director Wang. Chen Song took the phone and said, Director Wang, I'm Chen Song from the Emergency Department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. I know how to make the dialysis fluid, whether it's the peritoneal dialysis fluid or the hemodialysis fluid. When Wang Xiangyuan heard this, he immediately laughed out loud. Okay. Alright, Dr. Chen, if you have time, why don't you come over? Thank you for your hard work. Chen Song nodded. I'll be there right away. The peritoneal dialysis here only needed to follow the procedure. Chen Song didn't need to do too much. Li Baoshan also reminded, Xiao Chen, pay attention to your safety. Also, don't try to be brave. Chen Song nodded and left. The affiliated hospital of Eastern University and the 2nd Provincial Hospital were only 1,000 meters away. After Chen Song went out, he took a public bike and drove over. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Song arrived. He hurried into the emergency department and found a man pacing at the door. Chen Song took a look. He saw a big question mark above the man's head. Ding. The anxious director of the emergency department, Wang Xiangyuan, is worried about the dialysis fluid. Chen Song quickly went up to him. Director Wang, I'm Chen Song. Wang Xiangyuan took a closer look and saw a young man wearing a white coat from the 2nd Provincial Hospital walking over. Xiao Chen. You're here, come quickly. As he spoke, he brought Xianxia to the office outside the dialysis room. At this time, the doctor and the head nurse were sitting there, constantly practicing with the local dialysis fluid supplier. When they saw Wang Xianjuan come in, they couldn't help but say, "Director, because we don't use much dialysis fluid here, they don't have a factory in Danyang province, so they don't have much stock. Today, they have sent it to various hospitals. The fastest it will be sent here in 3 hours." Wang Xianjuan nodded. Sometimes, things were really like this. "Let me introduce you. This is Dr. Chen from the 2nd Provincial Hospital. He's an expert I invited. He knows how to make the dialysis fluid." Chen Song nodded. "Hello everyone, I'm Chen Song." Wang Xianjuan shook his head. "Don't be so polite. Hurry up and make the dialysis fluid. If you need anything, Dr. Chen, just say it. I wish everyone a happy National Day, ha ha ha. Yesterday, I refreshed the chapter and said that I didn't see it after an hour. I thought I was dead. I was so scared that I didn't sleep well last night. It turned out that there was nothing. Only then did I heave a sigh of relief. However, I can't copy the chapter anymore. It's so tiring. Finally, I wish the country prosperity, the people peace, and the family prosperity." Generally speaking, the configuration of ordinary dialysis fluid was not difficult. However, different dialysis fluids were needed for different diseases. This was the key to the configuration of the dialysis fluid. It was not as simple as just washing and disinfecting it with dry powder. In the centralized fluid supply room, Chen Song looked at the large bucket, various instruments, and dry powder in front of him. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He did not expect that the configuration of the dialysis fluid, which he thought was useless, would become a unique skill. For example, the secondary hospital used ready-made dialysis fluid. Chen Song did not need to make too many adjustments, but there were better ways. For example, by adjusting the ratio of the dialysis fluid, he could achieve a relatively good dialysis effect. The main components of the dialysis fluid were sodium, chlorine, calcium, magnesium, sodium lactate, and glucose. It maintained a relatively balanced dialysis environment with the human body, so the composition was not that different. Patients with methanol poisoning needed peritoneal dialysis to improve the patient's blood condition and also to correct the poisoning. Wang Xianjuan was a little anxious. "Xiao Chen, hurry up." Chen Song shook his head. "Director, I have to take a look at the patient's test results first before making the ratio. Different patients have different conditions. The specific values of the dialysis fluid need to be adjusted. I even need to add some additional drugs." When the people present heard this, they were stunned. This was an expert. Although they did not understand, it did not affect their shock. There was a saying that went, "I don't understand, but I think it's awesome." All along, everyone had been using the standard dialysis fluid. Who would have thought of custom-made? Wang Xianjuan was also stunned by Chen Song. He wondered in his heart, is the emergency department of the secondary hospital so awesome now? Where did this expert come from? He's so young. Could he be a sea turtle? Thinking of this, Wang Xianjuan felt that he had to strengthen the talent expansion this year. In the second half of the year, the recruitment of the provincial hospital in Danyang province was about to begin. He decided to ask the leaders for a few more places to consolidate the position of the first hospital of Eastern University. Wang Xianjuan nodded and asked the doctor to bring the medical record clip. Chen Song spent a few minutes familiarizing himself with the condition. After that, he immediately began to think. After a few minutes, he began to work on the ratio. After cleaning up, Chen Song entered the cleaning area and started to prepare the dialysis fluid for the first person. First was the configuration of the B concentrate. He prepared the dry powder needed, cleaned the B dialysis bucket with the dialysis water, and began to pour the B powder into the dialysis bucket. The Eastern University affiliated hospital used Fresenius, so the ratio was based on Fresenius. A, B, dialysis in a ratio of 1:1. 225, 32. 75. For the concentration of potassium ions, Chen Song chose 1:25 75 milliequivalent 1. After hesitating for a while, he decided to add a buffer solution without acetic acid. As time passed, the people behind him looked at Xianxia nervously. Not long after, Xianxia turned around and said to everyone, "This is the dialysis fluid for bed 5. You can use it now." It had to be said that Xianxia realized that the preparation of the dialysis fluid required the thinking of a medical system. Because you have to take into account the patient's many conditions. For example, the patient just now had heart disease. This required a low calcium ratio to reduce the burden on the heart. Otherwise, methanol poisoning would increase the burden on the heart, and the consequences would be more serious. There were 3 concentrations of glucose to choose from: 1, 5%, 2, 5%, and 4, 25%. The higher the concentration of glucose in the dialysis fluid, the greater the permeability. As time passed, no one dared to disturb Xianxia. After Xianxia finished preparing the peritoneal dialysis fluid for the last person, a medical staff ran in. "Director, bed 5 woke up." Wang Xiangyuan was stunned. The effect was so obvious. "Awake? Let's go and see the patient." Not long after, Wang Xiangyuan hurriedly ran back. At this time, the patient's condition had improved significantly. Although he was still a little confused, at least he had woken up. Seeing the patient wake up, Wang Xiangyuan, as the director, was naturally excited. "Dr. Chen. Thank you so much. The fluid you prepared is really useful. The patient is awake, and the poisoning symptoms have been alleviated. Thank you so much." At this time, Wang Xiangyuan was very excited. After all, as a doctor, the happiest thing was to see a dying patient being successfully treated. At this time, Wang Xiangyuan's phone rang. It was still Tian Kai. "Director Wang, I have asked the manufacturer to send the dialysis fluid over. It is now in the hospital's courtyard. Send someone to get it. I will go to the hospital immediately. This rescue work, we must do a good job." Wang Xiangyuan sneered. This director Tian was really bullying the weak and fearing the strong. However, since it had been sent, Xianxia should go back. Wang Xiangyuan raised his hand and looked. It was already 12:30, he was stunned. He smiled apologetically. "I didn't realize it was so late. Dr. Chen, thank you for your hard work. Quickly go back and rest. Today's matter is all thanks to you. I still have things to do now, so I can't leave. How about this, I will go to your hospital tomorrow and thank you personally. I will have a good talk with your director." Xianxia smiled and waved his hand. To be honest, he was really tired today. First, he sutured 65 patients. Then, he hurriedly performed 2 intubations for peritoneal dialysis instruments. After that, he rushed here to prepare the dialysis fluid. From 6 o'clock to 12 o'clock, he did not stop for a moment. It was really tiring. Xianxia felt that his waist was not his anymore. Should he also nourish his kidneys? "Director Wang, you are too polite. You have worked harder than me. This is what we should do." Xianxia looked at the bald middle-aged man. He did not look impressive, but his body contained a fiery power that was always shining and heating. This was the spirit of the older generation's nightingale. Medical work was very easy to be affected by the atmosphere. Heroes always needed a background to set them off, and the doctor only left behind a back view, no background. Xianxia turned back and saw Wang Xiangyuan, who was in his 50s, running into the emergency room with a hunched body. He sighed for no reason. In life, there would always be some people who needed to bear the weight that they could not bear. This was the so-called weight that could not bear the weight of life, right? For the sake of everyone's life, health, and safety, there would always be some people who were moving forward with a heavy burden. Xianxia walked out of the hospital door and saw that the yellow car that he had parked was still there. A sense of happiness welled up in his heart. Immediately, he scanned the QR code and unlocked it happily. He rode the car and rode toward the hospital. Actually, excitement was very simple. It was so simple that he did not want to walk when he went out and happened to find a shared bicycle. It was so simple that he felt comfortable helping others solve their problems. It was so simple that he thought that he could have a good sleep when he went back. In the night, Xianxia could not help but hum a tune as he slowly drove toward the 2nd Provincial Hospital. His shoulders were filled with the moonlight of August, but what illuminated the road ahead was an ordinary street lamp. Ding! Obtained plus 10 favorability from high-level NPC Wang Xianjuan. As soon as he arrived at the hospital, Chen Song heard a series of notifications from the system. Ding. High-level NPC Wang Xianjuan mission, dialysis fluid emergency mission completed. Reward obtained, randomly obtain 1 Wang Xianjuan skill. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Wang Xianjuan skill, manual reset. Ding. Manual reset, master level. Special effects, 1, pain reduction, 2, accelerated recovery. The moment he heard the voice, Chen Song felt a little unreal, because, master level, this was a master level skill. Moreover, it was a manual reset that required the most experience and level among orthopedic skills. It required the most conscious manipulation. Oh. King awkward, he was flattered. Chen Song felt a little bloated. He wanted to take a deep breath to calm himself down, but he was worried that if he took another breath, would he explode? So, he took a deep breath. How should he describe the manual reset skill? It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a godly skill. This was because more than 80% of clinical fractures could be recovered through manual reduction. Manual reset could save the patient a lot of burden and greatly shorten the recovery period. Moreover, it had an extraordinary effect on the patient's recovery. However, the more powerful the skill, the harder it was to learn. The manual reset skill relied on experience and inheritance. Without many years of clinical experience and the glorious record of breaking hundreds of bones, it was not easy to master this skill. Therefore, the manual reset skill was mostly passed down in families. There were not many people who were truly trained in it. It was even possible that this skill would be lost. After all, if the patient had a fracture and went for a checkup and surgery, it could increase the hospital's performance, increase the doctor's surgeries, and reduce the patient's risk. Why not? So, how could Chen Song not be happy to have obtained such a godly skill like Wang Xianjuan? However, he did not understand why Wang Xianjuan had such a godly skill. Other skills could be learned slowly, but manual reset could not be done without the guidance of an expert and long-term practice. After parking his bicycle, he hurried to the emergency department. All the emergency departments of the hospital were on the first floor. When the old man at the door saw Chen Song return, he quickly said, "Dr. Xiao Chen, the director and the others want you to come back to the office." Chen Song nodded and thanked him with a smile. It was the toughest job to be a security guard in the emergency department. It was the most difficult job, and it was also the most difficult and frightening job. However, Qin Taishan had stayed here for 15 years. Even Chen Song had to call him Uncle Qin when they met. When he entered the office, Li Baoshan, Chen Bingxing, and Yanjun, and the others were all there. They seemed to have just come out of surgery. They were all leaning against the chairs and eating fruits. Yes, it was the fruit basket that Zhao Huqiu gave him. Seeing that Chen Song had returned, Li Baoshan laughed and took the lead to applaud. "Welcome back, hero." "Welcome." Qin Yu, the little lapdog, was not asleep either. He probably had food in his mouth as he muttered, "The hero is back." For a moment, Chen Song looked at the situation and almost ran away. His face was red and his heart was racing. He didn't know where to put his hands. After all, he was just a temporary worker. He had never received such treatment before. It's all thanks to the director's good leadership. Yes, Chen Song felt that he was a member of society. He should say something more mature, such as, flattering. Everyone immediately burst into laughter. Li Baoshan purposely pulled a long face. "You brat, you even know how to tease the director. Aren't you afraid that the director will make things difficult for you?" It was almost 1 o'clock. Everyone had been busy until now. They were all exhausted. Li Baoshan concluded, "Today, everyone performed very well. Especially Chen Song, I have to give him a special commendation. This time, during the rescue work, he took the initiative to take on the rescue work and tasks. I want to give him a special commendation. Moreover, this incident really gave us a wake-up call. In our future work, we have to find our own shortcomings and improve as soon as possible. If it weren't for Chen Song turning the tide today, we wouldn't have used the dialysis machine today. How embarrassing would it be if word got out? How about this, I'll give everyone a task." "Forget it. We'll talk about this another day." When he said this, Li Baoshan thought that everyone was really exhausted today, so he did not say much. He concluded, in general, we did a good job in this rescue mission. Everyone deserves praise. You are all heroes. It's not early anymore. Everyone, go back and rest. We'll talk about the details tomorrow when we change shifts. They could rest. Chen Song could also take a breather. He was really exhausted today. If it were not for the stamina potion, Chen Song definitely would not have been able to perform as well as he did today. Forget about other things, just the 65 sutures alone was enough. When he returned home, there were only some large pieces of furniture and a lot of books left in the house. Chen Song had never given up on learning. After he started working, he bought a lot of books to recharge his batteries. These things were quite heavy, and he could not move them all in one go. He would wait for a few days after work to get off work and persuade Wang Qian to come over to help him move. Early the next morning, Chen Song's biological clock woke him up. After eating breakfast, Chen Song came to the emergency department early in the morning. Ding! Daily mission, complete 3 surgeries today, unlimited. Mission reward, experience points plus 200, RMB plus 200. He was the first to come every day. After last night's torment, the hospital did not seem to be busy. It was Wang Qian's night shift last night. Brother Qianer's life had always been classy. McDonald's breakfast was a sharp contrast to Chen Song's soy milk and fried dough sticks. Brother Qian, you must be tired last night, right? Chen Song smiled. Wang Qian flexed his biceps. We workers have strength. This is strength. What's the point of being tired? Chen Song looked at him with relief. With this guy, moving was much more convenient. However, Wang Qian smiled. Song, you gained face in front of a big shot yesterday. Today, the hospital's leaders will definitely commend you. Big shot? Hospital Director Hao? Chen Song asked. Are you talking about Hospital Director Hao? Wang Qian smiled mysteriously, took a sip of coffee, and pulled a chair close to Chen Song. Hospital Director Hao? No. It's Wang Xianjuan, the director of the Emergency Department of Eastern University First Hospital. Director Wang Xianjuan. Chen Song was stunned. He asked curiously, Director Wang Xianjuan? Isn't he just an emergency department director? Wang Qian shook his head. His expression was as if he had seen the world. However, in Chen Song's eyes, he looked like a constipated person. Chen Song muttered, his surname is also Wang. Your surname is also Wang. Could it be? Wang Qian's face darkened. He quickly stopped Chen Song's Goldbach-like guesses. What are you talking about? Let me tell you, this Director Wang is a big shot in Danyang province. There are 4 famous doctors in the emergency department of AY City. Zhang Pei from the People's Hospital of the province, Wang Xianjuan from the First Hospital of Eastern University, Li Baoshan from the Second Hospital of the province, and Qin Yueming from the Cardiovascular Hospital. These 4 people can be said to be holding up the sky of our city's emergency department. And Director Wang Xianjuan is the one with the highest status among the 4. That's right, it's his identity and status. Chen Song was very respectful. He asked cooperatively, why? Wang Qian said, Director Wang Xianjuan comes from a medical family. His ancestors have been practicing medicine for several generations. One of his ancestors was an imperial physician during the Qianlong Emperor's reign. His descendants are also practicing medicine. They have many branches and leaves, and they have even achieved great results. By the way, you must have heard of his father. That is Wang Shida. Chen Song's eyes suddenly widened. Red Wall Dr. Wang Shida? Wang Qian nodded. That's right. That's the big shot. Chen Song was dumbfounded. My God, this is amazing. Red Wall Dr. Wang Shida's son, Wang Shida could be said to be a medical legend in Danyang province. He had been in Sijio City many times and was the leader of the healthcare team. His status was very high. However, in recent years, he was old and peacefully retired. Wang Qian continued, Director Wang Xianjuan is also the State Council's subsidy expert and a famous doctor in Danyang province. He is the deputy leader of the healthcare team of the provincial leadership group. Chen Song was also a little surprised when he heard that Wang Xianjuan was so good, but that was it. After all, he did not have much interaction with the other party. Yesterday was purely a coincidence. At most, he could leave a good impression. It was not realistic to really want the other party to help him. Moreover, people would only get along well with each other when they were in the same situation. Otherwise, it would not last long. Seeing that it was time for the shift change, everyone came to the office one after another. Zhang Shu glanced at Chen Song and nodded slightly. If it were not for Chen Song last night, it would have been hard to say what would have happened. Thank you for your hard work last night, Xiao Chen. Chen Song smiled. Teacher Zhang, I was just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. I was just lucky. Chen Bingxing also came in at the same time. You have to catch more people in the future. Everyone laughed out loud. They looked at Chen Song with even more satisfaction. After all, such a down-to-earth, hard-working, and not arrogant young man was really hard to hate. This was especially true for women. Handsomeness was always the most lethal weapon. However, if some people liked him, some people would naturally dislike him a little. Otherwise, there would be an imbalance of yin and yang. Wang Yong saw that everyone was praising Chen Song, and he felt very upset. After all, both of them had been in the emergency department for a year. They were both staff members, and they were both very hardworking. Wang Yong's luck was a little better than Chen Song's. Usually, he would follow Li Baoshan to participate in surgeries. He was the kind of person who served the leader. Generally speaking, this kind of person was easier to become a full-time employee. Moreover, under the leadership of Director Li, Wang Yong also improved very quickly. The surgeries he participated in were several times more than Chen Song. If they were to compete in surgeries, Chen Song might not be a match at all. Therefore, Wang Yong felt that this time, he was more important in the department's recruitment. In the past 2 years, Wang Yong knew Chen Song like the back of his hand. Chen Song came from the countryside and had no foundation. His family was average and poor. He graduated from the Medical University of Dongyang Province and had no academic qualifications. With such a clean background, Wang Yong felt that other than being slightly more handsome than himself, there was a slight difference in everything else. Furthermore, he firmly believed that hard work could make up for his shortcomings. However, what Wang Yong didn't expect was that Chen Song was actually so secretive. He quietly took out a 10-meter-long broadsword and showed off his skills in front of the hospital's leaders. This made Wang Yong feel very hurt. Wang Yong, who only had one Doran in his possession, felt a little hurt. Wang Yong, who only had one Doran in his possession, felt a little hurt. After all, there were only so many positions. To put it bluntly, there was competition. If you were outstanding and performed well, your competitors would naturally feel more pressure. This won't do. I have to find a chance to learn Chen Song's skills. When Wang Yong thought of this, he made a difficult decision, which was to buy support equipment and secretly learn from him. Li Baoshan walked into the office. When he saw that everyone was here, he nodded. Thank you for your hard work last night. With our joint efforts, the resuscitation mission was successfully completed. Everyone here is our hero. However, yesterday's incident also gave us a wake-up call. Hemodialysis and peritoneal dialysis are some of the treatment methods we commonly use in clinical practice. As emergency doctors, we can be said to be fighting against the Grim Reaper. With every skill we have, the safety of the patient's lives will be better guaranteed. Well, during this period of time, we'll organize a learning session about peritoneal dialysis catheterization. I want everyone to master the basic operating requirements of peritoneal dialysis catheterization through this learning session. In the near future, I'll find some case studies for everyone. Ding. Triggered mission: teach peritoneal dialysis to the doctors in the department. Mission completion reward: obtained favorability. Every doctor who mastered peritoneal dialysis will provide you with 5 to 10 favorability. Chen Song rubbed his chin. This mission. Do I have to become a heartthrob? What's the use of favorability? Now, he only knew that he could obtain the other party's information if he had more than 60 favorability. However, it was clearly written in other people's novels and games, when favorability reached 100, he could bring the other party back for dual cultivation. When he thought of this, Chen Song felt a little conflicted and complicated. On one hand, he was worried about how he would interact with Lao Chen when his favorability reached 100. On the other hand, he was looking forward to what would happen when his favorability with Qin Yu reached 100. Sigh, it's too difficult for me. Li Baoshan stared at Chen Song and asked, Xiao Chen, did you hear me? Chen Song quickly stood up. I promised to complete the mission. In the hospital office, there was a hospital meeting every Wednesday. The directors and hospital leaders of each department gathered together. Xianxia looked at everyone and said, everyone did a good job in the rescue work yesterday. We successfully completed the rescue work this time. Of course, there were also many comrades who performed well in the rescue work this time. For this reason, our hospital has decided to give some rewards to these meritorious personnel. Especially some of the young comrades and junior doctors. Their performance in the rescue work this time was very eye-catching. They have indeed shouldered the heavy responsibility of the people's lives and health. Talents have always been the lifeline of our hospital. They are the last line of defense for people's lives. Therefore, we should improve the treatment of these junior doctors and give them rewards. When it comes to talents, we should not only bring them in, but also retain them. And our unit happens to have an extra quota. Comrade Chen Song from the emergency department did a great job in the rescue work last night. He sutured 65 patients and successfully treated 2 severely poisoned patients with peritoneal dialysis when they were in danger. He saved 2 lives. Therefore, we have decided to give this quota to Chen Song. Does anyone have any opinions? After hearing this sentence, there was suddenly a lot of discussion. Chen Song was still a temporary worker. They did not expect to have such an opportunity to directly get a quota. The process of the quota assessment was generally cumbersome. Except for the introduction of talents, everything else was more troublesome. However, no one had any opinions. After all, Chen Song had really made a great contribution. Moreover, opportunities were for those who were prepared. At the critical moment, if you could do something that others could not do, then that was ability. However, there were many people who were eyeing this quota. Not long after, Zhang Youfu from the General Surgery Department said, is it appropriate? Dean Qin, Dr. Zhou Xiaodong from the General Surgery Department came in under a contract 2 years ago. Moreover, he is a postgraduate student of Dongyang Medical University. He is still under a contract. The quota issue should be given to our senior comrade, right? As far as I know, Chen Song seems to be just an undergraduate student, right? Moreover, we can't deny his 2 years of hard work based on one performance. The director of the thoracic surgery department, Shi, also lowered his head and said in a low voice, I don't agree either. Li Shijian from our department is also a contract worker. It has been 3 years, but he has not been recruited yet. We don't feel comfortable giving him to such a junior doctor. Li Baoshan was immediately unhappy when he heard this. I don't think education can be the standard to measure a doctor's ability. Chen Song is the most talented surgeon I have ever seen. I think that if we can't keep such a talent today, it will be our hospital's loss when he leaves in the future. For a moment, the opinions of the directors were expressed. At this time, Secretary Tan said, I think that young people all have a chance. Everyone is very outstanding. How about this? Let's give them a chance to compete. The winner will naturally get the quota. The hospital was also a small collective. Qin Xiaoyuan was the hospital director, and Tan Ligua was the secretary. The hospital was a public institution, and the interpersonal relationships were more complicated. As the helmsman of the hospital, the relationship between the two was like a love rival. Their common lover was the hospital, and anything related to the hospital had to be fought over. Qin Xiaoyuan was from the Department of Internal Medicine, and he paid more attention to internal medicine. Zhang Youfu and Shi from the Department of Surgery were promoted by Tan Ligua. Therefore, a matter of being a staff member could be big or small, but it still had to be stirred up. However, this matter was a big deal for Chen Song. In the emergency department director's office. When Li Baoshan told Chen Song the news, Chen Song's eyes widened. Staff member? Li Baoshan rolled his eyes. This is the 6th time you've asked. Yes, staff member. It's not a contract. Now, Zhang Yaofu from the Department of Surgery and Shi from the Department of Thoracic Surgery have interfered. Your academic qualifications are your weakness, and even Hospital Director Qin can't do anything about it. When Chen Song heard this, he only frowned slightly. This was how society was. The more beautiful something was, the harder it was to get it. This was an era where comprehensive ability was the key. However, Chen Song had a question. Chen Song finally could not hold it in. After all, this question had troubled him for a long time. He asked, Department Director, staff member. How much can I earn in a month? Also, there are insurance and housing funds, right? How much will be deducted from the Provident Fund? Li Baoshan was furious. You were in a daze for 2 minutes just to ask me this question? However, looking at Chen Song's naive face, he still said in a bad mood, after the establishment, all your hard work will be rewarded. According to your coefficient, your reserve fund is 3 to 500 yuan. After deducting insurance and housing funds, your salary will be less than 3,000 yuan. As for the other bonuses, it will depend on your personal coefficient and your business. The more you do, the more bonuses you will get. In the end, if you work hard, you will get 7 to 8,000 yuan per month. If you work as hard as Lao Chen, you won't have a problem getting 10,000 yuan per month. Li Baoshan was telling the truth. The emergency department had never been a profitable department. Compared to the general surgery department, cardiology department, neurology department, oncology department, gynecology department, and interventional surgery department, the emergency department was extremely poor. Moreover, every year, the emergency department needed special funds from the hospital to help. After all, there were often patients who fled due to fear of payment. This was also the reason why the emergency department always liked to hire temporary workers. Temporary workers cost more than 2,000 a month. There was no insurance, no housing, and no food. It was super cheap labor. Contract workers had to participate in the hospital's coefficient share. Basically, they needed to be paid for any operation. There were only 3 types of insurance and housing funds. There was no housing fund. In this way, the hospital's burden was not heavy. Most importantly, the hospital had the final say. As long as the department director was willing to hire you, there was basically no problem. However, it was different for the establishment. Every year, every province basically had an establishment examination. If you passed, you would be given the establishment, except for special talents. The hospital would also have some establishment for internal staff and domestic sales. Li Baoshan suddenly looked at Chen Song. This time, Dean Qin supports you. You have to work hard. Chen Song nodded and thought to himself, this should be the benefit of the favorability points, right? It seems that the favorability points are very useful. Li Baoshan looked at Chen Song. This time, the competition between the 3 of you is inevitable. The 3 of you are all surgeons. This competition should be a surgery competition. For the sake of fairness, one of the basic surgery and one of the specialized surgery. Chen Song was speechless. Director, what kind of specialized surgery do we have in the emergency department? Li Baoshan shook his head. Specialized surgeries are actually meant to take care of you. We'll choose a surgery that you're best at. I'm here to ask you what kind of surgery you're best at. We need to report it. Chen Song carefully opened his skill column and searched for it for a long time. He found that he only had one good skill, tendon suture. But, was this a surgery? Yes. Is tendon suture counted? Li Baoshan was stunned. Of course it's counted. Of course it is counted, but you have to be confident. After all, this will increase the points. By the way, I don't know how the patient you sutured in the criminal police unit is now. I heard from director and that the people of the province favor you very much. At this time, Chen Song thought of Wu Gang. Although he was confident in his heart, he did not know the extent of recovery. I am not very clear. There are records in the medical record. Call me another day and I will visit again. Li Baoshan nodded. To be honest, he was more and more satisfied with Chen Song. He sighed and said, this was originally arranged for you, but I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Moreover, this competition has never been fair to begin with. Zhou Xiaodong from the general surgery department can be said to have an advantage. But this is the situation in our hospital. If the director and secretary are not on good terms, there will be a lot of trouble. Sigh. I think this is really dangerous. Sigh. It's all my fault. I should have guided you more. The competition is on Friday. How about this, tomorrow you will follow me to do a few appendectomies. I will guide you well. Chen Song was stunned when he heard this. Today was Wednesday, and the day after tomorrow was Friday. This group of people was really decisive. The competition was on Friday, but he was still a little nervous. Because his appendectomy was only at the intermediate level. Okay, director. Sorry to trouble you. Chen Song smiled sincerely. After leaving the office, Chen Song sat in the on-call room and looked at the information on the virtual panel. He had 4 skill points. He also had a special training card. Chen Song glanced at the special training card. A series of information instantly appeared in his mind. Special training card. After use, you can enter the special training space and train this skill. You can only leave when the system is satisfied. Do you want to start the special training? Everyone had gone for lunch, so the on-call room and office were empty. Chen Song simply locked himself in the on-call room and locked the door. He was a little worried. Would it take a lot of time? Ding. This special training is in the virtual space. It does not take any time. That was good news. Chen Song picked up the special training card and clicked to activate it. Please select the content of the special training. Appendectomy. Do you want to start? Start. Suddenly, Chen Song felt the scene in front of him change. He instantly appeared in an operating theater. Special training content. Appendectomy. During the special training, every step of your operation will be evaluated by the system. The special training will train your mastery of appendectomy from all aspects. The goal of the special training is to successfully master the key and difficult points of every appendectomy. Please begin your operation. Chen Song walked forward. There was a medical record in front of him. The basic information of the patient was written on it. It was a normal appendicitis. He skillfully prepared himself and prepared to mark the incision, marking line, marking, disinfecting, opening the abdomen, skin, adipose layer, peritoneum. The surgery began step by step. Chen Song felt that it was very smooth. The first surgery was completed. Ding. Rating, 61 points. Pass. Room for improvement, 1, marking, 2, incision. 39, suturing. Beginning special training, marking. Chen Song was stunned. The appendectomy that he was very satisfied with only scored 61 points. There were 39 defects. What an exaggerated number. However, Chen Song soon saw the special training. Marking, was there a problem with the marking? Hint, marking is very important. A targeted gap can effectively shrink the wound and reduce the possibility of infection. The first special training is marking the location of the appendix. Chen Song was dumbfounded. There was so much to learn about marking. However, Chen Song soon understood why there was so much to pay attention to. It was because the position of the appendix was mostly fixed. However, there were often cases of ectopic appendices. For example, the common non-transposed deformity, incomplete rotation, incomplete ascending colon fixation, reverse transposition, and so on. There were even some physiological cases, such as displacement during pregnancy. The special training was like a lecture. Chen Song was constantly undergoing all kinds of professional training. A simple marking learning had allowed him to experience thousands of surgeries. Next was the most painful part, the incision. For the first time, Chen Song realized how low Lao Chen was. Why did he learn how to perform an appendectomy? There were many loopholes. Chen Song kept adjusting according to the hints. The purpose of adjusting the incision was to make the surgery more accurate and prevent accidents. He even realized that a good incision was very helpful for suturing, especially when combined with his beautiful eyes. It could even hide the suture scar very well. It was just a small appendectomy, but it contained a lot of meaning. When Chen Song opened his eyes, he took 2 deep breaths. He felt that his surname was not Chen, but Sunday. He had been trapped in the operating theater for 500 years. Whenever he thought of the appendix, he felt a little allergic. However, there was nothing else in his mind at that moment. All he could think of were the appendices: acute appendicitis, chronic appendicitis, suppurative appendicitis, family bucket of appendicitis. However, he had gained a lot. Ding. Congratulations, your appendectomy has been upgraded to perfect level. To be honest, Xianxia was not surprised at all when he heard the notification. If it had not reached perfect level, Xianxia would have wanted to die. God knew how many appendectomies he had performed. God knew how many stomachs he had seen. Xianxia felt that he had awakened a new skill. Hidden skill: see the appendix of the stomach. In ancient times, there were fortune tellers who looked at the hands by touching the bones. Today, there was great official Chen who could identify the appendix by looking at the stomach. Of course, it was a little exaggerated. To make an accurate judgment of the appendix, the most important thing was to do a detailed examination of the patient's medical record, medical history, and physical examination. After that, a detailed and systematic evaluation could be made. Only then could a perfect deduction be made. However, why did his appendectomy not have any special effects? Suddenly, Xianxia slapped his forehead. It's already perfect. What special effects do you want? However, it was not easy to upgrade it to perfect level. Xianxia recalled Lao Chen's experience in one of his skills. However, he had not achieved a breakthrough in the skill. That meant that although he had accumulated enough experience, his understanding of the skill was not good enough. Medicine was a subject that tested one's talent. It was even more so in surgery. It seemed that the special training card was really a good thing. However, Xianxia did not want to use it too much. Because, every time he used it, it felt like he was in prison. In the afternoon, Xianxia found Chen Bingxing. Zhang Jixin has a few appendectomies this afternoon. Come with me. You go for the surgery. I'll help you correct your shortcomings. Don't be nervous about this exam. When Lao Chen spoke, even he did not feel confident. He even blamed himself a little. Sigh, it's all my fault. For the past 2 years, you've been acting as an assistant in the emergency department. You haven't performed many serious surgeries. To be honest, it's all my fault. Xianxia smiled and comforted him. Boss, don't you think that I did a good job with the appendectomy? Chen Bingxing glared at Xianxia angrily. What kind of situation was this? This guy was still talking nonsense. But at this time, it was not good for Chen Bingxing to deal a blow to him. He might as well not stoop to his level. He even encouraged him, your surgical talent is one of the best I've ever seen. In time, your future will be limitless. But for now, your clinical experience is still lacking. It just so happens that Zhang Jixin has a few appendectomies today. You can watch Dr. Zhang do it first, and then you can do the other two. We'll point out your shortcomings. The only thing Chen Bingxing could think of now was to make a last-minute effort. Xianxia smiled, nodded, and thanked him. Lao Chen was afraid that Xianxia would not take it seriously, so he reminded him again, this is a rare opportunity. To be honest, even a postgraduate student would have to spend at least 400,000 to 500,000 to get into a provincial tertiary grade A hospital. The premise is that you have to pass the written exam. The exam is getting more and more difficult nowadays, and there are too few opportunities for internal staff in a hospital like yours. Now, Chen Bingxing was in a dilemma. On one hand, he was afraid that Xianxia would be arrogant and underestimate him. On the other hand, he did not dare to go overboard with his words. He was afraid that he would put too much pressure on Xianxia. Lao Chen, who was usually energetic, was now like an auntie. To be honest, Chen Bingxing was really annoyed. He had already discovered Xianxia's talent in surgery, but, no matter how good his talent was, he still needed long-term clinical experience to guarantee it. After all, Xianxia did not perform many surgeries. However, after a temporary worker entered the emergency department, most of his work was still manual labor. When he performed surgeries, he would also be an assistant. This was a kind of habitual thinking. There was too much trivial work in the emergency department. Before Xianxia, there was also a junior doctor who worked as a temporary worker. However, after Chen Song joined, Chen Song felt that the pressure on Chen Bingxing was really reduced. At the very least, Chen Song was very strict with the writing of medical records. In the 2 years that Chen Song was here, Chen Bingxing had never been fined because of a substandard medical record. The medical insurance department was a magical department. Chen Bingxing once suspected that the performance of the medical insurance department staff was based on the fines imposed by the doctors. Any staff in the medical insurance department could always find something substandard in your medical record, and then deduct 3 to 5,000 yuan. 3 to 5,000 yuan for a medical record. It was scary. The friendship between people was built over time. Lao Chen was naturally satisfied with Chen Song because Chen Song did a good job, and no one could find fault with him. The two of them walked together. When they arrived at the operating theater, Zhang Jixin was already changing his clothes. When he saw Chen Song, he said, "Time is tight, and the task is heavy. You have to work hard." Chen Song nodded. Chen Bingxing could not help but ask, "Old Zhang, that. How's Zhou Xiaodong's skills from the general surgery department?" Zhang Jixin glanced at Chen Song, then at Chen Bingxing. He sighed and said, "He's a very talented young man. He's the disciple of Qian Liang, a big shot in the general surgery department of Eastern Medical University. He's now a new force in our department. The department director thinks highly of him, and basically let him perform all the minor surgeries. There's no problem for him to perform alone." After he said that, the three of them could not help but fall into silence. They were originally giving Chen Song a chance, but because of various reasons, they now needed to compete with someone else, and that person was a very capable person. The three of them slowly walked toward the operating theater. On the way, Chen Bingxing and Zhang Jixin took a step back and held Chen Song back. He whispered, "Xiao Chen, don't worry. Whether you can pass or not, I promise you that I'll get you a contract at the very least." Chen Song smiled and nodded. To be honest, Chen Song was a little touched by Lao Chen's concern. After all, they were not related to each other. It was good enough that Lao Chen cared about him. Chen Bingxing sighed and did not say much. He patted Chen Song's shoulder. In the operating theater, Zhang Jixin picked up the scalpel and was about to start the surgery. Chen Bingxing reminded him again and again, "Observe carefully. Old Zhang is very accomplished in appendectomy." Chen Song nodded. Zhang Jixin was the chief surgeon, and Chen Bingxing was the assistant. Chen Song's task was to observe and learn. However, when Zhang Jixin picked up the scalpel and made an incision, Chen Song instinctively made a judgment, and then, a few words automatically appeared in his mind. Incision, bad. That was right. This was Chen Song's first thought. If Zhang Jixin had used a little more strength just now, it could have been better. Besides, the angle of the scalpel, and the angle of the skin were all very delicate. Chen Song frowned slightly. This was not a learning class, but an examination class. Peritoneal incision, bad review. Muscle separation, bad review. Appendectomy, bad review. Chen Song sighed. "I'm not trying to nitpick, it's just an instinctive reaction. Who knows how many times I've done every action." If you ask Chen Song what he's most familiar with in his life, Chen Song wouldn't hesitate to say it's the appendix. The appendix monsters were like goblins. They were tortured to death by Chen Song in the novice village. At this moment, Zhang Jixin was very satisfied with his incision. He had exceeded his usual standards. Not only was the depth and strength good, but they were also very good. He could change his name to Zhang Yidao in the future. Chen Bingxing also nodded slightly in agreement. The incision just now was very good. He turned to Chen Song and said, "Did you see old Zhang's incision just now? His angle and depth, especially his control of strength, are very good. You have to practice this in your future work. The strength of the incision is like the accelerator under an experienced driver's foot. You have to understand the strength and the degree of the incision." Chen Song wanted to scratch his head, but he was sterile and his hands couldn't move. He could only nod. The surgery proceeded slowly. Zhang Jixin was very satisfied with his overall performance today. It seemed that without pressure, there would be no motivation. With some pressure from Chen Song, he suddenly felt different. The incision was smooth. Not bad, very satisfied, Zhang Jixin gave himself 95 points for his performance today. After the suture, the patient was sent away. Zhang Jixin looked at Chen Song, who seemed to be in deep thought. He smiled and asked, Xiao Chen, do you have any thoughts? Chen Song thought that he was half a boss and felt that he should be tactful. It's quite good. I think if I were to give a score, it would be around 70 to 80 points. Chen Song felt that 70 to 80 points was already very good. After all, he only got 61 points for his first time. But, Zhang Jixin was amused. I gave myself 95 points, but you gave me 70 or 80 points. This brat. Chen Bingxing couldn't help but laugh. You're talking big again. I think old Zhang's surgery just now was at least 90 points. There's no problem at all. Chen Bingxing wasn't being polite. He was speaking the truth. Zhang Jixin's operation just now was really good. He and Zhang Jixin looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. They both felt that Chen Song's skill was limited and couldn't see the technique. While washing his hands, Zhang Jixin teased, "Io, little Chen, you're quite picky. Then tell me, where are the 20 to 30 points deducted points?" Chen Song hesitated. Do you really want to hear it? Zhang Jixin immediately widened his eyes. Of course. Chen Song nodded. First, when you made the incision, although your strength was accurate, there was no change in the strength in the subcutaneous fat area. You should know that the flexibility of skin and fat tissue is different. The choice of strength. Second, when you were performing the blunt muscle separation, your technique was too clumsy. Although the blunt muscle separation requires strength, precision is also very important. Also, when you were performing the appendectomy, you could have. Lastly, when you were suturing, in the end, Chen Song sighed. Lastly, the suturing. Don't you think that your suturing is very unprofessional? The moment Chen Song finished speaking, the three of them fell into silence. The water flowed and washed their hands, as if there was an endless sorrow. Anesthesiologist Lu Jian was about to wash his hands, but when he heard this, he was stunned. Zhang Jixin frowned. At first, he really just wanted to tease Chen Song, but, gradually, when he heard Chen Song's serious comments, he could not help but connect the dots, and then, he was dumbfounded. This was because he realized that Chen Song was not speaking without thinking. Every word he said was orderly and logical, and every comment he made pointed out his shortcomings directly. He was not pretending to be polite and saying a lot of nonsense. On the contrary, every sentence Chen Song said directly pointed out his shortcomings. First, when he made the incision, it was indeed like what Chen Song said. Every tissue was different, and the way he chose to hold the scalpel could be changed. This way, he could achieve a better efficiency in making the incision. Secondly, when he was performing the blunt muscle separation, he had been ignoring this dispensable part. But when he thought about it carefully, it might really work. Every step and every word Chen Song said was like a clap of thunder in Zhang Jixin's ears. When performing surgery, each person had their own operating method and habits. Even after a senior attending physician, it was difficult to improve his skills. Because his habits had changed him, the surgical procedures would become greasy, and he would have more and more surgical habits. This was the so-called so-and-so style of resection. And these habits existed because there was no one to guide them. Why did the junior doctors ask the senior doctors to be present during the surgery? It was because they hoped to avoid accidents and find some mistakes in time to correct them, which would be more beneficial for future development. And appendectomy was the most basic surgery, and most general surgeons would go through it. At this time, their leader was especially important. Zhang Jixin kept thinking and thinking. With so many years of clinical experience, many of the doubts that had been in his mind for many years began to be solved, and Chen Bingxing's eyebrows were furrowed. To be honest, Chen Bingxing did not pay attention to what Chen Song said just now. But toward the end, he listened more and more seriously and became more and more fascinated. He was in the same batch as Zhang Jixin, and he knew a lot about general surgery. He also performed it often, so his understanding and knowledge were also very deep, especially when he said that he had to pay attention to the strength and angle of the incision. He had to consider many things comprehensively. These words were constantly filtered in Chen Bingxing's mind, filtering, thinking, imagining, countless thoughts kept rushing at his many years of surgical memories. Suddenly, he felt a flash of inspiration in his mind. Suddenly, there was a clear feeling. He felt that his understanding of incision had become deeper. This was a kind of breakthrough and improvement of a bottleneck. He felt that his incision had reached a new level. This feeling was hard to describe. At this time, Chen Song suddenly heard a system notification. Ding. With your help, Chen Bingxing's skill, incision and drainage, has been upgraded to the advanced level. Obtained plus 10 favorability, plus 1 skill point. Chen Song was stunned. Damn, there's such a thing? Thinking of this, he raised his head and looked at Zhang Zhixin. He looked at him with love and anticipation, like a hen waiting for her chick to break out of its shell. Hurry up and break through. This is a suggestion I made for you. However, after a long time, nothing changed. Chen Song sighed helplessly. Rotten wood can't be carved, Boss Zhang, your talent is limited. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but shake his head. P.S. Thank you for the 10,000 Qidian coins tip from Unambitious Thinking About You, for becoming the first boss of this book. At the same time, I would also like to thank everyone for their tips and votes, allowing Being a Doctor Uses Cheats to enter the new book list and become the third best book on Qidian's new book list this week. This is the first time I have such a good result, so I'm a little excited. I've also checked QQ Reading. This book seems to be the 18th best free book. As a book on Qidian, I'm very satisfied with this result. I'm really grateful to everyone. This is all our hard work. Thank you, every reader. 60. With the needle holder in hand today, when will you bind the abdomen? Chen Bingxing was a little excited, because this feeling was very wonderful. When you had a breakthrough in some kind of comprehension, you would feel a comfortable feeling all over your body. For example, when you encountered a bottleneck in your mathematics study and couldn't break through for a long time, the teacher's comments and explanations would suddenly enlighten you. This feeling of passing through layers of fog really made you feel good. It was even more so for a surgeon. One had to break through one bottleneck after another to continuously improve oneself. And to break through the bottleneck, one had to discover one's own shortcomings. Chen Song's sharp comments hit the nail on the head. Every word was a gem, and it made Chen Bingxing feel that the fog had been lifted. Lao Chen was excited, but his face suddenly tensed up. After thinking carefully, he could not help but calm down and think about a serious question. How did Chen Song find out? He turned around and saw Zhang Zhixin's expression. His face kept switching between trisomy syndrome and Alzheimer's disease. It was a successful interpretation of what a surgeon's face was. After thinking carefully, he understood that Zhang Zhixin was thinking about Chen Song's comments, but he did not want to disturb him. He just looked at Chen Song with a meaningful gaze. This kid. I still underestimated his talent in surgery. Although he only knew how to perform appendectomy, that was because he had only been exposed to appendectomy. Chen Bingxing looked at Chen Song with a burning gaze, as if he had discovered a new continent. He made up his mind. After this period of time, he decided to let Chen Song perform more surgeries so that he could be exposed to more new surgical procedures. There was a gap between people. He originally thought that the gap between him and Xiaochen was only 3.0 and 30 points. Now, he felt that this gap could be shifted. After a long time, suddenly, he heard a sigh. Lao Chen turned around and thought that it was Zhang Zhixin. But when he looked, it was Chen Song looking at old Zhang and sighing. The scene was strange. At this time, Zhang Zhixin suddenly turned around happily and smiled at Chen Song and Chen Bingxing. She didn't even bother to wash her hands. She directly hugged Chen Bingxing and said excitedly, "Old Chen, let me tell you, little Chen's words just now made me feel very enlightened." Although some of his words were meaningless and spoke without thinking, some of them were very reasonable. At that time, I combined my many years of experience and understanding, and I actually felt that my level had slightly improved. I'll tell you about it during the surgery later. TSK, there are many small skills. Xiaochen, you're not bad. I realized that you have good taste. Study hard and perform the surgery well later. I'll teach you step by step. Chen Song was stunned. I've said so much, and you're telling me that I'm talking nonsense? Do you even have a conscience? My comments are precise and incisive. Every word is a gem. Your talent is limited and you can't learn the essence. You say that I'm talking nonsense. Forget it, your talent in general surgery is limited. It's better for you to do your aesthetic surgeries. Chen Song sighed. She muttered in her heart, what a disappointing thing. She couldn't help but feel resentful. The second surgery began. Chen Song looked at the patient's belly and took a deep breath. At this moment, Chen Bingxing and Zhang Zhixin looked at Chen Song. They didn't know why he was staring at the belly in a daze. However, in an instant, Chen Song's aura changed. He held the scalpel skillfully and smoothly. With a light stroke, his hand pressed on the hilt and pulled down slightly. Suddenly, the skin opened. Chen Bingxing was stunned. Where's the blood? Why is there so little blood? But soon, he saw the blood slowly oozing out, but it wasn't a lot. Lao Chen suddenly widened his eyes. He was in disbelief. This was a little tricky. He also realized that Chen Song's posture of holding the scalpel was constantly changing, from the skin to the subcutaneous fat. With every step, Chen Song's hand skillfully changed the posture of holding the scalpel. How was this a newcomer? This felt like the greatest king's performance in a brass game. Lao Chen's talent in surgery was very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the level of an associate chief physician when he was an attending physician. Naturally, he had some understanding of Chen Song's operation. He even felt that the scalpel just now had faintly surpassed his own. Thinking of this, Chen Bingxing suddenly had a subtle feeling. It was like the student had surpassed the teacher. He also felt a little lucky and even a little conflicted. Chen Song avoided the unnecessary damage to the blood vessels. This scalpel was very accurate. However, after he opened his mouth, Zhang Zhixin suddenly said, Xiao Chen, the incision you made is a little small. It'll be difficult for you to operate later. Indeed, Chen Song's incision was about 4 centimeters. It wasn't very wide. Chen Song nodded. He did it on purpose. He felt that it was enough. Explore, there was no need at all. The difference between touching the appendix and touching the nose was not big. It was too simple. Chen Song easily found all kinds of ectopic appendices, let alone this ordinary appendix. He was more familiar with it than his own hands. Chen Song's operation was very ordinary and simple. However, there was something extraordinary in the simplicity. Lao Chen was actually mesmerized by it, even Zhang Zhixin was dumbfounded. He was not a fool. Naturally, he could see how sharp Chen Song's operation was. At this moment, Zhang Zhixin felt that Chen Song's comments about him just now were not nonsense. He really knew what he was lacking. But, this kid was actually so monstrous, could he really make a flower out of an appendectomy? When he thought of this, Zhang Zhixin held his breath and seriously watched Chen Song's operation and observation. Lu Jian was an anesthesiologist. He usually did not like to stay in the operating theater. After the anesthesia was over, he would leave. However, he did not do that today. He stood in the operating theater and watched Chen Song's complete appendectomy. After watching it, he was extremely shocked. Xiao Chen's appendix was really, well done. He could not think of too many adjectives to describe it. However, he had seen too many surgeries, and Chen Song's operation was really amazing. It was just an ordinary appendectomy, but Lu Jian had stopped and watched for a long time. Finally, when the skin was sutured, Zhang Zhixin suddenly smiled. Kid, you said that my skin suture is too ugly, right? I'm a professional cosmetic surgeon. How could you say that about me? Come, let me see your suture. Chen Song smiled slightly. His mouth could not be seen through the mask, but he deliberately raised his eyes and said, look carefully. With the needle holder in hand today, when would he bind the abdomen? Chen Song's skin suture was advanced, but that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Chen Song's suture looked good. The beauty of his sutures was his specialty. With the help of the eye of beauty, Chen Song skillfully threaded the needle and outlined the skin. A faint suture mark appeared easily. This made Zhang Zhixin, who was about to turn the tables and teach Chen Song a lesson, stunned. However, before he could say anything, the anesthesiologist Lu Jian suddenly said, this suture is really good. Old Zhang, aren't you in the field of cosmetic surgery? Why do I feel that it's better than yours? Asterisk slap. 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 Asterisk Zhang Jixin heard 3 loud slaps echoing in his ears. It was very loud. When he recalled Chen Song's comment that his suture was a little ugly, Zhang Jixin felt very sad. Chen Bingxing also sighed and looked at old Zhang with pity. He comforted him. Actually, you're just a little bit behind. Zhang Jixin looked at Chen Bingxing. When he saw Chen Bingxing comforting him, he secretly nodded and encouraged himself. Zhang Jixin, you can do it. The gap between you two is not big, just a little bit. You must be determined to catch up. Lao Chen did not say something. It's just that, your suture is a little bit ahead. Looking at the tall and mighty Zhang Jixin, Lao Chen sighed slightly. What happened next was very simple. It was also very simple for Chen Bingxing and Zhang Jixin. It was nothing more than a role reversal. With Chen Song's strong participation, the demonstration class led by Zhang Jixin and Chen Bingxing was forcefully turned into a training class with the camera on. A few appendectomy operations were completed. The nurse in the operating theater next door came over and urged, Dr. Liu, the surgery next door is about to start. We want you to go over and anesthetize them. Lu Jian licked his lips as if he had not had enough. Xiao Chen, it's a pleasure to watch your surgery. Next time, let me know in advance when you have surgery. I'll come over and anesthetize them. After saying that, he slipped away. The nurse was shocked. After all, Lu Jian was the best anesthesiologist. He was skilled and had a high safety rating. Most doctors hoped that he would be the anesthesiologist when they performed surgery. Even when the department director performed surgery, Lu Jian was picky. This time, Lu Jian took the initiative to ask to be the anesthetist. It was very rare. She looked up at Chen Song. Other than being handsome, he did not have any other advantages. At this moment, Zhang Jixin and Chen Bingxing were still there. They were whispering in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Lao Chen said, the appendectomy just now was very good, but I have a question. Why, old Zhang said, I don't understand either. You should ask Xiao Chen. Lao Chen's face darkened. It's your turn this time. You go and ask. I've already asked just now. If I ask again, it'll make me look stupid. Old Zhang's face was slightly red. He was embarrassed. I've been criticized by him several times. It's so embarrassing. After all, I'm his boss, okay? Lao Chen's face turned ugly. I'm his teacher. They left the operating theater together and returned to the changing room. Chen Bingxing stretched. Xiao Chen, send the white coat to the ward. It'll be washed together tomorrow. I won't go up. Chen Song nodded. Okay, boss. When Chen Bingxing heard the word boss, the gloominess of the afternoon immediately disappeared. He breathed in comfortably and felt that the air was much fresher. It was really cool. When Zhang Jixin saw this, he immediately became indignant. Xiao Chen, remember to come on Saturday. I'll let you suture my eyelid and do a double eyelid surgery yourself. When Chen Song heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. He had wanted to try it for a long time. This was a good thing, he quickly said, all right. No problem, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Jixin nodded in satisfaction. Well, if you do well, I'll let you do it yourself in the future. When Chen Song heard this, he immediately smiled happily. After all, this was the real deal. He could earn 1,000 renminbi for a double eyelid surgery, unlike the appendectomy just now. Zhang Jixin's chief physician only received less than 100 renminbi for the appendectomy. Chen Song said, Mr. Zhang is so generous. It was already around 6 o'clock. Chen Song could not go home yet. He had to go up to record the patient's progress and see if there was anything wrong with the patient before he got off work. When he reached the office, he remembered that he had forgotten to take his UK key. It was a secret key similar to a USB drive, used to log into the hospital's system password. He left it in the wardrobe in the operating theater's changing room. He hurriedly went downstairs, took the UK key, and went to the toilet. When he was in the toilet, he suddenly heard voices from outside. When he heard the voices, he recognized them as Zhang Youfu and Zhang Jixin from the Department of Surgery. Out of curiosity, he pricked up his ears to listen. When Zhang Youfu came out of the operating theater, he bumped into Zhang Zhixin. When he saw him, he immediately pulled a long face and asked, "What's going on today?" Zhang Zhixin pretended to be clueless and smiled blankly. "Chief physician, what's wrong?" Zhang Youfu's voice was a little low. "Didn't I ask you to let Zhou Xiaodong do a few appendectomies? He has a competition the day after tomorrow. Let him practice more. If he passes, little Zhou will be on the permanent staff. As a member of our department, you have to help little Zhou more." Zhang Zhixin smiled awkwardly. "Chief physician, these 3 surgeries are a little special. They were admitted because of my connections, so I have to do the surgeries myself." When he heard this, Zhang Youfu suddenly snorted. "The nurse in the operating theater told me that the surgeries just now were done by Chen Tsang from the emergency department. Chen Bingxing was also there. How many times have I told you not to be so close to Chen Bingxing all the time? You're from the general surgery department, and he's from the emergency department. You have to know your place." Zhang Zhixin wanted to play dumb. "Ahem, we're from the same hospital. We often cooperate with the emergency department in surgeries. Besides, Lao Chen and I are old classmates. We just happened to run into each other just now. I can't get rid of him." Zhang Youfu was not happy when he heard this. He could not help but sigh. "Zhixin, you have to be fair with your work and personal life. I treat you well, don't I? I've never criticized you for doing cosmetic surgeries outside, but you still have to work hard in the department. As a member of the general surgery department, you have to contribute to the department, right?" When Zhang Zhixin heard this, he immediately felt unhappy. He was clearly threatening him with the fact that he did cosmetic surgeries outside. Who in the hospital had nothing to do outside? Chief physician Zhang Youfu also went out for freelance surgeries all day. What was the difference? However, there was nothing he could do. This was how the system worked. He was a chief physician, so he had to cooperate with the chief. He had to obey the chief's orders and be understanding. Zhang Zhixin nodded. "Okay, chief physician. I understand. I'll be more careful in the future. I still have something to do at home, so I'll leave first." After he finished speaking, Zhang Zhixin wanted to leave. Zhang Youfu did not say anything. He snorted and left. Chen Tsang was left alone in the toilet in silence. It was not a happy thing to offend a chief physician in the department. Chen Tsang had seen plenty of people making things difficult for him. Back then, there was an old doctor in the orthopedics department who had worked in the hospital for more than 20 years. He was very skilled, especially when it came to surgeries. He was well received by patients. At that time, the old chief physician retired. This old doctor had a good chance to take over, but he was replaced by another person. The old doctor was naturally dissatisfied, but he had a belly full of grievances that he could not voice out. The new chief physician did not get along with the old doctor. He could not stand the fact that the old doctor was better at surgeries than him. After all, if a junior doctor in a department was better than the chief physician, what would others say? Therefore, he simply sent the old doctor to the outpatient department. The excuse was, "You're already so good at surgeries. You should give young people a chance. Go to the outpatient department more often." In short, the old doctor was sent to the outpatient department. He stayed there for 1 or 2 years. Moreover, the department did not give him any chances to perform surgeries. As a result, his skills gradually fell behind. In the end, he resigned and left the hospital. Sometimes, the atmosphere in the department was very difficult, unless you really had a proud background or a seductive body, or if you were a first-class expert, only you knew how to perform this surgery. It was fine if others did not know how to do it. If you were just a little better, you would not be able to escape the consequences of being controlled by others. When he thought about how Zhang Zhixin helped him today, Chen Song was also a little touched. He also had some plans in his heart. In the future, he would definitely return the favor. Chen Song returned home, packed his things, and prepared to rest early. Suddenly, he received a system notification. Frowny face ding. Due to the large amount of rewards from the recent missions, the system will provide you with financial management services to make your source of funds clearer and to avoid unnecessary trouble. The rewards from future missions will be repaid through the financial management services. After hearing the news, Xianxia's first reaction was to be happy. After all, the rewards of dozens of yuan he received in the beginning could be obtained through the lottery. However, when the amount increased in the future, he could not win prizes every day, right? What if old Ma became poor after he won prizes every day? It was just that he could not afford to be poor. It was uncomfortable to have someone checking on him every day. Therefore, he was very satisfied with the system's move. At least, he did not have to worry about the future. His source of funds was more reasonable, and his well-off life was more worry-free. Xianxia coughed. He felt like he was in an advertisement. Xianxia clicked, agree. Then, his phone rang. It was a text message notification. Dear customer 186 1132, you have successfully opened an account with Construction Bank card ending with 0936. Successfully opened an account. What happened next was even more mysterious. Xianxia realized that there was an app on his phone. Flush. However, he did not own any stocks yet. The system will help me trade stocks, sounds good. He lay on the bed, tossing and turning, but could not fall asleep. He simply picked up a book called Nervous System Anatomy and read it. After about 3 minutes, he fell asleep peacefully. Compared to the English book, Nervous System Anatomy was definitely a blessing for medical workers who could not sleep. Xianxia read it for 3 years. The only drawback was that the book was too thick, and it hurt when it hit his face. It was a quiet night. The next morning, Xianxia woke up early as well, packed up, and went to the hospital. There was a heavy rain last night, and the weather was very fresh. As soon as he entered the hospital, he heard the system notification frowny face ding. Daily mission, complete the mission for 10 consecutive days and receive a special daily mission complete 5 appendectomies independently. Mission completion reward, Medical English, Advanced. Xianxia was stunned, there was such a thing. It seemed that the daily mission was similar to check-in. There was a special mission. However, this daily mission was a little difficult. How could there be so many patients if he completed 5 appendectomies independently? But when he saw the reward, Xianxia was really jealous. English language, Advanced. Xianxia's English was passable, but it was only at the level of level 6. Modern medicine was mostly imported from overseas, so an excellent medical English skill was really beneficial to his future development and improvement. Although Director Li Baoshan was in his 50s, his fluent English gave him the opportunity to attend more international meetings. How can I complete the mission? It wasn't easy for him to encounter such a quest. Xianxia really wanted to complete it. The competition was tomorrow. Xianxia was not too worried about it. Today, the department director asked him to follow a few surgeries. This was something that Xianxia looked forward to. If he followed a famous doctor from the province, what if? No, there was a 1% chance that he could get a skill. Soon, it was time to hand over the shift. When Li Baoshan came into the office, he was obviously unhappy. After handing over the shift, he said, I have something to say. Immediately, everyone looked at each other. Who offended our great chief Li? Li Baoshan stood there, obviously in a bad mood. His voice was a little angry. I received news this morning that the hospital's medical record room and medical insurance department will come to the emergency department for an examination at around 10 o'clock in the morning. If you have patients who need appendectomies, cholecystectomies, and other surgeries, transfer them to the general surgery department. Otherwise, the medical insurance department will check. I will send the name list later. See if you have such patients. The function of the emergency department was basically to transfer patients. They completed the first step of the pre-admission process and transferred the patients who needed to be transferred to different departments. So when they heard this, the subordinates were immediately unhappy, especially Xianxia. She had many such patients under her care. The emergency department was a more comprehensive department. Both major and minor illnesses could be treated. The doctors in the emergency department often treated the emergency department as a normal ward and often took in some minor surgeries. This could also increase the doctor's income. These minor surgeries could basically be performed by everyone. It was customary to not care too much about them. But now that the medical insurance department and medical record room came to check, It was obvious that they were up to something. Na was immediately unhappy. "Chief, we have been doing it before. Why are they suddenly checking now? I have 4 or 5 patients under me who need surgery today. If I transfer them now, it will increase the patient's burden. There will even be a lot of trouble." Li Baoshan was also in a bad mood. How could he not know who was causing trouble? The income of emergency doctors was not high to begin with. They could earn some money by performing minor surgeries. The general surgery department was a big business, but they were still thinking about performing minor surgeries in the emergency department. Wasn't it embarrassing? There was also Zhang Youfu. This person was really useless. He actually did such a thing for a junior doctor. Thinking of this, Li Baoshan was furious. This is a surprise examination in the hospital. It will happen in these 2 days. After these 2 days are over, everyone should be prepared as usual. Don't let the medical insurance department deduct your money. At this time, Chen Song completely understood. They were messing with him. How was this an emergency department? No matter how capable Zhang Youfu was, he would not dare to directly do an emergency department. If he transferred his patients away, he would not have any surgeries to practice. After the competition, the patients would be discharged, and the next batch of patients would not matter. This clearly showed that he was not allowed to practice properly. Firstly, it would not harm the interests of emergency doctors in the long run. Secondly, he could achieve his goal. Why not? Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but sneered. "I'm afraid that your calculations are wrong and your plan will fail. This time, I'll let you know what it means to be superior." After Li Baoshan left the office, he returned to his office and picked up the phone to make a call. "Hello? Chief Yang, I'm Li Baoshan. Do you have any appendectomies today?" Oh. It's fine. It's just..." Li Baoshan always kept his word. He promised to bring Chen Song to practice and teach him at the same time. Naturally, he would keep his promise. However, he did not expect Zhang Youfu to do such a thing for a student. The surgeries in his department were gone. If they were gone, he could only look for other surgeries. When he thought of this, he picked up his phone and made a few calls to the hospitals where he usually did freelance surgeries. After searching for a long time, he finally found a hospital that was not far from the provincial capital. It was 1.5 hours drive away. He called Chen Song to his office. "Pack your things and come with me for freelance surgeries. There are a few appendectomies. I'll teach you properly this time." Chen Song was stunned. How could he not understand what was going on? "Chief Yang, there's no need to trouble yourself. I think I can perform appendectomies." There's no need to trouble yourself. To be honest, Chen Song was grateful for Li Baoshan's actions. As a chief physician, it was naturally a good thing to keep one's word. When he heard Chen Song's words, Li Baoshan felt a little relieved. This child could understand his painstaking efforts. At least his efforts were not in vain. However, he still said with a straight face, "Nonsense, how can you perform surgery well? No matter what kind of surgery it was, one had to go through thousands of trials and practice before they could improve. Hurry up, we'll set off in 10 minutes. I'll look for Lao Chen and inform him." Chen Song took a deep breath and looked at Li Baoshan. He was a little happier. First of all, there was a chance to complete the mission, but, more importantly, he met a good leader. Z County was located north of the provincial capital of Dongyang Province, Ammoniang City. The administrative division was still under the jurisdiction of Ammoniang City's government. The county was not big, and it only had a population of about 300,000. Li Baoshan had a special vehicle for freelance surgeons called Jimny. It was not big, but it had good performance and was not expensive. He drove it every time he went out for surgery. There were only 2 seats in the Jimny, and Chen Song sat beside it. Li Baoshan explained to Chen Song the things he needed to pay attention to during surgery. They arrived at the People's Hospital of Z County in about an hour. The director of the General Surgery Department of Z County's People's Hospital was called Duanbua. When he saw Li Baoshan, he smiled and went up to him. "Director Li, you're here." Li Baoshan smiled. "Yes, Director Duan. Let me introduce you. This is Chen Song from our department. He's a very good young man." I brought him for surgery today. Chen Song, this is Director Duan of the General Surgery Department of Z County's People's Hospital. Chen Song took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Director Duan. Duanbo looked very friendly. When he smiled, his eyes could not be seen. He narrowed his eyes and said, "All right, don't stand at the door. Come in and talk." When the three of them entered the office, they did not bother with formalities. After all, Li Baoshan was a regular here and often came for surgery. Hence, Duanbo went straight to the point. Director Li, I heard that you're coming to our hospital to perform appendectomy. We've gathered all the patients in the hospital who need appendectomy. There are a total of 8 people. You'll have to work hard today. Li Baoshan smiled gratefully. Sorry to trouble you, Director Duan. Duanbo quickly waved his hand. Li Baoshan's position in Dongyang province was very important. If he could do him a favor, Duanbo would naturally not reject such a good thing. Besides, this was not a problem at all. In fact, it was a good thing to kill many birds with one stone. As long as it was done a little, it would be a good thing for the hospital. The three of them walked out of the director's office and arrived at the ward. Immediately, they saw a banner hanging at the nurse's station. Welcome to the province's famous doctor, Li Baoshan, for his guidance on appendectomy. Chen Song was also stunned. Chief Physician Duan was not a simple person. He had made Li Baoshan a general surgeon guide and learned from him. After Li Baoshan arrived, he wanted to see the patient and familiarize himself with the situation. After entering the ward, the patient's eyes lit up when he saw Duanbo. Duanbo walked to the patient's side and said with a smile, "This is our famous doctor in the province, Director Li. You're in luck. Today, Director Li will personally perform the surgery for you." When the patient heard that, he was naturally overjoyed. Thank you, Director Duan. Director Duan is a good person. Thank you, Director Li. Duanbo insisted on doing such a thing, killing many birds with one stone. Not only did he solve Li Baoshan's problem, but he could also raise the hospital's status in the hearts of the patients. He could also train and improve the standards of the grassroots doctors. Otherwise, he would be the director. Li Baoshan did not mind. An hour later, Li Baoshan brought Chen Song to the operating theater. However, at this time, all the doctors in the general surgery department except for the doctor on duty were basically there. Duanbo said to everyone, Director Li took time out of his busy schedule to perform an appendectomy. Everyone must learn well and pay attention to the details. You must make this learning your own. When the surgery began, Chen Song was the assistant. Everyone else watched from where they were. There was a big screen in the room, so everyone could see clearly. Duanbo changed into a surgical gown and began to assist. Li Baoshan glanced at Chen Song. I'll do one first. You do it. I want to see your standard. After that, Li Baoshan began the surgery. To be honest, once an expert started, one would know whether he was good or not. Li Baoshan's incision was done very well. Every layer had a different feeling. The skin, the subcutaneous tissue, the aponeurosis of the oblique external abdominal muscle, and the peritoneum. After the abdominal incision, some pus could be seen. There was a foul smell, and there was adhesion of the ileocecum. Li Baoshan did not stop at all and began to operate. The difficulty of this surgery was average, but he did it very seriously. Soon, the mesopendicular membrane was found, and the appendicular artery was sutured in a figure 8. The surgery was very fast, and every step was done well. Chen Song could not help but feel that Director Li's skills were very good. At least 90 points, the patient was sent away, and the surrounding people suddenly applauded. After washing up, they continued with the second surgery. This time, Li Baoshan and Duanbo negotiated, and Chen Song did it. When the surrounding doctors saw that Chen Song was so young, they became curious. Some even felt unconvinced and wanted to watch a show. They were all doctors, and they were younger than them. Naturally, they had to compare in their hearts. Ding. Triggered mission, show your skills. Mission requirement, this appendectomy requires you to make everyone's eyes shine. Use your ability to conquer everyone present. Mission completion reward, surgical method improvement. When Chen Song heard the mission from the system, he was suddenly stunned. Show my skills, conquer everyone with my ability? Including Li Baoshan. After the patient came up, it was the most common appendectomy patient. Chen Song thought about it and suddenly knew what he had to do, appendectomy with a small incision. The moment Chen Song picked up the scalpel, everyone looked at it seriously. Especially Li Baoshan, his eyes were fixed on Chen Song's hand. At that moment, Chen Song held the scalpel in his hand and made an incision. An incision that was less than 2 centimeters wide appeared. The incision was too small, only between 1 and 2 centimeters. It only allowed the index finger and the appendectomy forceps to enter. Everyone was stunned. What was he doing? A mistake? A rookie would make a mistake, and that was not decisive enough. It was like not being decisive when killing a pig. Could it be that Chen Song actually made such a low-level mistake? However, at that moment, Chen Song took his time and continued with the next step. He did not widen the incision. This time everyone was dumbfounded. What was he doing? If he had used a laparoscope, he could have done it, but this was a normal surgery. With such a small incision, what could he do? For a moment, all the doctors frowned and even began to whisper among themselves. Duanbua and Li Baoshan looked at each other thoughtfully. Li Baoshan did not interrupt Chen Song. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it. The surgery continued. Chen Song carefully separated the internal trapezius and transverse abdominal muscles, then used the small hook necklace to blunt open the incision. After lifting the peritoneum and confirming that there was no intestine, Chen Song began to cut open the peritoneum. At that moment, Li Baoshan suddenly understood. He was going to perform an appendectomy with a small incision. This kid actually knew how to perform such a show-off surgery. That was right. Appendectomy with a small incision had high requirements for the surgeon. It also tested the surgeon's basic skills and anatomical knowledge. This type of surgery had only appeared in recent years and was not popularized. Even Li Baoshan had only seen it a few times. He did not expect Chen Song to know how to perform such a surgery. As expected, Chen Song said, "Tilt the operating table about 20 degrees to the left." It was confirmed. It was a small incision surgery. When Chen Song said this sentence, Li Baoshan was instantly certain. It was a small incision surgery. Then, he used the retractor to open the incision and moved the greater omentum to the upper left along the colon to search for the appendix. This step was effortless for Chen Song. It was as easy as a fish in water. At that moment, how could the surrounding people not understand what was going on? At that moment, the surrounding doctors also had a sudden realization. They thought of an appendectomy that was very popular in the surgical field, hence, they whispered, "Is he going to perform an appendectomy with a small incision?" As soon as they said that, everyone around could not help but be stunned. F***ck, is he that good? Laparoscopic appendectomy had an unparalleled advantage, but over the years, the shortcomings of laparoscopic surgery were increasingly discovered. During laparoscopic surgery, many complications and accidents would occur due to laparoscopic puncture and pneumoperitoneum. Therefore, more and more surgeons began to study it, and a surgical method called small incision appendectomy was created. This surgical method could not only make up for the shortcomings of traditional comfortable large incisions, but also satisfy the needs of many patients. Chen Song's surgery made Li Baoshan's eyes light up, but in Duanbua's eyes, it was like looking at a lever. He did not expect Chen Song to use this surgical method at all. Excitement, desire. Why did he say so? Because primary hospitals rarely used laparoscopy, and the cost was too high. First, the hospital's investment was high, and second, the patient's burden was heavy. If their hospital could carry out this kind of small incision appendectomy, they could completely rely on this surgical method to attract more patients and increase the hospital's reputation. He could even imagine the great prospects of this kind of small incision appendectomy. This was definitely a great thing. Indeed, it had to be said that Duanbua had a good eye. Using a small incision to remove the appendix for acute simple appendicitis and mild acute suppurative appendicitis had the advantages of short operation time, small trauma, small scar, fast recovery, and so on. It was a minimally invasive technique that was suitable for primary hospitals to promote. However, primary doctors did not master this technique, because this technique was still in its infancy and was not popularized. The requirements for surgeons were very high, and only a few people dared to do this. Chen Song's technique was very stable. He lifted the distal end of the appendix, pressed it against the wall of the appendix, and used an endotherm knife to cut it. Finally, the appendix was removed. Xianxia cherished his hands very much, not only because they were his girlfriends, but also because an excellent surgeon must have a pair of nimble hands. This was a hard requirement. Everyone around them was mesmerized. They did not expect a junior doctor from the Second People's Hospital to be so amazing. For a moment, everyone nodded and sighed. Everyone would give enough respect to the strong. At this moment, Xianxia used a small incision appendectomy to convince everyone present. Li Baoshan was a person who had seen the world. He often attended conferences of all sizes, so he was not unfamiliar with small incision surgery. However, being familiar with it and knowing it were two different things. Li Baoshan also knew how to do it, but Li Baoshan rarely did it because a big hospital like the Second People's Hospital would not perform this kind of surgery. Basically, it was either a normal appendectomy or a laparoscopic appendectomy. Moreover, doctors in tertiary grade A hospitals they were not interested in this kind of surgery. They would not spend so much effort to learn and perform this kind of surgery. No one would be stupid enough to spend a lot of effort to learn a level 1 minor surgery. How much did an appendectomy cost? How much was a gastrectomy? It was a very simple principle. Li Baoshan had seen this kind of surgery before, so he was even more shocked because he found something very strange. He found that Xianxia's small incision appendectomy was even more beautiful than the one done by the great expert at the last meeting in capital city. That was right, therefore, Li Baoshan was really amazed by Xianxia's performance. Small incision appendectomy was not suitable for large tertiary grade A hospitals, but it was different for grassroots hospitals. After the implementation of the tiered diagnosis and treatment system, grassroots hospitals mostly had minor diseases. Appendectomy, cholecystectomy. These were the most common diseases. If you could treat these diseases well, you would be the best. The junior doctor's eyes suddenly widened. They were not stupid, so they naturally saw the knack for it. If they learned it, would they not be the flowers of the future in the general surgery department? Their breathing quickened, and they could not wait to go up and help Xianxia. As the director of the general surgery department, Duanbo was even more excited. How old was Duanbo this year? 37 years old. It was the golden age of a surgeon. After seeing Xianxia's surgery, he had already made up his mind to keep Xianxia's skills in the general surgery department of the People's Hospital of Z County. He wanted to invite more experts from the Second People's Hospital to provide consultation and assist in the surgery at the grassroots level. When he thought of this, Duanbo was a little excited. If he could make the general surgery department the #1 surgery department in Z County, the future would be. Xianxia finished suturing, and when the last knot was tied, the surrounding people immediately applauded. It lasted for a long time. At this time, the patient lying on the hospital bed was even more excited and happy. He thought to himself, the applause is so loud, it seems that the surgery was done well. An expert is an expert. After the patient left, Li Baoshan, who had always been serious, looked at Xianxia with satisfaction. Not bad, you're really good at hiding your skills. I really didn't expect you to be so good at performing an appendectomy with a small incision. It seems that I really didn't know you well enough in the past. Xiaochen, you're very good. I have high hopes for you. You must stay in the emergency department. Xianxia smiled. I only know how to perform some simple surgeries. Department director, don't praise me. When Duanbo heard this, he immediately came over. Expert Xiaochen, you're amazing. Really amazing, this small incision appendectomy is the best I've ever seen. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. Ding. Show off your skills. Mission completed. Received, a modified small incision appendectomy. Ding. A modified small incision appendectomy. It can effectively improve the safety of the surgery and effectively make up for the shortcomings of small incision surgery. It can also increase the use of small incision appendectomy so that it can better serve the clinic. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia suddenly felt that there were a lot of things in his mind. When he carefully recalled the surgery just now, it seemed that there were indeed a lot of shortcomings. This was very thoughtful. The small incision appendectomy had too many limitations. If they were to use this method to repair the appendectomy, they could indeed achieve a good result. They performed 4 surgeries in the morning and had a surgery meal in the afternoon. During the meal, everyone discussed the use of small incision appendectomy and the techniques. Chen Song undoubtedly became the center of the discussion. During the meal, Duanbo walked over. He was a little embarrassed. After hesitating for a while, he looked at Chen Song and said, "Expert Xiao Chen, can I ask you for a favor?" Chen Song smiled. "Department Director Duan, don't call me an expert. It's weird." Duanbo also smiled. "An expert is an expert. I still have to call you that. Besides, if I don't call you an expert, the patients won't feel at ease. Sometimes, as a doctor, not only do you have to be skilled, you also have to make the patients feel at ease with you." Chen Song was instantly stunned. It seemed to make sense. Duanbo continued, "It's like this, Expert Xiao Chen. Can I invite you to be a freelance surgeon in our hospital? Don't worry, we'll pay for you as an expert. P.S. We're going to Sanjiang in the afternoon. Everyone can go there and make a small profit." Hee hee. Chen Song was stunned by Duanbo's words. "You're hiring me as a freelance surgeon? I'm just a junior doctor, and I'm already a freelance surgeon?" When he thought of this, Chen Song could not help but feel a little excited. Hiring you as a freelance surgeon means that you're highly recognized by your skills. For a surgeon, this was an honor that did not require any badges. However, after he calmed down, Chen Song quickly said, "This. Department Director Duan, it's not that I don't want to, but my abilities are limited now. I can only perform appendectomy well, the rest," Duanbo quickly said, "Specialist Xiao Chen, we're hiring you to perform this appendectomy, and we only want to perform the small incision appendectomy. The specialist fee is 2,000 renminbi, including accommodation and travel expenses. The lecture fee is 2,000 renminbi per lesson, and the rest is calculated separately. What do you think?" Duanbo was very experienced. He did not ask Chen Song why, but directly stated the price. The specialist fee was 2,000 renminbi per lesson, 2,000 RMB per lesson. Was it a lot? It was quite a lot. This was a lot for Chen Song. A normal junior doctor would not have such treatment and wealth. Forget about freelance surgeries, they would not even have the chance to perform surgeries in their own homes. This was not a small amount for a junior doctor. It was also not a small amount for Duanbo. This money had to come from the department's funds, and not from the patient's specialist fee. Duanbo wanted to ask for a skill. He hoped that Chen Song could leave behind the small incision appendectomy so that everyone in the department could learn it. By then, when the department could promote the small incision appendectomy and make it a specialty of the hospital, this little bit of money would be nothing. It had to be said that Duanbo was very capable, bold, and had a good eye. As expected, after Chen Song heard the price, he thought about it and nodded. "Sure, but we'll have to talk about the time." Duanbo quickly said, "Of course, we'll follow Dr. Xiao Chen's schedule. We'll talk about it then. By the way, Dr. Xiao Chen, can you drive?" Chen Song was stunned and smiled awkwardly. "I know how to drive, but I don't have a car." After Duanbo heard this, he smiled and complimented, "Mr. Xiao Chen, with your skills, it's only a matter of time before you buy a car. If you don't have a car now, you can call me when you come here in the future. I'll send someone to pick you up." Li Baoshan drove a little fast, which was very similar to his character. He was a very energetic person. Li Baoshan rarely smiled, and his expression was more serious. He was not tall, only less than 1.7 meters, and had a medium build. His face shape was more like Zhang Yi's. Although he was a little bald, he looked very energetic. His eyes were like X-rays, able to see through diseases and see through people's hearts with just one look. He was the pillar of the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. In the words of the security guard, Qing Taishan, as long as Director Li was around, there would be no problem in the entire emergency department. Sitting in the car, Li Baoshan said thoughtfully, "Xiao Chen, I really want you to stay." Chen Song smiled. "Director, I also want to work with you." Li Baoshan shook his head. "I'm old. After seeing your surgery today, I was very emotional. Young people have to be like you, daring to take the lead and do things that others don't dare to do. When I was young, I was like that too, but now I'm getting more and more cowardly." The two of them talked back and forth, so it was not boring. Ding. Daily mission completed. Special reward obtained, Medical English, Advanced, Medical English, Advanced. Special effect, fluent spoken language. The moment the mission was completed, countless information surged into Xianxia's mind. He suddenly had countless memories. English words, special medicine words. The only difference between medical English and normal English was that there were too many professional terms. Xianxia would occasionally read The Lancet, but basically, it took him a long time to read an article because the words in it were too complicated and he could not recognize all of them. It was also possible to use a translator, but firstly, it was not accurate, and secondly, it did not do much to improve one's English level. The English entrance examination for postgraduate studies was a comprehensive exam, while the English entrance examination for doctorate was medical professional English. Xianxia was still obsessed with his academic qualifications. What if he had the opportunity to take the doctorate exam? After returning, Xianxia did not go to the hospital. Instead, he went home early to rest. After completing the mission, show off, he received a new surgical method called small incision appendectomy. This was a new surgical method that could make up for many of the limitations and shortcomings of the previous small incision appendectomy. The normal small incision appendectomy had many advantages and was very popular. However, there was an obvious flaw, which was that the current scope of diagnosis and treatment was very limited. This new surgical method, which was an improved version of the small incision appendectomy, was based on the original method. It was improved according to different situations and increased the scope of the surgery. After Xianxia seriously thought about it, he was really shocked by the improved surgical method. Did this new surgical method have no flaws? Of course it did. It had high requirements for the surgeon to know the anatomy of the abdominal cavity like the back of his hand. Only then could it be as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Xianxia pondered for an entire night and finally had a more thorough understanding of this surgical method. After that, Xianxia was curious. Could this new surgical method be found on the internet? Was he the only one who could master it? If that was the case, that was amazing. Although creating a new surgical method was the most basic surgery, it was enough to prove one's ability. Xianxia decided to show this new surgical method in the competition tomorrow. After a quiet night, Xianxia woke up early the next morning and went to the hospital. Ding. Today's mission. Today is a very important day in your life. Go and show your ability. Use your ability to conquer them and win this competition. Mission completion reward, receive, cholecystectomy, advanced. Xianxia smiled. Not bad, it seemed like he was about to get his second best surgery, cholecystectomy. Compared to appendectomy, cholecystectomy could be said to be a legitimate surgery in the emergency department. Even medical insurance could not help it. After all, biliary tract diseases and severe acute cholecystitis were very dangerous. The emergency department could perform the surgery independently. Even the Department of Surgery had to cooperate with the emergency department to perform the surgery. Therefore, to Xianxia, having such a skill was definitely a good thing. Moreover, cholecystectomy had many surgical applications. Diseases such as the gallbladder and biliary tract were also very common. In comparison, appendectomy was always an appendicitis surgery. As an excellent surgeon, he couldn't possibly only know how to perform an appendectomy, right? Even Qing Yaojin knew three things. Great official Chen, could not only perform appendectomy, right? Li Baoshan brought Xianxia to the operating theater. As he walked, he said, today's competition requires 3 surgeries. 2 of them are appendectomies, and the other is a tendon suture. The experts invited this time are not from our hospital, but from other hospitals. However, they are all from our province. If you perform like yesterday, it will be enough. The 3 of you will perform the surgeries at the same time, and the video camera in the operating theater will record the process of the competition. You don't have to worry about fairness. After all, there is a video recording, and the scoring will be based on your real name. Li Baoshan walked him to the door of the operating theater and encouraged him. At this moment, a fat man walked over from not far away. Behind him was a young man who was also tall and big. He wore a pair of round-rimmed Levi glasses, and he looked quite imposing. Xianxia knew him. This was the director of the General Surgery Department, Zhang Youfu, and Zhou Xiaodong, who was competing with him this time. After Zhang Youfu saw Li Baoshan, he smiled. "Director Li, you're quite early." Li Baoshan did not smile. He only nodded and did not say anything. Li Baoshan did not like Zhang Youfu very much. This person was too Philistine, and he was very much like a businessman and a boss. Moreover, he was used to doing things with some means, and he did not look like a surgeon. Even in this competition between students, he insisted on doing something. This made Li Baoshan, who was already a little prejudiced against Zhang Youfu, look down on him even more. Zhang Youfu was relatively fat. His height of more than 1.7 meters could not accommodate his shrewdness of a few hundred pounds. As a result, his belly was protruding, and the fat on his face was trembling. However, such a person was the first person in Danyang province who could perform a liver transplant. He was also the vice president of the Association of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgeons in Danyang province. After all, the second Sichuan Provincial Hospital was not a large hospital. It did not have a detailed department of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery. Instead, it was unified within the general surgery department. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Youfu did not look at Chen Song seriously. Instead, he led Zhou Xiaodong to the operating theater. In fact, this wasn't a grand competition, and there weren't many rules. It was just a competition between the three of them, and the hospital would choose the best one. After that, Shiqi also brought people in. Behind him was Li Shijian. Compared to Zhang Youfu, Shiqi was all talk. 5 years ago, there was no thoracic surgery department in the second provincial hospital, and Shiqi was also a doctor in the breast surgery department. Dr. Shi, on the other hand, had relied on his mouth to create a world for himself. He had changed his role from Dr. Shi to Director Shi. At the age of 36, he became the youngest director of the second provincial hospital. In fact, as long as a bootlicker knew how to bootlick the right person, it would be very easy for the bootlicker to reach the peak of a dog's life. With Tan Ligua's great help, Shiqi established the thoracic surgery department and snatched 15 beds, 8 nurses, and a cleaning lady from the pulmonary department. The entire hospital knew that Director Shi had a good mouth and a good tongue. This also made the junior doctors look down on him, but the senior doctors just laughed it off. Ever since Director Shi became the director, he suddenly became arrogant. In the past, when his colleagues saw him and called him by his name, he was a little unhappy. After all, he was the director and was one level higher than them. They should respectfully call him Director Shi. However, although the thoracic surgery department was established, Director Shi used to draw the thymus and excreta. How could he suddenly cut a lung slice? It was easy to find experts and recruit underlings. Thus, a ragtag army was established. Li Shijian was the underling who was recruited to do work. He was also a pitiful person. The experts were the big shots in capital city. If there were surgeries here, they would come here to perform them and leave after they were done. The entire 15-bed thoracic surgery department was forcefully turned into a second department of breast surgery. Someone had reported this to the director, but Director Shi's rebuttal was very reasonable. Was the breast not outside the chest? There was nothing wrong with that, the breast was outside the chest. But according to what you said, what if the fingernails were outside the hand? Could the hand surgery department do nail clipping and manicure? Was it commonly known as epithelial keratinocyte mass excision? Or human keratinocyte hyperplasia cosmetic surgery? What if the hair was outside the brain? Then, should the divine surgery department take up the responsibility of head connective tissue mass excision, hair cutting? This sentence stunned all the directors at the hospital meeting at that time. Was this a F***king sentence from a surgeon? This was bullsh**t. However, sometimes, it was so helpless. It was clearly bullsh**t, but there were people who licked and said it was delicious. Life in the hospital was not only for the patients, but also for the doctors. As the saying went, there were many birds in the forest. The few of them entered the operating theater. The medical records and other comprehensive information were already prepared. It was very detailed. After the three of them finished reading it, they waited for the surgery to begin. At this time, in the operating theater, 4 or 5 people in their 50s were already sitting in the office outside the operating theater. They were chatting and laughing as they waited for the surgery to begin. Everyone was from Danyang province, so they were very familiar with each other. The huge screen was divided into three, and each of them could be seen clearly. The few of them laughed and started chatting. Associate Director Liu, the development of the people of the province is getting better and better this year. At the annual meeting of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery last month, I remember that you even invited the father of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery, old Mr. Wu. Haha, old Mr. Wu is really a good person. Actually, old Mr. Wu is in his 90s, and we didn't want to do anything. But when old Mr. Wu heard it, he immediately agreed. I didn't expect it either. Lu Siki smiled and said, by the way, Chief Physician Qian, I see that you're going to take in a doctor this year? Qian Liang nodded. Yes, we're old. How many more years can we perform surgeries? Let's hurry up and pass down our skills while we still have some strength. A few people agreed with Qian Liang's words. In fact, there were 3 hurdles for surgeons. The first was when they were 35 years old, when they were at their peak, when they were 45 years old, and when they went downhill, when they were 55 years old. Qian Liang's words made the few old people sigh with emotion. As the director in charge, Hao Shuliang was in charge of the work of this competition. In fact, the few hospitals often cooperated and communicated with each other. A large-scale surgery would require a few old generals to personally perform it. They were very familiar with each other in private. Most importantly, each hospital had applied for a topic. When these topics were opened and closed, they needed to invite experts. These experts were the experts in the field of surgery in Dongyang province. Therefore, they often met each other. Hao Shuliang smiled. The surgery is about to begin. I hope that the experts will comment on it later. These young doctors are very good, but it's their luck to be able to receive the comments of the experts today. I hope that you won't be tired of teaching them. Everyone nodded and smiled. Of course, of course. Chen Song looked at the medical records and various test reports in his hands. He thought of the countless appendectomies and suddenly frowned slightly. The child is 12 years old. Metastatic right lower abdomen pain accompanied by nausea and vomiting for 2 days, fever for 1 day, abdominal pain started around the umbilical cord and moved to the right lower abdomen 24 hours later, presenting persistent pain and intermittent intensification. Previous physical examination, no history of similar diseases. Physical examination. Abdominal muscle tension, right lower abdomen toothache, rebound pain, obvious McBurney points, weakened bowel sounds, positive psoas major sign, positive colon inflation test, negative obturator muscle test. There was no problem with appendicitis, however. Chen Song still had some doubts. Suspected urethral calculus, but there was no calculus, could it be? Chen Song thought of a strange appendicitis. At this time, the anesthesiologist came in to prepare the anesthesia. It was an old acquaintance, Lu Jian. However, today was a competition. Lu Jian only nodded slightly and did not say much as he prepared the anesthesia. Chen Song quickly stopped him and said, Brother Lu, wait a moment, let me check again. Lu Jian was slightly stunned, but he still stopped. Chen Song walked to the boy's side. The boy was obviously a little nervous. When he saw Chen Song coming over, he did not know what to do and simply closed his eyes. Chen Song said, I'll touch your stomach in a while. Tell me if it hurts. After that, Chen Song's right hand started from the umbilical cord and pressed clockwise. It hurts. As soon as he pressed, the boy frowned and shouted. Chen Song nodded and continued to change his position. A few minutes later, Chen Song had an idea in his mind. This should be a rare case. Extraperitoneal appendicitis. This case was extremely rare. It was caused by the abnormal development of the cecum during the embryonic period. The incidence was only 2% to 8%. If this type of extraperitoneal appendicitis was not treated in time, the inflammation would easily spread and accumulate in the ureter, kidney, pelvic blood vessels, and other surrounding organs, causing extremely serious complications. To put it simply, this disease was a little tricky, however, this was the case for others. Chen Song did not feel any pressure. He turned to Lu Jian and said, Brother Lu, it's done. Lu Jian nodded in confusion. This appendix? Chen Song said faintly, it should be ectopic appendicitis, and it's an extraperitoneal. Ectopic appendicitis? Lu Jian frowned when he heard that. Because it was very difficult to diagnose appendicitis before the operation, it was usually discovered during the operation. Therefore, this kind of disease often caused major problems because the surgeon was not well prepared. Are you sure? Lu Jian asked cautiously. Chen Song nodded. While Lu Jian was under anesthesia, he was more cautious. After all, he remembered hearing about the extraperitoneal appendix from his teacher in capital city, but he had never seen it before. At this time, several people in the office saw the scene on the big screen and laughed as they discussed. As for the score, everyone had their own opinions, but it did not prevent them from talking to each other. Number 1 seems to be very familiar with it. Your technique is very precise. Not bad, young man. Number 2 is fine too, but there's still a gap between him and number 1 in terms of mastery of the appendix. Eh? Why hasn't it started on the third? Why is he doing a physical examination? Sure enough, after the man finished speaking, the others started to pay attention to the third. At this time, everyone had already started the operation. Number 1 had already found the appendix and was ready to remove it. However, number 3 had not started yet. At a glance, it was obvious who was better than the other. However, the few of them were seasoned veterans. When they saw this, their first reaction was to pick up the medical record of the patient in the third operating theater. They raised their hands and looked at it. It seemed that there was nothing different. This was a classic case of appendicitis, right? Lu Siki naturally recognized that the third patient was Chen Song. He had a good impression of Chen Song, so much so that, when he saw Chen Song, he wanted to give him an extremely low score, then, he would take the opportunity to poach Chen Song. Of course, this was just a thought. Actually, from the moment he came in, he had been paying attention to Chen Song. However, when he saw that he had not started the operation for half a day and had not even allowed the anesthetist to anesthetize him, he was suddenly curious. What was he doing? Was he suspicious of the disease? That was impossible. Could the hospital not differentiate between an appendectomy? Therefore, Lu Siki took the photocopied medical record and read it 3 or 4 times. However, it was the same template over and over again. There was nothing different. Could it be that Chen Song only knew how to suture tendons? Had he overestimated him? Lu Siki could not help but doubt Chen Song. The 5 judges and Hao Shuliang picked up the medical record and read it carefully. From the medical record to the laboratory tests to the abdominal Doppler ultrasound, they read everything but could not find anything. Even Hao Shuliang felt a little embarrassed. After all, Chen Song was the real deal. Fortunately, he did not say anything. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. The few of them went through the medical record once or twice, but they could not find anything. After reading the medical record 5 or 6 times, Lu Siki suddenly grasped a detail. The patient's symptoms were very similar to urinary calculus. The ultrasound showed no signs of calculus. This, Lu Siki was suddenly stunned. Extraperitoneal appendix. When he thought of this, Lu Siki suddenly understood. At this moment, the people around him seemed to have given up and started shaking their heads. Seeing this, Lu Siki said excitedly, "Everyone, is there a possibility that this patient has an extraperitoneal appendix?" As soon as he said this, the people around him frowned. At this moment, Chen Song had already started to cut. This cut was very light and shallow. It looked simple, but it cut through the stomach. Chen Song had to be careful. If it was an extraperitoneal appendix, it was best to be careful not to cause inflammation to spread. The incision was not big, only 4 centimeters. This was considered by Chen Song. If the incision was too small, it would be easy to make a mistake. However, 4 centimeters was not too big nor too small. For Chen Song, it was enough. After the incision, there was a stench. A red arrow suddenly appeared in front of Chen Song's eyes. He was stunned. The system had such a function? To help him find the lesion, Chen Song looked according to the position and saw a dark red appendix. At this time, it was congested and swollen. There was even pus seeping out of the surrounding area. The stench immediately came. Extraperitoneal suppurative appendicitis monster, level 29, boss monster. Characteristics, highly hidden, easy to spread inflammation. Hint, handle it carefully. Do not act rashly. It was indeed an extraperitoneal suppurative appendicitis. Moreover, it was a big guy, level 29, boss monster. Would it drop a divine weapon if it was killed? Xianxia could not help but be surprised. After all, he was the one who diagnosed and discovered it. As a doctor, there was nothing more to be happy about. At this time, the office was silent, everyone held their breaths and stared at the scene in operating theater number 3. Was this not 2F** King fake? Was this an act? Hundreds of appendectomies did not necessarily have such a thing. Today, they encountered it, and it seemed to be diagnosed by this junior doctor. How was this possible? Several old specialists frowned. Suddenly, a man could not help but ask, how did he know that it was an extraperitoneal appendix? This kind of ectopic appendix is very difficult to diagnose. This voice was the voice of everyone's heart. How Xianxia was also stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He thought to himself, this kid is too unlucky. He actually encountered such a strange thing. Xianxia did not know what to say. It was really an extraperitoneal appendicitis. Fortunately, he did not act rashly. Otherwise, the inflammation would spread and it would be completely detrimental to the later stage of recovery. The surrounding people looked at Xianxia with curiosity in their eyes. Finally, someone could not help but ask, Old Lu, are you a prop? Xianxia glared at him. You're the mop. How am I a prop? That person was not angry. He smiled. Then how did you find out that this might be an extraperitoneal appendix? Xianxia sneered and pointed at the medical record. Of course it's based on my ability. As the saying goes, if you read a book 100 times, its meaning will be revealed. As long as you seriously consider the medical record and look at it more, naturally. Everyone looked at each other when they saw Xianxia acting so profound. After 3 seconds, they finally could not help but say, speak human language. Xianxia sighed when he saw that he did not succeed in showing off. He had no choice but to tell the truth. Ahem. I was just guessing. I looked at the patient's various symptoms and made a judgment. I still couldn't figure it out. However, I vaguely remembered that the symptoms of an extraperitoneal appendix were similar to those of urinary calculi. That's why I guessed it. I didn't expect to be right. Everyone nodded in satisfaction. That's right. If you, Xianxia, knew about it but none of us knew about it, wouldn't that make us look bad? If you don't know about it, it means that we're all the same. The 5 of them looked at each other and smiled. However, when they looked up at the screen in operating theater 3, they could not help but be slightly stunned. The 5 of us don't know about it, but this young man knows about it. Does this mean that the 5 of us are all fake? We are not as good as a young man? The 5 of them could not help but blush when they thought about it. We don't know about the patient because we don't know enough about it. They continued to observe. Xianxia was slightly stunned. Look, this young man's technique is very delicate. Look, this resection technique is too skillful. Every step is very delicate. Xianxia said, I have a question. Why is his incision only 4 centimeters? Based on the initial observation, he should have been confident in diagnosing an extraperitoneal appendix. An extraperitoneal appendix is more difficult than an ordinary appendix. Moreover, why did he make a 4 centimeters incision? Everyone frowned at this question, everyone fell into deep thought. Was the 4 centimeters incision a special technique? Xianxia said at this moment, it's confidence. Everyone frowned. Xianxia continued, from this young man's perspective, even if he's confident that it's an extraperitoneal appendix, he can still complete the surgery with a 4 centimeters incision. He doesn't need to explore at all. He has a high understanding of the abdominal anatomy and enough confidence in himself to make such a decision. Take a closer look. Actually, he could have made the incision smaller. If it wasn't for the patient's safety, he might have made a 2 centimeters incision. Because every step of his operation is basically done according to the small incision appendectomy technique. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. What kind of genius was this? A few minutes later, the surgery was completed. At this moment, everyone suddenly saw that number 1 and number 2, who had started first, were not done yet. So fast, number 3 was amazing, small and fast, in an instant. It was obvious who was superior. The 5 people nodded. They did not expect to see such a talent in a simple competition. Everyone was looking forward to the next surgery. While waiting, the experts started chatting. Chief Qian, you're quite familiar with small incision appendectomy. What do you think of this surgery? Lu Siki asked. Qian Liang thought about it for a while and said, appendectomy with a small incision is a relatively new surgical method. How should I put it? This surgery was originally proposed to avoid the shortcomings of laparoscopic surgery and traditional surgery. Then, it was a surgical method that combined the advantages of both. Later, I found out that this kind of surgery method is indeed not bad, but there is a problem. That is, it has a lot of limitations, which means that the applicable conditions are more stringent. For those acute simple appendicitis with a short onset and low blood picture, a small incision has an obvious advantage. However, some cases of suppurative appendicitis and appendicitis with repeated attacks may have serious adhesions. Excessive use of a small incision will limit the exposure of the operative field and narrow operating space. It will affect the operation and easily cause unnecessary damage. Therefore, if you discover appendicitis, suppuration, or gangrene, you should follow the principle of safety first and decisively expand the incision. Actually, small incisions are also being improved. But I don't pay too much attention to the specifics because hospitals like us basically use laparoscopy for small incisions. Basic hospitals might be more suitable. If we can really improve this surgical method and spread it to the basic hospitals, it will definitely be a good technique that benefits the people. After listening to him, everyone nodded. While chatting, Chen Song was excited. After killing the level 29 ectopic peritoneal appendix, he had gained a lot. Ding. Congratulations, you have killed a level 29 ectopic peritoneal suppurative appendicitis boss. You have received 1000 EXP, 1000 renminbi, and a scalpel. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 15. You have received 1 skill point. 1000 EXP allowed Chen Song to level up to level 15 and received 1 skill point. In addition to the 4 skill points he had previously received, he now had 5 skill points. Boss monsters were indeed different, 1000 EXP, 1000 renminbi. Now, Chen Song did not have to worry about the source of his funds. With the system helping him to trade stocks, 1000 renminbi was a piece of cake. What surprised Chen Song the most was the third reward. He received a piece of equipment and a scalpel. What was the difference between a surgeon's scalpel and a bachelor's hand? This was a mage's scepter and a swordsman's weapon. How important was it to have a good weapon in hand for the soldiers who were charging into the enemy lines? If appendectomy was a novice surgery and Chen Song was still a junior doctor who had not left the novice village, then the ectopic peritoneal appendix just now was definitely a novice village boss. A boss naturally had to have a boss's temperament. Chen Song could accept these 3 rewards. Scalpel, green. Attributes, sharpness +1. Accuracy +1. Looking at the attributes, he was instantly happy. Sharpness +1 was a great attribute. The suture needle +1 sharpness had already made Chen Song realize how extraordinary its sharpness was. Now that even the scalpel had this attribute, it was even more convenient. As for the accuracy +1, Chen Song still did not quite understand it. The second surgery was about to begin. Lu Jian stood at the side and stared blankly at Chen Song. He had been staring at the medical record for a full 10 minutes. Could it be that this patient had some kind of serious disease? Thinking of this, Lu Jian could not help but become serious. Truth be told, just now, Chen Song's ability to diagnose the ectopic peritoneal appendix really stunned Lu Jian. After being an anesthesiologist for so many years, this was the first time he had seen an ectopic peritoneal appendix diagnosed before the surgery. The diagnosis of ectopic appendicitis was complicated, and it was easy to misdiagnose. If it could be discovered in advance and effective treatment was prepared, the complications of ectopic appendicitis could be reduced and avoided. It was not hard to imagine how amazing Chen Song's actions were just now. Now that Lu Jian saw Chen Song's blank expression, he subconsciously wondered who this ectopic appendicitis was. Chen Song closed the medical record and said to Lu Jian, "Professor Lu, anesthetize him." Lu Jian was stunned. "No problem?" Chen Song was also stunned. "What problem?" Lu Jian asked, is this just a normal appendicitis? Chen Song nodded. Yes, Lu Jian rolled his eyes and swallowed his words. Then why did you stare at him for so long? I thought it was some serious disease. The surgery began. All eyes were on it. In the office outside, a few people who were chatting enthusiastically suddenly heard Lu Siki say, it's starting, it's starting. When everyone heard that, they quickly focused and watched seriously. It was like a kindergarten teacher coming in to teach a class. The children below put their hands behind their backs and listened attentively. In fact, Operating Theater 1 and Operating Theater 2 had already started for 2 minutes. However, no one had the intention to watch seriously. They were chatting and laughing. It was not that they were not serious. It was just that this group of old people basically only took a few glances at normal surgeries. After all, such minor surgeries were really not worth watching. They also knew the standard of the surgeon very well. Naturally, there would not be too many discrepancies. Only Chen Song in Operating Theater 3 was unfathomable to the 5 people present. They were filled with curiosity. Lu Siki looked at all of them who were eyeing Chen Song covetously. He could not help but think, you only know that Chen Song did well in appendectomy, but you don't know that his tendon suturing is even better. When he thought of this, Lu Siki made up his mind. After this, he would definitely look for Chen Song and have a good chat with him and invite him to the Provincial People's Hospital. After all, such a good seedling was really rare. However, Lu Siki suddenly realized. Today, he was originally here to grade Chen Song. It seemed that Dean Qin of the 2nd Provincial People's Hospital was not mediocre. He also realized that Chen Song was amazing. This was troublesome. Should he give him a 0? It was really a problem. He glanced at the bottom of the grading column that required the examiner's signature. He suddenly felt that it was very unreasonable to grade with real names. The surgery began. This time, Chen Song had already made up his mind to try the modified appendectomy with a small incision. The scalpel cut across the skin, and he felt a familiar touch. Incision, A1. 5 cm incision appeared accurately, blunt muscle separation, peritoneum opening. Suddenly, a song appeared in Chen Song's mind. If I could peel off your skin layer by layer, separate your tendons, I would be surprised. Your appendix is not beautiful at all. Suppurative appendix monster, level 18. In the office, Qian Liang's face suddenly tensed up. This child is too reckless. Everyone was stunned. What do you mean? Qian Liang said seriously, this time, he's going to do a small incision appendectomy, but this patient has suppurative appendicitis. The visual field deviation of the small incision is more serious, and he's trying to show off his skills. Hearing this, everyone frowned slightly. This wasn't a good thing. The biggest taboo for medical workers was showing off their skills. Medicine is rigorous. Treating patients and saving lives is the most important thing. Safety first. At this moment, they felt that Chen Song had the potential to show off his skills. This was surgery, it was not a performance. No one should use performance as the purpose of surgery. At this moment, no matter how much the directors admired Chen Song just now, they could not help but frown and feel a little disgusted. To them, any contempt and disrespect for life was the greatest stain and humiliation for a doctor. Thinking of this, Qian Liang picked up a pen and was about to grade. However, he couldn't do it if the score was low, but he couldn't do it if the score was high. He really should teach Chen Song a lesson that he would never forget. He hesitated. He was not the only one who hesitated. Everyone around him hesitated as well. Even Lu Siki was a little hesitant. How many points? A few people frowned. This was really difficult. It was inevitable for a young man with such ability to be arrogant because of his talent. However, other professions could be proud and show off their skills, but only medicine. Moreover, it was a surgical emergency medicine that could kill with one cut. Safety always came first. What was showing off skills? Showing off skills did not mean that you were not allowed to perform. It meant that when you were not competent, you would make an unreasonable choice to pursue a certain performance effect. This was called showing off skills. In the eyes of Qian Liang and the others, Chen Song was showing off his skills. This was because among the limitations of a small incision appendectomy, purulent appendicitis was an obvious difficulty. In the current medical guidelines, the latest small incision appendectomy did not include purulent appendicitis. This was because a small incision could not completely solve this problem. However, Xianxia used this surgical method to face this kind of surgery. Too reckless, he did not care about the big picture. At this moment, Xianliang hesitated and decided to give this outstanding young man a chance. Hence, he said, if he can expand the incision at this time, I think it is forgivable. After all, he is still young. The others nodded in agreement. However, Xianxia did not do that. Instead, he began to move the operating table with a deviation of almost 30 degrees. Xianxia looked like he was performing various surgeries and operations with a limited field of vision. Then, he moved the operating table 15 degrees again. At the same time, he clamped the mesentery with the appendiceal forceps in his hand, held the peritoneum with the rack in his right hand, and lifted the skin with the ring finger of his right hand. Suddenly, the surgical field of vision increased. Xianxia's surgery was carried out perfectly. At this moment, the office was silent. Xianliang immediately stood up, widened his eyes, raised his right hand, pointed at the operating table, and was speechless. After a long time, he finally said, This is not showing off skills. This kid is a genius. He actually modified the small incision of the appendix. Damn. How is this possible? It was not only Xianliang, a few others also said, damn. They were filled with emotion. Although it was only 2 words, it deeply expressed the shock and emotion of the person involved. It reflected the process of the person's thought process from doubt to surprise, and then to light up. It was suspenseful yet pleasantly surprised. In addition, the word damn was placed at the end of the sentence, and the emotion at the end could be said to be the finishing touch. It was ingenious and profound. It reflected the disdain and reversal of the flashy skills from before. It actually gave people a sense of endless reverie and a feeling of being completely natural. Everyone sucked in a deep breath. They were filled with emotion. They could not calm down for a long time. Xianliang's chest rose and fell continuously, as if there were countless words that he wanted to say. After a long time, Xianliang could not help but say, This kid is a genius. He can bring the patient back to life in an instant. What a marvelous skill. A small appendectomy and he actually achieved such a level. I'm convinced. Ha 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 ha. That's great. This idea is simply amazing. This kid is a genius. I want to poach him and keep him by my side. As soon as he said that, suddenly, the eyes of the people around them lit up. Good idea. Xianliang was indeed brainless. He actually said this kind of news. We all entered the village quietly. Don't shoot. Looking at the fierce gazes of his colleagues around him, Lu Siki felt even more complicated. He stared at Xianxia who was suturing the abdomen on the screen and cursed in his heart. Can't you King keep a low profile? Do you have to make everyone know that you're awesome? Sigh, great. Looking at the chief physicians and hospital directors around him who were eyeing Xianxia covetously, Lu Siki felt a wave of pain in his kidneys. This guy, it's difficult to get him. With 2 surgeries as the foundation, the 3rd specialist surgery was actually not very meaningful. However, everyone still watched patiently. After all, everyone was very interested in Xianxia. They wanted to know what this kid was best at. The 3rd patient was a patient whose flexor pollicis longus tendon was cut by a knife. It was very simple. Moreover, it was carried out in the operating theater. According to everyone's understanding, Xianxia would definitely finish the suture quickly. What a pity, they realized that Xianxia observed seriously for a long time before he carefully began to suture the tendon. Xianxia knew that he must be careful when suturing tendons. He must not be careless. When he reached master level in tendon suturing, he realized that the quality of the tendon suture was directly related to the recovery of the patient later on. Lu Siki watched the surgery the most seriously because he knew Xianxia's level. However, he would not know if he did not watch. He was shocked when he saw it. This kid had improved again. That was right. The last time Lu Siki saw Xianxia suturing tendons, Xianxia was only at advanced level. This time, Xianxia's tendon suturing had already reached master level. The addition of a special effect meant a lot for tendon suturing. The degree of compatibility was extremely high. Chen Song could only try his best to minimize the possibility of adhesion. The core element of tendon suturing was here, and it was never too much to be careful. Soon, the suture was completed. It was a successful end. It was brilliant. Lu Siki could not help but slap his thigh. He was still so elegant, but, when he thought about how such a talent could not be recruited, he felt a little regretful. However, there was still a long way to go. The Provincial People's Hospital platform was better than the second Chengdu Provincial Hospital, so there was still a chance. Score, Lu Siki gave Chen Song full marks because he was very satisfied. Why was he not satisfied with the score? Stingy, keeping room for improvement, outstanding people needed to be praised. Lu Siki was not the only one. The others looked at each other's score column and could not help but laugh. Because everyone got full marks, since they were outstanding enough, why should they be stingy with their high scores? As for the performance of the other two, everyone scored quite well. After all, their performance was quite good. Number 1 was very outstanding. He was steady and had made progress. He was also considered a young force of the new generation, so he could be given 90 points as encouragement. The person in operating theater number 2 was average. He was not outstanding, but he was not bad either. After all, Li Shijian had been in the thoracic surgery department for 2 years. He wrote medical records for 2 years, gave medical advice for 2 years, did chores for 2 years, and acted as a manservant on the operating table. There was no chance for him to operate. After all, their department director sure did not know anything. Other than barking at the experts, he did not have any other skills, therefore, it was not bad for Li Shijian to have such surgical skills. In time, he could still become the backbone of the department. As for number 3, the score was no longer important. Now, all the department directors were full of curiosity about this young man. After all, to be so outstanding, where did he come from? Who was his teacher? Where did this martial arts secret about modifying the small incision in appendectomy come from? They were all puzzled. After the surgery, the 3 of them were brought to the office to be evaluated by the specialist. Number 1 was Zhou Xiaodong. After he came in, he bowed and said, "Hello, experts. I am number 1. When Zhou Xiaodong came in, he saw Qian Liang, his supervisor during his postgraduate studies. Qian Liang naturally nodded at Zhou Xiaodong. Qian Liang smiled and said, "Zhou Xiaodong is my graduate student. To be honest, when I saw this kid today, I was a little surprised. I know you better, so let me give you some comments. Well, Xiaodong, work is different from school. I saw the few surgeries you performed today. 2 appendectomies and 1 gastric fistula. These 2 surgeries are all your specialties. To be honest, I'm quite satisfied. Your performance today is much more stable than 2 years ago. As a doctor, you have to constantly polish yourself, do every little thing well, complete every surgery, and suture every wound. You're not bad. You've improved in the past 2 years. But, your weakness still exists, and it's very obvious. When you perform surgery, you still follow my path. Imitation is not wrong, but imitation is not a way out. The purpose of surgery is to save lives. If you want to become a doctor, you have to learn how to perform surgery. Until now, you still haven't learned how to perform surgery. I hope that the next time I see you perform surgery, you'll make my eyes light up. Your final score is 90 points. Overall, you didn't disappoint me. Keep up the good work." After he finished speaking, another specialist commented on Li Shijian. When he looked at Li Shijian, he felt that Li Shijian was not energetic enough. "Young man, your surgery is very stable, and your basic skills are very solid. But, don't you think that your surgery is soulless? Every movement of yours is too stiff, and you lack flexibility. Actually, you have an obvious weakness during surgery, and that is when you face the sudden appearance of inflammatory secretions. The reason is that your ability to adapt is insufficient. Perhaps you lack an independent understanding and thinking when it comes to surgery. You still need to improve." It was number 3 Chen Song's turn. At this time, no one wanted to say anything, because no one had anything to say. Just like number 1 and number 2, these old specialists could see the problem with just one glance. However, when it came to Chen Song, they could not find fault with him at all, to put it bluntly, Xianxia's appendectomy was better than theirs, and this was not an exaggeration at all. For a moment, everyone started to push the blame to each other. Seeing that no one wanted to comment, Lusiki simply said, "I know this young man, so I'll comment. Well, Xianxia, to be honest, your performance today has once again refreshed my understanding of you. Very good. Very good. Very talented. In the first surgery, you were able to accurately grasp the ectopic appendix of the peritoneum, which really made everyone's eyes light up. In the second surgery, your modified appendectomy with a small incision shocked us even more. Finally, the tendon suture. I have nothing to say. It's perfect. As for the 3 surgeries you performed today, I can't comment at all because, other than praising you, I don't know how to nitpick." As soon as this was said, everyone immediately chuckled and was very happy. Xianxia smiled generously to express his gratitude. At this moment, Lusiki took a deep breath and said seriously, "I can only say one thing to you. Don't let your talent down. Your future won't stop here." After this sentence was said, the old guy's eyes suddenly lit up. That was right. How could a small hospital like the Second Provincial Hospital keep such a genius? Therefore, they all looked at Xianxia with ulterior motives. However, although this sentence seemed ordinary, in the ears of the supervisor Hao Shuliang, he could not help but be shocked. This group of people, all of them were sanctimonious, but they were clearly coveting Xianxia. What did they mean by "the future won't stop here"? They were clearly trying to tempt Xianxia. They wanted to take away Xianxia just because they had a big business. Thinking of this, Hao Shuliang was so scared that he quickly said, "Alright, let me announce the results now. First place, Xianxia, 100 points. Second place, Zhou Xiaodong, 90 points. Third place, Li Shijian, 85 points. We will announce today's results as soon as possible. Xianxia, go back and prepare well." In fact, according to the usual practice, according to the efficiency of the administrative staff, and according to the rules and procedures, the earliest it would be announced was next week. However, Hao Shuliang was afraid. He was afraid that something would happen if he delayed. After all, there were internal and external troubles. The Second Provincial Hospital would not be on good terms internally, and there were strong enemies outside. He had to quickly talk to Director Qin about this matter. After it was over, Zhou Xiaodong suddenly walked over and whispered to Xianxia, "Dr. Chen." Xianxia was stunned. He turned around and looked at Zhou Xiaodong. "What's wrong?" Zhou Xiaodong smiled. "Add me on WeChat? My teacher asked me to learn more from you. He said that you're a genius, so I thought I could rub off on your talent." Xianxia was stunned. They were all from the same hospital, so he naturally wouldn't reject him. After adding him, Zhou Xiaodong suddenly whispered, "This. Dr. Chen, I don't have any objections to you. Our director. Ahem, we'll each do our own thing. It won't affect us, right?" Xianxia reacted and instantly understood. He smiled. "Yes, that's right. We'll each do our own thing." Zhou Xiaodong smiled happily when he heard that. He patted Xianxia's shoulder. "My director is outside. I won't talk to you anymore. Otherwise, not good." With that, he got up and left. Xianxia was also about to leave when Li Shijian suddenly walked over. There was no disappointment on his face. In fact, he looked a little indifferent and relieved. "Dr. Chen, let's add each other on WeChat. We'll get to know each other if we don't fight." Xianxia looked at Li Shijian, who seemed to be very relaxed, and smiled. "Alright." Li Shijian sighed and suddenly said, "I'm going to resign and leave this place." Xianxia was puzzled. "Why?" Li Shijian chuckled. "I don't have a future in the department. I'm just a worker. If you ask me, the thoracic surgery department should either be disbanded or replaced. It's meaningless. Besides, I'm just a contract worker. It doesn't matter where I go. It's better than working for Xinbei. It's annoying to listen to it all day long." With that, Li Shijian smiled and left. Xianxia was stunned. Working for Xinbei? What kind of joke is that? P.S. I wrote it on the train last night. I didn't check it. Sorry, there's a typo. I'll change it in the future. Serious face. JPG plus AVIU said that I'm short. I'm not convinced. You might not have read it carefully. Every chapter is 12 pages long, almost 2,500 words. Others have 2,000 words. I'm innocent. If you still think that it's short, I have a good idea, which is to enlarge the words. Then, you'll realize that it's longer. Haha, thank you to Unambitious You for your 10,000 tip. I became the first hall master of this book. Thank you. I'll add a chapter for you. As for the issue of putting it on the shelves, I'm not sure. Should I try to make it more free? Put it on the shelves in November? What do you think? Ding. Daily mission completed. Reward, received, cholecystectomy, advanced. Xianxia was elated when he heard the notification. How could he not be happy when he received a reward for cholecystectomy? However, when Xianxia wanted to receive it, the system notification sounded again. He realized, he was happy too early. Cholecystectomy, advanced. Special effect, received laparoscopic cholecystectomy, advanced. Ha ha ha, he should be very happy. After all, buy one get one free, and good things come in pairs. How could there be such a good thing? Cholecystectomy was different from appendectomy. Over the years, laparoscopic cholecystectomy had become the gold standard for cholecystectomy. Only when laparoscopy could not be performed accurately, laparotomy was used to remedy the situation. He did not expect a cholecystectomy to come with a laparoscopic cholecystectomy through special effects. How could this not make Xianxia happy and excited? However, it also served as a warning to Xianxia that he should not be happy too early in the future. After all, he had to keep a low profile. Good things just came. Oh, it rhymed again. However, Xianxia was really happy because if he only knew how to perform laparotomy, he would not be able to survive in big hospitals. After all, laparoscopic cholecystectomy had become the gold standard for mainstream surgery. You don't know how to do it? Sorry, then let me be the chief surgeon. You can retract the retractor. Just when Xianxia was about to push the door open and leave, he suddenly heard someone calling him. Xiaochen, wait. Xianxia turned around and saw Lu Siki. Associate Director Lu? Hello. Lu Siki smiled and nodded. Come, Xiaochen. I have something to ask you. Come and sit. After Xianxia went over, he sat down across from them. Qianliang said, Dr. Chen, we have a few questions to ask you about the surgery just now. Do you have time? Xianxia had been working in the surgery department for a long time, and naturally, he had heard a lot about Qianliang. When he heard what Qianliang said, he said humbly, Department Director Qian, you're being too courteous. Feel free to ask me anything. Qianliang nodded and stopped smiling. His face instantly turned serious and academic. There are 3 main questions. First, how did you find out that the first patient had an ectopic appendix? Xianxia said without hesitation, the medical record is the doctor's truest record of the patient's condition, and the consultation is the first-hand information. After analyzing the medical record, I found something special, and when I palpated the patient's abdomen, it verified my thoughts. This is also the reason why I made a 4 cm incision. As a medical worker, we must be prepared before the surgery just in case. Qianliang clapped his hands in satisfaction. Very good. However, his face immediately turned serious and he asked aggressively, very good. Since you know that safety is the most important thing for a medical worker, then, the second question is, in the second surgery, why did you use a small incision for appendectomy due to suppurative appendicitis? Don't you know that this will increase the patient's risk? Xianxia saw that Qianliang was questioning him seriously, but he was not afraid. Instead, he smiled and said, I improved the surgical method of appendectomy with a small incision. I have absolute confidence in treating suppurative appendicitis, so I chose a small incision. As soon as he said that, the office suddenly fell silent. I improved the surgical method of appendectomy with a small incision? Xianxia was talking about his own improvement. How old was he? He could actually improve the surgical method. After thinking about this problem, everyone's eyebrows knitted together, and their breathing became a little hurried. Is this what a genius is like? He can improve the surgical method at such a young age. He has a bright future. When they thought of this, they could not help but look at Chen Song in a new light. After all, everyone initially thought that Chen Song was learning from other people's surgeries. They did not expect it to be an original. There was a huge difference between the two of them. However, Qian Liang was not surprised at all. Instead, he became even more serious. He stood up and stared at Chen Song. He asked word by word, "Improvement? Are you sure it's an improvement? Was it not a mistake that was corrected? Do you have data to prove the feasibility of your method? Do you have analysis to prove your accuracy? There is no theoretical improvement in medical work. Any improvement must rely on data obtained from practice for analysis. Have you done any clinical trials? Have you done any data analysis? Have you discussed this with your supervisor?" A series of questions came out, and Chen Song was really suppressed by Qian Liang's imposing manner. What he wanted to do was to let Chen Song have the rigorous attitude that a medical worker should have. Medicine was science. It was even more rigorous than normal science. Although Qian Liang did not know Chen Song well, he could feel that Chen Song's method was unorthodox. This was professionalism. If Chen Song wanted to go further in this field, he had to learn a lot of things. It had to be said that as the president of the Eastern Sun Province Surgical Association and the president of the Association of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery, Qian Liang represented the authority of the surgery in Eastern Sun Province. The reason why Qian Liang was like this was because he admired Chen Song. He would not bother to say more to ordinary people. After he saw Chen Song's surgery, his heart was filled with love for talent. Naturally, he had to educate him more. Although he was an unpolished jade, he still needed to be polished. Chen Song came from an unorthodox background. He lacked the rigor of a proper professional. These were all exposed by Qian Liang. Chen Song took a deep breath. He kept reflecting on Qian Liang's words in his mind. He also understood that Qian Liang was not suppressing him, but deliberately reminding him. Qian Liang meant that although the effect of his improved surgical method was indeed good, he needed to use clinical data to prove it. To put it bluntly, he needed to use surgical data to publish a high-quality paper. It would be best if he could enter the circle. Surgery was actually a circle. You could only enter this circle if you were recognized by others. Therefore, Qian Liang's words were very obvious. He wanted Chen Song to go down and polish his new surgical method to write a good paper. He raised his head and bowed sincerely. "Thank you for your guidance, Professor Qian. I understand." As soon as these words came out, the people around suddenly laughed. How could they not know Qian Liang's intentions? Naturally, he would not make things difficult for a young man. He did this to teach him a lesson and even to love talent. Sure enough. At this time, Qian Liang no longer had the imposing manner just now. Instead, he was amiable. He nodded with a smile on his face. The third and last question. Who was your teacher when you graduated from that school? Chen Song was stunned and blushed slightly. After all, there was nothing to be proud of from an undergraduate degree. He smiled awkwardly. I graduated from Dongyang Medical University. My teacher is Chen Bingxing. Qian Liang and the others looked at each other. Dongyang Medical University was the medical university of Dongyang Province. Qian Liang was the vice president, and who was Chen Bingxing? Why did they not know him? They talked for a long time, but they did not know who Chen Bingxing was. Who was this Chen Bingxing to be able to teach such an excellent student? Hao Shuliang just came in and said, Chen Bingxing is a doctor in our emergency department. As soon as he said that, everyone slapped their foreheads. Lu Siki suddenly thought of something. You haven't been to graduate school, right? Chen Song nodded and told the truth. Yes, after graduating from Dongyang Medical University, I joined the workforce. As soon as he said that, they fell silent. A person who graduated from an undergraduate degree and may not have been exposed to surgery during college could actually improve the surgical method. How many experts were outstanding in this field? Talent? No, he should be a genius. After listening, Qian Liang's eyes lit up. He was thoughtful. After half a minute, he suddenly said, when you go back and have time, write the paper for me to read. Chen Song was stunned. Suddenly, he saw a question mark above Qian Liang's head. Ding. The apprenticeship mission has been triggered. Xianliang's test, write and publish an excellent surgical paper within the specified time and get Xianliang's approval. The apprenticeship mission can be activated. After Chen Song heard the voice, he suddenly looked a little excited. A medical practitioner should read the classics, worship a famous teacher, and be clinical. Now, the appearance of Qian Liang had opened up a new road in front of Chen Song. Since the medical field was known as the world, there would definitely be rules and sayings of the world. Regardless of whether it was traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, they all paid attention to a school of thought. There were hundreds of schools of thought in traditional Chinese medicine since ancient times. From typhoid fever to the earth-replenishing school during the Metal Age, to the Yin-nourishing school, and then to the school of febrile diseases. It was the same for Western medicine. Since the Republic of China, modern medicine had flourished. The influx of Western medicine made modern medicine wear a coat of Western medicine. As the main treatment method of medicine, surgery was also filled with thoughts and theories of various schools. Therefore, having a teacher was like having a guide. Having a teacher was much more convenient. He could participate in countless academic conferences. He could even follow the teacher and become a director of a certain association. He could also participate in a national nature research project. This would be very beneficial for his future development. Therefore, the question mark above Qian Liang's head looked very charming. Chen Song did not hesitate and directly chose to accept the mission. At this moment, Qian Liang smiled slightly. I'll give you 3 months to polish a good research paper. I'll give you a gift next year. Everyone smiled faintly. This was not a gift, this was a gift of a future. Although the 4 of them were experts, Qian Liang's academic status was higher. He was a true authority in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery in Dongyang Province. He was also the deputy chief editor of the Chinese Journal of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. His gift would naturally not be a small one, everyone understood. Chen Song naturally understood too. He looked happy. Thank you, teacher. Ding. Qian Liang's favorability plus 30. Ding. Lu Siqi's favorability plus 10. Ding. Hao Shuliang's favorability plus 10. Another wave of favorability points was obtained. Chen Song was still confused. What was the use of this thing? After Hao Shuliang left the office, he hurriedly ran to the director's office and found Qin Xiaoyuan. Director Qin, I have something to say. Qin Xiaoyuan saw Hao Shuliang rushing in. He put down the pen in his hand, took off his reading glasses, and asked with a smile, "What's the matter? Look at how anxious you are. The results are out, right? What do you think?" Hao Shuliang calmed his breathing and made up his mind to run and exercise his body when he went back. He said, "Dean Qin, the results are out. Chen Song is in first place with 100 points. General surgery Zhou Xiaodong 90 points, thoracic surgery Li Shijian 85 points. When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, his interest was immediately piqued. Really? This Xiaochen is actually so powerful? Powerful? Was it just powerful? Hao Shuliang thought to himself, right now, Chen Song is in high demand. You haven't seen the faces of those directors and the dean. They can't wait to give Chen Song 0 points and quietly take him away. Hao Shuliang nodded. Dean Qin, this Xiaochen isn't just powerful, this Xiaochen is a genius. Our hospital must keep him. You didn't see it just now. Those directors and hospital directors were thirsty for talent. Their expressions were like wolves and tigers. They were really amazing. And, this Xiaochen is really good. After Hao Shuliang explained the situation of the competition from beginning to end, Qin Xiaoyuan was also slightly stunned. Did Qian Liang really say that? Hao Shuliang, he really said that. So, Dean, hurry up and release the notice. I'm afraid that things will change if we delay. If Secretary Tan does something, Xiaochen is still young and very malleable, this talent will be lost. Qin Xiaoyuan nodded. Okay, I'll leave it to you. You must release the announcement today. Hao Shuliang nodded and left. Qin Xiaoyuan looked out of the window and began to plan in his heart. After a long time, he picked up the phone and dialed Li Baoshan's number. Director Li, come to the office when you have time. I have something to talk to you about. The competition was one thing, but after the competition, they still had to do what they were supposed to do. At the very least, they had to fill in the medical records in time. No one was there to replace them. Although it was common for doctors to procrastinate on medical records, Xianxia didn't have the habit of procrastinating. He went to bed early and woke up early to complete the day's task in time. This was the life principle that his diligent and down-to-earth father, Xianxia, taught him. It was already mid-August, and it was time to hand in last month's medical records. The medical department kept calling and urging them. In the emergency doctor's office, all the doctors were busy inside and outside. Xianxia sighed. "Oh my God, I discharged 91 patients last month, and I still have 40 medical records to complete. I still have to be on duty tonight. Sigh. I have to buy some coffee and Red Bull after work." Xianxia happened to hear it and joked, "Nana, coffee and Red Bull won't work. I think it will at least work if you do it like this." Everyone laughed. Xianxia was the doctor with the most patients in the emergency department. Wang Qian was also preparing medical records. When he heard Xianxia's words, he couldn't help but say, "Teacher, sure, as a woman, you can't be so tired. It's easy to get old. You have to pay attention to your health and rest." As soon as he said that, Qianyu glared at him. "You talk too much. Come and help me when you're done." After that, Qianyu smiled and said to Xianxia, "Teacher, don't worry. I'm here. Tomorrow is Saturday and Sunday. I'm off. I'll work overtime with you tonight." In fact, Wang Qian's words were reasonable. Moreover, the patients in the emergency department were in critical condition. How could it not be tiring when there were so many patients? However, when it came to reason, everyone had their own reasons. Xianxia naturally had her reasons too. Who didn't know that patients would be more relaxed if they had fewer patients? What was wrong with being a retired doctor in the endocrine or special demands ward? However, every family had its own difficulties. Others didn't know, but Qianyu, as Xianxia's junior doctor and half a student, naturally knew more. Xianxia was now supporting 7 people by herself. How could she dare to rest? Little Xianxia too, who was less than 1.6 meters tall and weighed only 50 kilograms, had a heavy burden on her shoulders. Xianxia and her husband were graduate students. After graduation, they started working together. He also had a decent job in the orthopedics department of the first hospital of Eastern University. They were originally envied by others. However, in the second year after Xianxia gave birth, her husband decided to take a doctorate exam because his work wasn't going well. Taking a doctorate exam was a good thing. Everyone supported it. Xianxia also supported her husband. However, a doctorate took 3 years. After graduating this year, he decided to go abroad for a postdoctoral fellowship. It would take another 2 years. It wasn't anyone else's fault, so it was easy to say. Therefore, all the students said that Xianxia's husband was excellent and that Xianxia would enjoy a good life in the future. However, Xianxia was the only one who knew about these hardships. However, the burden of the whole family suddenly fell on Xianxia's shoulders. The mortgage, the children, her parents, her husband's tuition. How much money would it cost this year? In fact, it wasn't a big deal. At worst, she wouldn't buy new clothes for 3 years. At worst, she would work overtime until 11 or 12 o'clock. At worst, she would lie down and have a good sleep. At worst, she would look at the children's smiles when she was tired. What was the big deal? No matter how tired she was, she still had to take care of the children when she went home. At night, she still had to check the children's homework. She had to wake up early to cook and take the bus. She still had to work the next day. Xianxia thought of Wang Qian's words and her heart sank. As a woman, how could she not understand these things? What if one day she really became old, ugly, and haggard? At that time, would her successful husband not want her anymore? However, the future was still far away. She still had to live tomorrow. Where could she live without money? Therefore, Xianxia didn't dare to rest. Qianyu knew this, so he didn't let Wang Qian talk nonsense. She was afraid that Wang Qian's words would make the teacher unhappy. However, Yanjun changed the topic. "Xiao Wang, you should learn from Chen Song. Look at Lao Chen. He's so leisurely and never worries about the medical records. At the end of every month, the medical records are handed in to the medical record room. He's not like us, who have to delay every month. With Xiaochen around, Laochen saves a lot of trouble. Chen Bingxing laughed and nodded. Indeed, with Chen Song around, he saved a lot of trouble. However, he was more worried than anyone else now. His heart was restless. He sincerely hoped that Chen Song could pass the competition and become a full-time worker. Wang Qian felt a little awkward and tried to change the topic. He said, I wonder how Tsonger did in today's competition. When he said that, it immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. After all, Chen Song's promotion was not a small matter in the emergency department, and everyone was concerned about it. Chen Bingxing did not dare to say anything. It was too early to say anything now. If he praised him, he would not be a damned healer. If he insulted him, he would be a jinx. When he thought of this, Chen Bingxing felt a headache coming on. And Yanjun smiled. Xiaochen's foundation is more solid than yours. You're worrying for nothing. Qin Yu nodded. That's right. Chen Song is so handsome. He will definitely pass. Wang Qian was stunned. He was a little convinced. After all, what did being handsome have to do with performing surgeries? Could it be that you don't need an anesthesiologist just because you're handsome? If you're handsome, your appendix will jump out on its own. Besides, I think I'm quite handsome. At least, I'm more manly than Chen Song. Moreover, when he thought about it carefully, Wang Qian was surprised to find a big problem. It seemed like he would be criticized no matter what he said. Why didn't I notice it before? When he thought of this, Wang Qian decided that he should learn from his teacher, and Yanjun, and be a quiet and silly person. At this time, the people around him had their own thoughts. Although Chen Song's promotion had nothing to do with them, there were always people who did not want Chen Song to win the competition. For example, Wang Yong did not want Chen Song to win the competition. After all, he had always felt that he was better than Chen Song. After entering the hospital and working with the department director, he had a smooth journey. In addition, Wang Yong often participated in various activities, so he felt that he was much better than Chen Song. Once Chen Song became a part of the organization, he would feel a sense of loss and discomfort. Therefore, although Wang Yong didn't say it out loud, he really didn't want Chen Song to be better than him. At this time, Shirna said, I don't know much about Li Shijian, but I know a little about Zhou Xiaodong. Zhou Xiaodong came down to perform a few consultation surgeries. That young man is very smart and has a solid foundation in surgery. He studied under Professor Qian Liang and is now a new force in the general surgery department. Zhang Youfu thinks highly of him. So, other things aside, I still think that Xiaochen is quite competitive this time. After all, he has 3 years of postgraduate studies and 2 years of clinical experience, so there is still a risk. Shirna was telling the truth, but everyone couldn't help but sigh. Although Wang Qian was talking nonsense, he still hoped that Chen Song could pass. However, Zhou Xiaodong and Wang Qian were in the same batch of people and could be considered as schoolmates. Naturally, Wang Qian had some understanding of Zhou Xiaodong. When Zhou Xiaodong was in university, he was valued by Department Director Qian Liang. He is indeed a talent. In an instant, the atmosphere in the office became gloomy. Everyone felt that it was a pity. After all, this kind of opportunity was too rare. Wang Yong, on the other hand, felt a little more complicated. He wanted Chen Song to go, but he also didn't want him to go. His feelings were complicated, and he was even more conflicted than when he was taking the exam. Just as Chen Song walked into the office, Chen Bingxing quickly stood up and blurted out, "How was the competition?" Before Chen Song could say anything, the people around him were staring at Chen Song. Chen Bingxing was anxious. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the head nurse running in hurriedly. Good news, I have good news to tell everyone. Eh? Xiao Chen, you're here. Just in time, I have good news to tell everyone. Chen Song's problem of becoming an official employee has been solved. Tian Xianglan looked at Chen Song with a smile. Xiao Chen, congratulations. There are no problems with your staffing problem. Just now, the finance department asked me to verify your basic information. Your information hasn't changed, right? When Tian Xianglan's words rang out, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. Chen Song had become an official employee. Following that, the people around them suddenly became lively. Wang Qian immediately shouted, Song you have to treat us. This is a big deal in life. Qin Yu also stood up and said, that's right, cheapskate Chen. Treat us, you have to treat us. And Yanjin smiled and gave Chen Song a thumbs up. However, some people couldn't help but sigh at Chen Song's good luck. For example, the few junior doctors from the emergency department who were preparing to transfer their contracts as temporary workers. They were originally standing on the same starting line as Chen Song. However, in the blink of an eye, they realized that Chen Song, who was originally at the same level as them, had suddenly become an official employee. What was an official employee to them? It was a root. With roots, he wouldn't drift and wander around. He would be able to settle down in his home. The goal that they had been working hard for a long time had been achieved by others. What about them? For a moment, everyone had smiles on their faces and began to think about their future. Wang Yong had mixed feelings. This feeling made him feel happy for Chen Song, but he was also very disappointed. Clearly, he knew that this was the result of Chen Song's hard work and had nothing to do with him. However, Wang Yong couldn't feel happy. Although he had a smile on his face, he was a little envious in his heart. However, when he calmed down and thought about it, opportunities were for those who were prepared. If Chen Song hadn't stepped forward to save people when the chemical factory exploded, he might not have had such an opportunity. Moreover, in this surgery competition, Chen Song was compared with two postgraduate students, but Chen Song won. This meant that he was capable. At this time, Li Baosheng also returned to the office. Seeing that everyone was busy working, he smiled, which was rare. It seems that everyone knows. Not bad. Congratulations to Chen Song for successfully becoming an official employee. The other doctors who are preparing for the contract examination have to work hard. After all, you have one less competitor now, and your chances are greater. Everyone has to learn from Chen Song. When Wang Yong heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, Chen Song has become an official employee, and he won't compete with us anymore. Isn't this equivalent to having one less competitor? At this time, Chen Song suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! Li Baosheng's expectation mission has been completed. Since you have directly become an official employee, it is determined that you have completed the mission over the top. Reward upgrade, receive one of Li Baosheng's skills and automatically upgrade by one level. Ding! Draw successful. Receive Li Baosheng's skill, advanced poison identification, passive skill. Ding! Upgrade to master level. Poison identification, passive skill master level. Special effect, 1. Precise identification, 2. Plan formulation. Chen Song was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Poison identification, this was good stuff. There were a few diseases that were the most common in the emergency department. One was trauma, one was heart disease, and the rest were poisoning patients. Poisoning not only included food poisoning, but also drug poisoning, chemical poisoning, and even oxygen poisoning. So, this was a great field of knowledge. After completing the mission over the top and receiving such an explosive skill, Chen Song was really excited. No, it should be said that he was proud. With such a skill, at least he could ensure that he wouldn't panic during the night shift. That was right. Chen Song had been on the night shift for more than 2 years. What he was most worried about was not being able to sleep at night or encountering difficult patients. What he was most afraid of was that he would be at a loss when a patient came. For a doctor, this was a very scary thing. To put it bluntly, doctors were the last line of defense for people's lives. If their line of defense was not strong enough, how could they treat and save people? How could they save the dying and heal the injured? Thinking of this, Chen Song felt a little excited. Poisoning in the emergency department was a crisis. If one did not have such an ability, it would be really dangerous. Moreover, a surgeon should not only know how to perform surgery. Surgery was one of the treatment plans, but one also had to have excellent diagnostic skills. Two happy events came at the same time. Naturally, he had to treat everyone to a meal to celebrate. Recently, Chen Song's financial situation had eased a little. Of course, the main source was from eating rich people. After receiving the tens of thousands of yuan from Jing State's President Xing, Chen Song's wallet gradually became richer. In addition, some of the rewards after the completion of the tasks in the past few days were continuously converted through the stock market. Therefore, Chen Song brought the people who were not on duty to a small gathering in a nearby restaurant at night. Other than Xianxia, who was on duty, and Qin Yu, who accompanied her, basically all the old men in the surgery department were there. Logically speaking, in this situation, there would be no joy without alcohol. Li Baoshan did not drink. In his words, as the person in charge of the emergency department, he could not drink. As long as he was on duty, he would not drink. However, the truth was that Chen Song had never seen Director Li drink. No matter what the hospital's activities, meals, or ceremonies were, Li Baoshan did not drink. However, Li Baoshan did not drink, but it did not mean that he did not let everyone drink. And Yanjin also drank a few glasses. Chen Bingxing was even more drunk and was very happy. After a lot of fun, they dispersed around 12 o'clock. When Chen Song went to pay the bill, the waiter said, "Someone has already paid the bill just now." Chen Song was stunned. "Who?" The waiter pondered for a moment. "The bald man who looks like Zhang Yi." It was the department director. Chen Bingxing usually looked like a warm and generous man. He seemed to have nothing to worry about. His career was going well, his family was harmonious, his wife was filial, and his parents were healthy. He looked like a winner in life. But he didn't expect that he would become a chatterbox after drinking too much. He became an old lady who was having problems with menopause. Lao Chen didn't have much to do. He sat on the floor and leaned against the wall. Unknowingly, he was snoring. Chen Song picked up the phone and was about to open the door. But his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that the caller ID was a phone number ending with 9999. Only rich people would have such a phone number. But to call him in the middle of the night, was it a rich woman who coveted his beauty? Or was it because of his appearance that he was already famous? After hesitating for a while, Chen Song coughed and cleared his throat. He made his voice as magnetic as possible. "Hello?" It was indeed the voice of a mature woman, but her tone was a little anxious. "Xiao Chen, right? I'm Chen Bingxing's wife. Is Lao Chen with you? Did you drink too much? Where are you now? I'll go pick him up." Chen Song was stunned. "Sister-in-law?" "That, yes, Teacher Chen is with me." "That. Sister-in-law, you don't have to pick him up. I'll call a taxi and send him back." The other party hesitated for a moment and said, "The phone number is your WeChat. I'll add your WeChat and send you the location. Sorry to trouble you." Chen Song had to carry Lao Chen downstairs and dialed a Didi. When Lao Chen opened his eyes, he found himself in the car. His expression suddenly changed. His gaze scared Chen Song to tears. That pair of eyes was filled with complexity, resentment, unwillingness, pity, heartache, regret, abandonment, and the desire to say it all. Chen Song said, "Boss, sister-in-law asked me to send you back. I can't help it." Chen Bingxing wiped his face, looking very pitiful. He sighed deeply and said in a desolate tone, "Little Chen, I'm telling you, you can't find a wife that's too strong. You'll suffer in the future. But from what I see, your posture is quite unbearable. You were born with a submissive face." When the car arrived at the designated location, Chen Song saw a thin woman in pajamas standing at the entrance of the residential area. Beside her was the security room. This was a high-end residential area developed by Vank in Ammoniang City. There were no small square meters in the entire residential area, and each house cost a few million. Chen Song did not expect Lao Chen to be so rich. When the woman saw that the car was parked, she walked up and glanced at Chen Song. "Xiao Chen, thank you for your hard work." Chen Song quickly smiled and said, "You're welcome, sister-in-law." After Lao Chen got out of the car, he didn't seem to stagger as much. He even walked with more energy. Could it be that he was pretending to be drunk in front of me? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. By the time he was done, it was almost 1 o'clock. There were no pedestrians on the road. Occasionally, he saw a few drunkards walking home unsteadily. When he arrived at the door, he was scolded by his wife. Then, he was carefully helped into the building. When Xianxia saw this, he was envious. He felt that this was happiness. After returning home, Xianxia took a shower and lay on the bed. He was not as sleepy as before. There were too many things happening today, and Xianxia was a little overwhelmed. Now that he had a permanent position, it was considered a wish. Indeed, a permanent position was nothing in the eyes of many people. But to his parents, it meant that he had taken root. His parents were uneducated and had never gone to school. They were envious of official jobs. Now that he had taken root, his parents had one less thing to worry about. When he had time tomorrow, he would tell his family the good news. Getting a permanent position was nothing to many people. But to Xianxia, it was a qualitative change. Let's not talk about others. Take Xianxia for example. He had just graduated and entered the hospital. He was given a permanent position, but there was no bonus in his first year. So, his monthly salary was only about 3,000 renminbi. But there were 5 insurances, 1 housing fund, spiritual civilization award, full attendance, and benefits. In the next year, he received a lot of benefits. He received about 60,000 to 70,000 renminbi. In the second year, he received a bonus, and his annual salary was about 6 figures. And Xianxia's temporary job was a fixed 2,200 renminbi. He did not have anything. But now, he had everything he needed. Actually, for a man, work and his wallet were his confidence and courage. The second thing was the task of becoming his disciple. Qianliang's favor would undoubtedly save Xianxia a lot of detours. Qianliang was a big shot in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery in Dongyang province. He often hosted and participated in all kinds of surgical meetings. If Xianxia wanted to get in touch with a higher level, he naturally needed a platform, and Qianliang was the most suitable platform. If he wanted to improve, he still needed the guidance of some famous teachers. The third thing was academic attainment. The hospital now was no longer the same as before. Good surgeries were not as good as good articles, and good articles were not as good as research topics. If he wanted to be promoted, articles and research topics had become the hard standards. If his academic level was high, he would be slightly famous in the circle and even in the country. Naturally, the world he came into contact with would be different. Qianliang asked him to use 3 months to polish a research paper. Perhaps he could use the surgery in the People's Hospital of Z County as clinical data to try to analyze the new surgical method of small incision appendectomy. However, Xianxia was not good at statistical analysis. It seemed that he had to find someone to help him. The latest medical research showed that if one slept late at night, they would wake up in pain like a pig being slaughtered the next day. Facts proved that the scientific research was correct. Unfortunately, the power of the yuan would always be the driving force for human progress, and this driving force was nuclear power for Xianxia. Moreover, Boss Zhang said that he was going to suture double eyelids today. When he thought about it, he was looking forward to it. Xianxia felt that he might be able to learn the double eyelid incision if he tried it today. Together with his beautiful eyes, he would naturally gain another skill that he was good at. It was not even 8 o'clock when he arrived at the plastic surgery studio, but the staff was already in place. At the front desk, the 3 young ladies who were modified by Boss Zhang had already put on their work clothes and displayed their products on the front desk. It was a little dazzling from afar. The skillful professional design coupled with Boss Zhang's uncanny workmanship could make the men lose their minds and the women envious. The moment Xianxia entered, the few of them stood up and bowed. "Hello, Dr. Xiaochen." Xianxia quickly nodded slightly and returned the greeting. "Hello, everyone." He did not know why, but for the first time, he felt that he was not satisfied with the title Dr. Xiaochen. Why couldn't they call him Dr. Chen or Big Chen? Su Ro walked over from the side and said with a smile, "Dr. Xiaochen, you're here. I noticed that the white coat you wore the other day was a little small, so I changed it for a bigger one. It's 185 centimeters. Go and try it on." Su Ro was very careful and observant. She was the account manager of the plastic surgery hospital and was mainly responsible for publicity and attracting customers. When she had nothing to do, she liked to stay in the shop. Xianxia quickly thanked her. "Thank you, Manager Su. You've worked hard. Just call me Xianxia in the future." Well, Dr. Chen is fine too. After all, I'm not young anymore. I'm 25 or 26 years old. Suro smiled charmingly. Zhang Jixin also arrived on time and parked the car. Before he entered the door, he saw Chen Song and said with a smile, "Xiao Chen. Congratulations, you've been transferred." "Not bad, not bad." After that, he turned around and said to the crowd with a smile, "Everyone, look carefully. This is a potential stock. You must seize it. This kid is amazing." When Suro smiled, her eyes seemed to be forever filled with peach blossoms, making people unable to help but feel ripples in their hearts. "I knew that Dr. Xiaochen was someone who would do great things the first day I saw him." Chen Song hurriedly declined and thought to himself, "This girl is so beautiful, why does she like to talk nonsense, who wants to do great things? Besides, I don't know anything about great things. P.S. Because I went to attend the wedding today, the update is late. Sorry." Ding. Daily mission, complete 3 skin sutures. Mission reward, skin suture experience plus 50, RMB plus 50. As long as he had the chance to do it today, there should be no problem in completing the mission. Chen Song was still quite concerned about his daily mission. He guessed that as long as he could complete the daily mission, he might trigger a special mission at a special time, such as the 10-day mission last time. So, no matter what, he had to do his best to complete the daily mission. Today was still the day to learn the double eyelid incision. When there was no one around, Zhang Jixin continued to explain to Chen Song. Currently, the most commonly used double eyelid incision was the thread embedding method. It was also the most accepted method. Even if the thread embedding was not done well, it could be repaired by incision. And since thread embedding was the thread embedding method, it meant that the most important and crucial part was the suturing of the skin. This was the most important part of thread embedding surgery. And the most valuable part of plastic surgery was usually before the surgery, and that was the thread drawing. The plastic surgeon's hands only needed to reach the basic level of a surgeon, but the aesthetic of the plastic surgeon had to reach the level of an artist. It was the same principle as when a building was being built, the designer's team had to take away a lot of the design fees. Zhang Jixin smiled and said to Chen Song, "There are more than 10 plastic surgeons in our plastic surgery hospital, and they all have their own specialties. Some are good at double eyelid incision, some are good at breast enlargement, some are good at injecting hyaluronic acid, and some are good at voice-altering plastic surgery, including membrane repair, voice-altering plastic surgery, and so on." Chen Song could not help but ask, "Teacher Zhang, what are you good at?" Zhang Jixin laughed. "Is there a need to ask? There are so many living examples in our hospital. Can't you tell?" Chen Song slapped his forehead. "All right, got it." There was a display at the front desk. Zhang Jixin smiled. "My double eyelid surgery only costs about 5,000 yuan, but if I want to perform surgery, the price will be higher." Chen Song was a little curious. "How much?" Zhang Jixin shook his head. "There are many types of surgeries, and there are many factors that can affect it. For example, based on the materials used, there are artificial implants and autologous fat transplants, and the prices are different. For artificial implants, the cheapest one costs more than 40,000, and the most expensive ones are even more expensive. Last time, there was a rich man who used hyaluronic acid as the material for his implants. Do you know how much he spent?" Chen Song was stunned. "How much?" Zhang Jixin raised 2 fingers. Chen Song guessed, 200,000? Zhang Jixin said jokingly, 2 million. Chen Song was dumbfounded. Oh my god, 2 million. He could almost see a bunch of Lilliputian construction workers building an artificial mansion inside her body. This price was enough to buy a 100 square meter house in a Monyang city. Could it be that it contained nuclear fusion, or a black technology research and development center? It was too damn expensive, only a fool would do that. 2 million. While Chen Song was still dumbfounded, Zhang Jixin laughed. "Did you know that although hyaluronic acid is very effective, it has a huge flaw, and that is its short duration? The shortest duration is 9 months, and the longest duration is a year. After a year, it will be metabolized. No matter how many millions you spent, it will return to its original state. There won't even be a trace of it. Chen Song was stunned. Were all rich people so arrogant? 2 million for a year, even if it was a waste, this was not the way to play, right? Zhang Zhixin smiled. But this is very rare. I have only seen a few in all my years. Of course, there is a reason why it is expensive. In essence, there is a fundamental difference. Artificial implants are not too different from the touch of a human body, and the price is relatively moderate. The cost of using silicone gel for surgery is about 400,000 to 200,000, and autologous fat transplants are about 600,000 to 100,000. Chen Song pursed his lips. He suddenly felt that every part of a woman's body was worth money. No wonder the rich men's mistresses were all beautiful. It was because they were worth money. Think about it, if a fake one was worth so much, how much would a real one cost? Was this equivalent to collecting precious works of art? Thinking about it this way, Chen Song suddenly felt that the rich man's business vision was indeed different. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Jingguotan's female celebrity friend. Zhang Zhixin stood up and said with a smile, I'm not telling you this for anything else. I just want to tell you one thing. The beauty and plastic surgery industry is one of the new generation's profiteering industries. How much money you can earn depends on how much you can do. In a sense, we are the same as hairdressers. The price you pay for a normal hairdresser is different from that of a chief or director. Your ability will determine your price. It is the same for us. Different doctors perform the same surgery, and there is a clear price tag. We are here for business purposes. Not for anything else, but to earn money. So as long as you have the ability, you don't have to worry about not having enough money. Do you know how long my tyrant has been earning? Chen Song used his biggest imagination. 1 year. Zhang Zhixin nodded. That's right. I saved 600,000 for that tyrant for a year. But that was 5 years ago. Now, it's only a month. Chen Song was stunned. What the F***ck, 600,000 a month, Zhang Zhixin nodded. If I perform a surgery, after deducting any costs, my surgery fee is 30,000. I can perform 5 surgeries a day, so that's 150,000 a day. It's the same for double eyelid surgery. If you can do double eyelid surgery by yourself, you can do it with a price tag. Chen Song's breathing became rapid. He knew that there was such a saying in the plastic surgery industry. A double eyelid surgery would cost you 3,000 for an average person, 10,000 for a specialist, tens of thousands for a master, and hundreds of thousands for a celebrity. This was the difference. Alright, wake up. Just think about it. Stop dreaming. I'm just drawing a picture for you to let you see the future. You're still a small fry now. You're nothing. You can give it a try today. Thread embedding is actually not much different from skin suturing. The only difference might be the angle of the suture, but it's still skin suturing. You'll know when you feel it. The main purpose is to hide the thread ends and the stitches, Chen Song nodded. To be honest, he was eager to give it a try. There were 3 double eyelid surgeries in the morning. When they arrived at the operating theater, Zhang Zhixin began to introduce and draw the lines. Chen Song had long since memorized the same method of handling things. After Zhang Zhixin drew a few points that needed to be done, he made a mark on it. Then, he gave Chen Song a look. Chen Song immediately understood what he meant. He quickly picked up the suture needle in his hand without batting an eyelid and began his first suture. Thread embedding was particular about the landing point. The absorbable thread was also used. There was no need to remove the thread. The main purpose was to not leave any traces. The special effect of Chen Song's skin suturing was to not leave any traces. However, thread embedding was still a little different from normal sutures. Chen Song needed to slowly figure it out. Chen Song held the needle holder in his hand and carefully lifted his eyelid. He exerted a little force on the tip of the needle, and it instantly penetrated the skin. The resistance of the thin thread was very small, and it was almost effortless for it to travel between the skin and the skin. Everything seemed to be going very smoothly. One end of the 2 needles pierced the conjunctiva from point A, while the other end pierced the conjunctiva from point B, penetrated the 3 mm stealth mark, and came out from the needle exit point. At this moment, Chen Song finally found the difficulty. The 2 needles had to come out from the same point, and this was a great test of your accuracy. That's right. Chen Song suddenly understood the significance of the accuracy +1 attribute of the scalpel. Accuracy could be used for delicate operations, such as nerve suturing. There was also a profession that required a lot of micro-operations, neurosurgery. Brain surgery was one of the most advanced fields in the surgical industry. It was a field of study for geniuses. Chen Song naturally wanted to learn. In fact, undergraduate graduates had an advantage over graduate students and PhD students, and that was that they had a wider range of development. Generally speaking, graduate students and PhD students had already formed professional qualities during their time in school. Relatively speaking, their professional skills were stronger, but the professional constraints were also greater, especially the limitations of their thinking. Basically, they had to do whatever they wanted to do. If you studied digestion, you would not study internal medicine. Similarly, if you performed appendectomies, you would not suture heart blood vessels. Chen Song, on the other hand, was not picky about anything. He wanted to learn everything and do everything because he did not know where he would go in the future. It was never a bad thing to have more skills. Chen Song was willing to stay in the emergency department for the rest of his life. However, if he wanted to do that, he had to practice all kinds of martial arts and be proficient in all of them. Even if he could not become Wang Xiangjuan, he had to work hard to become Li Baoshan. That was a digression, but accuracy was an extremely useful attribute for surgeons. Unfortunately, accuracy +1 was for the scalpel and not the suture needle. Otherwise, Chen Song would have saved a lot of effort in this step. Chen Song held his breath and carefully inserted the needle. At this time, if the insertion point was different, it would undoubtedly affect the effect. It might even increase unexpected accidents. For example, the adhesion of the number 6 thread during the absorption process might affect the aesthetic effect. Chen Song realized that this was not a simple suture. There were many other detailed steps on the basis of the skin suture. Finally, he succeeded. The next thing to do was to quickly tie the knot. The ligation line was buried under the skin, which was the point where the needle was pulled out. All of this appeared to be very simple, but every step was done with extreme caution. This was beauty, striving for perfection in the slightest. The suture at point AB was completed, which meant that the first step was successful. Chen Song continued with the follow-up operation. After about half an hour, the operation was completed. After that, Zhang Zhixin immediately took over. The follow-up work was very simple. After covering the eye pad and bandaging the wound, the nurse took the patient away after some instructions. Ding! Learned thread-burying double eyelid technique. Current level, beginner. EXP, 1001000. Chen Song was delighted. As expected, he could only truly learn the skill by trying it himself. Zhang Zhixin smiled. I'm very satisfied with your performance on your first try. You did well. Chen Song smiled. He knew that he was still very far away. The short half an hour of surgery had used up too much of his energy. This was because his skill level was not up to par. The first surgery encouraged Chen Song and also made Zhang Zhixin feel much more at ease. To be honest, letting Chen Song do it this time was still a little risky. It would be fine if there was a small problem, but if the tip of the needle pierced the eyeball, or if there was a huge mistake in the suture, there would be some trouble. Chen Song did the 3 surgeries in the morning, but he still felt that his shortcomings were very obvious. The unfamiliar ligation and suture seemed to be an obstacle. Chen Song looked at the skill points in his hand and hesitated. Should he use the skill points to upgrade the skill level? Should he directly upgrade the level of thread-burying double eyelid technique? After hesitating for a while, he still held back his reluctance. At noon, Zhang Zhixin went to take a nap while Chen Song pondered over what to do. In the afternoon, just as they were about to start the surgery, Su Ro suddenly rushed up. Dr. Zhang, something happened. Chen Song and Zhang Zhixin quickly turned around. What's wrong? The patient who was about to start the surgery could not help but be stunned. What happened? Zhang Zhixin lowered his head and said to the patient, wait a moment. He pulled Chen Song out. What happened? Zhang Zhixin frowned and asked. Su Ro said, someone is causing trouble. Although they were in the corridor, the voice could be heard. Unscrupulous merchants, cheating people of their money. When Zhang Jixin heard that, he quickly ran down the stairs. Chen Song also rushed down the stairs. As soon as he reached the door, a foul smell came, feces. The smell of a septic tank hit him in the face. Chen Song was very familiar with it. It was the same smell as the feces from the toilets in the countryside. The stench filled the entire room. The customers waiting in the lobby could not help but cover their noses. Because the smell was too pungent, the glass wall beside the door was full of feces. Looking at it made people want to vomit. A few of the receptionists could not help but turn their backs. Zhang Jixin took a deep breath to calm himself down, but the smell was too strong. He was discouraged halfway through. Go and bring the customers to the VIP lounge first. Treat them well. Su Rou quickly nodded and got up to get busy. Chen Song followed Zhang Jixin out. They were shocked when they went out. A group of people stood at the door, wearing thick masks. There were more than 10 people in this group. They shouted, "Unscrupulous merchants." Zhang Jixin quickly shouted, "I'm the person in charge of the plastic surgery hospital. If our hospital has done anything wrong to everyone, please enlighten us." At this time, a woman came down from a BMW X5. Her height. She was not as tall as the BMW. Her body was a little plump, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that she was fat. However, the woman was wearing sunglasses, a cheongsam, and high heels. She looked like a rich woman in a Hong Kong film. The rich woman suddenly stretched out her hand, and the surroundings stopped instantly. "Why am I here?" "Haha. Don't you know?" Zhang Jixin said lightly, "I'm usually negligent in managing this place. I hope madam can give me some advice." It was not that Zhang Jixin was a coward, on the contrary, he was 1.85 meters tall. He was tall, and his bald head made him look like a gangster. However, Zhang Jixin understood that he was doing business here. This was not a hospital, and he had to pay attention to harmony to make money. If he did not know what was going on and quarreled with them, would he still be doing business? No matter who was right or wrong, it would not be good for the plastic surgery hospital. This matter had to be handled properly no matter who it was. Of course, Zhang Jixin was not afraid. On the contrary, how could a plastic surgery hospital not have a special background? But if Zhang Jixin could handle it himself, he would. If he could not, he would not be afraid of trouble. The woman snorted, "I, Xiao Tianhua, am a magnanimous person. I will repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. Of course, I will not be unreasonable." After saying that, she took off her mask and sunglasses and said, "These are my eyes. I spent 300,000 yuan and this is it? Do you think my money is easy to cheat?" At this moment, the onlookers all looked carefully. What kind of eyes could be worth 300,000 yuan? This woman was also valiant. She stood there for everyone to look at. These eyes. Actually, they look quite good alone, yes, but why does it feel a little strange when put together? It's more than strange. I really can't stand it. My eyes are a little spicy. Why do I feel like crying? That's because of feces, the woman snorted. These are Wang Zuxian's eyes that you were talking about? Bah. Let me tell you, if you don't fix it for me, I will send people here every day. By then, let's see if my family has more feces or your people. The woman's words were domineering and filled with the smell of feces. Do you have more feces or do you have more people? Where did this woman come from? Suddenly, the crowd said, "Xiao Tianhua? Why do I find that name familiar?" The old man on the side also pondered, "Yeah, I also find that name familiar." Suddenly, an old lady said, "Isn't that pig farmer Xiao Tianhua?" At this moment, the crowd suddenly understood, so it was this woman. So this feces was pig feces, rare. Nowadays, once a pig became successful, its price would skyrocket. Whether it was pork belly or pork tenderloin, the price would skyrocket. What if the price of pig feces increased? Xiao Tianhua was very capable. A rural woman raised a few pigs and turned it into a pig farm. This year, when the price of pork increased, Queen Xiao decided to create a trademark. That was why Queen Xiao came to do plastic surgery for her eyes. Xiao Tianhua felt that she was quite good looking. The only flaw was her eyes. Her man liked Wang Zuxian, so she studied it carefully and found that Wang Zuxian's eyes were beautiful. So, she decided to do plastic surgery for Wang Zuxian's eyes. Someone introduced her to Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital. Zhang Jixin couldn't help but ask, "May I know which doctor did it for you?" "Xiao Tianhua, his name is Wang Chen." Zhang Jixin frowned when he heard this. Wang Chen wasn't from their hospital. He was a specialist in Shanghai and worked with several plastic surgery hospitals in Amoniang City. Basically, he would go to whichever hospital had a client. Moreover, he only did big orders, that was, surgeries that cost hundreds of thousands. Similarly, Wang Chen was very famous in the industry. He was good at eye surgery and was jokingly called the king of eye surgery. Hearing Xiao Tianhua's words, Zhang Jixin looked at her eyes patiently. In fact, Wang Chen really couldn't be blamed for this. His eyes were indeed replicated according to elder sister Zhu Xian's eyes. But, these eyes, it really depended on whose face it was. But, how to explain this problem? At this moment, Chen Song, who was standing in the same spot, suddenly saw a huge question mark appear. Ding. Ask Xiao Tianhua carefully and you will receive a mission. Ding. Help Zhang Jixin solve this problem and you will receive a mission reward. The specific reward will be analyzed based on the level of mission participation and completion quality. Double mission? He had to accept it. Chen Song walked forward and looked at the aggressive Xiao Tianhua. Sister Xiao, please calm down first. Xiao Tianhua glared at Chen Song. She was about to mock him, but, after taking a look, Xiao Tianhua hesitated. How can I not be angry? I spent a lot of money and trusted you guys. But look at my eyes. What should I do now that they've become like this? Do you have an idea? Ding. Senior NPC Xiao Tianhua has issued a mission to help her get a pair of eyes that are suitable for her. Mission completion rewards will be evaluated based on Xiao Tianhua's satisfaction. Chen Song was pleasantly surprised. The rewards for both missions were based on the completion of the mission. This meant that the upper limits of these two missions were relatively high. If they were completed properly, the rewards would naturally be very generous. Thinking of this, Chen Song calmly chose to accept the mission. Chen Song nodded at Xiao Tianhua. We are also deeply saddened by what happened. But, we can't solve the problem if you continue like this. So, I have a suggestion. Let's disperse first. We'll go in and have a chat. We'll try to get a good solution and return you a beautiful face. As for the matter of splashing feces, your house doesn't lack pig feces. If the problem can't be solved, it won't be too late to splash it. When the time comes, I'll stand outside and splash it with you. How about it? Once these words came out, the first one to be dumbfounded was Boss Zhang. He stood there with a dumbfounded expression. He didn't expect Chen Song to say these words. This kid was really unreliable. Do you think it's easy to get a pair of eyes fixed? Xiao Tianhua's face was relatively big and her skin was dark. She had a big nose, big eyes, big mouth, and short and thick eyebrows. The long-term exposure to the sun and rain and her living habits had caused her skin to be even worse. Think about it. What kind of scenery would it be with Wang Zuxian's eyes on such a face? Needless to say, it was obvious. So, if Zhang Jixin wasn't competent, how could Chen Song be competent? Wasn't this messing around? Did you think this was a joke? Did you think it would be over just by joking around? This big sister dared to splash feces, which would affect public security. Did you think this big sister was made of water? Even cement wouldn't have such boldness. Moreover, Boss Zhang thought of Chen Song's last sentence. If the problem can't be solved, splash it slowly and help splash it. Thinking of this, he was so angry that his teeth itched. He quickly pulled Chen Song and turned to apologize to Xiao Tianhua. President Xiao, this matter needs to be discussed at length. Dr. Chen said. However, Xiao Tianhua interrupted Zhang Jixin directly. I'm very interested in this young doctor. I think what he said makes sense. I want to talk to this young doctor. He's right. Anyway, there's a lot of feces. 1 or 2 days won't make a difference. When Chen Song heard this, he quickly gave Zhang Jixin a look. Then, he smiled at Xiao Tianhua. Sister Xiao, this way please. Xiao Tianhua looked at Chen Song's face with satisfaction. She felt that she also had a chance. As a plastic surgeon, you don't even look good. How dare you ask me to do plastic surgery? Why don't you take a look at yourself? This young man was not bad. At least his face was not bad. It was worth the time to talk to him. Zhang Jixin stood there in shock. What was Xiaochen doing? Sacrificing for the hospital? This was too damn selfless. Thinking of Chen Song's last look, Zhang Jixin hesitated. Was Xiaochen telling him not to disturb him? Zhang Jixin sighed and quickly asked someone to clean up. Although feces symbolized wealth, however, not showing off wealth was a traditional Chinese virtue. Naturally, he couldn't let it hang on the wall. Moreover, most importantly, the rancid smell of money was too strong. If this went on, he was afraid that he would be corroded, which was not conducive to the construction of spiritual civilization. Thinking of this, Zhang Jixin quickly picked up the phone and contacted someone to clean up. After spending nearly an hour, Zhang Jixin looked at the new glass wall with mixed feelings. Then, he looked up at the second floor. He felt complicated. He was a little confused. He felt regretful. He felt touched. He felt regretful. But more than that, he felt envious. It had been more than an hour. Why was Xiao Chen not done yet? No matter how much the young man struggled, he wouldn't go so far, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Jixin decided to wait a little longer. But another 10 minutes passed. Zhang Jixin felt really bad. After all, 30, 40, 50, how old was Xiao Chen? At such a young age, he had to bear the belief that he shouldn't have. He gritted his teeth and pushed the door open. But the scene in front of him. End of chapter 77. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.